Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Magnolia. My head hurts. This was Ross's first thought when he woke up, and he struggled to sit up. Is this a cliff? Why am I here? And why are the buildings below so strange? He reached out his hand and touched his head. Why are your hands so dirty? And so short? In the moonlight and town lights, I looked at my arms. They were covered in dust, with bruises on my wrists, and they were a little sore when I moved them. Is this a dream? Reborn? Or traveling through time? Looking around, under the dark sky, the houses in the town are scattered all over the place, and the lights are blazing, lighting up the city. There is a tallest building standing in the middle of the buildings, like a moon surrounded by stars, and a flag is hung on the top of the building. The flag of Fairy Tale. Ross had seen Fairy Tale and was very familiar with this flag. Snap! Ross slapped his thigh hard. It hurt. This was not a dream. So this is Magnolia? I've actually come to the world of Fairy Tale. Ascalant is a world full of magic, where magic has become a part of people's lives. Not only can magic be bought and sold, but there are also many wizards who trade magic for rewards. They gather together and, after evaluation and approval by the council, become formal unions. Fairy Tale is one of them. Natsu, Gray, Laxus, Urza, Myra and Lucy, the wizards of Fairy Tale, create their own stories. Please go to Fairy Tale and activate the receiving magic, Paladin type. Just as Ross was still sighing, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. System. Ross tried to communicate with the system. Please go to Fairy Tale and activate the receiving magic, Paladin type. The voice just sounded again without responding to him. Paladin type, it seems that all Royal Knights are Paladin type? Apart from Royal Knights, he had no other answer in his mind. Well, it seems that we have to go to Fairy Tale to find out the answer. Fortunately, it seems that the guild is not too far from here. Ross left as soon as he said he would. He struggled to get up and looked around to see if there was a stick or branch that could be used as a crutch. Surprisingly, there was none. Fortunately, there was a forest behind him. Ross found a shorter tree and a branch of moderate thickness. He grabbed it with both hands and pressed down with his own weight. Soon the branch could not bear the weight and was broken off by Ross. After removing some branches and leaves, Ross walked towards Fairy Tale while leaning on the branch. Ross kept looking in the direction of Fairy Tale, relying on his perseverance and gritted his teeth to reach the town. His body was too weak, and it took him a long time to walk a distance that didn't seem very far. The lights in the town were basically turned off, the roads were deserted, and everything was quiet. Fortunately, the Fairy Tale Guild building was quite tall, otherwise it would be difficult to find. There is a water tank in front, and I can finally see what I look like. He is not very old, about 7 or 8 years old, with a narrow face, flaxen hair, and a slicked back part. His hair is slightly curled, a little messy but still elegant. He has a small tuft of bangs hanging down on the right side. His clear eyes are big and bright, and his sword-like eyebrows are straight and upward. Even though he is not very old, he still looks very heroic. It's quite handsome, much more handsome than before. And is it true that this hairstyle can be achieved without hairspray? I would have saved a lot of money on hairspray in my previous life. Overall, he was quite satisfied, but a little poor. He had nothing on his body except clothes and pants. Finally we arrived. Looking at this 3-story building, the red gate, and the wooden sign of Fairy Tale hanging on it, I felt that I had actually arrived at Fairy Tale. But it seemed too late, and there was no light in the guild. In my previous life, I was just one of the ordinary people. I completed my studies step by step, found a job, and lived a work-to-get-off-work life. There was nothing unusual in my life. I just had a hobby of watching anime, which added some color to my life. Arrived at Fairy Tale, receiving magic paladin type has been activated, please explore on your own. His body began to recover slowly. He was exhausted after walking up the mountain just now, and now his physical fitness seemed to have improved a little. The mechanical sound appeared again. Then a picture appeared in Ross's mind. A blue Rubik's Cube was rotating at the highest point in the center, and a row of alloy armors were facing outward at the bottom, forming a circle. His sea of consciousness revolved along with his thoughts, and pieces of armor appeared before his eyes. Isn't this blue Rubik's Cube the one I bought some time ago? Is this the Rubik's Cube that brought me here? Omegaman, Uncle O. Alphaman, Sister Fa. Jesmon, Jayatian. Stubbornman, Daddy. It turned out to be the Royal Knights. After looking around, there were 15 in total. In addition to the 13 Royal Knights, there were also the White Emperor form of Emperor Draman and Golden Rabbiman. How can I receive it? Can I receive everything? The mechanical voice responded quickly, you can receive it by reciting silently in your sea of consciousness. The same applies to exiting. Reciting silently to other paladins can connect and switch. All paladin types are activated and can receive, but the amount of mana will determine the degree of reception. Hey, you're pretty human, giving such a comprehensive answer. No sound responded. Received, Omegaman, Ross said silently. Then a rotating white magic light array appeared under his feet. The shield and sword equipped in the left hand of the Wargreymon form were received from his arm first, and the right hand of the Metal Geruruman form appeared afterwards. His vision began to rise, and he had a white horn in front of his head, with a lightning symbol and a golden horn on each side. He was covered in white time digital alloy, and a white cloak with a red background fluttered in the wind. Omegaman. A vaccine paladin Digimon, a member of the Royal Knights, a composite warrior who can fully utilize his abilities in any situation. In his left hand, the Battle Greymon form holds a shield and sword, with the inscription Delete All on the Tyrannosaurus sword. His left shoulder is covered with the shield of courage for defense, and in his right hand, the Metal Geruruman form is equipped with a cannon and missiles. The cloak on his back is automatically installed on his back when he evades enemy attacks or flies. His special move is the Geruru Cannon, which freezes the enemy with an absolute 0-degree cold air bomb fired from the Metal Geruruman form's cannon. Acceptability, 10%. He raised his left hand and swung it downwards, and the Tyrannosaurus sword came out of Zanbao's mouth. He raised his right hand and the Geruru Cannon also came out. Only 10%? It seems that my magic power is not very high now, which means that I am probably a useless thing now. Fortunately, this body does not look that old. I have to find out what year it is tomorrow. System. After a long time, there was still no reply. It doesn't look like a system. It seems to be just a program, or the kind that can give some answers when triggering keywords. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. I need to rest quickly, Ross shook his head. Accept the stubborn beast's fire power to make a fire. It's hard work for this branch to serve two purposes. Thank you, branch. The wet branches were hard to burn, so I built a fire next to him, curled up against the guild gate, and fell asleep in the moonlight. Omega Family opens part. Chapter 2. A young man was curled up against the guild door. There was no smoke from the fire next to him, as if it had been extinguished for a long time. It was a little cold in the early morning. He was still asleep against the door, his body shivering slightly. This was what Makarov saw when he arrived at the guild door. Young man, wake up! In a daze, it seemed like someone was pushing him. Ross slowly opened his eyes and rubbed them. What came into view was a bald head, so bright that it could even reflect light. It was a short old man with a tuft of white hair on each side of the head connected to the back of the head. He was wearing a white inner garment with a black fairy tail mark and a cloak, Makarov Driar. This image is too familiar. The third-generation president of Fairy Tale, who is kind and amiable, treats guild members like his own children. He looks frail, but he is one of the 10 holy wizards of Ishgar. Young man, why are you staying here? Did you spend the night here? Seeing that Ross finally woke up, Makarov frowned slightly and asked his doubts. I'm here to join Fairy Tale. When I arrived here last night, there was no one here and I had no money, so I fell asleep leaning against the gate. Ross looked at Makarov and a smile appeared on his face. Join the guild? Forget it, come in with me first, it's too cold outside. Makarov originally wanted to tell him that he needed to know magic to join the guild, but seeing his smile did not discourage him. If he doesn't know magic, I'll give him some money and send him home. Makarov thought to himself and then opened the door. Ross climbed up and followed Makarov, secretly comparing his height with his hands, taller than him, which is not bad. With such good looks, I can't be too short. Ross then looked around the interior of the guild. There were 4 independent pillars, desks neatly arranged, some bookshelves around, and stairs on both sides connecting to the upper floors. Makarov jumped onto the bar, poured himself a beer, then poured himself a glass of water and heated it with magic, then turned around and handed it to Ross. Okay, let's talk, just find a stool and sit down. After Ross sat down, he said, let me introduce myself. I am Makarov Driar, the president of Fairy Tale. What's your name, young man? How old are you? Ross. I'm 8 years old this year, you can just call me Ross. His name in the previous life was Ross, and the continent background of Fairy Tale is the West. In this life, he is also an orphan named Ross. His full name is Ross, and he has been wandering. Makarov took a sip of his drink, then nodded, oh, you are the same age as my grandson. My grandson Laxus is also 8 years old, but he is not here now. Laxus is 8 years old. If I remember correctly, the story starts in 784. Laxus is 23 years old, which means this year is X769. Even Cana, who joined the guild the earliest, hasn't come yet. There are still more than 10 years before the story begins. Ross held his chin, thinking in his mind. Okay, Ross, where are your parents? Why are you here at the guild gate alone? My parents are dead, and I came from somewhere else. I heard that the Gildarts of Fairy Tale are very powerful, so I wanted to join you. Ross scratched his hair, his tone was very calm. After all, he was used to being alone in his previous life. Makarov seemed a little guilty for asking this question. He frowned and his expression changed slightly. Grandpa, don't feel guilty. I'm used to it. Ross noticed his change, showing his big white teeth and smiling at Makarov. Okay, let's skip this topic. Do you know what a wizard is? Wizards need to awaken their magic power and harness the magic power in their bodies to cast magic. Wizards often need to take on missions, and some missions can be very dangerous. If you don't know magic, I can't accept you into the guild. That would be irresponsible for your life safety. Ross didn't answer and jumped off the stool. Received, Omegaman. A white magic circle spun beneath his feet. Royal Knight, Omegaman, here we go. The Tyrannosaurus sword and Garuru cannon were extended at the same time. It's a light-based receiving magic, an armor I've never seen before, and its magic power is still very weak. But it's still young and can be trained. Looking at the armor in front of him, Makarov gave his evaluation in his heart. However, there are many kinds of magic in this world, and Makarov couldn't have seen them all. He didn't study them in detail, but just continued to ask, this is receiving magic. When did you awaken magic? I awakened yesterday when I was being chased by a monster in the eastern forest. Ross cancelled the reception and sat back on the stool. It was not a lie, he was indeed being chased by a monster yesterday, but he did not awaken at that time. Why do you learn magic? Makarov crossed his arms and stared at Ross. Protect myself and fight for my stable life. Ross looked into Makarov's eyes and spoke in a strong tone. Very good answer. Now that I understand the situation, you are welcome to join Fairy Tale. You can call me Grandpa or President. Just treat this place as your home from now on. Makarov raised his glass, squinted his eyes, and smiled kindly. Makarov was quite satisfied with this answer. In fact, as long as it was not too extreme, he thought it was fine. Ross also raised his cup and clinked it with Makarov's. Please give me more guidance in the future, Grandpa. But why is the guild so deserted? There's no one here. Ha ha ha, everyone drank too much at the party last night. I guess everyone is still sleeping. I'll help you print the guild emblem first. You can think about where you want the emblem to be printed. I'll go get the emblem seal. After Makarov said this, he jumped off the bar and took out the guild emblem from the counter. So you just drank last night and drank again this morning? Are you drinking wine as if it were water? Ross complained silently in his heart. Have you decided what color you want the tattoo to be and where to get it? Makarov gestured to Ross while holding up the guild emblem. Magic is really convenient. You don't even need ink, and you can switch colors at will. Orange, just print it on the back of your hand. Ross said and held out his left hand. Makarov then placed the seal on the back of Ross's hand. The magic was activated, the connection between the seal handle and the guild emblem appeared on the back of Ross's hand. I finally joined Fairy Tale. Ross raised his arm and stared at the guild emblem on the back of his hand. There was a light in his clear eyes, which looked exceptionally bright. He just smiled, but Makarov could feel his joy from his eyes. Next, solve your housing problem. You don't have money, right? Ross nodded calmly and said, I just keep wandering. Makarov first frowned with a complicated expression, then smiled affectionately and said, You are too young to work, so live with me first. I live with my grandson Laxus, and when he comes back, you two are of the same age and should be able to become friends. The guild doesn't have a male dormitory, so it's not safe for you to live outside alone. Okay, thanks Grandpa. Ross grinned, revealing his two little canine teeth. Although he seemed a little embarrassed to eat and drink for free, he would repay him later. Chapter 3. Bang! The door of the guild was kicked open. Hey, President, you're here so early. Wakaba and Macau, who are both drinking buddies and competitors, walked in together, arm in arm. This door is really terrible, it gets kicked every day. Ross looked at the two people who entered the guild together. They were only in their early 20s and still very young. Oh, where did this kid come from? Is he your illegitimate child, President? Ha ha ha. Makaba looked at Ross with a pipe in his mouth. A huge fist instantly appeared above Wakaba and Macau's heads, covering them in shadow and knocking them down. What are you talking about, a hole? This is Ross who joined the guild today. A roar appeared in the right side of Makarov's brain. Why are you hitting me too? I clearly didn't say anything. Macau was implicated. He touched the back of his neck and complained to Makarov. Makarov glanced at the two of them and said, I know what you think even without you saying it, so I'll teach them a lesson together. Ross, introduce yourself to them. Hello, I'm Ross Suo, I just joined the guild today, and the magic I use is receiving magic. Yo, I'm Wakaba Mine, and I use smoke magic. My name is Macau Conbolt, and I use fire magic, purple flame. Can't you two stand up and introduce yourselves? It's pretty comfortable lying on the ground, right? Makarov complained, sitting at the bar with his arms crossed. Ha ha ha, we were so happy that the new person came that we forgot about it. The two of them laughed and got up from the ground. Wait a minute, the new people are here. That means we can have the party again tonight, right? The two smiled at each other. Two idiots, why do you have to wait until tonight? Just wait until people arrive and drive until evening. Makarov looked at the two of them with a look of disappointment. Oh! The atmosphere was instantly ignited. By the way, how did you manage to make 3 people roar with the momentum of 30 people? It's so exciting. Also, don't ignore me. Looking at the 3 people raising their glasses together, Ross couldn't help but complain. In the evening, Ross followed Makarov to buy some clothes. He picked out a few cheap ones first and would change them when he made money. When he returned home, he found a 2-story building not far from the guild, facing the river. Entering the room, the decoration is in warm colors, which looks quite cozy and gives people a warm feeling that dispels the cold weather. You can live in this room. It's next to Laxus's room. Makarov pushed open the door. The first impression of the room is that it has good lighting. The curtains on both sides of the window are drawn open, and the street lights can be seen from the glass window. The lights in the room are actually warm lights. There is a desk next to the 2-meter-long bed, and the wardrobe is built in. A rough estimate shows that it is about 12 square meters. Even though the room is not very large, it still looks very spacious. How is it? Not bad, right? Seeing that Ross hadn't said anything, Makarov asked and smiled at him. This smile made Ross a little dazed for a moment. Although he was thin, he looked very tall. Yeah, I like it very much, Grandpa. Ross came back to his senses and wiped his moist eyes with the back of his hand, his voice slightly lost. Okay, then you should go to bed quickly. Children should not go to bed too late. After saying that, Makarov was about to turn around and go back to his room. Wait a minute, Grandpa, do you have paper and pen? I need them. Makarov paused, then said, yes, come with me to get it. After getting paper and pen, Ross sat at the desk and began to write. Memory is the most unreliable thing. He had to quickly write down what he remembered. He asked me to think about the time when everyone joined and the years when some events took place. The time also had to be written in Huxia to prevent others from seeing it one day. Cana joined Fairy Tail in X772, Grey in X774, Ursha should have also escaped from the Magic Development Bureau in 774. I saw that Ural took in Lion and Grey, and the Lion incident happened in the same year. Urza should have been captured in X775, and joined Fairy Tail in 776 or early 777. He should be in Rosemary Village now. Kagura and Simon are also in this village. Layla's eclipse on July 7, X777 brought Natsu and others to the present. Brandish's mother Graham was killed around July 15 August 777. So after 2 years, I have to buy a map to determine the location. Okay, the next goal is to practice, or XXX's practice. After keeping the paper, Ross fell asleep with anticipation for a better future life. In X770, for the next year or so, Ross had been practicing. Every day he would go to the waterfall in the East Woods, sit under the waterfall to exercise his body, and at the same time accept challenges from the Royal Knights to the monsters in the East Woods to practice his physical skills. Laxus disappeared for nearly a year, and Makarov said he was taken away by his father Ivan. Because he was often injured, he was taken to Polyasika's residence by Makarov, where he met Polyasika, a human from Edelas, and also met Grandpa Rob. Gildarts had been on a mission outside for a whole year and had not returned. Today is the day to go back after training. Ross can now defeat monsters by himself and exchange their furs for rewards, although the furs in the forest are not very valuable. As soon as I opened the door, I saw a little boy sitting on the sofa listening to music. He had long golden hair with bangs, and was wearing a red short-sleeved shirt with a lightning logo on it and blue jeans. He looked very cute. Ross almost blurted out, "Labao, Mommy loves you." A famous leader of the Sky Master, who wants to have companions but has no friends in the guild because of his stubborn image of toughness, and is a Tsunderum monster who longs for recognition from others, Laxus. "You must be Laxus? I'm Ross, nice to meet you." Seeing that Laxus was staring at him, Ross waved and greeted him. Laxus, say hello. Ross is staying at our house temporarily. Makarov heard Ross's voice coming out of the room, and then he remembered that he had forgotten to tell Laxus that Ross was living at home. I'm Laxus Driar, you can just call me Laxus. I use lightning magic and thunder dragon slayer magic. Laxus jumped off the sofa, stood in front of Ross, smiled brightly and stretched out his hand. He can already slay dragons. Apparently his father took him away during the year he disappeared to have a dragon-slaying magic crystal implanted in him. I have to say that Laxus has a really good personality now. We need to pay more attention to him. We can't let him turn into that Sundaram monster again. The mouth can not only be used for eating, but also for talking. He must learn this. Ross also stretched out his hand and shook hands with Laxus. The two shook hands lightly and then separated. Have you joined Fairy Tail? What magic do you use? Laxus asked. As soon as Ross pushed the door in, Laxus saw the guild emblem on his hand. Laxus has not joined yet. I used the receiving magic, receiving, paladin. Are you strong? Laxus blinked his eyes. He had never heard of this magic. It's okay, not very strong. Ross scratched his forehead, he didn't know how to describe it. Grandpa, why don't you let me join Fairy Tail, but he can. Laxus was a little unbalanced, because his dream has always been to join Fairy Tail. Laxus, you are still too young. Children should just play more. You can join us when you are older. Makarov knew his grandson very well and knew that he would definitely ask this question, so he answered quickly. Grandpa, he knows magic, right? Let's have a duel. If I win, you have to let me join Fairy Tail. Laxus clenched his fists, frowned slightly, and answered angrily. Laxus, you still. Makarov shook his head and was still thinking of refusing. As a grandfather, he didn't want his grandson to get hurt. Grandpa, I think it's okay, but it's too late now. How about we fight tomorrow, Laxus? Seeing that Makarov still wanted to refuse, Ross spoke up to stop Makarov. In fact, joining Fairy Tail is not a special thing. Even if Laxus agrees to join, Makarov will not let him carry out the mission immediately. It can only be said that this is the old man's love and stubbornness for his grandson. It would be better if Makarov disagreed and beat Laxus up. Okay, it's settled then. Laxus clenched his fist and stretched it straight towards Ross. Ross stretched out his hand and touched it with his. With a light touch, the agreement was reached. Don't ignore me and fulfill the agreement. You two bastards! Makarov used a loud roar. Chapter 4. The next day, Makarov walked in front, with Ross and Laxus following behind him. Laxus was in high spirits and looked very excited, probably thinking that he could finally join Fairy Tail. His father Ivan must have instilled in him the idea that dragon-slaying magic was very powerful, Ross thought to himself with his hands behind his head. Laxus is a genius, but unfortunately, Ross is also a genius and cultivates magic very quickly. Okay, let's do it here. It's not far from where Polyaska lives. If anything goes wrong in your duel, you can get treatment as soon as possible. Makarov took the two of them to an open space in the forest. Ross and Laxus were on either side. Okay, you can start. Makarov raised his hand and waved it down. Received, Omegaman. A white magic circle spun under Ross's feet, and Omegaman joined in. Omegaman. Acceptance, 27%. Ross has been working hard to train his body and meditate to improve his magic power for more than a year. Now Omegaman's receptivity has improved significantly. If he receives Magnaman, the receptivity will be even higher. Ross came in early X769 and it is now September X770. So tall, how come you're so tall? Laxus looked at the knight armor in front of him. After receiving Omegaman, Ross was about 2 meters taller. Okay, you attack first. Ross folded his arms, signaling Laxus to attack first. I'm underestimated. Damn it. Laxus' body was surrounded by arcs of electricity, and he was obviously angry. Try my move, lightning bomb. Laxus released lightning balls from his hands, sending out 4 lightning balls in succession, and the lightning bombs rushed straight towards Ross. Ross did not dodge. He watched the lightning bounce in front of him and explode. Dust and smoke were stirred in front of him, and Ross's figure could not be seen for a while. Good, it hit. Laxus clenched his fists to celebrate. It's too early to be happy, Laxus. When the smoke and dust cleared, Ross held his cloak in front of him, completely blocking the lightning bullet. Damn it, then try this trick, attract lightning. The magic circle gathered above Ross's head, and lightning struck from it. Ross simply used the shield of courage covering his left shoulder to enlarge it with magic power and blocked it directly. You won't be able to block it anymore, lightning spear. Seeing that Ross was still blocking, Laxus attacked again, and the powerful electric current formed a light spear and shot towards Ross. Ross raised his left hand and swung it downward, extending the Tyrannosaurus sword, first wielding away the lightning overhead, and then chopping off the light spear that was about to reach him. The game is over, Laxus. He stomped his feet hard, increased his speed and moved behind Laxus. He retracted the Tyrannosaurus sword, and Laxus reacted. He turned around and used Thunder Fist to fight Ross. Laxus was still too weak and was blown more than 10 meters away. I'm going to use dragon slaying magic. Laxus pounded the ground with his hand and then stood up. Roar of the Thunder Dragon. Laxus raised his head, gathered the Thunder Dragon's electricity into his lungs, and then exhaled. You can block it, but you don't have to. The attack is still too slow, Laxus. Ross flew into the air, avoiding the roar of the Thunder Dragon, slightly controlled the magic power, and fired missiles from the Garuru cannon in his right hand. The missiles flew towards Laxus from all directions. There were so many directions coming at him that Laxus didn't know how to dodge. Bang! The missile hit Laxus and exploded. The powerful explosion force knocked Laxus away from his original position. I haven't lost yet. Laxus struggled and tried to get up. Laxus's perseverance is quite impressive. Well, let's end the battle. Ross flew in front of Laxus and stretched the Garuru cannon in front of him, but he concentrated the attack but did not fire. Laxus felt the magic power coming from the muzzle and quickly turned into a golden electric current and moved away from the muzzle. Laxus used up all his magic power after turning into electricity, sat on the ground, sighed, and retracted his energy. Forget it, I admit defeat. I can't take that shot. Thank you for showing mercy. Nice fight, Laxus. Ross also released the reception and walked towards Laxus, smiling and holding out his hand to him. Laxus also held out his hand, and Ross pulled him up with one effort. What's so good about this? I lost miserably. Laxus frowned, lowered his head slightly, clenched his hands, and was in a low mood after being beaten. Just practice. I also became stronger through constant fighting and practice. I heard from Grandpa that your health wasn't very good before. Now you just need to start practicing hard. Also, the dragon slaying magic is really powerful. That roaring move is great. I'm always looking forward to your challenge. Ross showed a hearty smile and snow-white teeth. How about we practice together in the future? Ross raised his open palm. Okay. Snap. As the two palms met, friendship began. Okay, according to the agreement, Laxus cannot join Fairy Tail for the time being. Let's go heal our wounds. Makarov watched the two of them finish their conversation silently before walking forward. Yes, I know, and I won't regret it. Laxus turned his head away. Grandpa, I don't think so. I think Laxus can join Fairy Tail. Hey? Didn't I lose? I accept the defeat. Laxus turned hesitantly and said to Ross. Ross didn't answer Laxus, but looked at Makarov. Grandpa, do I have to start completing missions after joining Fairy Tail? I have been a member for more than a year and haven't completed a single mission. There is nothing wrong with letting Laxus join, and Laxus is really strong. Don't let him run away. But... Makarov frowned. He was a little worried that he could not stop his grandson from going on the mission. Grandpa, I will practice hard and will not bring shame to Fairy Tail. Please let me join. Laxus clenched his fists with a firm look in his eyes. Grandpa, take it first. At worst, we can go together to complete the mission in 2 years. Seeing that Makarov's mind was wavering, Ross spoke at the right time. Okay, as the third president of Fairy Tail, I allow you to join Fairy Tail. Makarov waved his hand to the right, and his cloak fluttered in the wind, looking very imposing. Oh! The excitement made Laxus forget the pain, and he jumped up and pulled Makarov and started spinning around. Really? You're still a child, Laxus. Ross stroked his forehead with his right hand, and suddenly felt that he still liked the rebellious side of you. Aren't you a child too? Although Laxus was excited, he still heard Ross's complaints. Ross, I also want to say that I don't know what you are carrying, but I hope you can live happily now. Why do you, a child of 8 or 9, practice all day long? Go out and play more. In Makarov's eyes over the past year, Ross seemed to be carrying some goal and had been practicing hard. I understand, Grandpa. I just have something I want to accomplish. There weren't many people my age in the guild before, right? Do you want me and Wakaba Macau to drink and smoke all day long? Ross gritted his teeth, rubbed the back of his head and made a joke. After all, he wasn't really sad, so there was no need to make the atmosphere too heavy. I didn't ask you to do that. I didn't allow you to do that. Makarov was so angry that he felt like he would lose a few more hairs. Okay, let's go back. Chapter 5. Well, you're now a member of Fairy Tail. Ross pressed the guild emblem on Laxus' left rib. I finally joined Fairy Tail. Laxus clenched his fists, looking excited, and roared. This is full of dark history. Laxus and Ross watched from the side. Laxus, you've become a man now. Would you like a beer? Wakaba, smoking a pipe, turned around at the bar and raised his glass to gesture to Laxus. Bang! Wakaba was hit on the chin by a big fist and flew straight through the roof into the sky. Makarov finished throwing a punch and smiled at Ross and Laxus. Kids can't drink, you know. But this smile looked terrifying after that punch. Ross and Laxus hugged each other and trembled. Yes. We know. After getting a satisfactory answer, Makarov turned his eyes to Macau again. His eyes were sharp and his expression changed. Yes, I get it. I will never let Laxus and Ross drink a drop of alcohol. Macau saluted under Makarov's momentum and replied respectfully. The magic parade will be held in a few days. Since you have joined the guild, you can join us. Okay, Grandpa, will you join us? Laxus agreed immediately. No, this is your stage, and I will be in the audience watching you perform. But I don't know if I can see Grandpa. Laxus frowned slightly. Anyway, you don't have to worry about me. Just think about your show with Ross. How about this? I'll make this gesture during the parade. Laxus made the gesture, raising his right hand with his index finger and thumb extended, and the index finger pointing up to the sky. What does this mean? It's a message. It means that even if I can't find Grandpa, I will still be watching over him at all times. Laxus Makarov was sitting at the bar, his eyes suddenly widened, his eyes became moist, and his nose almost ran. Just wait and see, Grandpa. Laxus' voice was filled with excitement. Hey, I witnessed this famous scene, although the location has changed. Fingers pointing to the sky, a promise from Laxus and Makarov, and also the most classic gesture of fairy tale. Ross watched the conversation between the grandfather and grandson silently. Ross, have you decided what you're going to perform? Laxus was still excited. Use Gaotian sword spirit to write? All magic power surges and becomes bigger. Use a big magic sister to suppress the whole scene. Isn't the momentum a bit weak without Wang Longjian? Or use dad to overturn the dining table? No, if I use this, the old man will beat me to death, destroying the road. Ross pinched his chin and kept mumbling, then answered Laxus, I haven't decided yet, we'll see when the time comes. Hey, I suddenly have an idea. I'll go out for a while. Ross clenched his right fist and hit his left palm, then ran out of the guild. Really? You didn't even turn around. I haven't finished talking yet. Don't forget to come back for dinner. Laxus shouted at Ross's back. Ross waved his right hand upward to indicate that he understood. Then Grandpa, I'll go prepare as well. Then Laxus also ran out of the guild. Bang! Laxus bumped into Wakaba who had just returned. It hurts, Laxus, please walk carefully. Wakaba touched his belly, luckily Laxus was still tall. Sorry, I have to go now. Laxus stood up and ran out without looking back. Really? You're still talking about others, but didn't you yourself look back? Makarov complained silently as he watched his grandson run away. President, where is Laxus going? He looks so anxious. And where is Ross? Why is he missing too? Wakaba asked as he sat down at the bar. They both went to prepare the program for the magic parade. Macau answered for Makarov. Ha ha ha, young people are really energetic. Wakaba and Macau laughed out loud with their tongues sticking out. You two are only 22 years old, so go and prepare the show. Makarov was frowning. Don't worry, we are ready. Wakaba curled his lips and showed his teeth, indicating that everything was under control. How can a magic parade program be without music? My big butterfly has been eager for it. Although he can't recite the lyrics, he is very familiar with the melody. He can just hum it and have someone record it. There is no need for lyrics, and it can be just pure music. Ross thought as he ran. Wait a minute, I don't think I know where there is music in Magnolia. I'm running too fast, let's ask someone. Ross asked the Magnolia residents who passed by and finally found the music store. Hey, bro, is there anything I can help you with? Upon seeing Ross enter the music store, the front desk clerk immediately asked. Hello, can I record music here? No lyrics needed, just hum the melody and help me record it with instruments. Yes, brother, did you bring the magic props for the recording? Please sit here for a while. I will ask our store manager. If you don't have them, we have them for sale here. Okay, thank you. Ross didn't sit down and walked around the store casually. Isn't this the kind of headphones that adult Laxus often wears? The black earmuffs have silver spikes. If you have enough money, buy them for Laxus, as a reward for the old man's care for the past year. Hey man, you want to record music, right? At this time, a middle-aged man with long wavy black hair, black-framed glasses and a literary air gradually walked towards Ross. Seeing that Ross was staring at the sound pot and didn't notice him. Hey, bro, do you like this kettle? At this time, the store manager was already standing next to him. Ross then noticed the store manager. Yes, is this called a sound kettle? Yes, this is a very good magic sound pot. It is made of special materials and will not be damaged in battle. Of course, if the magic power is very strong, it should not be blocked. That should be very expensive, right? I guess I can't afford it. Ross put his hand on his chin. Brother, are you a wizard from fairy tale? The manager then noticed the emblem on the back of his hand. Yes. Ross nodded. If it were someone else, I might not even plan to sell it, because I also like this sound pot, but if you are a wizard of fairy tale, I can sell it to you cheaply. Let me introduce myself, my name is Valor James. I'm Ross, so Ross from Fairy Tale, why is this? Ross was puzzled. I was once robbed while traveling to find inspiration, and was saved by a passing fairy tale wizard. After that, I decided to open a store in Magnolia. Oh, I see. Can you sell it to me? It doesn't have to be cheap. If you can, sell it to me at the price. But I may not be able to pay it all at once. I will collect the money and pay it back to you as soon as possible. Okay, then I'll charge you 100,000 J. Vero not only removed a zero, but actually the price of this music pot was much higher than that. Only 100,000 J? That doesn't seem very expensive. Ross didn't know much about the prices of musical instruments. After all, he had no musical talent in his past life or this life, and his understanding of music was limited to listening. I want to know what you bought this music pot for. Are you going to use it yourself? Vero knew from his expression that he didn't know much about musical instruments. No, it was given to a friend of mine, President Makarov's grandson Laxus. He loves music. He likes music very much, right? Vero's eyes suddenly lit up. He likes fairy tale very much, but the people in fairy tales seem to have little interest in music, so he has no intersection with the people in fairy tale. Yes, he seems to like rock music. Ross nodded. He remembered that Laxus later liked classical music with rock music. He didn't know this when he was a child, so he just assumed that Laxus was loyal to one person. Rock and roll. Please, please, give this kettle to him. I won't sell it to you anymore. I'll just give it to you. I'm a rock and roll man. Vero's voice suddenly went up 3 octaves, and the decibel level increased instantly. No, just sell it to me. I'm very grateful that you can sell it to me. Since it's a gift for him, it would be more thoughtful of me if I paid for it myself, right? Ross shook his head and did not agree with Vero's suggestion. Well, then it can't be 100,000 J. Let's give it a 50% discount, half for you and half for me. It also counts as me making friends with you and Laxus. Just ask you to bring Laxus here some other day. Vero took a step back and decided to sell it to him at a discount. Wouldn't this be a bad idea? And why did I feel like selling Laxus? It's okay. I have a lot of music copyrights and make a lot of money. Don't worry about it. Vero gave a thumbs up and showed his teeth. Ross seemed to feel the sound of ding. Okay, don't you still want to record music? Let's get started and go into the recording studio. Vero pointed his thumb back at the recording studio. How do you get paid for recording music? No, I'm very happy today. I can make 2 friends who like music. You really are very wealthy. Chapter 6. Ross spent a whole afternoon recording, but couldn't get it exactly the same. He hummed the melody more than a dozen times and used several instruments. After Vero's adjustments and suggestions, he finally chose the most similar version. In addition to the music he would use himself, he also asked Vero to store the music in a sound pot and give it to Laxus after the magic parade in 2 days. Why did you come back just now? As soon as I returned to the guild, I saw Laxus staring at the food on the table. Why don't you eat first? Have Grandpa and the others eaten? He was already hungry after recording for the entire afternoon. It's okay. It was my own decision to wait for you. Grandpa and the others have finished eating. Come on, sit down and have dinner. Laxus nodded and motioned for Ross to sit down. What were you doing out for the whole afternoon? Are you ready for the magic parade? Laxus asked while chewing on the meat leg. It's a secret. It's ready. Ross answered while eating. Actually, he didn't prepare it too carefully. A person without any artistic talent really couldn't come up with any good ideas. Tisk. Laxus curled his lips in disdain and then said nothing more. The two of them concentrated on the food in front of them. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Ross did not go to practice during these 2 days. He mainly wandered around Magnolia with Laxus. He had not had a good time in Magnolia in the past year. By the way, he also introduced Laxus to Vero. Those two bastards forgot about me when they started talking about music. This is clearly a movie about 3 people. In order to attend the parade tonight, he left first and had already said hello to the old man and Laxus. He was sitting in Vero's shop drinking tea and chatting with Vero, preparing to go out with Vero in the evening. Let's start. Laxus, Wakaba, Macau, and everyone else, those who want to perform should get on the parade car first. Don't wait for Ross. That guy said he would be here. The parade time was about to arrive, but Ross still hadn't returned to the guild. Since Ross had already informed him that he would show up, Makarov did not worry about his safety. Nothing would happen to Magnolia as long as he did not run away. Bang! 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 Brilliant fireworks bloomed continuously in the sky. The light from the fireworks illuminated people's faces. The streets were filled with residents in strange costumes. They all had smiles on their faces and everyone cheered for the parade cars. Music was playing on Magnolia's speakers, and fairy tale members on the parade cars were performing their own magic. Wakaba used pink smoke to continuously transform into various words, and Macau also tried to construct various animals with flames. Can people actually play drums on the parade car? Looking at Laxus who was playing the drums to the music, Ross was now standing with Vero watching their performance. There were too many people, and Laxus couldn't see him at all. It's almost my turn, Uncle Vero. I'll go first. I'll leave the sound pot in your care. After greeting Vero, Ross ran to a deserted place to prepare. Why did the music change? The music played by Magnolia suddenly changed. It was a song that Magnolia had never played before, but it was also a rock style. Laxus was also stunned because a shadow suddenly appeared on the parade car he was on, covering him. He raised his head. That's a magic circle, who is it? Makarov stared at the black magic circle above, which was accompanied by some purple arcs. His body was tense, ready to take action at any time. Along with the melody, a 4-meter-tall suit of armor, mainly black with gold edges, with wings with red flames on the back, a white cloak, and red crystals on the head and chest, slowly descended from the magic circle above the parade vehicle. Makarov relaxed his tense nerves. Although he had never seen this armor before, he could feel from the magic that it was Ross. Ross gathered magic power with his palms facing upwards, continuously sending out beams of light towards the fireworks in the sky. The light beams and the fireworks complemented each other, and then continued to be fired upwards. The light beams and fireworks illuminated the armor, and then Ross released the reception and jumped onto the parade car where Laxus was. The tourists found it quite novel. After all, they had never seen this kind of armor before, and it was quite large, so there were all kinds of discussions. What's going on with the music? Why didn't anyone tell me about it? It's not on the set list. I looked at it. I'll explain it to you later. After Ross told Laxus, he lay down on the parade car. His artistic cells didn't allow him to think too much, so he just played around. How about it, have you seen Grandpa? Ross, lying in the car, looked at Laxus who was still excitedly playing the drums. Not yet, there are too many people here, I can't see Grandpa, that's right. Laxus got down from the drum set chair, ran to the front of the car, raised his hand with his index finger pointing to the sky. Grandpa, is that what you said you would see? Laxus thought to himself. Laxus, I saw it. Makarov stood in the crowd and looked at his grandson silently. Ross then followed Laxus and raised his right index finger, followed by the members of Fairy Tale. I declare this magical parade a complete success. Makarov stood at the bar, raised his glass and signaled to the members of Fairy Tale. Grandpa, have you seen my message? Laxus rushed to Makarov and asked. Makarov put down his glass and raised his right hand to gesture. I have decided that this gesture will be the symbol and spirit of our fairy tale from now on. It means that even if I can't see you, even if I am far away from you, I will always be watching you. Oh! The guild was instantly ignited, the sound lasted for a long time, and everyone raised their hands to the sky again. Isn't it time for you to talk about that armor? Laxus and Ross were sitting at the bar drinking juice. Well, that one's called Alpha. He's my strongest, but he won't last long. What about the music? I asked the mayor to change it for me. I agreed with him on a time, and someone changed it when the time came. Knock knock. At this time, Vero appeared at the door of the guild and stood there with a packaged music kettle. Sorry, I forgot about you, Uncle Vero. Ross clasped his hands together to apologize to Vero and hurried towards him. Come in quickly. Sorry to bother you. I've always wanted to come into Fairy Tale to take a look. Vero followed Ross in. Uncle Vero. Laxus waved and greeted Vero. He had a good impression of this uncle who played rock music. Grandpa, this is Vero James who runs the music store in Magnolia. I asked him to make the music this time. I'm Makarov Driar. Thank you for taking care of this kid. Come join us at our party. Makarov smiled and nodded to him. No. Vero was actually a little shy when he saw Makarov. By the way, aren't you going to give me a gift? Vero then handed the gift box to Ross. Thank you very much. Ross took the gift box and walked to Laxus with it. For me. Laxus pointed his index finger at his nose, a little surprised. Well, I think you'll like it. Open it and take a look. Ross smiled at him. Thank you. Laxus took it with both hands, placed it on the bar, and slowly opened the gift box. Makarov stretched his neck and looked at it with his eyes squinting. There are two black sound pots connected by a wire, with a spike on each side. The shape is very tough and a bit rock style. Laxus liked it at first sight and couldn't put it down. You like it, right? When I took you to Uncle Vero's store that day, I asked him to put it away. He knew that Laxus would definitely like it, but he was still very happy. Isn't this expensive? Where did you get the money? Laxus could see that the kettle was worth a lot of money. Uncle Vero sold it to me at a low price. It was originally 100,000 J, but then he heard that you also like rock music, so he gave me a 50% discount. This thing is worth more than 100,000 J, you totally don't understand. Laxus looked at Vero, who winked at him, signaling him not to tell the actual price. Ross didn't see it because he was facing away from him. Makarov also smiled with relief. A good way to please an old man is to praise him and please his grandson. I like it very much, thank you, and thank you, Uncle Vero. Laxus immediately put the sound pot around his neck. Oh! What a wonderful friendship! Macau, why don't you give it to me? Why should I give it to you? The two people started bickering with their faces close together, swearing at everything, and then the guild was filled with the sound of bi. The guild was suddenly filled with laughter. Chapter 7 Year X772 Ross and Laxus have been practicing together for 2 years. Through rigorous training, their bodies have become stronger and their heights have increased with age. Considering their age, their heights are very high compared to their peers. Laxus's dragon-slaying magic has improved, but he began to follow Makarov's advice and did not use it in front of others. Ross did not know why Makarov gave this advice, he guessed that he was protecting Laxus. After all, dragon-slaying magic crystals are quite rare, and at this point in time, he wondered if the goddess Selene was also collecting dragon-slaying magic crystals from various places. Ross's acceptance rate has also greatly improved, and is now close to 40%. It will be more difficult to increase as time goes by. According to Ross's estimation, more than 50% should be an S-class wizard like Fairy Tail. In addition, as the receptivity increases, the hardness of the time digital alloy also increases. Ross is not sure about the specific hardness. Anyway, he has not encountered anything that can break the defense. Maybe he can compare with Urza when he has the diamond armor in the future. There is no division below the S level in the Ishgar continent. Those with some strength are all famous, it's just that the S level is more famous. Moreover, there are also differences in the S level. The watery S level of most guilds is really not good enough. Cana Alberona came to Fairy Tail as scheduled to find her father Gildarts. Cana was only 6 years old at the moment and had not yet awakened or learned magic, but Makarov still let her join because she had just lost her mother. During this time, Gildarts came back in a hurry and continued to do the mission. Cana only exchanged a few words with Gildarts. Gildarts did not recognize her and she could not say anything. She was tripped by Makarov, the stumbling block. Makarov kept urging Gildarts to hurry up and complete the mission. After that, Cana often showed a sad expression, which was noticed by Ross and Laxus. "Hey, let's take Cana out to play." Looking at Cana, who had been staring at the tarot cards in a daze for several days, Laxus sat at the bar and discussed quietly with Ross. "Wow, you're really paying attention to Cana." Ross looked a little teasing, but he was just joking. After all, Cana was still a little kid at this moment. "Come on, she's been acting like that for several days in a row. Anyone with eyes can see it. Didn't you see that Macau and Wakaba were trying to make her happy? So was Litas. It's really strange. It seems like she has been like this since Gildarts left." Laxus rested his chin on his hand, thinking. Ross said Laxus was surprisingly perceptive. Ross knew the answer, but he didn't plan to tell Laxus. After all, this was Cana and Gildarts' family affair. However, he was already thinking about whether he should tell him the next time Gildarts came back. Gildarts came and went in a hurry this time, and he didn't have much communication with Gildarts. Makarov just helped to introduce him. As he thought about it, he felt that what Laxus said was a good suggestion. "Good idea, let's go find her." Ross snapped his fingers and nodded at Laxus. Then he looked at Makarov, who was drinking. "Grandpa, I think I may need your help to persuade him." "I understand." Makarov paused holding the wine glass and nodded slightly. He was actually very worried about Cana's condition. "Cana, how about we take you out to visit Magnolia?" A voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Cana raised her head and saw a figure wearing a spiked music pot and a yellow short-sleeved shirt with a smile on his face, and Ross, who was almost the same size. "Let's go out and play together. This guy knows how to have fun and knows a lot of fun places." Ross pointed at Laxus with his thumb. "What do you mean this guy is good at having fun? Didn't you go with them?" Laxus looked at Ross angrily. He said he absolutely could not accept such slander. Well, don't worry about the details." Ross smiled and waved his hands. Cana didn't say anything, just looked at them. It's not that she didn't believe them, but she was in a bad mood and couldn't muster any interest. "Cana, don't keep feeling down when you're in a bad mood. Go out and have some fun." Makarov spoke at the right time. Yeah. Wakaba and Macau nodded like two lackeys. "Let's go out and play with them." "Okay." Cana pondered for a while and finally nodded. She just kept it to herself as her father wouldn't come back soon. "How about we go to Southgate Park to see the ski first?" Laxus looked at Cana and pointed in the direction of Southgate Park. "I'm fine with anything." Cana hadn't been to Magnolia very often. When she first came here, she took her dog with her and went straight to Fairy Tail. But before that, how about we go get some food? Is there anything Cana would like to eat? Marshmallow. As expected, even children can't escape from marshmallows. Cana now is still the female barrel who drinks tons of alcohol. Ross complained silently in his heart. Sure, let's go down the street and see if there's anything else you like and buy them together. Laxus walked forward a few steps and turned back to look at Cana. We ended up buying so much. Ross sighed. Laxus and Ross were carrying large and small bags filled with various grilled sausages, takoyaki, crepes, and drinks. Laxus was holding a puppy in one hand, Cana's dog, a white puppy with droopy ears named Zioxu. Ross didn't know what breed it was, but Zioxu was very excited. She kept looking around with her tongue sticking out and her tail wagging. Cana held a pink marshmallow in her left hand and an Italian ice cream in her right hand, licking it. Finally, a smile appeared on her face as she ate the sweets sideways. Seeing this, Ross and Laxus, who were one step behind, grinned at each other. Arriving at Southgate Park, standing on the steps, today is not the weekend, so there are not many people, just a few families playing in the corner. There are trees in the corner, it may be more secluded, families don't have to be too cautious when talking, but there is nothing they can't say, so they decided to have a picnic under the sky tree. Laxus followed Cana to stroll in Southgate Park. Under the sky tree, Ross first spread out the green square cloth he brought with him, and then put the food on it. The puppy was very interested in the food and kept wanting to eat it. Ross picked up Zioxu and said to it, "You can't eat it. These are all high in oil and salt. The puppy can't eat too salty food. I prepared something else for you." Ross and his friends bought a can of pet food on the way. He opened it and placed it in front of Zioxu. Zioxu finally stopped pestering him and focused on the can in front of her, wagging her tail while eating. "Okay, come over and eat first." Ross put his hands on his mouth and shouted in the direction of Laxus and Cana. "Oh," vaguely. The three people who were eating grilled skewers and drinking iced drinks looked up and shouted at the same time. "Cheers!" Then the three of them clinked their glasses lightly. "What are we going to do this afternoon after eating?" Ross asked while chewing on grilled squid. "The rainbow sakura isn't at the right time. There's a nice hot spring town in Spa Town Hosenka, but Cana is too young to let her go to the women's bath alone. She can only see the cherry blossoms there. How about going to see a play and asking Uncle Vero if there are any concerts or something?" Laxus tapped his hands lightly on his knees, and considering Cana's age, he made a suggestion. Vero's store has now expanded, and a stage has been built next to the front desk with various musical instruments on it. Vero often holds various concerts. Laxus is a regular customer, and Ross only comes sometimes. "I can do anything, but what about Uncle Vero? He's a rock and roll uncle who plays music. He's a very nice person." Comment from Laxus. Hearing this, Cana nodded, agreeing. They went to see a play first. Ross, who had watched many TV shows and plays in his previous life, found the play quite boring. However, Laxus and Cana watched it with great interest. The three of them then went to a restaurant for dinner and then went to Vero's shop. The meals were all ordered according to Cana's taste and preferences. After all, they were the ones who invited Cana out, but Ross said he was not picky. "Laxus, Ross, you are here, who is this?" Vero was adjusting the sound equipment on the stage when he saw Laxus and Ross walk in with a little girl in an orange plaid dress. "Uncle Vero, this is Cana who has just joined our guild." Laxus introduced Cana. "Hello, Cana, you can just call me Uncle Vero." Vero walked off the stage, squatted down, and gave a friendly smile. "Hello, Uncle Vero." Feeling Vero's kindness, Cana nodded and greeted him. "Uncle Vero, are you going to perform?" "We are here to see you perform. It's almost time." "You're here just in time. Do you want to accompany me with electric guitar or drums?" Vero suggested to Laxus. "Then let's play the drum set." Laxus was somewhat tempted. The songs performed by Vero were all rock songs, which was exactly what he wanted. "Then Cana and I will be your audience." Ross then took Cana to pick 2 good seats and sat down with Cana to watch their performance. Vero also signaled the waiter to serve Ross and Cana 2 glasses of juice. Laxus, who plays the drums, has a different face and loves to smile. Okay, it's getting late, Cana, go in and get some rest. Ross and Laxus sent Cana back to the girls' dormitory. Although Cana had received help from the church before, after joining Fairy Tale, Makarov arranged for her to live in the girls' dormitory, with Makarov paying for it. Once you've arrived, please leave immediately. Boys are not allowed to stay in the girls' dormitory. The girls' dormitory supervisor, Grandma Hilda, started to chase people away with a broom. I'm very happy today. Cana, holding the hand of Grandma Hilda, tilted her head and smiled, her eyes narrowed into 2 slits. The 2 people who were already preparing to go home turned around when they heard the sound, each raised their thumbs, grinned, and their big white teeth shone in the night. That's great, you can come and play with us anytime. Young Cana and Zioxu. Chapter 8. In X773, Ross and Laxus are both 12 years old. At Laxus's repeated request, Makarov finally agreed to let Laxus go on the mission, on the condition that he teamed up with Ross and could not go too far away from Magnolia. Ross doesn't have any obsession with completing the mission. Money is not important to him for the time being. He is still eating and drinking at Makarov's house. He and Laxus went hunting in the forest and could exchange the fur and meat for some money. Ross bought himself some new clothes and even had some spare money to buy a set for Makarov. Mount Hawkby is a mountain where there are still heavy snowstorms even in summer. There are many gorilla monsters named Balkan living in the mountain. In addition, there are also monsters such as snow wolves, blizzard monsters, and snow dragons. There is also a kind of magic herb in the mountain that can restore physical strength and magic power in a short period of time, but this magic herb will wither once it is brought to a warm place. They took on 2 tasks this time, picking magic herbs and hunting snow wolves to obtain snow wolf fur. The fur of snow wolves is very popular among noble ladies. The reward for this task is good, not only because of the snow wolves, but also because of the year-round snow and various magical beasts that make Hake Bay Mountain uninhabited. Ross planned to slack off, since he was not the one excited about the mission anyway, and Laxus would share the money with him. Hey, you're still talking about carrying out a mission when you're like this? I won't be able to protect you in time. They decided to take a carriage to Huckleberry Hill. No, it was Ross's unilateral decision. Laxus protested strongly but to no avail. In the end, he lay in the carriage, looking half dead. Ross reached out and poked Laxus. I don't know why, but I've started to get carsick lately. Ugh, if Grandpa hadn't insisted that you come along, I would never have let you see me like this. Ugh, Laxus' face turned purple, he covered his mouth with his hands, and he couldn't speak clearly in the carriage. Ross knew that this was a side effect of Dragon Slayer, causing vehicle sickness, and it would become more serious the closer one got to a dragon. This was because dragons' vision was different from humans, so they were more susceptible to vehicle sickness. Ha ha ha, if I had known I should have brought a camera, I would have taken a picture of you like this and showed it to Cana. Ross held his stomach and laughed, indicating that he really wanted to die. If you dare, I will tear you apart. Laxus pointed at Ross with a trembling hand. Okay, I won't irritate you anymore. You should get some rest. Ross helped Laxus up and faced the window to prevent him from vomiting in someone else's carriage, which would be difficult to clean. Wait a minute, I suddenly remembered. You didn't know I was carsick and you had to watch me make a fool of myself, right? Otherwise, why did you insist on riding in a carriage and say you wanted to see the scenery along the way? After getting off the carriage, perhaps because of the cold wind, Laxus's thoughts became surprisingly clear. You really guessed it right. A hole, how did you know that? Laxus clenched his fists, and arcs of electricity danced around him. Haha, it's a secret. I can't tell you. Ross crossed his fingers behind his head and prepared to climb the mountain. You're not following me, are you? You think too much. I'm not the type to have quirks. After the mission is completed, we can fly back or walk. I will never ride in a carriage again. Hi, Ross nodded perfunctorily. Laxus couldn't beat him anyway. The biting snow and wind blew against Ross and Laxus' faces, but the two of them, exercise fanatics and physical fitness freaks, were immune to the wind and snow. They walked through the snow-covered mountains, and looking at the snow-capped mountains was a unique scenery. Here you go. Ross took out his sunglasses and put them on, then handed one to Laxus. Why are you wearing sunglasses? Looking at the snow for too long is bad for your eyes. Idiot, as a wizard with your physical condition, you are still worried about your eyes. Laxus spoke with disdain, but despite saying that, he still took the glasses and put them on. Haha, really? I read it in a book and don't understand it either. Makarov hired a teacher to teach Ross and Laxus writing. Ross looked at the map of Harkirby Mountain, which was drawn by others after exploration. It showed the locations of some minerals and medicines, the habitats of the snow wolf, the Balkans, and the blizzard beast. There were no snow dragons, and it was marked where they might appear. Ross followed the instructions on the map and went to find the snow wolf pack first. We're here. Ross and Laxus climbed to a high place and looked down at the pack of snow wolves below. Go straight ahead. Laxus asked Ross, who was still looking at the map. Ross nodded, but said, slow down, or it will cause an avalanche. Thunder Dragon's Blast Fist. Laxus stepped on the ground, his arms wrapped with lightning, and he jumped straight towards the Snow Wolf King. Are you really going to take it? You just punch me right away. Ross put away the map and took in the stubborn beast. His hair began to turn red, armor glasses were attached to his eyes, and his whole body was covered with white alloy armor. The might of the god of fire emerged from behind him. In this snowy mountain, his color was so dazzling, so handsome. Stubborn beast. Acceptance, 44.5%. Ross did not use any skills, he just jumped down with Laxus to fight the snow wolves. Laxus used his magic power recklessly and swept away a group of them with the roar of the Thunder Dragon. Another powerful punch was swung at the Wolf King, followed by a Thunder Dragon jaw, gathering lightning in both fists and smashing them at the Snow Wolf King's head with all his strength. The excess magic power dissipated from the Snow Wolf King's body, and the Snow Wolf King's body smashed a big hole in the snow. Seeing the Wolf King being killed, the remaining snow wolves began to flee. Wait a minute, did we beat them too hard? I think we're here to get the fur, these don't seem to be usable. Ross looked around. The snow wolf corpses were all covered in flyaway hair and some were charred black. The Snow Wolf King had lost his head, and his fur was stained with blood. There's no way, Laxus was going crazy with killing, even when he was using the stubborn beast. Every punch of his was filled with the power of fire, and most of the charred fur was actually caused by him. It seems to be too much. No matter what, let's take these first. At least we have the Snow Wolf Kings. Maybe they can be used after washing. You are amazing, Laxus. You didn't even let the Snow Wolf King go until he died. Well, let's go to the Blizzard Monster's territory and pick some herbs. Laxus ignored him and signaled Ross to leave after dealing with the fur. The Blizzard Monster is a herbivorous monster, but it looks like a two-legged dragon, covered with white scales, and is about 5 meters tall when standing. They did not encounter any obstacles at the Blizzard Monsters. They only saw one. Laxus cast lightning dragon slaying magic wildly and finally used a thunder dragon spear to repel the blizzard monster without killing it all. This herb needs to be kept in the fridge, otherwise it will wither in a warm place. It seems that Laxus takes his first mission very seriously and even mentioned that he had done his homework. Don't worry, Omega can use ice and snow, and I can preserve it. Ross crossed his arms to show that he didn't care. No need, I brought the storage props. Laxus took out the props from the backpack behind him, collected more than 20 magical herbs, and put them into the box. Keep the extra for yourself, Laxus said to Ross after collecting them. Their mission this time only required 3 plants. Okay, in that case let's go back. Let me make it clear first, I definitely won't take the car this time. This time Ross fulfilled Laxus' wish and walked back to the guild. It was enough to see the joke once, as he could laugh for the rest of his life anyway. The Snow Wolf King's fur was finally usable, preventing Ross and Laxus' first mission from failing. After that, the two carried out several missions together and accumulated a certain amount of experience. Considering that Laxus' strength was already very good, Makarov agreed to Laxus' idea of carrying out the mission alone, and the two then carried out their missions separately. Chapter 9. At the end of X773. Calculate the time. Gildarts will be back soon. You can prepare for the S-level exam. Ross had just returned to the guild after completing a subjugation mission. This time he was going to carry out an S-level mission, to subjugate a wyvern. No one knew what went wrong with this wyvern's mind, so it ran down the mountain to attack the animals in the village. It ate too many animals and was put on the bounty list. This wyvern had thick skin and could fly, so it was not something an ordinary wizard could handle. This mission was rather sudden, and Ross volunteered for it. Makarov did not agree at first, but Ross agreed after a fight with Makarov. In the end, Makarov even used the 3 pillars of God for defense. He felt that Ross's attack power and speed were more than enough to defeat the wyvern, so he agreed. Logically speaking, he could have taken the S-level exam, but firstly, he had no obsession with the S-level exam, as strength was the most important thing, and secondly, Gildarts had not returned yet, so even if he wanted to take the exam, no one would play with him. Cana, who heard Gildarts, pricked up her ears, while Laxus had gone on a mission and had not returned yet. You're just making the decision for me? Wait, how am I going to take the exam alone? The current fairy tale is not the same as the time when those evil geniuses were everywhere after X777. Although Macau and Wakaba are strong, they are not qualified. Laxus is stronger than Macau and the other two, but he is still far from S-level. However, he estimates that Laxus is now stronger than his peers. The two of them often practice against each other and have good practical experience. Originally, Laxus was supposed to pass the exam to become S-class at the end of X778, and then beat Cana the next year. It's very simple. Just fight Gildarts. If he says you've passed, then you've passed. Although our guild's S-rank assessment is usually completed in a team, it can be modified. Makarov answered while drinking, his body staggering. If you become S-rank this year, I can show off to Bob, Little Yajima and the others. Ha ha ha, a 13-year-old S-rank. Oh, and Jose, I must laugh hard in front of him. Hey, 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 you're laughing so hard that your tongue is sticking out. Ross complained silently as he watched Makarov laughing as if he was the only one around. You can't just upgrade to S-level. If it's too outrageous, the Council of Review will not recognize it. If the Council of Review thinks there is a problem, they will conduct a strength test. But Ross has just completed the mission of defeating the wyvern, so the Council of Review should not have any objection. By the way, if I pass the S-level this time, I want to go to the north. Ross thought it was time and he couldn't delay any longer. He had been accumulating strength. Although Ursha was indeed troubled by the huge amount of magic power. But there is another reason. If you go to the Magic Development Bureau, you might meet Brain, the current director of the Magic Development Bureau and the future head of Oration Cease. After all, there is a Wu inside him. If he doesn't reach S-level, he may be unstable, so don't get yourself involved. Northern Territory, why are you going there? Is this why you are so obsessed with improving your strength? Makarov stopped shaking, his mind instantly cleared, and he frowned slightly. 2 things, the Magic Development Bureau and Dionra, but the two things combined can also be counted as one thing, so it can be counted as one of them. Ross had no intention of hiding it from Makarov. One of them? You have a lot to do. Are you dangerous? Makarov raised one of his closed eyes. I'm not sure unless it reaches S rank. There is one thing I'm not very sure about. Ross was talking about Dionra, the undead demon Dionra, the work of the black magician Zeref. Dionra's strength should rank it in the middle of the 9 demon gates, but it doesn't have much wisdom, so Hades probably doesn't think highly of it. Brain is not necessarily in the Magic Development Bureau, he often runs around looking for talented children. Uru's strength is actually at the level of Saint 10, and he can only use Absolute Freeze to freeze Dionra and slowly kill it with his own magic power. However, it may also be because Uru's Ice Shape magic has more AoE than single target ability. If you are not sure, ask Gildarts to help you. He is a very strong guy. It's not that I can't help you if you need my help. I'm not old. Makarov gave his advice. Gildarts is actually stronger than Makarov. You're acknowledging that I passed, but Grandpa, you're right. I didn't even think of asking Gildarts to help me. Ross punched the bar. If Gildarts were included, the combined strength of the three of them should be able to deal with Dionra. Idiot, parents are there to help. What parent would stand idly by when their child is in real trouble? Makarov hit Ross on the head with his stick. I understand. Thanks, Grandpa. Ross grinned and touched the bulge where Makarov hit him. Boom! The guild suddenly began to shake violently. Magnolia is about to change to Gildarts mode. All citizens please move to the designated locations immediately. A dozen winged magic speakers broadcast over the town of Magnolia. Earthquake? No, this feels like Gildarts mode. Gildarts is back. Soon, the wall next to the guild gate was blown open by powerful magic, and the fairy tale members sitting next to it were blown away. The sunlight shone in from outside, and a tall figure appeared in the big hole. A hole, there is a door, but he just shakes the wall instead. The fairy tale member who was blown away complained wildly. I'm back. He has a brown back hair, a small stubble, and wears a dark green cape with shoulder armor. The edges of the cape have been worn badly. He has a muscular figure, wearing a dark vest, a wide belt around his waist, dark blue trousers, and brown boots. He is the strongest wizard of fairy tale, Gildarts Clive. Hey, President, I'm back. After greeting everyone, Gildarts walked straight towards Makarov, who was sitting at the bar. Is work going well? Makarov asked, crossing his arms. I'm done. I was resting, but I rushed back after receiving your message. Are you out there playing again? These missions aren't difficult for you at all. How could you have been gone for so long? Well, let's not talk about that. Is Ross going to complete the S-level exam? He seems very young. Gildarts tried to change the subject. He couldn't say that he went out to pick up girls and became addicted to it. Gildarts. Ross also came forward to greet Gildarts. Cana did not come forward, but sat sideways and watched. Wow, you've grown so much taller. Gildarts' eyes widened. According to the measurement method of his previous life, Ross was now about 175 centimeters tall, and Laxus was about the same, or even a little taller. Hee, Gildarts, please give me your guidance. Oh. Be prepared. I have received the President's request in the letter. 7 days later, Tianlang Island. Feeling the huge surge of magic power, the first President Mavis Vermilion, with long golden hair reaching her calves, appeared on a tree in the distance. She looked at the two figures whose momentum was constantly rising, tapping her chin with her fingers. That's great. There are 2 good members in the 3rd generation. The momentum is very good. Gildarts looked at Ross, who had red hair and was wearing alloy armor. With the god of fire behind him, he was intimidating without even getting angry. The hair and cloaks of both of them were lifted up by magic power. Then Gildarts' magic power increased again, and Sirius Island began to vibrate due to the impact of the surging magic power. Stubborn beast. Acceptance, 52%. Gildarts, after the fight, I have something to say to you. Ross also continued to increase his magic output. Let's talk after the fight. Come on. Gildarts waved sideways. Seeing this, Ross stepped forward and used Stubbornman's special move, Iron Fist Punishment. As he moved, the fire god's claws closed and he swung his fist. Interesting, it's not just a combination of magic. Gildarts blinked and looked at Ross and Vulcan, who rushed forward. Destroy evil and reveal good. Gildarts gathered his magic power into his fist, stretched his arm back, and then punched Ross. Bang! The two fists collided and remained in a stalemate for more than 10 seconds. Deep pits and cracks first appeared where the two men stood, and then Ross was shocked back. He used his fingers to grip the ground to steady his body, and his two wooden shoes plowed a mark of more than 10 meters in the soil. So strong, but this is what makes it fun. Ross swung his fist. The fire god's fist was blocked by Gildarts' condensed magic power, so he could only use his own fist to fight back. No more fighting, you passed. Since you fought with me and were not injured, you passed. Gildarts didn't hold back when he punched me just now. So casual. Ross tilted his head in confusion. Doesn't Gildarts hate giving in the most? I don't want to do such troublesome things. From now on, you will help them with the assessment. Wouldn't it be better for me to go out and play and do tasks instead of accompanying a kid like you to take the S-level exam? Gildarts touched his head and laughed. So I'm your designated tool from now on, right? Also, I'm not a little devil. Ross condemned this blame-shifting behavior. Having said that, I guess you'll still feel itchy when you see Natsu. Ross then added silently in his mind. But I don't plan to stop. Ross smiled under the armor. Fighting with Gildarts was an interesting experience. Received, Omegaman. Ross raised his right hand and fired an absolute cold air bomb, then stretched out his left-hand Tyrannosaurus sword and flew up and rushed towards Gildarts. Gildarts smiled, raised his right hand, shattered the cold air bomb, and dodged the Tyrannosaurus sword sideways. Receive it, Jesmon. Ross's left and right arm blades, leg blades, and tail blade, the three sword spirits continued to attack Gildarts, but the three sword spirits were blocked by the magic power around Gildarts and could not get close to him at all, and no damage was caused. Gildarts had much more practical experience than Ross, so he was able to defend himself with ease and even had time to give Ross advice. However, he was surprised at how quickly Ross switched to receiving. He had switched immediately after he dodged sideways. No more fighting. After a fight, Ross stepped back and released the reception, just to verify his own strength. Moreover, Ross had a new understanding of Gildarts' strength. Gildarts who was not injured should be stronger than Gildarts who came back from injury in X784. This made Ross more confident in killing Dai Lionla, who was a big shot. Okay, after you submit your information to the council after the new year, you will be an S-class wizard. Makarov approached the two of them, and Ross nodded. Okay, let's go back and have the party. Chapter 10. Ross already knew that Mavis's consciousness was on Sirius Island, so he paid a little attention to his surroundings just now and felt that Mavis was watching him and Gildarts. Grandpa, is the first president called Mavis? Ross didn't want to beat around the bush and just threw a straight hook. Hey? The first president was called Mavis. How do you know this name? Makarov frowned slightly. He had never told Ross the name of the first president. Grandpa, I want to see the tomb of the first president. Ross planned to meet Mavis. Come with me. Makarov raised his eyebrows, not quite understanding why Ross would be interested in the tomb of the first generation. But since it was Ross, he was not worried. He had lived with Ross for several years. If he still couldn't recognize Ross, it only meant that the old man was blind and might as well die. Even if we take a step back and assume the most malicious intent towards Ross, he can beat Ross up, and Gildarts even more so there is no need to worry at all. The three of them walked across Sirius Island and reached Mavis' stone tomb. Okay, we're here. What do you want to do? Makarov stood aside with his arms folded, looking at Ross standing in front of the tombstone. Verify some of my ideas. Ross turned his head and pointed his fingers near his temple. Ideas? Makarov and Gildarts looked questioning. The knight I received has the ability to see some prophecies or foreshadowing fragments. Since I stepped onto the Sirius Island just now, a fragment appeared in my mind. She called herself Mavis, and when she introduced herself, she was talking to the members of Fairy Tale. This excuse is not too far-fetched. This ability exists on the mainland, and Carla also has it. Moreover, this ability has many limitations. Generally speaking, it is just pictures and fragmented fragments. Can you foresee your future girlfriend? Gildarts went off the point. What does this mean? Makarov took the topic of the first generation seriously, and he also thought of the meteor glow. Does it mean that maybe the first generation is still alive? Ross blinked and didn't intend to give a direct answer. It would be too ridiculous to say that it was a spirit. Impossible, the first generation is dead. Makarov waved his hand. After all, the shooting star was Mavis's body. Maybe it's a consciousness or a thought. Ross pinched his chin and put forward another guess. You guessed it right, but to be precise it's called a spirit, a collection of posthumous consciousness with extremely high magic power. Mavis, with long golden hair like a waterfall, a tuft of adobo on top, and a pair of small white wings on both sides of her forehead, and wearing a white and pink dress, walked out slowly from behind barefoot. First generation. Makarov's eyes widened. You're not. I'm just a spirit now, and only members with the fairy tale emblem can see me. Mavis closed her eyes and shook her head. Ross waited until Mavis and Makarov finished catching up. First generation, I would like to ask you about magic. Ross looked at the blonde loli in front of him and went straight to the point. Mavis blinked and tilted her head. Tell me about it. Do you know time-related magic? For example, lost magic, arc of time, or other time-related magic? Mavis blinked her eyes, bit her lower lip with her teeth, tapped her chin with her fingers, and the ahog on top of her head kept moving. Ah, do you want to learn? Finally she thought of it. Mavis seemed very happy, and tapped her head lightly with her little hands. Anyway, it was not the three great super magics of the goblins, so there was nothing that could not be taught. The arc of time has some side effects, but in Mavis's opinion, they are not side effects. The body shape will develop earlier than the age, but not much, about 2 years. This is nothing for some children who develop faster. Ross already looks like this, so 2 years won't make a difference. In addition, because the complete time arc touched the taboo of interfering with life, that part has been erased. Yes. Ross nodded. He just wanted to try to ask if there was any. Not to mention that their magic was taught by Ziraf and Presheto and Mavis were both the first generation of fairy tale, so the probability of them having seen the same magic was very high. However, he also thought about the possibility that there was none. If not, he would have to try to find a grimoire heart. The Arc of Time and the Arc of Manifestation that Presheto taught the 7 followers were both very good. Although he didn't plan to learn it, it would be better if there were books on Sirius Island, and he wouldn't have to waste time looking for the Demon Heart's spaceship. I can, but there is no book. I can dictate it to you and you can write it down. Also, lost magic depends on talent, so you may not be able to learn it. Also, the last magic in it must not be used. The cost of casting the spell at the end is the life of the caster. Mavis put one hand on her waist and raised the other hand to point a finger at Ross. Although she agreed, she still advised Ross. Mavis was frozen in time in her teens because of the forceful use of the law, and she knew very well the cost and pain of this. I understand. Thank you, first generation. I will give you a thank you gift. I will buy more books and send them to Tianlang Island in the future. You don't have to send it here. I can leave Tianlang Island. Mavis's ahog moved. She loved studying the most. In that case, how about the first generation come back with us to the Magnolia Guild? There are a lot of new members, and Magnolia has changed a lot. The first generation can go and take a look. Ross knew that Mavis was very bored on Tenro Island. A golden cross flashed in Mavis' green eyes, and the small wings on both sides like ears stood up. She was a little moved. Then I'll go back with you. Okay, let's go back and have the party. Makarov saw Ross, who was engrossed in reading a book. His old age really wanted to go back. I'm sleepy too. I want to go back and rest. Gildarts was also yawning. What on earth have you done that you want to rest? This is a joint complaint from Makarov and Ross. Afterwards, Makarov, Ross and the other three left Tenro Island by boat. Mavis sat on the railing of the deck, swinging her little feet as she looked in the direction of Fairy Tale. Makarov asked Ross and Gildarts to keep the matter secret. Although Mavis went to Magnolia, she would not reveal her true identity because people in the town could not see her anyway. Gildarts, I have something to tell you tonight. Ross was sitting with Gildarts at this time. He glanced at Cana, who was secretly looking at Gildarts, and decided to confront Gildarts tonight. Can I not go? I might be going out to pick up girls. Gildarts looked miserable. Absolutely not. Ross slammed the cup onto the table so hard that it even shook Makarov, who was sitting at the bar. Ahole, stop destroying public property. Makarov hit Ross's head madly with a stick. That night, Ross and Gildarts stood on the bridge leading to Gildarts's house, with the crescent moon hanging high above and the river sparkling. Gildarts, what I'm going to say next is not a joke. I hope you listen carefully. Ross's expression was serious and his tone was solemn. I see. Is it about me? Seeing Ross's reaction, Gildarts stopped acting nonchalant and his expression instantly became serious. Ross nodded solemnly, you have a daughter. Hey! Gildarts blinked wildly and then screamed loudly, because after what happened to Mavis today, he didn't think Ross was joking. Who is it? What's her name? Where is she? Unable to calm down, Gildarts grabbed Ross's shoulders and shook them frantically. If you shake it again, my brains will get mixed up. Ross quickly moved away from Gildarts. It's Cana. The Cana who is in the guild now. She's in the girls' dormitory, right? How do I get to the girls' dormitory? Gildarts suddenly remembered the way Cana looked at him last year. Now that he thought about it, he realized that Cana often looked at him with longing. Although she was very young, he could see the shadow of Cornelia. Okay, I'll take you there. Ross sighed and nodded. Let's go now. Gildarts pulled Ross and ran all the way, leaving Ross behind and eating the exhaust gas. Put me down, how are you going to get there if I don't show you the way? Ross shouted weakly. Gildarts slowly calmed down, put Ross down, and took Gildarts to the small hill in front of the girls' dormitory, not far from the guild. We're here. Wait a minute. I'll talk to Granny Hilda and ask Cana to come down. Ross and Laxus had sent Cana back to the girls' dormitory several times, so they were considered familiar to Grandma Hilda. Only by talking to her would he have a chance to get Cana out at night, although Grandma Hilda would definitely be watching them. Okay, Grandma Hilda, go call Cana. I'm leaving first. The rest of the matter will be up to you, Uncle. Ross didn't intend to disturb the father and daughter from getting to know each other. Ross ran away after he gave his instructions, so let the father and daughter talk about it, there's no need to watch the scene. Chapter 11. The next day everyone in the guild knew that Cana was Gildarts' daughter. "Look, this is my daughter Cana." Cana was being carried by Gildarts like a princess and flashed back and forth to be introduced to the fairy tale members. "That's great." Ross turned sideways and held his chin to look at Gildarts with a silly smile on his face, and Cana with a blushing face. Makarov sat cross-legged on the bar and asked, "Did you say that?" "It's me." Ross spread his thumb and index finger apart, with the base of his finger facing his chin. Ross then went on to say, "I knew it when Cana first came, but I thought she would tell me herself, but she was so conflicted that I couldn't bear it." "Well done." Makarov raised his glass, and Ross raised his glass to clink with him. "Cheers." "Cana, are you going to move in with Gildarts or continue living in the girls' dormitory?" Gildarts finally finished the introduction, and Cana sat next to Ross after he put her down. "I'd better live in the girls' dormitory. Dad's house is too dirty. Besides, Dad often has to go out on missions." Cana communicated with Gildarts last night and decided to live in the girls' dormitory from now on. However, Gildarts will pay for accommodation fees of 70,000 J per month, so Makarov is not doing it for free. Makarov helped to pay for it before. Now the rent of the girls' dormitory is 100,000 J as of 784. That's not bad. If there are new girls in the guild in the future, you can play together. Ross nodded, and then Levi, Loki, and Urza all lived in the girls' dormitory. "Ross, let's talk." Gildarts stood behind Ross, put his hand on his right shoulder, then smiled at Cana. "Cana, stay in the guild for a while, Daddy will go out for a while." Gildarts seems to tell Cana everything he does now. "President, please take good care of Cana." Gildarts was still a little worried and asked Makarov for help. "I understand. Go ahead." Makarov nodded. Actually, nothing could possibly happen in the guild, but he didn't say anything. He knew the joy of being a father for the first time, and the love for his children. He was afraid that they would get hurt. It was still the same bridge where they chatted last night, and the two of them stood on the shore. "The president told me yesterday that you wanted to go to the north, and that you might need my help. You've found the right person. I'm quite familiar with the north." Gildarts spoke first. He would definitely help Ross, even if Ross didn't help him and Cana meet. "Well, to be precise, there are two places, one is the Magic Development Bureau, and the other is the north. The specific location can only be determined after going to the Magic Development Bureau and then the location of the north. The north is too big, it is all white, and there are not many towns and villages. What's more, URU lives in a remote place. Without Ultear's help, it would be difficult for him to find URU. As for Gildarts saying that he was more familiar with the north, Ross didn't pay attention. Gildarts had done so many missions, Ishgar probably knew everywhere. Magic Development Bureau, what are we doing there? Gildarts was puzzled. The Magic Development Bureau is conducting human experiments. The current director of the Magic Development Bureau, Brain, may have fallen into evil. He is capturing children for human experiments. In addition, there is an undead demon named Dionra in the north. I am thinking of trying to deal with him. Is this also your predictive ability? This ability is too radical, isn't it? Gildarts expressed shock. He felt that Dilion was nothing. Well, don't worry about the details. Ross waved his hand. There is a little girl in the Magic Development Bureau who is born with abundant magic power and is troubled by magic. I want the Arc of Time for her. The Arc of Time requires a lot of magic power to practice, and it requires talent. It just so happens that she has that talent. No, I meant to say there was an affair. Gildarts covered his mouth and giggled, and he even curled his tongue when saying there was an affair. Natsu didn't learn this from you, did he? If the top beam is crooked, the bottom beams will be crooked too. Hey, that little girl is probably only the same age as Cana now. Ross is not that kind of person. I heard from the president that you are, is it for this reason? Gildarts was about to say orphan, but finally stopped himself. That's about right. Ross didn't know how to explain it, so he nodded following Gildarts' words. Oh. Very manly. Gildarts patted Ross's shoulder heavily with his palm. If you take another shot at me, I'll be beaten to death. Ha ha ha, Wally, Wally. Gildarts touched his hair, then his face became serious. When are we going? After Christmas. I can't let you abandon Cana right after you meet her. It will probably take quite some time to get there. Laxus finally made it back to the guild before Christmas, and the three of them spent a happy Christmas. Laxus also gave Ross a gift, the same wool coat, but Ross was not as strong as Laxus and could not support it, so he kept it away first. Cana, Ross, and I are going on a mission together. You have to stay in the guild and listen to the president, okay? Before leaving, standing on the street in front of the guild, Gildarts touched Cana's head. Yeah, I get it, Dad. Cana smiled and nodded vigorously. Hey, is the place we're going to so dangerous this time? And you let Uncle go with you? Laxus, wearing a spiked sound pot, leaned against the wall with his arms folded. Well, it should be okay, but it's better to be careful. Ross didn't want to make Laxus and Makarov worry. Listen to me carefully, staying alive is the most important thing. If there is no other way, don't fight hard. Don't forget that there are people in the guild waiting for you to come back. Makarov stood aside and slammed the crutch in his hand into the ground. His expression and tone were unusually serious. Yes, Grandpa, don't worry, I haven't lived enough. Ross patted his chest. Humph, remember what you said. Makarov pointed his cane at Ross, probably intending to beat him with the cane if he didn't obey. Yes. Ross saluted formally. Okay, let's go. By the way, Laxus, take good care of Cana. If Cana gets hurt, I will thank you very much. Gildarts raised his fist and gave Laxus a weird smile. I would have done the same without you telling me. Laxus stopped leaning against the wall and stood still. He looked at Gildarts first, then at Ross. Get back here safely. Ross raised his thumb to indicate that he understood. Let's go. The two threw their backpacks back and set off for the Magic Development Bureau. Makarov, Laxus, and Cana watched as their figures gradually became smaller until they could no longer be seen. Grandpa, I'm going to practice. I don't want to see you again where I can't help you at all. Laxus originally wanted to go to the north this time, but Ross didn't agree because he thought Laxus might be in danger if he didn't have S-level strength. Laxus, can you take me with you? I want to help Daddy too. Cana also clenched her fists, full of fighting spirit. Oh. Come on, let's get stronger together. Laxus raised his hand to show his biceps. Don't let Cana get hurt. Makarov tapped Laxus' leg with his crutch, signaling Laxus not to use the same training methods he and Ross used to train Cana, because if he succeeded, she would become a King Kong Barbie. Chapter 12. The Magic Development Bureau is right down there. Gildarts and Ross stopped and looked at the Magic Development Bureau in the distance. Phew, we made it. The Magic Development Bureau hasn't been destroyed yet. Ross slowly breathed a sigh of relief. This meant that Ultear shouldn't have escaped yet, although he was not sure whether she had run back to Uru's residence and then returned to the Magic Development Bureau. Is this going to be destroyed? Gildarts frowned slightly. Well, it will be destroyed by that girl with strong magic power, and then she will run away. Ross nodded in response to Gildarts. But this Magic Development Bureau is doomed to be destroyed today. No one can stop it. I say that. Oh, I'm getting more and more interested. How can you have such strong magic at such a young age? Gildarts seemed very excited when he heard that it was Ultear who destroyed it. Let's first look for the council headquarters nearby. There may be lost children in the Development Bureau. After the operation, let the council take the children away and see if we can find their parents. Also, try to use less destructive power inside and try not to damage the data. Why? Gildarts scratched his head. His magic was too destructive and it was difficult for him to control it. The data may contain some information about the children sent by their parents. There may also be evidence of crimes committed by the Magic Development Bureau. It would be easier to talk if we have evidence. Ross was also wondering if there might be surveillance records inside, which might be easier to explain to Ultear. Well, don't do anything yet. If Brain isn't in there right now, there's no need for you to do anything. Gildarts nodded to indicate that he understood, and the two of them went to find the council's residence first. After confirming the residence, they came to the door of the Magic Development Bureau again. Ross first handed a mask to Gildarts, who put it on without saying anything. Receive, Jesmon. Ross was receiving very quickly now, almost as fast as Urza's switching speed. Okay, let's go in. Ross looked weird just as he was about to take off, because of Gildarts. Wow, your armor is so handsome. Gildarts drooled as he touched the floating Jesmon left and right, and also touched the blue crystal on his chest. Then he became interested in the three bodies of Adu, Renee, and Paul surrounding Jesmon. 3 Js. Gildarts wanted to say it last time, but he didn't expect Ross's things to happen one after another, first Mavis and then Cana, to interrupt him. Can you teach me? Isn't this a killer weapon for picking up girls? Gildarts wanted to touch the sword spirits, but the 3 sword spirits did not do as he wished and flew away from Ross. They can act independently. It seems they don't want to be touched by you. After all, you are a weird uncle. Hey, you're really hurtful. I'm obviously very popular. Ross ignored him and flew down and entered through the gate. Enemy attack. The soldiers at the door saw Ross with murderous look on his face and immediately sounded the alarm. Ross ignored them and let the 3 sword spirits slaughter these miscellaneous soldiers and locked onto the main control room. Ross used the blades on his left and right arms to clear a path and headed straight for the control room, where a man wearing a white hat was lying on a chair watching the surveillance camera. He was obviously an official, so Ross decided to go over and control him. As soon as the Magic Development Bureau heard the enemy attack, he quickly got up from the recliner. Suddenly, the floor was cut straight open, and a 2-meter-high silver-based armor appeared in front of him. Do you know where this is? This is the Magic Development Bureau. You are challenging the council. The deputy director felt the powerful magic released by the armor in front of him, his hands trembling slightly, and he spoke intermittently. You are conducting human experiments, and you still have the nerve to say that I challenged the council. Ross stood in front of him. Ross didn't want to kill him, so he had to explain it to him in Ultear. You, how did you know? The deputy director's pupils suddenly dilated, and he was obviously shocked that Ross had revealed the secret. Very good, then there's no need for me to waste my breath. Ross accelerated directly behind him and hit him on the back of the neck with his arm blade, knocking him out. Then he extended his tail blade to roll him up and watched the surveillance, ready to see where Ultear was from the surveillance. Mom, why hasn't she come to pick me up yet? Ultear is in so much pain and misses her so much. At this time, Ultear hugged his arms in front of his knees, buried his head between his legs, and his eyes were wet. Found it. There are so many children. Ross saw dozens of children in the surveillance video, all locked in separate rooms. After searching for a while, he finally found Ultear. Ross first flew directly to Gildarts with the deputy director. It's solved. There are dozens of children still here. Let's split up and bring those children down. Ross first took out some ropes to tie up the deputy director's hands and feet, then tied him to a pillar, and then signaled Gildarts to bring the children down. Are I finally going to see you, Ultear? Ross stood in front of Ultear's door. What Ross had always wanted to change the most was Ultear's trajectory. He felt a little emotional at this moment. The children's rooms were soundproofed. They had no idea what was happening outside, but they just felt some vibrations. Ultear was immersed in sadness and didn't feel anything at all. It seemed that the building was well built. Boom! The alloy door was cut open and fell to the ground. Ross estimated the distance from the door to Ultear's bed, and after making sure that it would not hit her, he directly used his arm blade to cut the door open. "Who are you?" Ultear looked at the man in silver armor standing in front of the door with a wary look in his eyes. "The one who came to take you away." "Take me away? I won't go. I'm going to wait for my mom here. She said she would come to pick me up." Ultear seemed very resistant, and his words revealed a kind of uneasiness and high vigilance towards strangers and unfamiliar things. "Come with me and you will find out. Your mother Uru was deceived by someone, the director of the Magic Development Bureau. Your mother thought you were dead. If you find out that I lied to you, just come back here." "Okay, I'll go down with you." Hearing Ulu's name, her longing for her mother Ulu forced her to grasp at any straw that could find Ulu, even if that straw was covered with thorns. "Okay, follow me first, I'll let the other children out first." The rooms where these children lived were divided into 2 areas for boys and girls, each with 2 or 3 floors. Soon Ross let all the children out. Some little girls were still unwilling to cooperate, and Ultear, who wanted to know the answer quickly, helped persuade those little girls to go down. Ross had already stopped receiving it at this time, and stood aside and watched Ultear trying to persuade him. "Okay, let's go down." Ultear took a lot of effort to finally explain to them that the man in front of them was here to save them. Ross nodded to Ultear first, then looked at the girls. "We will contact the council later. If you remember your home address or how to contact your family, be sure to tell the people in the council." "Really? I miss my mom so much. I remember where home is." An older girl looked at Ross with tears in her eyes. "Really, I promise, we will see that you are safely picked up by the council." Ross nodded solemnly. He went on to say, "Okay, let's go down. Follow me, hold hands, and be careful when walking up the stairs." He had hacked around in this damn place so hard that he didn't even dare to take the elevator. "You follow, be careful." Ross then looked down at Ultear standing beside him. Perhaps sensing that Ross was really here to help them, Ultear nodded slightly and reached out to grab the corner of his clothes. "This is what happened. Brain told the ice mage Uru that you couldn't bear the magic power and had died. That day, that woman left in a daze, like a walking corpse." Under the threat of Ross's Omega Tyrannosaurus sword, the deputy director, feeling the fear of death, finally told Ultear the truth. Ross wanted to ask if there was any video or something like that, but he said it was too long and had been deleted. "That's great. It turns out Ulu didn't abandon me." Ultear squatted on the ground with her legs bent, wiping her tears with her hands. "Let's go find Uru together." Ross, who had been relieved, walked towards Ultear and ruffled her bangs. "Your hair is all messed up, what do you want from Uru?" Ultear was worried that the man in front of him might do something bad to Uru. "Invite Uru to join our guild. Fairy tale. Uru is very strong." "Then how did you know this?" "We saw someone kidnapping a child outside, so we followed them all the way here. As for your story, we heard it from the kidnapped person, because you have a great talent." "Then I'll take you there." Ultear nodded, accepting this statement, and stood up to leave. "We have to wait. Gildarts has already notified the council. We have to wait for the council to pick up the children. I'm anxious to see Ultear, but you're still considering Ultear's safety in this situation." "That's really you, Ultear." Ross, Gildarts, and Ultear stood on the cliff, watching the council's army start to pick up the children. Ross copied the crime information into magic props. Ross also used a magic recorder to record the deputy director's crime confession and gave it to the oldest girl, asking her to communicate with the council. Why do I feel so familiar with this little girl? I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Gildarts has been looking at Ultear since he came back, pinching his chin in thought, but he didn't ask. Well, let's set off to the north to find your mother. Ultear. Adult Ultear. Chapter 13. Ross first took Ultear to buy some thick clothes, a hat, and snow boots. He and Gildarts were thick-skinned and had no consideration for the biting cold wind in the north, but Ultear was obviously not able to do so, so they had a full meal. Since we asked Gildarts to help, he paid for the travel expenses and meals. If you rely on Gildarts, you will have to sleep in the open air. After all, he is a man whose backpack is full of photo albums and mission scrolls. Is it still cold? Walking on the snow, Gildarts walked in front to explore the way. Uru was in the middle and sometimes poked his head out to point out the direction to Gildarts, and Ross was at the rear. It was an endless expanse of white here, so there was no need to worry about Gildarts destroying anything. They had taken a car before, but now they could only walk, as carriages and the like could not pass. Ross looked at Ultear, who was trembling a little with his hands folded over his chest. Logically, Gildarts should be able to block the attack with his big body in front of him. Could it be that Gildarts' cloak is leaking air? Ross was puzzled. It's okay, I can do it. Ultear shook her head. She didn't want to stop. Can you control your magic? Try to resist with magic, control your magic to form a barrier in front of you. Ross wanted to try to let Ultear solve the problem by himself. How to do it? Ultear had never been exposed to this before, and the people in the Magic Development Bureau had never told her about this. Use your mind to try to build a magic barrier in front of you. Ross put his right index and middle finger together and tapped his temple, signaling Ultear. Seeing this, Ultear closed her eyes and tried to control her magic, which slowly gathered in front of her, but suddenly, cracks began to appear in the barrier, and Ultear's magic was out of control. Magic is running rampant in her body, and it's hard for her to control it. That's why she had a high fever when she was a child. She was too young at the time, but I think the first generation should have a way to solve it. After hearing the conversation between the two and feeling the magic in Ultear's body, Gildarts stopped and turned around to look at the two. Ross nodded. Apart from the first generation and Presheto, Ross couldn't think of anyone else who could deal with Ishgar. Received, stubborn beast. Ross controlled the release of magic power and used the power of fire to raise the surrounding temperature. It's so warm. Ultear was looking ahead, and a warm feeling came from behind her. The snow was reflected in orange. She turned around and saw the god of fire appearing behind Ross. It takes nearly an hour to walk. Finally they arrived, it was still quite far away. The three of them stood by a tree on the hillside, which was the place where Ultear in the original book watched Uru and Grey and the others, looking at the cabin below. Ultear can walk back like this, he really has perseverance, Ross couldn't help but sigh. But he thought about it and it might be due to the ice-shaping magic. Ultear seemed to know a little bit about it, and he should have studied it specially after he became an adult. But there was no one in the snow at this moment, and there were no lights in the house, so everyone must have gone out. Then let's go downstairs and wait. There's no need to be blown in the cold wind here. Ross and Gildarts didn't care, but Ultear couldn't stand the cold wind. Ross received Jesmon's right arm blade to protect Ultear, and flew directly to the cabin from above, while Gildarts jumped down directly. Arriving in front of the cottage, Ultear seemed a little timid and stared at the door in a daze. Push it away. Don't you miss Ulu very much? Ross put his hand on Ultear's shoulder to encourage her. Ultear pursed her lips, nodded vigorously, and slowly stretched out her arms. It was icy and snowy here and there was no one around. The door was not locked at all, but just closed. Ultear pushed it open easily, and then she stepped into the room. Ross and Gildarts did not go in, but sat down on the doorsteps. Inside the room, Ultear didn't hesitate and went straight to Uru's room. There was nothing special in the room. There was a big bed by the window, a dressing table and a storage cabinet, and a bookshelf on the right side of the door. What is that? The first thing Ultear saw when she entered the room was the clothes spread out at the head of the bed. It was a yellow short-sleeved shirt worn by a little girl. It was hers. She still remembered it. Ultear walked up to her and touched the short-sleeved shirt, tears in her eyes. 3 figures, one big and 2 small, were walking in the snow. The leading woman had short dark hair and was wearing a jacket and trousers. She looked very capable and was holding food in her arms. Behind her followed 2 little kids of similar build, except that one had short black hair and the other had silver hair. The 3 of them were talking and laughing. Suddenly, Ulu stopped walking. From a distance, she saw 2 men sitting in front of the wooden house steps. One of them was wearing a dark green cloak and was about her age. He looked familiar. Although the other figure seemed to be tall, his face looked a little childish, and it could be seen that he was not very old. Both of them supported their chins with their palms and looked a little bored. "You, why did you stop?" Gray and Lion were so noisy that they didn't notice the situation in the wooden house. Gray bumped into Uru's leg. Uru pointed in the direction of the wooden house, and then Lion and Gray saw the 2 people sitting in front of the steps. "It's okay, let's talk about it when we get over there." Uru just thought it was strange that 2 men suddenly appeared here, but she was not afraid. Her strength was enough to enter the Holy 10. It was just that she was pregnant with Ultear and refused. Later, Ultear suffered from a strange disease, and she lost interest even more. Then the 3 of them walked towards the cabin. Gildarts was originally bored, so he turned his head and suddenly, he saw Uru on the path on the right. Uru. Gildarts had seen her before, also in the north. Gildarts had invited Uru to complete the mission together at that time. "So that girl is Uru's daughter? Didn't Uru say she was dead?" Gildarts blinked, full of questions. Gildarts went to the council house when the Magic Development Bureau explained it before, and he didn't know Ultear's name or the mention of Uru. After Uru approached, he also recognized Gildarts, who was extremely powerful. He introduced himself as being from a western country and invited her to complete the mission together. However, at that time, Uru had just received the news that he had lost his daughter and had long since given up on being a wizard. Ross and Gildarts also walked towards the 3 Uru. "It's you, Gildarts. Why are you sitting at my door? Are you here to complete a mission?" Uru greeted Gildarts while holding the ingredients. "Uru, it's been a long time since we last saw you, right? We're here to look for you." Gildarts looked reminiscent and touched his head. Squeak! The wooden door was opened, and a little girl with bangs and wearing a thick down jacket appeared, leaning sideways. Ultear, who was inside, heard the noise outside and planned to come out to see what was going on. "Ultear!" Ulu's voice trembled and she couldn't stop crying. She recognized her daughter at a glance, even though she was wearing a hat that covered part of her face. She dropped the food in her arms, ignored any courtesy, left Gildarts, who was chatting with her, and ran towards her daughter. "It's you, it's really you, Ultear, my daughter." Ulu squatted down and held Ultear in his arms, holding her tightly, fearing that the Ultear in his arms was fake. "Mom, it's too tight. I can't breathe." Ulu was really trying too hard. Upon hearing this, Ulu quickly let go of Ultear, grabbed Ultear's arm with both hands and said, "You are not? The director of the Magic Development Bureau said that you have already." "No, I've been waiting for Mom to pick Ultear up, but I can't wait. Mom, I miss you so much." Ultear entered Ulu's arms, closed his eyes, and spoke intermittently. "Ultear, didn't Ulu say that you are all ready?" Gray was about to say that he was dead, but a fist fell vertically and interrupted his spell. We will explain it later. Ross and Gildarts brought Lion and Gray to the mother and daughter. Ross also picked up the food that Uru dropped and brought it over. Please come in. Uru quickly realized that it was Gildarts and the boy beside him who brought Ultear back. Ultear as a child. Chapter 14. I'm sorry, Ultear. I believed them too easily. I should have confirmed it. After hearing Ross's clear account of the whole story, Ulu had a complicated expression. His frown never relaxed. He hugged Ultear, who was sitting on his lap, even tighter. Tears kept falling on Ultear's hat and face. It's okay, Mom, as long as you don't abandon me. I'm most afraid that you won't abandon me. Ultear turned around and stretched out her little hand, gently wiped away Ulu's tears, and then gently smoothed Ulu's frown. How is it possible? When you were born, I felt a ray of light shining into my heart. I felt very happy. It was you who made me feel the power of life. I held you in my arms and couldn't stop crying. So I named you Ultear, which means Ultear's tears. Ulu had a smile on his face as he talked about Ultear's birth. But you had a high fever and I was helpless. I heard that the Magic Development Bureau could treat you, so I entrusted you to them. When she talked about Ultear being sick, she pursed her lips slightly to hide her worry. I will never let you leave me again, Ultear. Finally, Uru looked solemn and promised Ultear. I'm so touched. Gildarts clenched his hands and held his cloak between his teeth. Lion and Gray also had tears in their eyes. Hey, Gildarts, you have too strong a desire to perform. Ross stroked his forehead and couldn't help but complain about Gildarts. And you two actually know each other. Ross really couldn't imagine that these two people actually knew each other. Uru looked at Gildarts and said, let me explain. More than a year ago, I just received the news that Ultear was lost. I was walking aimlessly in a daze. One day, 3 children encountered a monster on the snowy mountain. I rescued them, and that monster was the target of Gildarts' mission. That monster didn't die, and it merged with another, even bigger monster. It was a very difficult monster even for me. I wanted Gildarts to escape quickly. Ulu raised a finger. She still finds it incredible when she thinks about it now. 1 strike. Gildarts killed the monster with just 1 strike, and even invited me to join him on the quest, but I had long lost the motivation to be a wizard, so I refused. We introduced ourselves to each other, and then we parted ways. Impossible. Uru is the most powerful wizard. Lion's eyes widened in total disbelief. I've always said that there are always people better than you. There are many wizards who are more powerful than me. Ulu had a smile on her face. She always answered this way. She knew that she was still far behind some of the wizards in the Western continent. How about we eat first? We walked here and we are hungry. Ross rubbed his stomach. It was past mealtime, and Ross planned to talk to Ulu after dinner. Gray was actually hungry as well, but he wisely didn't interrupt as he looked at the situation. Sorry, I forgot the time. I'll get ready right away. Ulu looked apologetic and gently placed Ultear on the chair. Let me help you. I often cook at home. Ross wanted to eat quickly. Uru, I want to help you too. Ultear got down from the chair. She was a little dependent on Uru now and didn't want Uru to leave her sight. Then Ultear, help me wash the vegetables. Ulu looked down at Ultear, touched her head, his eyes like crescent moons and his smile like a flower. In the kitchen, Ross helped Uru cut vegetables, and his knife skills seemed very skilled. He often made breakfast at Makarov's house. In his previous life, he often cooked for himself at home. He couldn't say that he cooked very well, but cooking for himself was more hygienic and cheaper. After all, he was a wage earner. Ulu was very surprised when she saw Ross cutting vegetables. Nowadays, those who have some dreams are pursuing the path of a magician. She really didn't expect that a teenage boy would learn to cook. Ross and Ultear cooked a few dishes, and Ross also made a soup with a kind of meat similar to chicken and mushrooms. Everyone sat around the table, looking at the food on the table, holding up their chopsticks and forks, and said, "I'm starting to eat." Then they ate heartily. Ulu himself didn't eat much, but kept paying attention to Ultear and helped Ultear pick up food. "I'm so full." Grey and Lion lay on the sofa, touching their stomachs. "You two go wash the dishes. Don't just sit there doing nothing. Learn to divide the work and cooperate." Ross's principle in life is division of work and cooperation. This is the principle he follows, division of labor and cooperation. Even if the quantities vary, it is a sense of ritual, rather than just watching from the sidelines. Send Lion and Grey to wash the dishes. As for Gildarts, it's good enough that he doesn't destroy the furniture. Besides, Ross can't control him. "Ultear, you and I are going to go out and talk. You sit here for a while." Ultear was reading a book. After Ross explained to Ultear, he motioned for Gildarts and you to go to the door to talk. After reaching the door, you left a crack so that she could check on Ultear, who was sitting in the living room. She couldn't bear to lose her daughter again. "In addition to bringing Ultear back this time, we have another thing to do and we need your help." Ross looked at you and remembered how she resolutely used absolute ice to seal Dionra, feeling a little dazed. "I will do my best to help you, even at the cost of my life." Ulu's eyes were sincere and his voice was sonorous and powerful. "Why don't you ask something first? You've brought my life back." She took a deep breath, still sounding a little unbelievable. "You don't have to sacrifice your life. If something can't be done, I won't force it." Ross shook his head. He didn't want to die. "That's even better. I want to spend more time with Ultear." Ulu looked at Ultear, who was reading quietly through the crack in the door. Ultear seemed to have some feelings and turned around to look at Ulu. "Dionra, the undead demon Dionra. We are going to try to kill him." "Impossible, Dionra is unkillable." You closed her eyes and shook her head. She knew Dionra's strength very well. She had seen people from the council attack Dionra in the north. She had also fought with him but failed. "I want to give it a try, Gildarts plus you, and I have a secondary armor with very high attack power," Ross said as he received Jesmon, and with Adu, Renee and Paul surrounding him, he flew straight into the sky. "I am for everyone." Adu, Renee and Paul jointly formed a large green triangular prism, injected the power of Jesmon into it, and the four of them worked together to send out a green shock wave that shot into the distance, causing the nearby area to shake. Looking at the crack in the distance that was hundreds of meters long and very obvious in the white snow, Ulu was shocked that this young man had such strong destructive power at such a young age. Ross then landed and explained, "And this is not full power. As the charging time increases, the power increases. If you and Gildarts can contain Dionra's actions, I can try to kill Dionra with this move." "Hey, why do I feel like I'm being looked down upon? Uncle Gildarts is the strongest." Gildarts was actually arranged by Ross to be a diversionary person, and he looked unhappy. "That's not the case. It's just that I feel like you don't have any long-range attack moves." Ross said that Gildarts is a man with cheats who can escape from the Black Dragon's mouth, although the Black Dragon just wanted to play with Gildarts. I agreed, but I hope that my apprentice Grey won't know about this. His parents died at the hands of Dionra. If he knew, he would definitely go. After learning about Ross's strength, you felt that he was comparable to Dionra, and Gildarts was even stronger than herself. She also hated Dionra for wreaking havoc in the north, but she was powerless to do anything about it. But Dionra seems to have disappeared recently and hasn't appeared in human towns for a long time. You hasn't heard any news about Dionra's appearance recently. Then we can only wait, but I guess it will appear soon. I will search nearby in the next 2 days. If possible, it would be best to find its lair and kill it there. It is better than waiting for it to appear in the town and destroy it. Ross plans to search one direction every day. He should be able to complete the search in the southeast, northwest, southeast, and northeast directions in 8 days. By the way, where is the town where Gray lives? I can go there first to look for him. Ulu told Ross the location of the town where Gray lived, then went back to the room and took out a map for Ross. Chapter 15. Ross and Gildarts slept in the living room at night. For Gildarts, it was just a compromise, his room wasn't much better than this. The next day, Ross picked up the map, then received Jesmon, flew into the air, and roughly told the 3 sword spirits what Dionra looked like, intending to start searching. Using Jesmon's words, he could feel the demonic fluctuations and evil aura. Ross originally planned to use Jesmon to search for Grimoire Heart's spaceship to secretly look for the Arc of Time. Of course, if he meets Hades, he will run away immediately. Logically speaking, Gildarts may not be Hades' opponent. He is a man praised by Zeref as a genius in magic. Of course he has weaknesses, such as stabbing his heart. Ross first flew to Gray's original town with the sword spirit, intending to start a carpet search with the town as the center. Looking at the devastation and broken walls, it was clear that this town might not be able to heal its wounds for a long time. Ross couldn't stand this situation, so he didn't stay there for long and flew north with the sword spirit. Ross studied the map last night and marked a valley in the extreme north of the town. There was a question mark in the valley, which obviously meant that no one had explored it or no one had survived after the exploration. Ross felt that Dionra was very likely living here. Ross and the sword spirit used their magic power to the fullest, feeling the fluctuations coming from all directions. There were not many life fluctuations, and some were quite strong, but there was no demonic aura. After flying straight for a long time, Ross saw a crack in the distant valley from afar. It couldn't be called a crack, after all, the crack was about 10 meters wide. This is a basin-like terrain, surrounded by snow-capped mountains, leaving only a gap. Ross began to sense the magical fluctuations around him. There was an evil, strange fluctuation coming from the valley. Ross had never felt this kind of strange fluctuation before. After all, he had never come into contact with a demon. But through perception, he could feel that it was a huge demon that was more than 10 meters tall and its body was made of steel. Dionra doesn't know how to use any spells. The only thing he knows is to spit out shock waves from his mouth, which is similar to the roar of a demon. For the rest, he relies on his own body to destroy things. But even so, Dionra is still very strong, after all, his physique is too strong. Dionra is sleeping at this time, breathing evenly. Ross didn't disturb it and immediately flew back to Uru's cabin. Found it. It's sleeping now, in the valley that no one has ever explored. Feeling the fluctuation of Ross's magic power, Uru and Gildarts came out, and Ross immediately told them the result. We are quite lucky. We can go back to the guild tomorrow after we solve the problem. I miss Cana-chan. It has been a while since he came out this time. Gildarts said that he missed his daughter very much, this clingy girl. Then how are we going to get there tomorrow? It takes time to get to that valley, and the road is not easy to travel on. Ulu has lived in the northern border for many years and knows that the road to the valley is not easy to travel on. Fly over. Ross raised his eyebrows slightly. Fly over, you can fly but we can't. Ulu frowned slightly. She felt that Jesmon couldn't carry 2 people. If it were 2 children, it would be okay, but she and Gildarts were both quite big. Haha, you'll know tomorrow. Just have a good rest today. Ross kept it a secret. The 3 of them returned to the living room. Ultear was still reading a book. When she saw Uru, she put the book down and ran towards Uru and hugged her. After they sat down on the sofa, Gildarts played with Gray and Lion, while Ultear continued reading. Ross looked at Uru and said, Uru, I want to invite you to Magnolia. When Ultear heard this, although he was looking at the book, his attention was not on it at all, and his ears moved. Why? Ulu was confused, with surprise in his eyes. There are several reasons. First, I want to bring Ultear with me to join Fairy Tail. Ultear's magic is very powerful and will be very strong in the future. And you said you would never let Ultear leave you again. I think this is the best way. Secondly, the problem of her magic power has not been completely solved. I think our president, Mr. Makarov, one of the 10 holy magicians, should be able to solve it. Also, staying here is not friendly to Ultear. If she goes to our guild, Ultear can get a good education and grow up in a better environment than this icy and snowy place. More importantly, there are little girls in our guild, such as Gildarts' daughter Cana, who is the same age as Ultear. I think they should be able to become friends, and there will be more in the future. Ross explained to Ulu by counting on his fingers, raising one finger each time he explained a reason. Fairy Tail, the guild Ross belongs to. Ultear was reading a book but his mind was not on the subject. But I don't have much money. Ulu was a little embarrassed and sighed helplessly. She had not accepted any missions for a long time. She had also spent a lot of money on Ultear's treatment. Although she had some savings, there was not much left. It's very simple. Become the Holy 10. I heard that the council invited you to become the Holy 10 mages before. The Holy 10 mages have salaries, and the Holy 10 mages don't have much to do except for routine meetings. The salary of the 10 holy mages is not low, enough for Uru and Ultear to live well in Magnolia, not to mention that Ultear can start doing missions when he grows up in a few years. Makarov now lives on the salary from the Holy 10 and the commission from the guild's missions. Of course, he doesn't take any missions that are too young or that pay very little. But I need an ice and snow environment for my training, which will help me improve my strength faster. The reason why Uru has lived in the north all year round is because there are enough ice magic particles here. Although she was depressed for a while because of the news of Ultear's death, she started to practice again after taking in Lion and Grey. There is a mountain range not far from Magnolia. It can be reached quickly by horse carriage. It's called Hake Bay Mountain. It also has snow all year round. I've been there twice. In my opinion, it's not much worse than here. The key is that there are snow wolves, walkens, blizzard monsters, snow dragons, and other monsters living there. It's also a good opportunity for actual combat. Ultear, do you want to go? Ulu first turned his head and asked Ultear, who was reading a book. As long as I'm with my mother, it doesn't matter where we go, but I want to go. Ultear wanted to go. She had a good impression of Ross. No, she didn't think too much about it now. She just felt that Ross could be trusted. After all, it was he who brought her out of the abyss of the Magic Development Bureau and brought her back to Ulu. Gildarts was very upset, saying that he had contributed but he did not get a name. Lion, Grey, what do you think? After experiencing the pain of losing Ultear, Uru treated the two children very well. He treated them as his own children and respected their opinions. I will go wherever Uru goes. Lion felt that it was okay to practice anywhere. After all, he thought Uru was the strongest wizard in the world. It's fine with me. Uru saved me. As long as I can continue practicing, it's fine. Grey nodded to show that he had no objection. If that's the case, then I'll go. I haven't seen the scenery outside the north for many years. After weighing the pros and cons, Uru finally nodded. She had to say that the environment Ross described was very touching. She wanted to give Ultear the best possible. And she also believed in Gildarts, even though they only knew each other's names after a casual meeting, but she just believed him for no reason. Maybe Gildarts wanted to harm her without going through so much trouble? Ross invited Uru to Magnolia out of selfish motives. If you joined the council and became one of the 10 saints, Fairy Tale's voice would be greatly enhanced. After all, if Ultear joined Fairy Tale, you would be biased no matter what. It really didn't matter whether you joined Fairy Tale or not. He himself was not very interested in the 10 Holy Ones. He did not want to face the group of old men in the council. Except for Yajima and later Og, the others gave him a bad impression. But what about the 3 children tomorrow? I'm worried about leaving them here. Ulu was very worried about leaving the 3 children here alone. Damn, I didn't think of this. I should have asked Laxus to come along. Ross's face was full of regret and he slapped his thigh hard. Laxus, thank you for thinking of me when taking care of the child. Find a guild to commission you. Gildarts, who had been silent for a long time, suggested. No, there is no way to guarantee that all the people in the guild are kind. Ross hesitated and shook his head, rejecting the proposal. Even in regular guilds, there were many people who were expelled for using unscrupulous means or not following the right path. After all, he had seen people defect from regular guilds before. He had no idea about the guilds in the north, and Ross didn't want to take the risk. Does Ulu know anyone here who is familiar with him? Ross said that if he has something to do, he has to look for friends. That's right. She lives in the town and is an ice magic teacher. We can ask her for help. After hearing this, Ulu remembered it. Moreover, this friend was very kind to children and was loved by them. Very good, then let her take care of the 3 of them tomorrow and we will make a quick decision. Ross snapped his fingers and made the decision immediately. Chapter 16. Uru packed her bag, holding Ultear's hand, and gave the backpack to Lion and Grey. She looked back at the wooden house where she had lived for a long time, with some reluctance in her eyes. This place was full of memories of her, Ultear, Lion and Grey. She recalled for a long time, then exhaled, her eyes firm. She knew that life should move forward and not be trapped in the past. Ross and Gildarts were already waiting nearby. Neither of them had much luggage, and there was no need to bring too many clothes on a snowy day. Okay, how do we get there? Ulu put his hands on his hips, tilted his head slightly, and looked at her with a smile. Wait a minute. Ross felt that Ulu wanted to laugh at him. Received, Emperor Paladin form. Ross muttered to himself, and then his figure began to rise. A 7-meter-tall, white, human-shaped mecha with wings and a positron laser cannon on the right arm stood in front of them. It's so high. But there's no way anyone can sit on it. Grey and Lion looked at the mecha in front of them with shock. Change form, Emperor Paladin form DM. Ross flew into the sky, transformed his body into a dragon, flapped his wings, and then slowly landed on the ground. The wind and snow caused by the flapping wings and the vibration when landing made Grey and Lion stand unsteadily. Okay, come up. So cool, it can change its form. This was the common thought of Gildarts, Lion, and Grey. The 3 of them surrounded the Emperor and touched it left and right, unable to stop at all. Mecha, the romance of men. All Ross wants to say is men don't touch me. Really? Ulu and Ultear looked at the 3 people who were playing tricks on the side, and after rubbing their foreheads and looking at each other, they all looked helpless. Gildarts jumped up first. He originally wanted to pull a few people up with him, but Uru unexpectedly built an ice staircase with ice shapes and protected the 3 of them as they walked up. Hold on tight, I'm about to take off. Ross said, and then he began to flap his wings and slowly took off. Ross didn't fly very fast, considering that he had Ultear on his back, and he still needed Ultear to guide the way. So beautiful. Ultear's eyes were full of excitement. He looked down from a high vantage point. The buildings and trees seemed tiny. The lake was completely frozen and only the ice surface could be seen. There were continuous snow-capped mountains. The scenery seen from flying was completely different. This was a scenery Ultear had never seen before. Gray and Lion were also making a lot of noise, it was really noisy, and Ross even wanted to throw them down. We're almost there. Uru patted the Emperor Dragon Armor Beast on the back to indicate that they were almost there. In fact, Ross knew without him having to signal that he had already seen the town. Let's land first, then walk over. Ross didn't want to fly in and be beaten like a monster. Mickey, I'll leave these three to you. We will come back to take them away before tonight. Ulu clasped her hands together and begged her friend. Just leave it to me, but what about Ultear? Mickey remembered that Uru had said her daughter was dead before, and she had tried to persuade him for a long time. It's a long story. I'll explain it to you when I get back. This is my daughter Ultear. Uru said, smiling and touching Ultear's hair. Thank you for your help. Let's go. After watching Mickey take Ultear and the other two into the academy, Uru turned around and walked towards Ross and Gildarts. Let's go. Ross nodded, then took over the Imperial Dragon Armor Beast again and transformed into dragon form. Hold on tight, I'm going to fly faster, we'll be back soon. Ross was basically flying at full speed, but it still took a little longer than yesterday. When he reached the same position as yesterday, Ross landed first, while Lion was still sleeping. Should we try to attack together first, but I don't have any long-range attack methods. Knowing that Lionla was still asleep, Gildarts proposed the idea. We can try it. Uru nodded, agreeing with Gildarts' idea. Okay, but we need to get a little closer. Let's walk over there and then make our move. The three of them slowly approached the valley where Lionla was, trying to make as little noise as possible. Ross pointed at the ground, then at the cave, which seemed to be dug by Lionla himself. He signaled with his eyes that this was the place, and Lionla was inside the cave. The cave will hinder magic, and there is no way to aim. Uru said in an inaudible voice. Never mind, let's try it first. Seeing this, Ulu also agreed. Ice cannon, cast a spell with both hands to condense the cannon, and put the cannon on his shoulder. Uru not only knows plant species, but it should be said that Uru prefers the icy shapes of plants. Ross received Jesmon, and the three sword spirits formed a triangle and prepared to launch Eye for All, and magic power began to gather. Roar Lionla woke up and felt the magic power nearby begin to condense. Lionla felt threatened from the magic power, so he stood up and launched a devil's roar. Oh no, it's awake, attack! Hearing the roar, Ross made a prompt decision and started to attack. I launched the attack without accumulating the maximum power for everyone. Hearing Ross's attack order, Uru also gathered the ice magic particles in the cannon and fired it out. The Iman and ice missiles gathered together and rushed into the cave. At the same time, Lionla in the cave also let out a devil's roar. The two waves of magic power began to collide with each other. Perhaps because Lionla specialized in the physical body, the power of his roar was not very strong. Soon the roar could not stop the output of Ross and Uru, and was hit by Eye for Everyone and the ice and snow bomb at the same time. The cave was also affected and began to collapse. Roar! There was a vibration from the landslide. Lionla slowly stood up and walked towards the three people. Lionla was very angry. It was injured, although not seriously. Step back first and fight in an open area. Gildarts saw that there were rebel all around and signaled Ulu to step back. Ulu nodded and slowly stepped back with Gildarts facing Lion. Ross switched to Omegaman in midair and used the Garuru cannon to fire missiles to block Lionra's advance path and cover the two's retreat. We need to try to control its movements first. Gildarts and Uru nodded simultaneously. Ice make a turn around Lily. Lion was surrounded by ice, and the ice particles attacked him at close range. Destroy evil and reveal good. One soul. Gildarts gathered his magic power into a fist and attacked Lionla's left foot. Absolute Zero Cold Air Bomb. Ross placed the Garuru cannon in his right hand on his left hand, and launched a special move from the Garuru cannon, aiming at Dai Lion's right foot. Dai Lion moved his body and shook off the ice and snow attached to his body. His left leg was injured and his right leg was frozen, making it difficult for him to move. He waved his arms to smash the ice. These problems are not serious, give it some time to sleep and it will recover. Ross and the other two would never do as it wished and launch another attack. Gildarts crushed the spot where Dionra's hind feet stood, and Dionra lost his balance and fell. Trap him. Ice Maker Rose Garden. You created countless thorns and roses in an instant to bind Dionra's limbs, neck, and waist. Gildarts faced the ground with his palm and continued to use crush. As Dionra struggled, Dionra continued to sink. Very good, hold on. Ross first used the Garuru cannon to damage Lion's left leg and then fired an absolute zero cold air bomb, then switched to Jesmon. The three bodies of Adu, Renee, and Boer formed a large triangular green prism, and Ross stood behind the prism. One for everyone. Ross's magic power accumulated in the prism continued to rise. Uru had been continuously casting spells to maintain the rose garden. Even after Dionra fell down, he was still struggling, destroying the rose garden built by Uru. The two sides were constantly competing in construction speed and destruction speed. Fortunately, Gildarts continued to attack Dion's raised limbs. Almost there. Ross basically gathered all his remaining magic power into this attack, which he had been accumulating for a long time. I am for everyone. The green beam was several times thicker than the beam Ross had fired in front of the Urumqi cabin before, and its speed was also faster. It went straight to Dionra's feet from the bottom up to Dionra's head. The ground couldn't withstand the blow and collapsed again, dust and smoke drifted in the valley. Ross flew to Uru and Gildarts and picked them up to prevent them from losing sight. It took a long time for the dust to dissipate, and there was no sound during that time. Ross sent 3 sword spirits to check the crack. Dead. The 3 sword spirits sent thoughts. Successful, Lion is dead. Ross received the message from the sword spirit and told the 2 of them. The 3 of them clapped their hands together, but they still had to see it for themselves. Let's go down and take a look. Ross took the 2 of them and flew down to the 3 sword spirits. He was indeed dead. Only some arm and thigh tissues were left of the Dionra in front of him, and his head was nowhere to be found. Jesmon also did not feel any fluctuations from the demon's survival. There's something wrong with the properties of your beam. It seems to have an inhibitory effect on demons. Dionra shouldn't die so easily. Gildarts looked at Dionra, who was left with only tissue, frowned slightly, and pinched his chin with his hand. The only thing that Dionra is strong in is his body. As for the demon roar, Gildarts thinks it is just like that. Dionra can handle it by himself, it just takes more time. Maybe it's a vaccine? Or a holy attribute? Holy light? Ross wasn't sure, so he didn't answer. Let's finish off the enemy just in case. Ross and Ultear froze the remaining tissue. This place is covered with ice and snow all year round, and it is impossible for it to melt without external intervention. Okay, let's go back, but we have to walk back. We've been squeezed dry. There's not a drop left. It's about magic. Chapter 17. The 3 of them walked on the rugged and snow-covered mountain road. There were no ice monsters seeking death along the way, the magic power emitted by the 3 of them was too strong. Why don't we inform the council about Dionra's death and let them take over the canyon and protect it? This was Gildarts' suggestion, as he saw that Ross had not mentioned it. Notify them, and let Uru notify them. As a token of allegiance to the 10 great saints, just say that Uru single-handedly defeated Lion. Ross nodded when Gildarts mentioned it. He originally wanted to wait until he got back to tell them. Anyway, they are all frozen. So we can just say that Uru killed Lion and froze the remaining tissue, and then hand it over to the council for confirmation. Isn't this bad? You felt embarrassed for taking all the credit, and Gildarts was much better than her but didn't make it into the Holy 10. It's really easy for you to get into the Holy 10 with his strength. The selection criteria for the Holy 10 are not only based on strength, so there's really no need to worry. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not interested in the Holy 10. Gildarts can't do that if he destroys things all day. Besides, you've been out of people's sight for a while. It would be easier to get into the Holy 10 if you have this as a merit. There's nothing I can do about it. My magic is super advanced. Gildarts was very angry, but he didn't forget to show off while being angry. However, he shared the same opinion with Ross, the 10th saint. What is that? Master Gildarts has no interest in that at all. He only wanted to pursue the pinnacle of magic, and the 10th saint might be a constraint for him. I didn't expect it to be so easy to deal with Dionra. I thought it would be a tough battle. Ross suddenly felt a little emotional. That demon isn't that strong, just has a nice physique, but is too big and clumsy. Master Gildarts can handle it alone. Gildarts gave his evaluation with a look of disdain. Then he looked at Ross with disdain. Do you have any misunderstanding about your own strength? Even if I didn't come, you could have dealt with Dionra. Gildarts put a hand on Ross's shoulder and said, You are very strong. I felt it on Sirius Island. I didn't hold back when I punched him. Please, you almost knocked me flying with that punch. Ross wanted to complain, but he couldn't win, so forget it, just bear with it. Good man, you weren't just slacking off, were you? Ross then realized that Gildarts wasn't serious just now. I've always wanted to ask you how old you are, and how your magic power is so strong. You nodded vigorously to show that she agreed with Gildarts' words. She had witnessed the attack power of the move I am for everyone, and the armor she received was ridiculously strong. She also witnessed Emperor Draman Omegamon and Jesmon in succession. Do you believe me when I say 13? Ross crossed his fingers behind his head, speaking in a relaxed tone. He knew he was still a long way off. The 12 shields were not easy to deal with. It wasn't a plot kill. Irene and August could beat Fairy Tail, not to mention the Black Dragon and Zeref. So young. I thought you were about 15 years old. Ulu looked at Ross, who was a little taller than him. Ulu was not short, he had long legs and was over 1.7 meters tall. Haha, then it's my fault that I look too old. The three of them walked for a while and recovered some magic power. Ross received the Emperor Dragon Armor Beast again and carried the two of them out of the town. There was no other reason, URU was still worried about Ultear. Inside the academy, Grey and Lion were practicing ice-shaping magic, surrounded by many children who were watching and constantly marveling at them, which gave them more motivation, and they kept using ice-shaping to create various animals and weapons. Ross, Ultear and Gildarts were watching URU chatting with her friend Mickey. She seemed to be explaining Ultear's situation and thanking and saying goodbye to her friend. After all, she was about to leave the north. On the return journey, they boarded a long-distance train and transferred to several trains to get back to Magnolia. We're finally here, Magnolia. Ross yawned after getting off the car. He was too tired to sit up after the long journey. As soon as the guard at the door saw Gildarts coming back, he immediately prepared to activate Gildarts mode. Magnolia is about to change to Gildarts mode. All citizens please move to the designated locations immediately. A dozen winged magic speakers broadcast over the town of Magnolia. What happened? Standing at the city gate, Ultear blinked and watched the town in front of him begin to move. Si go ye! Grey and Lion opened their eyes wide. Gildarts mode. The uncle's magic is too destructive. If not, he would destroy a lot of buildings. Ross squatted down to explain to Ultear, pointing at Gildarts. Ha ha ha, no need to praise me. Gildarts touched the back of his head. I'm not praising you at all. Ross didn't know how to complain. Ultear stared at Gildarts and seemed very curious about Gildarts' destructive magic that Ross mentioned. Why set up a special mode for him? Shouldn't he live outside the city or the Fairy Tale Guild move there? Uru felt that it was a waste of money to go through so much trouble. Fairy Tale has driven the economic development of Magnolia. If the first generation hadn't established the guild here, the economy here wouldn't be so developed now. More than 100 years ago, Magnolia was not the prosperous magical commercial city it is today. Okay, the mode conversion is complete. Uru, come with us to the guild to meet President Makarov. After all the buildings were moved, a road leading directly to Fairy Tale was created. When we arrived at the gate of the Fairy Tale Guild, it was closed. Fairy Tale Ultear read out while looking at the plaque. Yes, this is our guild Fairy Tale. Come in. Ross pushed open the door. Just now, Gildarts almost broke through the wall next to the door again, but was pulled back by Ross by his cloak. Old man has to give me a chicken leg tonight, Ross thought. Everyone, we're back. Pushing open the door, except for some extras, Makarov was sitting at the bar, Wakaba and Macau were drinking, Lidas was drawing, Nab was still looking at the bulletin board, and Cana was practicing her tarot cards. Hey, you're back. This was the greeting everyone said together. Beautiful lady, will you go on a date with me? Wakaba ran over with a pipe in his mouth as soon as he saw Ulu. Ulu looked to be in his 20s, although his actual age was unclear. Sorry, I already have a daughter. Uru smiled and touched the head of Ultear who was standing next to her. Wakaba took a look at Uru and Ultear, they were indeed very similar. How could this happen? I'm heartbroken. Wakaba immediately changed his position and squatted in the corner, counting circles. Dad. Cana saw Gildarts standing at the door, so she got down from the chair and ran towards Gildarts. Gildarts picked her up, turned her around a few times, and then put Cana down. Cana, this is Ultear, you are the same age. Ross first introduced Ultear who was standing beside Cana, and then looked at Ultear and said, Ultear, this is Cana, how about chatting with Cana? Ultear looked up at Ulu first, and Ulu nodded and smiled at Ultear. Come on, let me show you my tarot cards and tell your fortune, how about that? Cana pulled Ultear towards where she had just sat. Lion and Grey didn't care. At their age, they were not interested in little girls' games. They just stood behind Uru and looked around at the Fairy Tale Guild. Ross first asked Macau and Wakaba to take care of the two little kids, then Ross took Uru to Makarov. Gildarts had already been sitting in the chair behind Cana, leaning on his hands and looking at Cana. Too clingy, a bit. Ross introduced Uru and Fairy Tale to each other. Hello, Mr. Makarov, you can just call me Uru. Uru had heard of the reputation of Makarov, one of the 10 holy wizards, before. Ha ha ha, Uru, please give me your guidance in the future. Makarov had also heard of the strongest ice wizard in the north. You and Ultear can live in the girls' dormitory first. Grey and Lion can stay at my place for the time being. There is an empty room at home. After hearing that they planned to live in Magnolia for a long time but had no money, Makarov made his own suggestion. Those two kids are very noisy, and I'm afraid they will damage your furniture and house. Ulu, who lives in the girls' dormitory, has no objection. How about joining our guild? Ross did not invite Uru to join Fairy Tale. Ross did not want to ask Uru to join, although he knew that he said Uru would most likely agree, and just asked her to inform the council that she was willing to become the Holy 10, but Makarov said that he wanted all talents. Hey! Wolu seemed very surprised, and then said, but I haven't done any missions for a long time. I just want to spend more time with my daughter and teach my 2 apprentices well. Don't worry, you don't have to do any tasks, just put your name on the list, and you don't have to pay rent, how about it? Makarov tried his best to trick Uru into joining Fairy Tale. In that case, I'll join, but I should still be able to afford the rent. Ulu was not joining for the rent. When Ulu said he had no money before, he was referring to buying a house. Joining Fairy Tail was a way to repay Ross. Guys, we have new members joining us, let's have a party together. Makarov raised his glass and everyone in the guild responded. Chapter 18. After the banquet. Library. The high fever is caused by the strong magic power. Now if I use magic, I will lose control, right? Uru told Makarov about Uru's situation. Makarov held his chin and thought about what to do. This is completely different from Laxus's situation. Laxus doesn't have a fever, he is just born weak. Could it be the Dragon Slayer crystal? Ross saw that Makarov had been thinking for a long time without offering any suggestions. Grandpa, if we can't think of anything, why don't we ask the first generation? Okay, but in that case we have to stamp Uru and Ultear with the guild emblem first. Makarov thought for a moment and nodded. It was a helpless move to let Uru and Ultear go to Sirius Island as soon as they joined the guild, but he really didn't have any better solution, and Uru had two guarantors, Ross and Gildarts. Let's go to our guild's holy land, Sirius Island, to meet the first generation tomorrow. The first generation will definitely find a way. Makarov solemnly assured Uru. Ultear, come with us tomorrow. Makarov looked at Ultear with a smile. Where do you want your guild emblem to be printed? Ross asked them while holding the wooden emblem. Uru chose the black one to be printed on his left shoulder, Grey Lion, and Grey chose the dark blue one to be printed on his right chest, and Ultear looked at the orange emblem on Ross's left hand and chose to cover the back of his left hand, but in black. That night, after dinner, Ross took Ulu, Ultear, Cana, and Grey to go shopping in Magnolia and bought some daily necessities. When they passed by Makarov's house, he left Grey and Lion to the old man. Ross sent Ulu and the others back to the girls' dormitory, and Gildarts went out to fish. The lights on the town streets were shining brightly, and the light cast a white glow on the ground. I haven't thanked you formally yet. Thank you, Ross. Ulu looked at Ultear, who was holding hands and talking and laughing with Cana in front of him, and felt that there was no greater happiness in life than this. Ross waved his hand casually, it's okay, no need to thank me, you're already in the guild, we're family from now on. If you need anything in the future, please let me know and I will do my best. In the night, Ulu looked into Ross's eyes, and Ross could feel the sincerity in her eyes. I understand. I won't be polite if you need me. By the way, if you decide to move out of the girls' dormitory and rent or buy a house outside, it's best to find one that doesn't need to be moved under Gildarts mode. Otherwise, it will be scary if the house keeps moving once Gildarts comes back. Ross gave a reminder, considering that Uru might move out of the girls' dormitory after becoming one of the 10 holy mages. Is the environment in the girls' dormitory very bad? That's not the case. On the contrary, it's very nice. It's quite big and there aren't many people living there. From the outside it looks like the decor is nice. I haven't been inside to be specific. Hearing this, Ulu nodded. In fact, it was not unacceptable for her to live in a worse environment. After all, the environment she lived in before was not very good, but she had to consider Ultear's feelings. She now wanted to give her daughter the best possible. After climbing up the stairs, a 3-story H-shaped building appeared in front of Ulu. From the window, he could see that there were quite a few rooms, and the surroundings were flat. He could also see the sea from the room, so it could be considered a sea view room. Ulu was quite satisfied with it. Ultear, this is the girls' dormitory. I live on the 2nd floor, in the middle on the right. Cana pointed to her room and showed it to Ultear. Makarov has sent me a message saying that you are going to move in, right? Hilda, wearing a red dress, walked out of the dormitory and looked at Uru and her daughter. She lived at the door of the 1st floor and could easily see the situation on the platform outside. Yes. Would you like one room or two? Is the room big? Grandma Hilda said, it's definitely enough for 2 people. Then we can just live in the same room. You stroked Ultear's hair, his eyes curved into crescents. Come with me to choose a room. Grandma Hilda said and turned to walk into the girls' dormitory. Goodbye, Cana, Ultear. Ross waved goodbye to them and nodded to Ulu. Goodbye, Ross. The 2 of them also waved goodbye with a smile. After watching them enter the dormitory, Ross turned around and went home. As soon as he got home, he saw Lion and Grey being knocked to the ground by the old man. It was simple. The 2 of them kept bickering and it was too noisy. Makarov was afraid that they would disturb the neighbors, so he gave each of them a slap in the face. When Makarov saw Ross coming back, he said, "You can take them to Sirius Island tomorrow. I, an old man, will just stay in the guild." "Okay, Grandpa." Ross didn't care. He was familiar with the road to Tianlang Island and there was no danger. It was not a big deal for him to go alone. "Then I'll leave Grey and Lion to you tomorrow. Don't worry, there are so many people in the guild, we won't get lost." Makarov waved his hand. "It's because there are so many people in the guild that I'm afraid." It was early in the morning, the time agreed with Uru yesterday was very early. Uru was obviously very anxious about Ultear's illness. After the 3 of them gathered in the guild, they had breakfast and boarded the guild's ship at Harjan port. The ship was self-driving and had a route to Sirius Island. Ross and Ultear sat in front of the railing of the deck, with their feet extended over the railing, while Ulu stood behind them and watched the 2 of them. "Ultear, is there any magic you want to learn?" "Uru's modeling magic. This is what Ultear wants to learn the most, nothing else. Besides that, do you have any other ideas?" Ross was not surprised by the answer. I don't know." Ultear pursed his lips and thought for a while, then shook his head. "How about magic related to time? Are you interested?" Ross still planned to let Ultear learn the arc of time. Of course, he would inform her in advance of the side effects. It would be a tearful thing to play with the arc of time with a crystal ball. Time. Ultear frowned slightly, his little head obviously had no idea what magic related to time was like. Lost magic, the arc of time is a type of magic that, if practiced well, can interfere with anything except life. Ross explained concisely that the arc of time can be practiced to the point where it can interfere with plants, but it seems that it cannot interfere with life forms such as humans or demons. "Is that what you want me to learn?" Ultear looked him in the eyes. "Yes, I think you are very suitable to learn this." Looking into Ultear's eyes, Ross felt that he couldn't lie to her and say that this was to cure her illness. "Then learn from Ultear." The breeze caressed her black hair against her smiling face. Ross couldn't help but rub her bangs in front of her little head, she was really too cute, he couldn't help it. "Besides magic, what does Ultear like to do?" Study? Read. Ultear raised his head slightly and tapped his chin with his fingers. "Then I feel like you and the first generation should have a lot of common topics. The first generation also likes studying and reading." The first generation. Ultear heard them talking about the first generation yesterday, but she didn't ask. The first president of Fairy Tale, Mavis Vermilion, is a very powerful person. She lives on Tenro Island. Ross feels that Ultear and Mavis are somewhat similar, both are knowledgeable and love reading, although Ultear will grow up to be Oni-san. "We're here. The Sirius Island is right in front of us." Ross pointed to the Sirius tree in the middle. Tianlang Island. Chapter 19. Mavis felt the fairy tale members landing on the island, walking towards them with their bare feet on the beach. "First generation." Ross greeted Mavis. "So cute." Mavis saw Ultear. She hadn't seen such a cute little girl in a long time. Her eyes sparkled and she tried to touch Ultear with her little hand, although she couldn't. Ultear saw Ross greet Mavis and knew that the person in front of him was the first president, so he did not resist. I see. Leave it to me. After calming down and listening to Uru's explanation, Mavis looked proud and patted her chest with her little hands. Can it really be solved? Uru seemed very excited. She was also in pain because Ultear was troubled by the powerful magic. In fact, she will gradually get better as she grows up. The most important thing is to get through those few years when she is young. It is not easy for her to get through those years. But if she follows me and learns, it will only take half a year at the fastest and a year at the slowest. Thank you very much, first generation. Uru's eyes were filled with tears. He covered his chest with his right hand and bowed to the first generation. Mavis thought that the process of combing the magic in the body would be painful, and suggested to Ulu, by the way, it would be better for Ultear to stay in Tenro Island to learn. There is a lot of magic around Tenro Island and the land. The magic of the Tenro tree will continuously heal the members of Fairy Tale. It will be easier for her here. The process of combing magic is not easy. Okay, then I'll leave it to you, first generation, but I also want to stay here. Ulu planned to stay with his daughter this time. Okay. Mavis nodded. Uru's presence wouldn't have any effect on her anyway, and it would make the place more lively. Hearing this, Ulu smiled and touched Ultear's hair, looked into her eyes and said, Mom will definitely stay with you this time. Yes, Mother, Ultear will try hard. Ultear nodded and clenched his fists, responding to his mother's determination. Then I'll go back and buy some food and daily necessities for you. Ross saw this. Although there were animals on Tianlang Island, they could not be eaten. Besides, they could not eat meat every meal. Thank you very much. Uru put his hands together to express his gratitude to Ross. Please tell Grey and Lion that I can't go back for the time being, and let them practice well first. Ross first bought 3 days' worth of food and some daily necessities and sent them to Sirius Island. Uru could freeze the meat to keep it fresh, which saved Ross the trouble of delivering it every day. After that, Ross delivered food to Sirius Island every 3 days and checked on Ultear's training progress. The good news was that Mavis said Ultear had a high talent and it might take less than half a year. 3 months later, Ross went to Sirius Island again. This time he did not bring any food. Last time, Mavis told him that he could just come back in 3 days and did not need to bring any food. Ross saw Ultear learning ice-shaping magic from Uru from a distance, while Mavis sat on a rock and watched with her little feet in her arms. Although the mother and daughter were one big and one small, their shaping postures were exactly the same. Is Ultear okay? Uru and Ultear stopped as Ross got off the boat. Ross. Ultear greeted him. It was healed yesterday. Thank you so much for the past 3 months. Uru smiled and touched Ultear's hair. She finally resolved a worry. She formally thanked Mavis for what she said yesterday. First generation, thank you for your hard work. Ross nodded to Mavis first, then looked at Ulu and said, no need to be so polite, I like Ultear too. It's not hard. I've been very happy in these 3 months. Ultear is very cute. Mavis tilted her head, her eyes curved into crescents. Then let's go back. Grandpa has prepared the application materials for you. After you go back, you just need to fill in the information and then go to the evaluation committee for evaluation. It was originally agreed that he would take Ulu and her daughter back today. I want to go too. I want to teach Ultear. Ultear is a genius. Mavis jumped down from the stone, with feather ears standing up on both sides. She looked very excited. After 3 months of contact, Mavis also liked Ultear very much. She was a strong and talented child, and most importantly, she loved reading. Mavis planned to teach her magic and knowledge personally. Ultear wants to learn time magic. Ultear looked at the excited Mavis. Sure. Mavis patted her chest and agreed. Suddenly she thought of something and looked at Ross with wide eyes. She remembered that Ross had asked her about the arc of time. Ross' scalp tingled when she stared at him. He took out the arc of time from his backpack, handed the book to Ultear, stroked her hair and said, "Learn from the first generation." You didn't say anything that would trouble the first generation. After 3 months of contact, she realized that this was a natural person. As long as she was happy, nothing would cause any trouble. If she was refused, she might even cry. Moreover, she was very happy that her daughter could be taught by such a powerful wizard. Ross followed Uru and Ultear to put the things back to the dormitory first, and then returned to the guild to report the progress to the president. Push open the door. Oh, Ultear is back. He has grown taller since we last saw him in 3 months. Everyone talked about the changes in Ultear. Ultear has indeed grown taller, and his hair has also grown longer. It used to be short hair that reached his chin, but now it has reached his shoulders. Uru, we practiced hard while you were away. Grey and Lion were bickering, but when they saw Uru, they gave up bickering and ran towards Uru. Laxus was still not here. He had turned into a mission maniac and was either doing a mission or on his way to do a mission. Ross, on the other hand, was there to deliver food regularly. He had not accepted any missions that were far away and only accepted missions that were nearby. Ultear, come here. Cana saw Ultear appear and waved to her. She finally had a playmate, but Ultear turned around and went to Tenro Island. She missed Ultear very much. Go ahead. Uru gently pushed Ultear and signaled her to go find Cana. Then Uru and Ross walked towards the bar where Makarov was sitting. Mavis also sat beside them, swinging her little feet and looking at the noisy people in the guild. Although everyone didn't know who this was, they knew that this was the president's guest and didn't bother them. President, thank you very much. Uru expressed his gratitude to Makarov. Makarov allowed them to go to the Holy Land of Tenro Island just a few days after they joined the guild. In particular, this trip also solved the problem of Ultear, which was a great favor to Uru. You've already said thank you before. Makarov nodded. He didn't care. First, he believed in Ross. Second, he did feel the chaotic and powerful magic in Ultear's body. As a father and grandfather, he couldn't bear to see this. Please fill out the information and submit it to the council later. Makarov pushed the information to her. Uru nodded. The council had already confirmed the news of Lionla's death. She also received an invitation from the council's Saint Ten, but she went with Ultear for treatment first. Now that Ultear was well, it was time for her to become Saint Ten and get a stable salary. Well, let's have a party to celebrate Ultear's recovery. Makarov raised his glass. Chapter 20. A few days later, after submitting his information, Uru successfully completed the evaluation of the council, and used magic to attack the magic crystal for testing, officially becoming the 7th of the 10 holy magicians on the Ishgar continent. Although he is said to be the 7th, in fact the first 4 are the 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar, and the other 2 are the 10 saints, Makarov and Jose Porla. The 10 holy mages are not only judged by strength, but more by recognition. When Ultear was in the north, she was known as the number 1 ice wizard. The key is that she does not cause destruction. Gildarts caused too much destruction when he completed his mission, otherwise he could have become one of the 10 holy mages. As one of the 10 saints, apart from the need to sometimes attend the council meetings in the form of thoughts and take action when there is a crisis on the Ishgar continent, Uru has a lot of free time. Uru also has more time to accompany Ultear and teach his disciples. In addition, Uru issued a commission in the name of Saint Ten, asking the council to start looking for Brain, the former director of the Magic Development Bureau. The council was happy to accept it. Brain had been blacklisted when Ross and Gildarts destroyed the Magic Development Bureau and submitted evidence. The day after becoming the 10th saint, you returned to Magnolia and took Grey and Lion to the Hawkbee Mountain to practice. She felt guilty for leaving the two disciples behind for more than 3 months. As for Ultear, she had house mistress Hilda and Cana in the dormitory. As for outside, she asked Ross to help take care of her, as well as Professor Mavis. She had nothing to worry about. After living with Ultear on Tenro Island for more than 3 months, Ultear was not so dependent on her. Magnolia East Forest. Ross was sitting cross-legged in meditation to increase his magic power. Mavis and Ultear were practicing on the side, and Cana was taken out by Gildarts to do a mission. Gildarts took on several S-level missions, which were not difficult for him, so he took Cana away, also to take her out to see the scenery. Ultear put the arc of time aside and listened attentively to Mavis's lecture. Mavis had already told Ultear about the side effects of the time arc, but she didn't care about it. Magic is not some miraculous power, but the air currents that exist within our bodies. When they merge with the air currents in nature, they are transformed into concrete power for the first time. Magic can only be formed through one's own mental strength, concentration, and the injection of one's own soul. Time magic is no exception. Although time magic is not like the magic of wind, fire, earth, water, and other elements that are used by the practiced magic power, powerful time magic can return the state of things to the past or push them into the future. More powerful magic can even pause or rewind time, but of course the corresponding price will be very high. Mavis raised a finger and said slowly, with a good teacher style. What I'm going to teach you is time magic, the arc of time. It's a kind of magic that can return the state of things to the past or push them into the future. It can interfere with the time of things other than living things, and you can even use the arc of time to create many things. It depends on your imagination. Mavis tapped her head. Mavis's illusion magic was similar, although it wasn't very powerful, it could be quite impressive if one had a good imagination. First of all, you need to use your own practiced magic power to infuse the crystal ball and learn how to control the crystal ball. Ross followed Mavis' instructions to collect suitable crystal balls a few days ago. In fact, other crystal balls are also fine, but crystal balls are more suitable for absorbing magic power. Then, under Mavis's guidance, Ultear slowly injected magic power into the crystal ball. When Ultear was fully injected, Mavis snapped her fingers. Very good, then try to control it to fly, let it float and fly forward first. Fly back and stop in front of you. Very good, let the crystal ball fly around you 3 times. Ultear followed Mavis' instructions and completed them successfully. Mavis was very happy to see this and said, Ultear is really a genius. Ultear was also very happy to be praised and studied harder. Next, we need to learn how to interfere with the time of this crystal ball. First, let it go back to the past, and become what it was before you injected magic power into it. Hearing this, Ultear stretched out his palm, closed his eyes, and began to imagine the original appearance of the crystal ball. As a burst of light emerged on the crystal ball fell to the ground and returned to its original appearance. Very good, let it change back. Ultear then continued to complete the instructions according to Mavis's instructions. Fairy Tale is not that famous now. Ross is very low-key. He just completes some tasks like punching in for work. He doesn't deliberately become famous. There are not many S-level tasks. Gildarts has basically taken all the tasks. This man is now making a lot of money to support Cana. After all the money was used to buy photo albums. The more difficult ones were also taken in by Laxus. Ross was quite free, and every day he followed Ultear to practice with Mavis. He also meditated or received training in physical skills and techniques. Mavis moved directly into Ultear's dormitory. Let's eat first, Ultear. Ross looked at the 2 people who were still teaching and practicing, and shouted to them. In addition to bringing some food with him, Ross also caught a few fish in the lake, which he grilled at noon and cooked fish soup. I want to eat it. A drop of saliva flowed from the corner of Mavis' mouth, but unfortunately she couldn't eat it. First generation. Ultear held up the grilled fish for Mavis to smell. Mavis took a deep breath. "Ah, I want to eat it." Ross and Ultear were helpless. This was not the first time they had seen this. Ultear had seen it many times on Sirius Island and had long been accustomed to it. "Be careful, it's hot." Ross scooped a bowl of fish soup and placed it in front of Ultear. In addition to being delicious, this fish has another advantage, which is that it has no fish bones. Ross doesn't have to worry about fish bones. Ross likes this fish very much. "Don't worry about that." Ultear waved his hand, and the boiling fish soup dropped to a temperature suitable for drinking. Ultear used the arc of time to postpone the time of this bowl of fish soup by a few minutes. "Haha, this is very good magic, Ultear is very powerful." Ross didn't expect that Ultear would have such accomplishments after only practicing the arc of time for a few days. He is truly a genius. Ultear blushed slightly when being praised, and she ignored him and started eating. Mavis kept staring at Ultear while he was eating, thinking that Ultear eating was the same as me eating. After dinner, Ultear helped to clean up the dishes and then continued to practice. "Next we are going to learn how to use time arc attacks." Mavis was very satisfied with Ultear's training speed and decided to start teaching him the moves. First try to gather the magic power from the crystal ball into one point, and then send it out, targeting the stone. Mavis pointed to the stone where Ross often meditated. It was a punishment for Mavis for tempting her without being able to eat. If this technique is practiced for a long time, it can make the crystal balls at multiple time points appear at the same time and attack together, but the required magic power will be very large, and only people with high natural magic power or great talent can practice it. Ross was still washing the dishes. After hearing a loud noise, I realized that the stone where I often sat cross-legged was broken into several pieces. I smiled bitterly and shook my head. Mavis saw that Ross didn't react and felt it was meaningless, so she asked Ultear to restore the stone to its previous time. Ross finished washing the dishes and turned around to find that the stone had been restored. In the afternoon, Ross sat on the broken and restored stone to meditate as usual. A messenger bird flew over and brought a letter that required the guild seal to open. "Ross, come back to the guild immediately. We need to go to the council chamber. We'll discuss the details when you come back." As soon as the letter was opened, Makarov's small figure appeared on the letter. Chapter 21. Ross received the news and quickly brought Ultear and Mavis back to the guild. Everyone in the guild was making a fuss, but Makarov was nowhere to be seen. "Hey, Ross is back. The president asked you to go to the library to find him." Wakaba turned around and said to Ross, holding his pipe. Ross nodded to indicate that he understood, then lowered his head to look at Ultear. "Ultear, stay in the guild and don't walk around." He then told Lidas to take care of Ultear. He was worried about letting Macau and Wakaba see it, as it might teach the child bad lessons. Lidas could also draw pictures to cheer the child up. "Okay, first generation, let's go down together." "Grandpa, I'm back." "What happened?" As soon as Ross entered the underground library, he saw Makarov sitting cross-legged on the floor with a worried look on his face. "The Albareth Empire is preparing to invade. The spies sent by the council have brought news." Makarov's face was filled with worry. There was nothing he could do. The pressure from the Albareth Empire was too great. The invasion happened in X774? Why don't I remember it was around this time? Was there more than one invasion? Ross pinched his chin in thought. So it was the council that summoned us over. Yes, the council requires all guild leaders and S-class wizards in Ishgar to attend the meeting to discuss how to resist the attack of the Albarez Empire. I have also sent a letter to Uru, asking her to go directly to the council. Makarov frowned and nodded, his tone somewhat helpless. "If I had known, I would not have let you become an S-class wizard so quickly. Kingdom of Fiore is closest to the western continent, so it can be said to be the front line when fighting against Kingdom of Fiore. It's okay, Grandpa. Ross didn't seem too worried. Zeref doesn't have any dangerous thoughts now. The council has the magic elves and faith, so they are not made of clay. It's not the 12 shields now. The only scary ones now are probably Irene and Magic King August. They may not go to the front line yet, so whoever comes will directly use the King Bomb. And to be honest, August may not be willing to fight. He is actually an old man who is easily soft-hearted. This is not the first time he has been indecisive. Ishgar is so big, how can distant guilds join? Everyone will go to their respective divisions. The chairman of the council and the members will participate in the form of thought. We will discuss this in case of emergency. Mavis stood aside without saying a word. Okay, let's set off immediately. Makarov stood up, then looked at the first generation and said, First generation, we will leave first. Be careful. Mavis came back to her senses and responded to Makarov. Ross and Makarov first took a bus to the station, then took a direct train to the Magic Council on the top of the mountain. Why is this council house built so high? It's built right on the top of the mountain. Ross couldn't help but complain as he and Makarov walked on the winding mountain path. Perhaps they think this is the only way to show their power. Makarov snorted. So the old man is at odds with the council now? But come to think of it, Makarov has always emphasized that magic is free. He is already at odds with the council, and with Gildarts and other members causing trouble every day, it's probably hard for him to hear any good words in the council. Ross thought to himself. They finally reached the top of the mountain, and Ross saw the Fiore branch of the council for the first time. The main hall was still floating. When he arrived at the council, other presidents had already arrived. Ross saw Goldmine, the president of Quattro Cerberus, Bob of Blue Pegasus, and the future Saint Tenjura. At this time, Uru hurriedly arrived, running in, followed by Grey and Lion. Time was too tight and she had no place for Grey and Lion to go. The road was smooth. Everyone knew this new holy 10 magicians, and all kinds of frogs knelt down to worship them. President, what happened? Ulu came in and walked towards the tables of several familiar presidents, with Ross also sitting next to them. Ross then explained to Uru that Alvarez had the intention of gathering his army and preparing for an attack. Several figures suddenly appeared on the chairs on the stage in front, including the Speaker of the Council Crawford Shim, Senators Ogre, Yajima, Teacher Barano, and some senators whose names Ross couldn't remember. We have been called together to discuss the news about the attack by the Alvarez Empire. The latest situation is that Alvarez has stopped its offensive intentions. They also seem to have received news that Ishgar has held a meeting to prepare for defense. That's right. We responded as soon as Albareth began to intend to attack. Perhaps Albareth wanted to take the enemy by surprise, but he didn't expect there were spies. But it seems that Ishgar also has spies from the Albareth Empire. Ross pinched his chin and thought. It seems that now only spies on both sides are at work, and no fighting has been done. That's not right. Your emperor is wandering now, right? Does your emperor know that you are dancing like this? Ross felt that it was possible that this time it was not for the sake of meteor brilliance, but perhaps just to show off the strength of the Albarez Empire, to launch a surprise attack, and then see if there was a way to seize billions of territories and collect billions of war reparations. Ross estimated that the Albarez Empire would now begin a purge of spies within the empire, so this war could not be won. Thank you very much to the guild presidents for your support for our work this time. While Ross was thinking, the council had finished its discussion and was preparing to adjourn. After the meeting, Makarov, Ross, and Uru walked out of the council house together. Makarov walked in front to think. Ross did not disturb him and looked at Uru beside him. Does Uru want to go back to see Ultear first? How is Ultear doing? I'm doing pretty well. I'm practicing the time arc with the first generation every day. And I heard Cana say that she seems to practice ice shape at night. Well, then I won't go back for now. Please tell Ultear that I will be back in about 3 months. If Ulu didn't know about the attack by the Alvarez Empire, she would have planned to go back. Now she plans to continue training and increase her strength. At the meeting, the members of the council also said that there is indeed a gap in strength between Ishgar and the Alvarez Empire, and this gap has been widening. How about you write a letter? I'll give it to Ultear. Ross thought that having a letter would be better than conveying it to Ultear dryly. Okay, wait a minute. Then Ulu went to the side and asked Frog for paper and pen, wrote a letter and gave it to Ross. Afterwards, he took Grey and Lion to Mount Habeco to continue their training. The environment of Mount Habeco was indeed suitable for the training of ice mages, and was not worse than the north. On the way back, Makarov specifically told Ross, don't tell the rest of the guild about the content of this meeting. Grey and Lion were taken away by the frog just now, so they don't know the content of the meeting. Among Fairy Tale, only they and you know about it. Should we tell him when Laxus comes back? Makarov frowned and thought for a moment, then nodded, he can say it. Laxus's strength has gradually been recognized by the old man, but the others are still far behind, and it is useless to say anything. As for Ivan, he seems to have gone astray, and Makarov now refuses to reveal any situation in the guild to him. Oh, the president and Ross are back. Ross pushed open the door. The scene in the guild didn't change much, it was still as noisy. Ultear saw Ross coming back and ran towards him. Ross was the one she knew best in the guild. The second is Gildarts. First, Gildarts has been known in the north for a while. Although Gildarts is not a serious person, he occasionally gives people a sense of reliability. Second, Gildarts is Cana's father and is also friends with his mother Uru. Grandpa President. Ultear greeted Makarov first, and Makarov patted her forehead with his little hand. Ultear looked up at Ross and asked, what happened? Ross squatted down and touched Ultear's hair. It's true that there are some urgent matters, but they have been dealt with. Don't worry. I also saw Ulu. This is the letter she gave you. Ulu said that she will not be back until 3 months later. Their trip was indeed not very long this time, just 2 days round trip, and Ultear nodded, thinking that it would probably be nothing to worry about. When she heard Ulu's letter, she took it, but she hadn't opened it yet. She probably planned to read it when she returned to the dormitory at night. She was no longer worried that Ulu would abandon her. Makarov has returned to the bar and sat next to the first generation. He poured himself a drink and started drinking with Wakaba again. Macau went out to do a mission. Although Macau and Wakaba are so-called strong rivals, Macau is still a little bit more motivated than Wakaba, but it's really just a little bit. Chapter 22. Half of the year X774 passed in a flash, and Uru returned from his training with Grey and Lion. Ultear's time arc was gradually showing results, and she no longer needed anyone to protect her. The forest east of Magnolia was no longer dangerous to her. After all, the first generation was only responsible for teaching Ultear, so Ross had previously served as a bodyguard. Since the last meeting of the council, Ross has felt a sense of urgency. He has increased his exercise and meditation time every day. After Uru came back, he also said goodbye to Makarov and Uru and his mother. He accepted several missions to defeat several dark guilds and rebellious monsters. At this point in time, there was no Balam alliance, and the only famous dark guilds were Grimoire and Tartaros. The others were just small fry and had no impact on Ross, so he completed the mission easily. He also became famous among the regular guilds and the dark guilds because he claimed that the magic he used was Reception, Paladin. He was also called the Knight of Fairy Tale. Laxus also gradually became known as the God of Thunder. With the addition of another Saint 10 Uru, Fairy Tale was no longer just famous within a certain range like before, but had become famous in the Kingdom of Fiore. When Ross returned to the guild, he met Ultear and learned that the first generation had returned to Tenro Island. Mavis told Ultear that she had nothing to teach her anymore and that she would have to practice on her own from now on. Although Ultear was reluctant, he nodded to show that he understood. However, Mavis also said that if Ultear had any problems with his training, he could go to Tenro Island to find her. If you calculate it, Mavis has been teaching Ultear for more than half a year, more than 3 months on Sirius Island and more than 3 months in the Eastern Forest. Mavis can be considered Ultear's teacher, but she has not officially accepted him as a disciple. Ultear's hair is longer now, tied into 2 ponytails with red hair bands. She is dressed in black and holding a crystal ball in her hand. She has a sinister temperament, which is towards Ross. She seemed to like teasing Ross, squinting her eyes and smiling while using the arc of time to tease him. Really, even if you follow an idiot, you can learn to be scheming. Is this really a talent? Ross couldn't help but think. Ross's latest plan is to visit Jude Hartfilia and Lucy's mother Layla. With Fairy Tale and his fame, this has become possible. Otherwise, you can't meet a large consortium just because you want to, and there is no need for them to care about you. In the woods on the east side, Ross competed with Ultear to test the results of Ultear's practice, and Ross also realized that the arc of time has no effect on the digital alloy of time, at least not for the time being. Ross thought that the reason might be that the time digital alloy might become active after combination or that Ultear's training was temporarily insufficient. Ultear was obviously not very happy to be defeated easily by Ross. Ultear, do you want to go out and play with me? Ross had rested for several days since he came back this time. There was no danger in going to Lucy's house, and he could handle it even if he was there. First, he really wanted to take Ultear out to play, and second, if he took Ultear with him, at least it wouldn't be as abrupt as visiting alone. With a child visiting, Jude should also relax his guard. Where to? Ultear was a little tempted. Just walk around and finally visit the Hartfilia Foundation. Okay, but I have to talk to Ulu first. Ultear nodded, with some anticipation in her eyes. She has never gone out to play. Since joining Fairy Tale, her range of activities has been around Magnolia, and before that she was only in the Magic Development Bureau. It's okay, don't worry. We'll set off tomorrow or the day after tomorrow depending on the situation. Just talk to Ulu tonight. The two of them have training tasks every day, and they return to the guild after training in the afternoon. At night, in the girls' dormitory, Ulu readily agreed to Ultear's request to go out for a trip, but only reminded Ultear to be careful. After getting Uru's consent, Ross first took Ultear to visit Magnolia and buy some portable food. He didn't want to go fishing or hunting along the way, and many towns were not as prosperous as Magnolia. The more famous cities in the Kingdom of Fiore were Magnolia, Crocus, Agalafa, Oaktown, and Harjan. Although it was not the first time they visited Magnolia, the bustling streets of Magnolia and the various shops and snacks still gave Ross and Ultear a sense of novelty. What's more, the residents of Magnolia were very friendly to the members of Fairy Tale, and some uncles and aunts even insisted on giving Ultear food. Ultear seemed to like crepes very much. Although many things were pushed to her, the only thing she accepted was crepes. It was true that girls could not resist good-looking desserts. Crepes were rolled with thin wheat cakes, and the fried dough was rolled up and eaten with whipped cream. When rolling, mango, chopped orange and sliced strawberries were sandwiched, and a cherry was placed in the middle, and finally a circle of chocolate sauce was drizzled on it. It really looked beautiful and delicious. Ross did not get anything for free from the crepe seller, so he still paid for it. If you like anything else, feel free to buy it. Ross looked at Ultear who was following him and eating crepes intently. No, that's enough. Looking at Ross who was looking at her with a smile, Ultear realized that she was actually immersed in it. Her cheeks were flushed with an imperceptible blush. She turned her head away as if guilty, responded to Ross eagerly, and quickened her pace to walk in front of Ross. Ross smiled, but did not provoke Ultear anymore, otherwise this young and sinister girl would probably tease him every day. They entered Magnolia's largest supermarket, which had all kinds of prepared food and daily necessities. How about buying some sweets for the road? Ross pointed at the macarons, eclairs, and brownies in the sweet display case. No, you'll get fat. Ultear shook his head. I really want to eat it. Ross smiled and scratched his head. You don't usually eat it. Ultear knew that this was bought for her. In the few months they had known each other, she had never seen Ross eat any sweets, but she had seen skewers and the like. Well, I will control it, but I don't completely stop eating. Food is one of the great pleasures in life. This is the truth. In his previous life, he was the type who would gain weight if he didn't control his food intake. So he often controlled his sweets and would not eat them unless there were special circumstances. But in this life, it is difficult for him to gain weight in this state of practice. Then buy it, but don't buy too much. Ross nodded, picked out some macarons and eclairs, then looked at Ultear and said, What do you want? Ultear looked at the display case and walked back and forth, pointing at the brownies, chocolate truffles, and chocolate walnut cookies. Among the many varieties of brownies, she chose the chocolate one. So you like chocolate, hey? Ross thought to himself. Ultear didn't have a very obvious preference before, but he probably decided chocolate was the best after trying so many different foods over the past few months. Ross followed Ultear's instructions and selected some of the sweets. Ross also picked some chocolate macarons. He thought girls would like pink, but it turned out that he thought too much. The extra ones he picked were all pink. As for preservation, it was not a problem at all because he had magic props. Too many. Ultear frowned slightly as she looked at Ross, who had picked a lot of things. This was not what she meant by not buying too much. It's okay, I'll eat the extra. Ross bared his big teeth shamelessly. Chapter 23. Harjan, as a famous port city, is also a prosperous fishing town. There is only one magic shop in the entire town, and less than 10% of the residents living here can use magic. Ross and Ultear's first stop was this port city, but they did not plan to stay in this city. Instead, they planned to take a boat from the port to Galuna Island. When they heard that they were going to Galuna Island, many boatmen refused. They were rejected so many times that Ross was planning to fly there by himself. Then a middle-aged man in a turban came over and asked, Are you going to Galuna Island? Yes. Ross nodded. Let me give you a ride. I'm a resident of the island, and I'm out here to buy something today. The middle-aged man smiled kindly. He had just seen it, and he thought for a long time before stepping forward to talk to her. Galuna Island is crescent-shaped, with a village in the south and the Temple of the Moon in the north. The entire island is covered with forests. Ross and Ultear sat at the bow. Speaking of which, Galuna Island is not only called the Moon Island, but also the Devil's Island. The villagers are demons. Tisk. Ultear said disdainfully, thinking Ross was trying to scare her, but she was not afraid of that. Why are we going to Galuna Island? Ultear felt that there was nothing fun on this island. Let's go check out the Temple of the Moon. There's a temple in the north of Galuna Island. It seems like it's quite nice to watch the moon there. Also, I want to ask if the key to the zodiac is there. The zodiac? The key to celestial spirit, but you don't know celestial spirit magic. Mavis talked about celestial spirit magic when she was teaching Ultear, and also mentioned the most powerful zodiac key. It's not for my own use. It's for when I go meet the Heartfilia Consortium, and I'm not sure if the key is there. The fact that Galuna Island had the key in 784 does not mean it has it now, as it is 10 years earlier. Furthermore, in July 777, Layla Heartfilia summoned people who possessed the zodiac to borrow the key to complete the eclipse plan. Sagittarius was not in Layla's hands at the time, so it must have been taken by someone else. Of course, it is also possible that it was taken by someone from Galuna Island. Ultear nodded and didn't ask why. Anyway, she would go to Heartfilia's house with him. Ross had told her this before they left. She would know when the time came. Don't worry, after seeing this island, you're really going to have fun, and it's really nice to watch the moon from the Temple of Moon. It doesn't matter where we go. It's all scenery we haven't seen before. Ultear didn't mind having a purpose for the first stop of the trip. The people of Galuna Island appear in human form during the day, and only at night when they are in the village do they return to their original demonic form. This is normal. Demons are scary to many people, and it is a view that is difficult to change. The prejudice in people's hearts is like a mountain. Therefore, Galuna Island is also called the Cursed Island, and they basically do not communicate with outsiders. When they reached the shore, Ross jumped off the boat first and held out his hand. Ultear took his arm and jumped off. The boatman came down last. Uncle, are you a villager from the southern part of Galuna Island? Yes, my name is Boca, are you going to our village? Yes, please lead the way, Uncle Poca. Ross took out 10,000 J as the boat fare and guide fee. I can't charge so much, I'll just charge the boat fee. Boca kept waving his hands and refused to accept the money. He only charged 2000 J as the boat fee. Although they were demons, they were still quite hospitable. They just felt that they were ugly and did not dare to communicate with outsiders. I seem to hear that you wanted to go to Temple of Moon just now, right? If you want to go there, we can't lead the way. The boat was not big, and they did not deliberately lower their voices, so it was easy to hear. Temple of Moon was a relic that accumulated sacred light and had a great inhibitory effect on demons. It's okay, we can go there by ourselves. We just want to stay on Galuna Island tonight and hope to find a house in your village. That's easy, just follow me. Poca walked in front and waved, his tone very enthusiastic. The place where Boca had just parked was not far from the village, and they soon arrived there by following the path. The gate and wall of the village were made of wooden stakes. Uncle Boca walked up to them. I'm Boca. Open the door quickly. There are guests coming. Oh. It's Boca, open the door. Someone on the wall quickly responded and the wooden door was pulled open. It's the first time we see tourists. The villagers looked at Ross and Ultear discussing. Why do I have a strange feeling? Ultear moved closer to Ross and grabbed his right cuff. I told you, they are demons. Ross bent down and whispered in Ultear's ear, then straightened up and raised his thumb with his other hand, but it's good, don't worry, I'm here. Uncle Boca led them to the village chief's house and knocked on the door. Village Chief Mocha, there are 2 tourists who want to stay in our village for one night. What a rare visitor. A bald old man with a cane walked out of the hut, followed by a tall middle-aged man. Hello, I am the village chief Mocha, and I am the village chief's son Bobo. The 2 of them greeted first. I'm Ross, this is Ultear, we're here to visit Galuna Island and we want to see the Temple of Moon in the north. I see. Our Galuna Island is the Temple of the Moon. This island has been accumulating the light of the moon since ancient times. The whole island is as bright and beautiful as the incarnation of the moon. Mocha is also very proud of Galuna Island. We would like to stay here tonight. I wonder if there are any rooms available. We will pay for it. Of course. Do you want to have dinner with us? We'll have a bonfire party tonight. Ultear, what do you think? Are you interested? If it was Ross himself, he would have agreed, but he had to consider Ultear's opinion. There are many specialties on the island. How about trying some? Mocha saw Ultear's hesitation. Okay. Ultear nodded. Yoshi, everyone, please give your best to welcome our guests. Boca, take them to the room and put their luggage away first. Please follow me. Poca led them to the most spacious room left in the village. The room looked to be more than 40 square meters. The moon could be seen through the window, but there was no furniture, only wooden tables and chairs. Ross and Ultear put down their luggage, and Polka moved 2 beds, quilts, and pillows from next door. Ultear took them and spread out the sheets. These are the only sheets I have. I hope you don't mind. No, it's already very good. The room is also very nice. Haha, everyone is preparing dinner, so I'm going to help too. If you're interested, you can come out and watch together. Polka said as he walked out of the room and closed the door. After dinner, we will go to the Temple of Moon in the north to admire the moon, and then stay here tonight. Although now is not the best time to admire the moon, it is not bad either. Ultear nodded in agreement. Chapter 24. Ross and Ultear did not go out to see them prepare, but opened the window and sat in front of it to meditate. You two, the party is ready. Polka came and knocked on the door. When he passed by, he saw them meditating from the window. Both of them had their guild emblems on their left hands, which were very conspicuous. Polka already knew that they were wizards and was not surprised. Instead of calling them from the window, he knocked on the door. We'll be right out, Uncle Polka. Ross responded and stood up and walked out the door with Ultear. It's evening. Ross looked at the sky. The sun was setting, dyeing the clouds red. The whole island was filled with red light. Looking at the sunset, there was a comfortable feeling. They were immersed in meditation and only realized it was evening when they came out. So beautiful. The setting sun sparkled in Ultear's eyes. It's not like they had never seen a sunset before in Magnolia, but even the same sky would have different scenery when viewed from different angles. This is one of the meanings of travel. Haha, let's eat and watch at the same time. The moon is more beautiful at night. Polka was very happy looking at the two people who were immersed in it. Long tables were placed in a circle, and various foods were placed on the tables. Long wooden poles were used as supports in the middle, and they were piled up in order to form a bonfire. Please sit here. Polka took them to the right side of the village chief Mocha, and to the left of the village chief was his son. Wouldn't this be a bad thing? This was considered a seat of honor, like entertaining a VIP. Mocha narrowed his eyes and smiled, it's okay, please take a seat. You are the first distinguished guests to come to our village, so you should sit here. Thank you, village chief. In that case, Ross did not refuse and sat down with Ultear. The cups contain juice squeezed from fruits unique to the island. Please try it. Mocha pointed to 2 wooden cups filled with orange liquid. Ross took a sip out of curiosity. In fact, the taste was similar to orange juice. He raised his eyebrows to indicate to Ultear that it tasted good. Ultear then raised the glass and took a sip. When the two of them sat down, the village chief raised his glass and said, Everyone, let's raise our glasses and welcome you two to our village. Oh! Everyone raised their glasses, and Ross and Ultear also raised their glasses to signal. This is delicious, try it. Ross pointed to the sashimi. Ross had just tried it and it was probably a specialty fish from Harjan or Galuna Island. He had never seen it in Magnolia. Delicious. Ultear took a piece of fish with chopsticks. The fish meat melted in his mouth. Even without dipping it in sauce, he could still taste the freshness of the fish, and a little sweetness. Village chief, I'd like to ask if there is a key to the zodiac sign Sagittarius in the village. I heard it's here. If there is, I would like to buy it. After dinner, Ross was chatting with the village chief Mocha. During the conversation, Ross found an opportunity and asked. Sagittarius? No, not here. No one here is a celestial spirit mage. Mocha was stunned at first, then shook his head. Then I guess he ended up here after some twists and turns. Ross pinched his chin in thought. I'm sorry, we really didn't. Seeing that Ross didn't say anything, Mocha apologized to him. It's okay. I just heard that the key to Sagittarius is on Galuna Island, so I wanted to ask. I'm not forcing you. Ross shook his head. Anyway, what Layla needed in X777 was not the key to Sagittarius. Go upstream along the river and the path, the Temple of Moon is there. There is no way for us to get there and no one has been there for a long time. Be careful. Boca stood at the door and pointed to the north. Okay, thank you Uncle Poca, you can go back, we can go there by ourselves. Ross nodded to Poca, then took Ultear and walked towards the Temple of Moon. Ross held a torch and walked on the path, with trees on both sides, and the moonlight sprinkled on the path through the gaps between the leaves. The river was turbulent, and the sound of the river water hitting the river bank and the stones reached Ross and Ultear's ears. Ross felt the joy of Sushi, who was happy to walk in the courtyard when the moonlight entered the house. The distance between the south and north of Galuna Island is quite far. It took Ross and Ultear 2 hours to see the Temple of Moon. We're here. What came into view was a pyramid-shaped building made of yellow bricks, with a red crescent mark on the gate and the pillars on both sides. It's so dilapidated. This was Ultear's first reaction when he came in. The stone pillars in the temple had collapsed, and tree roots had grown into the temple. Let's go straight to the top. Ross pointed upwards. But be careful when walking. No one has been here for such a long time. I don't know if it will collapse. Hearing this, Ultear reached out and grabbed Ross's right sleeve. Ross took Ultear and walked carefully along the floor tiles and climbed the stairs. Ross stepped hard on each step to make sure there was no problem before taking another step. The temple did not collapse, and they successfully reached the platform. On the platform, there is a crescent-shaped stone slab supported by 4 stone pillars. The stone slab has been exposed to wind and sun and is somewhat damaged. The crescent of the crescent-shaped stone slab surrounds a circular hole. This temple is used to collect moon drops. The moonlight will gather at this hole downwards, but it needs to pass through a magic circle, otherwise it will just be ordinary moonlight. Ross walked Ultear closer to the center, pointed at the big hole, and then pointed at the moon. Moon drop. Ultear had never heard of this term and was a little confused. It is said that the moon drop can be used to break all magic, including ice formed by absolute freezing. Ultear just nodded. It seemed that she didn't know what absolute freezing was yet. That's right, why would Ulu teach her this? Ultear was more interested in the moon. She walked closer to the temple platform and looked up at the moon, which reminded her of the moon she saw at the Magic Development Bureau. It was the same moon, but a completely different scenery. At the Magic Development Bureau, she could only see loneliness, but here she saw freedom and yearning. Ross walked to Ultear's side and looked up at the moon as well, without saying anything, just watching quietly together. Okay, let's go back. Ultear looked at the moonlight for nearly half an hour, and when he came to his senses, he found Ross standing there. Okay, should we fly back or walk back? It was getting late and it would take more than 2 hours to walk back. Let's go back. Ultear raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, and reached out to hold Ross's hand. Okay. Ross blinked and looked away without changing his expression. The two of them walked quietly, without speaking, but very harmoniously. The sound of wind blowing through leaves and the sound of river hitting rocks could be heard. The 2-hour trail was not easy to walk on, but Ross felt that time passed very quickly. They soon returned to the village along the trail. After calling out, someone opened the door for them. In front of the cabin, Ross waited outside first, and then went in after Ultear changed his clothes. The next morning, Ross woke Ultear up, and the two walked out of the cabin to watch the sunrise together, as they had agreed last night. Watch the sunset, moon, and sunrise together in one day. After breakfast, Ross and Ultear planned to say goodbye to the villagers. Everyone gathered at the door to see them off. By the way, you are all demons, right? I knew that yesterday. Feeling Ultear's figure beside him suddenly startled, Ross smiled at her and signaled her not to be nervous. Yes, we are demons, but we have never hurt anyone. The village chief Mocha's breathing was slightly disordered. He shook his head as if he thought of something, walked forward and said, I know. I just want to tell everyone that you can communicate more with the outside world, even if you use human faces first. Maybe one day you can use your real faces to make friends with humans. Ross gave the villagers a thumbs up and smiled, showing his big white teeth. Bang, bang, bang. The villagers spread their wings and turned back into their original demon appearance, but with smiles on their faces. Some were so happy that they flew into the sky. This time Ultear wasn't nervous. Although the demons did look different from humans, she didn't sense any malice. Return to Harjan Port. Thank you, Uncle Poka, goodbye. Ultear stood on the shore and waved to him. Goodbye, welcome to our island again. Uncle Poka smiled and waved and shouted to Ultear. Watching Poka go away, Ross looked at Ultear and said, Let's go, next stop, departure. Chapter 25. Spa Town Hosenka located in the west of Magnolia City. The village is full of oriental buildings, Japanese-style wine houses and inns. It is a tourist destination in the Kingdom of Fiore and also the most popular hot spring street. It was designed by a duke who was a fan of oriental things. It is a bold and subtle tourist destination. There is a hotel called Chotakyu in the village, which is one of the most popular spots in the village. This is not the first time Ross has come here. When Ross was on a mission before, if he passed by, he would usually come to soak in the hot springs. It has to be said that it is a great way to relieve stress. They came on foot, stopping and strolling along the way. It was already evening when they arrived. Ross took Ultear to check into a room first. The rooms were all tatami mat, and there was nothing to choose from. As you enter the gate, there is an artificial rockery waterfall on the left. The river water flows down along the rocks and flows through the entire hot spring village along the constructed channel. There is a wooden arch bridge right in front of the gate. Crossing the wooden arch bridge, you will see the famous Super Express Hotel located in the center of the entire village. Ross and Ultear enjoyed a meal of sushi and seafood ramen at the Super Express restaurant, both of which were seafood. After all, Magnolia is by the sea. The Super Express Hotel has another unique feature: the generous chef's good character and a variety of exquisite dishes make the guests linger. The chef looks quite strange though. This restaurant is always packed with people. Ross sighed. He had never seen the seats as empty as when Lucy and Natsu came. No, it must have been very late when Lucy came that time. Ross and Ultear also had to queue to get a seat this time, but queuing was not a big deal as long as you could eat delicious food. After the meal, the two of them left the restaurant and planned to go shopping. The whole village is full of Japanese-style buildings. There are cherry trees on both sides of the buildings. The roofs of the buildings are connected by lines, and 4 lanterns are hung on each building. There are flat roads, clear streams, and water wheels that turn with the flowing water. It is nice to come here at night just to enjoy the lights. At the innermost part of Spa Town Hosenka, there is a cherry blossom tree that is so big that it would take several people to hug it. The tree is surrounded by a fence and can only be visited from the outside. The large branches of the cherry tree draped down like a waterfall. Ross estimated that the branches were more than 20 meters long both east-west and north-south. The sturdy trunk and branches extending in all directions allow you to experience the vitality and powerful aura. There are also some lanterns hanging on the branches. The orange-red lights and pink cherry blossoms create a unique scenery. This weeping cherry tree is over 1,500 years old, and the entire Spa Town Hosenka is built around this weeping cherry tree and the unique hot spring. Ross and Ultear passed by and heard a father explaining to his child who was riding on his neck. I guess the Duke also has his eyes on this cherry tree. The tree is obviously well protected. There is a sorcerer above the fence, but it will not appear when it is not touched, and it does not affect the view. It is probably to prevent children from climbing over the fence and touching the cherry tree. When you come to Spa Town Hosenka, hot springs are indispensable. Ross booked one male bath and one female bath. He washed his body first, and then Ross went to the men's bath. The supporting services of Spa Town Hosenka are very good. They provide you with bathrobes and slippers according to the number of people and size. The shower rooms are all cubicles and are well built. They even provide you with a bottle of milk to prevent you from sweating too much and feeling thirsty after soaking in the hot spring for a long time. The hot spring's spout is quite unique, it's a monster sculpture, and the color of the hot spring is a little weird, pink. Ross didn't know whether the hot spring had any therapeutic effect, but it was indeed very comfortable to soak in it. With a headscarf on his head, his body surrounded by the hot spring, and leaning on the stones, he felt that the noise of the whole world had nothing to do with him. The temperature of the hot spring is quite high. The water vapor from the hot spring liquefies into small water droplets when it is cooled, appearing in the form of mist. Combined with the cherry blossoms in the hot spring pool, it feels like a fairyland on earth. The cherry blossoms in the hot spring are not cleaned very often. They are only cleaned once every morning, but it is not clean enough. The cherry blossoms will often fall with the wind, just like sweeping the streets. It feels like falling leaves again right after you finish sweeping. It didn't take long, more than half an hour, before Ross got up from the shower and returned to the room. Not long after, Ultear, wearing a bathrobe, also returned to the room. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Ross meditating. She didn't say hello, but just sat aside and read a book. Where would you like to go next? Ross finished meditating and looked at Ultear, who was sitting next to him. Ultear frowned, pursed her lips slightly, and put the book down. I don't know much about the Kingdom of Fiore. Wait a moment. Ross said, then opened the backpack beside him and took out the Kingdom of Fiore travel guide and Kingdom of Fiore map. Ross first pointed to the location of Crocus on the map. The capital, Crocus, is known as the City of Flowers because of the many different flowers blooming in the city. During the annual festival, the Rockers Flower Festival, wizards from all over the Kingdom of Fiore flock to Rockers to visit, causing it to be overcrowded. Even if it is not a flower festival, you can see different scenery and different kinds of flowers in Rockers in every season. Ultear didn't seem to be very interested, probably because he had been looking at flowers and plants recently. Then this. Ross then pointed to Akane Resort. Arcane Resort, the most popular seaside tourist destination in the Kingdom of Fiore, has a huge theme park and an adjacent luxury hotel. It is a charming beach that you will be addicted to once you come here, and there is an endless and beautiful sea. There is an amusement park and a casino in the basement of the hotel, with different facilities for tourists to play. Not going to the casino? Ultear shook his head. He seemed quite interested at first, but he lost interest as soon as he heard the word casino. Hey, you're quite principled. Ross smiled but didn't refute. He didn't like gambling anyway. He was a man who wouldn't even gamble when playing cards. How about Web Valley? Earthquakes in the ancient times created countless faults with deep distribution of faults, so it is called Spider's Nest Valley. Countless people have gotten lost here and never got out. But it doesn't affect us. We can fly. Is there anything interesting? Ultear asked this question in a calm tone. It doesn't seem like it. Maybe it would look good if it flies and looks from above. Ross scratched the side of his face with his index finger, looking embarrassed. Well, this Tequila Park is the premier summer resort in the Kingdom of Fiore. It has many large swimming pools and water slides. Wizards and ordinary people alike love to go there. And now it's summer, so it's the best time. Go to all of them, except the underground casino in Akane Resort. Ultear looked at Ross, who was pointing excitedly at Tequila Park on the map. Hey! Ross paused, pointing at the map, his mouth wide open. I said everyone goes. Ultear knew Ross heard it. Oh. Ross's mouth twitched, then he nodded. Chapter 26. In the end, Ross and Ultear decided to travel along the station line. Magnolia Station is the main train station, with trains going to Onibus, Gunyuki, Ashabana, Kriba, Harjan, Agalafa City and other places. They first took a train to the city of Agalafa and visited the business guild Love and Lucky, which was the place where Lucy's father and mother, Jude Hartfilia and Layla Hartfilia, met and got to know each other. Lucy's name was given to the pregnant Layla and Jude, who left the guild because the K on the sign Lucky was broken, leaving only Lucy. There is another famous place in Agalafa City, the Wayside Forest. In the forest there is a villa of Bob, the president of Blue Pegasus. However, Ross does not plan to meet Bob because he has gradually metamorphosed into the ultimate form. Ross gets goosebumps every time he sees him. The depths of the Wayside Sea of Trees was once the central area where ancient people lived. There was a cave inside. It is said that whenever the village held a sacrifice, the witch would stay in this cave to listen to the will of God. After visiting Ross and Ultear, they felt that it was just an ordinary cave, nothing special. The Sea of Trees is quite nice, and Nirvana is also in it, but Ross has no plans to look for it for the time being. Then they came to Onibus, a town most famous for its theatre performances, with the largest theatre in the Kingdom of Fiore. They watched a show here, and then rushed to Tequila Park, where they experienced large-scale water rides such as the sky-high swing, the wide-body water slide and the U-shaped swing slide. In the capital, Crocus, they first checked into the Crocus Hotel, which could be said to be the second best viewing spot, after the first being the Royal Palace of the Kingdom of Fiore, the Palace of Lanterns, Marucleus. We admired the flowers in the evening, and went to climb Thomas Brow Mountain, located west of Rockers, very early the next day to watch the sunrise. This was the venue for the later Grand Magic Fighting Martial Arts competition, but it had not been renovated yet. The Arcane Resort is not far from the capital Crocus. They sunbathed and dived here, and stayed in a tourist hotel by the sea at night. They had a perfect view of the endless sea from the floor-to-ceiling windows of the room. In order to see Web Valley, they took the longest train, directly to Clover. They stopped in the middle, Ross received Omegaman, and Ultear sat on the battle Tyrannosaurus head in his left hand, overlooking from high above. To Ross, Web Valley feels a lot like the Great Rift Valley of East Africa, except that unlike the Great Rift Valley seen from satellite images, if you look at it from the air, you will see that Web Valley has many small cracks that meander from the main crack to both sides. The entire Rift Valley looks a bit like a snake with some hands and feet. It cannot be considered a millipede because there are not that many of them. Clover has a venue where the Guild President's Alliance holds a routine meeting. They also met Makarov and his group here. They were preparing to hold a president's meeting, but Ross and Ultear did not attend. After greeting Makarov, they continued their journey. Alright, we're going to our final destination next. After that we'll go back to the guild. It's been almost a month since we came out. After arriving in the town by train, Ross first wrote a visiting card and asked someone to send it to Hartfilia's house. The note stated that fairy tale wizard Ross and Ultear would visit tomorrow. Otherwise, it would be rude to pay them a sudden visit tomorrow. It would also give them some time to investigate who Ross is. Although Ross is now well known, not everyone knows Ross. Ross is self-aware of this. Ultear and Ross didn't have much desire to walk around the town, so after dinner they just rested and meditated in the hotel. As soon as Jude Hartfilia received the visiting card, he sent someone to the Bounty Hunter Guild to inquire about the identities of fairy tale wizards Ross and Ultear. Soon, the documents about them fell into Jude's hands, with photos attached. Ross. Age, 13. Strength, S-Class Wizard, the youngest S-Class Wizard in the history of Kingdom of Fiore. Magic, Receive Magic, Paladin, with multiple attributes and full body armor made of unknown alloy. Currently known attributes are Light and Fire, while the attributes of Black armor are unknown. Appeared in the weekly magazine Sosara 4 times. Ultear Milkovich. Age, 8. The daughter of Uru Milkovich, the new Holy 10 Magicians. Her strength and the magic she uses are unknown, but it is speculated that she uses ice-shaping magic. The two went on a trip more than a month ago and had never been to any consortium. I have to say the information is very detailed. Even Ross didn't know he had appeared in 4 weekly magazines. He doesn't even read this stuff. You have never been to any consortium, so why did you come to visit us? Jude frowned and thought, his hands unconsciously clenching the information. Before arriving at Jude Hartfilia's house, Jude lived in a super large manor, not to mention that the surrounding hills were all theirs, which really showed that they were very wealthy. We are fairy tale wizards Ross and Ultear Milkovich. Then the two raised the backs of their left hands, facing the guard at the door. Please come in, Mr. Jude has already given instructions. An old butler walked out from the right side of the manor. He was probably waiting here and appeared when he heard Ross's voice. The butler took Ross and Ultear to the reception room, and the maid brought 2 cups of hot tea. Please take a seat. I'll go and ask Mr. Jude and Ms. Layla to come over right away. Ross's visiting card was addressed to Jude and Layla. Okay, thank you for your help. Hartfilia's house was so big that it took Jude and Layla a while to get over after receiving the news, so Ross and Ultear started drinking tea. The door of the reception room was pushed open, and Jude Hartfilia and Layla appeared together. Layla was holding Lucy Hartfilia's hand. Lucy was 7 years old at the time, and was as small as a porcelain doll. The grown-up Lucy and Layla are basically the same, so similar that Ross thinks this is probably one of the reasons why Jude ignored Lucy after Layla's death. Whenever he sees Lucy he will think of his wife Layla. Of course, this is not a reason to ignore his daughter. Ross and Ultear stood up and introduced themselves first, then Jude and Layla introduced themselves and introduced Lucy to Ross and Ultear, but Ross did not come here for Lucy. I often hear the names of Fairy Tale and Night Ross recently. Welcome. Jude was just being polite. Ross was traveling in the past month and he didn't do anything big, such as demolishing a port or a train station, so it would be a miracle if he could hear about you. I heard that you have been traveling recently, but you have never visited any consortiums or guilds. Even when you went to Crocus, you didn't visit the royal palace. Why did you come to visit the Hartfilia consortium? After the greetings, Jude got straight to the point. Jude is saying that I have investigated you, and quite thoroughly. Excuse me for being so presumptuous, but we are here to visit Ms. Layla regarding the Eclipse Gate. Ross looked at Layla. Layla's breathing was slightly disordered, and there was a hint of panic in her eyes. Eclipse Gate, what is that? Layla reacted quickly, but she didn't intend to admit it. This was a family event passed down from her ancestors 400 years ago. Even though she personally didn't quite believe it, she couldn't tell anyone about it easily. July 7th, X777. Ross said the time in a flat tone. Chapter 27. Layla, who had once been famous in Fiore, was not someone who would easily get nervous. She calmly asked back, July 7th, X777, what's going on? It's only X774 now, right? Seeing that Layla was not going to admit it, Ross sighed helplessly and continued, on July 7th, X777, the Eclipse Gate will open. The key needed is the Zodiac, and as far as I know, the Eclipse Gate is under the Crocus Palace. Layla's forced calm expression froze, and her hands tightly grasped her dress. Ultear looked across and felt that the current atmosphere was a bit tense. Who are you? Our Hartfilia group has also cooperated with many wizard guilds and is not afraid of you. Jude stood up, his tone somewhat angry, but also with a hint of panic. He also knew about the plan, and he knew that what Ross said was right, but he couldn't stop it. This was the responsibility passed down by the Hartfilia family. In addition to the Hartfilia family, there are other people involved in the Eclipse project. I am here to ensure the smooth progress of the Eclipse project. You can regard me as a commission from that family. although Zeref didn't commission it. Please sit down. I have no ill intentions and I don't intend to stop you. I just have 3 points I want to draw Ms. Layla's attention to. But before I do, I would like you to send Miss Lucy away first. Ross calmly stretched out his hand and motioned Judd to sit down. Layla quickly asked the maid to take Lucy away. Judd's anger still did not subside. This matter concerned his wife. You can speak now. If the answer does not satisfy me, please leave immediately. Ross straightened his back, considered his words and said solemnly. What I am going to say next is serious. I hope you will listen to me quietly and don't interrupt me. First, I want you to quickly call or notify the person who owns the Zodiac through the Heartfilia Consortium and borrow the key from them. Secondly, Graham, one of Ms. Layla's former servants, has moved to the Western continent. We need to find her as soon as possible. Isn't the key to Aquarius in her hands? It's best to start now. If the key to open the Eclipse Gate is missing, I think Ms. Layla knows the consequences. I don't need to elaborate. Third, I heard during my travels that Zaldeo, another servant of Ms. Layla, has betrayed you and fallen into evil. If you see him again, I hope you will be careful and take back the Capricorn key from him. The third point is Ross's guess. It's not a big problem. Even if there is no key, Ross will snatch it from him. Even if Ross's guess was wrong, and they found Zaldeo, and Zaldeo hadn't betrayed them during this period, then Layla would at most be on guard against Ross, and it would not affect the Eclipse project, which is a 400-year plan. In X769, the night Ross moved into Makarov's house, he brainstormed all night. In the Sirius Island chapter, it was said that Zaldeo allowed Capriccio to stay in the human world for 17 years. Loki was also surprised at who Capriccio's master was and why he could stay in the human world for so long. Layla retired in X764, and counting back 17 years, that means Zaldeo had merged with Caplico around X767. This cannot be explained by the asymmetry of time between the human world and the celestial spirit world. 17 years in the human world is only a few dozen days in the celestial spirit world. Loki himself had been outside for 3 years, and he had no way of knowing what happened in the celestial spirit world. As for the eclipse plan in X777, maybe it was to use human slaves to control a person and use transformation magic to turn him into Zaldeo and give Layla the Capricorn key? He also considered the factor of Hades. One possibility was that Hades temporarily turned him back into a human, but Zaldeo said that he missed his human body, which didn't make sense. By the time Ross finished speaking, Layla found the first 2 points acceptable. After all, Ross had just told her the conditions and location of the Eclipse Gate. Although she was surprised that he knew Graham, it was nothing compared to the others. Ross's description was very detailed, and they had no choice but to believe him. Ross could even tell them the names of Layla's servants and the keys they each held. What? Layla was very surprised by the information about Zaldeo, but Judd didn't show any expression. He was probably used to such things after doing so much business outside. Ross nodded and said, "Yes, you have to recall him in X777 anyway. You will know when you confirm it. But I still want to remind you that it is best to ambush and capture him in advance. If you need help, you can also send a letter to Fairy Tale and Magnolia and we can provide assistance. Then we'll take our leave." Ross and Ultear then left Heartfilia's house. "We should go back to the guild." "Yeah." Ultear just nodded slightly. After Ross and Ultear left, Layla looked up at Judd and asked, "Dear, what should we do? Should we believe it? Hold it for now. I will immediately send someone to look for Graham and Ishgar in the Western continent, and then send someone to inquire about Zaldeo's news. Then we can decide whether to believe it or not." "Okay." Today's news had a big impact on Layla. On the way to the station, Ross couldn't understand Layla's behavior. The key of the Zodiac was given to the servant, but he could understand Grammy. Layla treated Grammy as a sister. The mother-in-law brought the cancer key, but the mother-in-law still worked at Layla's house, and finally gave it to Lucy. But that Zaldeo was nothing, he gave it away without saying anything, and he trusted the wrong person. How do you know all this? Ultear didn't say a word during their conversation, just listened to them all the time, and only asked Ross after they left Heartfilia's house. What you see may not be accurate. Galuna Island is an example. Ultear knew he was talking about the Sagittarius key of the zodiac. Then why are you so sure? Wait, so I saw it too. Ultear reacted and remembered that she had followed Ross' explanation to her at the Magic Development Bureau, but she did not explain why Ross knew her and went to find her directly. Although his explanation at the time was that he wanted to find Uru to join the guild, which was acceptable at the time, Ultear realized something was wrong when she connected the two things. Yes. Ross looked her in the eyes and made no attempt to lie to her. Wait a minute, you won't see anything that you shouldn't see, will you? Ultear's face turned slightly red, and there seemed to be steam on her head. Although all she could think about was herself buried in the quilt crying for her mother. Ha ha ha, don't worry, it's not that outrageous. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Ross touched Ultear's hair to reassure her. Have you seen any other places you want to go? Ultear changed the subject and looked up at him. Yes. Ross was stunned for a moment, then nodded. At least he had to go to Rosemary Village, because there was the future fairy queen Urza and Mermaid Heel's trump card Kagura, and it would be there soon. He didn't know where Myra's village was, and Myra still had to receive the soul of Satan, so he didn't need to interfere. Myra's incident was not a big deal after all, and it was normal for the villagers to be afraid of the devil. It could only be said that their actions were too extreme, and they didn't understand the situation first, so they were considered a mob. Of course, Ross asked himself that if he knew nothing about it and a demon appeared in his village, he would not be able to remain calm. Moreover, when there are a lot of people, they will develop a herd mentality and naturally join in. This is the bad nature of human beings. You will find out when Myra arrives in Magnolia. Now that he has received Jesmon, if there are demons in Magnolia, they will have nowhere to hide from him. Then I'll go with you. Ultear's eyes were sincere and bright, and his tone left no room for doubt. Good. They took the train back to Magnolia Station, and then walked back. The town had changed to Gildarts mode, and it seemed that Gildarts had returned. Returning to the guild, Ross clearly saw a big hole in the wall next to the gate. It seems that Cana failed to hold her father back, haha. Ross smiled. Ultear's crystal ball lit up, and wood chips and scraps of wood fell back into place on the ground, restoring the hole to its original state. He performed a reverse performance for Ross. Just because of this skill, Makarov has to call Ultear his granddaughter. Only those who can save money for Makarov are good children. Who is Laxus? Makarov said he doesn't know him. Hey! We're back! Ross pushed open the door of the guild. He was not the kind of villain who walked through the door without pushing it open, but the one who kicked the door open. Wow! Ultear is even more beautiful now. Everyone chose to ignore Ross and only greeted Ultear. Unfortunately, Ultear was rather aloof and just nodded at them. Ultear, here. Cana saw Ultear and waved to her. I heard that you went out with Ross and had an affair. Cana came up and made Ultear blush. How did Gildarts teach her daughter? Don't learn from Gildarts. Chapter 28. Gildarts was not there. They said they went fishing. As for Ulu, Ross learned from Makarov that Ulu had taken Grey and Lion to practice in Huckleberry Mountain again. Ross and Ultear had not sent any message that they were coming back. If she had known, she probably would not have gone. What did you discuss at the president's meeting a while ago? They just discussed what happened in their respective guilds recently, and mentioned recruiting new members. They all wanted to lower the age to recruit younger wizards. They saw you and felt jealous, ha ha ha. Makarov laughed as he spoke. Oh my god, I'm drunk again. Makarov talked to him while drinking, and got drunk again. What about the first generation? Has he come over recently? No, she hasn't come since she left after teaching Ultear. Did Laxus say when he would be back? He hadn't seen Laxus for a long time. Laxus was the kind of person who would run away after accepting a mission, while he stayed in the eastern forest all day. He hasn't been paying much attention to me lately, but it should be soon. It's been a while since he last took a mission. I'll talk to him when he gets back. Hearing Laxus, Makarov came to his senses and said in a low voice, I kicked Ivan out of the guild. Laxus couldn't understand and had a fight with me. He didn't run away from home, but he just ignored me. Ross didn't ask why he kicked Ivan out. He disliked Ivan as much as Gildarts did, but he was Laxus's father after all, and Ross' previous solution was to avoid him. Ross didn't expect such a big thing to happen in the past month. It was probably because Ivan saw that Ross, Gildarts, and Uru were not there, and coveted Fairy Tale's biggest secret, meteor brilliance, so the old man kicked him out of the guild in anger. Before Ross became an S-class wizard, he was very cautious and all the missions he took were near Magnolia. He treated Magnolia like a novice village. After he became an S-class wizard, he even started to give up and often stayed in the East Forest to practice. Ivan never had a chance to attack him. It's okay, I'll talk to him when he comes back. I also need his help with something. Ross comforted Makarov, and he felt that it should be no big deal. Makarov was stunned for a moment, then nodded, but didn't ask anything and continued drinking. Ross and Ultear started their life of going back to the dormitory, the guild, and the eastern forest. Ross would sometimes compete with Ultear, but more often he would meditate to increase his magic power. This was the only way to practice before Ultear successfully developed the second magic source of the Arc of Time. Of course, the second magic source could also be activated by himself, but the problem was that he couldn't. I heard from the old man that you were looking for me. Laxus' voice arrived before he did. With a flash of golden arc, Laxus appeared in front of Ross. Ultear, Laxus, and I are going to talk over there. Ross pointed to the lake. Ultear didn't answer, but just nodded slightly. This is for you. Ross took out a latest rock album from his backpack, which was signed by the band. This band was Laxus' favorite. Last time they had a concert in Crocus, Ross went there specifically to buy an album and attend the autographing event. This time Ross and his friends did not go out without bringing anything back, as Ultear bought a gift for Cana. You didn't meet me just to give me this. Laxus took the album. How about going fishing? Ross also went to buy a few fishing rods. He saw Gildarts fishing last time and it was quite interesting, so he also started fishing these days. Tisk. Although he was disdainful, Laxus still took the fishing rod. How did the mission go? The two men sat on a small stool with a chair back, looking at the lake and fishing. As long as you have hands, it's fine. But why don't you do your tasks all day? Laxus's task completion rate is close to 100%. Laxus has failed before because he didn't know the way. Laxus is a little bit directionally challenged. Ha ha ha, the missions aren't very challenging, and I can't complete the 10-year and 100-year missions. Also, I'm lazy. There aren't many S-level and SS-level missions, and Gildarts can handle them as long as they aren't sudden. It really is. Laxus shook his head helplessly. What about you? How's your strength lately? Are you confident in this year's S-level exam? Fairy Tale doesn't have many people now, and they don't hold S-level exams every year. Grandpa doesn't seem to be planning to open it. He probably thinks I'm still far from being good enough. Laxus' tone was quite calm, and Ross didn't sense any dissatisfaction. It's okay, just do more missions next year and it should be fine. Ross said perfunctorily to Laxus. Makarov did have quite high requirements for S-class wizards. I don't need your comfort, and your level of comfort is too poor. Laxus frowned. I heard from Grandpa that you haven't paid much attention to him recently. Don't listen to his nonsense. I was just going on a mission. Sometimes he was already asleep when I got home. Do you want me to pull his collar to wake him up and call him Grandpa? Laxus explained with an expression that showed that it was exactly what I expected. But his voice gradually became lower, and he leaned back in his chair, his expression slightly changed, and his hand tightened his grip on the fishing rod. But I can't understand why he kicked Ivan out of the guild. He's his son, my father. It is indeed difficult to understand from Laxus's perspective. His father Ivan was quite nice to him and even helped him find a lightning dragon slaying magic crystal. Hey, don't crush my fishing rod. It's very expensive. Ross tried to ease the heavy atmosphere. Unfortunately, Laxus ignored him. Ross chose not to look at Laxus, and stared at the lake. That's your father. I'm not familiar with him, and I won't slander him, but I think Grandpa must have made the decision from Fairy Tale's perspective. Grandpa loves you very much, and I think he loves his son just as much. It's not just you who feels bad for making this decision, I think Grandpa feels bad for it too. Laxus sat up straight and also looked at the lake. I know, I just can't accept it yet. In fact, it's mainly because when I asked him why, he wouldn't tell me. He just said that I couldn't know yet. It's normal that Makarov didn't say anything. That's a secret that only the president of Fairy Tale knows. Work hard and become the president of Fairy Tale. I think you will know. Ross patted his shoulder. President, we're still a long way from that. Laxus chuckled. Laxus and Ross had discussed this when they were young, and Laxus' dream was to take over his grandfather's job and become the president of Fairy Tale. He originally thought that Ross would compete with him, but unexpectedly, Ross had no interest at all. Ross felt that he was not cut out to be the president. He hated those messy meetings the most. He also felt that Laxus could be a good and responsible president, provided he didn't go astray. Besides that, there is one more thing I need your help with. Speak. Laxus looked calm on the surface, but what he was thinking was, finally I don't have to watch the show from the sidelines. I want to go to Rosemary Village in the next few months, and I want you to go with me. The exact time? About a month. I might have to stay there for a while. Ross had no way of knowing when those people would go to Rosemary Village to arrest people. He could only use the most crude method of waiting. Ross made some special inquiries when he came back some time ago, and so far he has not heard of any villages being burned or destroyed, or any rumors of organizations arresting children. Good. Chapter 29. The day after Ross and Ultear came back, they sent a letter to URU. After receiving the letter, URU brought Grey and Lion back. She didn't have much to teach Lion and Grey now, it was just because Huckleberry Mountain was more suitable for training that she went there often, and when Grey and Lion were able to do the missions, they would become apprentices. With two more noisy little brats, who would quarrel and fight at the slightest disagreement and even use ice-shaping magic, Fairy Tale became more lively. However, if we want to talk about quarrels, we have to wait until X777 when Makarov tricked Natsu back. Natsu and Grey are a perfect match. In the girls' dormitory, Ulu saw her daughter Ultear again after more than a month. URU, this is for you, a gift. Ultear was now used to calling her mother URU. Ultear took out a gift box with ribbons from the cupboard. URU not only bought it for Cana, but also for URU, she borrowed money from Ross. Ulu took it and slowly unwrapped the ribbon and packaging. Inside the packaging was a box, a jewelry box. Opening the lid, there is a necklace, with blue crystals on both sides meeting to form the shape of a tear. This necklace looks simple, but it is very expensive. This necklace means that I will be with Ulu forever. Ultear blushed as she looked at her mother. Ultear means tears of Ulu. Ultear, help me put it on. Ulu took out the necklace, sat on the bed, and asked Ultear to help her put it on. Ultear's first half of her life was filled with magic. Because of her obsession with magic, Ultear's father left her. She never wears jewelry. I'll keep it well. Ulu gently pinched the necklace with 2 fingers, then she hugged her daughter. How was it? Did you enjoy your trip? It was great, I saw a lot of different scenery. Ultear's mind came to the Temple of Moon on Galuna Island, the sunrise on the top of the mountain, the hotel overlooking the endless ocean, and the huge cherry blossom tree in Spa Town Hosanka. Rosemary Village, also known as Rosemary Village, is where the future fairy queen Urza was abandoned by her mother Irene. The future ace of mermaid heel Kagura Mizkaki and her brother Simon also live here. Although their lives are hard, they are happy. After staying in Fairy Tale for a while, Ross called Laxus and Ultear and officially embarked on the journey to Rosemary Village. Rob had not appeared for a while. After a long journey, I came to Rosemary Village. Ross stood at the entrance of Rosemary Village with a map in his hand. The names of villages are different and are all recorded in the Kingdom of Fiore. Ross was not worried about making the wrong one. Let's find a house to live in Rosemary Village first, and don't use magic for the time being. Ross took out 2 white cloth strips, first wrapped Ultear, covering the fairy tale emblem, and then let Ultear wrap himself. Laxus's emblem was printed on the lower left side of the chest, so just ignore it. Ross was afraid that if the captors found a wizard, they might not take action against him. Ross asked for directions and found the house of the mayor of Rosemary Village, then went up and knocked on the door. Knock knock. After knocking for a long time, someone finally opened the door. It was a white-haired old man with a cane. He looked to be at least 70 years old, with a white beard. Who are you? We are the wizards of Fairy Tale. We are on a mission here recently and hope to stay in the village. Okay, please come in first. The village chief stepped aside and invited them in. There was nothing furnished in the house, just a square table with 4 chairs in the living room. The 4 of them sat down, and the old man introduced himself first. I am Erwin Rhodes, the mayor of Rosemary Village. The 3 of them followed suit and introduced themselves. I would like to ask Village Chief Erwin if there are any houses available for living in the village. Of course there are, but the houses are not very good. Many of our young people have gone out to work in towns, and many have never returned. Are there few people in the village? Erwin's old face was wrinkled as he frowned, and he sighed helplessly. Yes, there are not many people left in the village. Most of them are elderly people, and some children have become orphans forever. He said this because many people never heard from them again after they got out. It's not like they didn't want their children anymore after they became successful. Even if that was the case, it would be no different from being an orphan. Ross thought Kagura and Simon's parents were probably among them, and probably died for some reason. There are many empty houses on the east and west sides of the village. It's free, but you just need to clean them yourselves. Alvin stood at the door and pointed to the east and west. No, you still have to accept it. Please accept it. Ross put an envelope in the village chief's hand. He had put the money in the envelope before. The village chief couldn't persuade Ross and accepted it. They picked out several houses, none of which had locks, and chose a 3-bedroom one for each of the 3 of them. Then they started cleaning while Ross and Laxus went out to find a well to fetch water. The house had really not been lived in for a long time and was covered with dust. They all covered their mouths and noses with cloth strips and only put down their luggage after they finished cleaning. I'll probably live here for a while, Ross said as he sat at the table. The Tower of Heaven being built nearby is overseas, and it's probably an uninhabited island that's not on the map, so it's not easy to find. Ultear and Laxus just nodded and didn't ask how long they would stay. Wait here, maybe we can find Grandpa Rob. Ross drank a sip of water first because he was very thirsty after cleaning. Why? Laxus was a little confused. Rob has been missing for some time. Given his age, he has not accepted any missions for a long time. However, he has not appeared in Fairy Tale to look for Makarov recently. They have also gone to his house to look for him, but he was not there either. Recently, Makarov and Polyaska have also begun to worry. Let's wait for the dark magic cult to take us to find it, but I'm not sure about the time. For the sake of convenience, Ross called them the dark magic cult. In fact, Ross didn't know what to call them. Okay. This cheered up Laxus. He was also worried about Rob, and Rob was very nice to him. I'm planning on walking around the village, would you like to come? Ross stood up. He planned to see if he could meet Urza or Simon and Kagura. Laxus shook his head. There was nothing fun to do in the village. Ultear said nothing, but stood up, his actions saying it all. The village as a whole is not very big, and the houses are arranged in rows and are all only 1 story high. How could you not recognize such a small village? This is Ross's feeling after walking around the village. However, after walking around the whole village, Ross still hasn't seen the familiar crimson color or Simon and little Kagura. He was probably either going to school or staying at home. Only in a village like this would Urza not have to sleep in the open air, and no one lived in this house anyway. As for food, Laxus and I will take turns buying it every once in a while. Ultear can be preserved in the ice form anyway. The village needs to ensure that there is someone waiting for the dark magic cult to arrive in case of a surprise attack. After shopping and returning to the room, Ross was ready to let nature take its course, and he would eventually encounter the right thing. Chapter 30. Ross and Ultear were strolling in Rosemary Village when 2 figures they had never seen before appeared in the eyes of the village elders. They were not worried. Although Ross looked quite tall, his face still looked childish. Not to mention Ultear, he looked like a child in terms of height and there was no danger. As the sun sets, a group of children's voices can be heard in front of us. Their voices have different tones and tones. Some are talking and laughing. It is obvious that the children have just finished school. From a distance, Ross saw the crimson figure. She still had short hair, bright eyes, and wore a thin grey dress made from a gown. Simon followed her silently without saying a word, perhaps because he didn't dare. There was no sight of Kagura, probably because she wasn't old enough to go to school yet. Ross and Ultear watched them walk by. Urza was more interested in Ultear, their eyes locked. There weren't many girls in this village, and Ultear was clearly different from the other kids here. Is she the one you're looking for? Ultear asked as she watched them go home. She could feel that Ross's attention had been on the crimson figure. Yes, but it's not just her, there's also the sister of the boy behind her. Ross nodded. When he was in the East Forest before, Ross told Ultear that he came to Rosemary Village just to bring 2 people to join the guild. What about that boy? Ultear had just noticed that the boy had been secretly looking at Urza from behind. His talent is average, while his sister is amazing. Talent refers to the cultivation of magic power. Even if the magic is the same, the difference in using different magic powers can sometimes be like a chasm. Simon's talent is indeed average. He can join the guild, but it is hard to expect him to be very strong. Even if everyone has the same starting point, there is indeed a difference in talent. Of course, the definition of talent is not limited to practice. Levy of Edelas is an example. Maybe Simon's talent tree is somewhere else, but based on Ascalant's universal values, Simon cannot be considered talented. Of course, there is also the concept of magical compatibility. If Simon can find magic that suits him, it might be a good way out. If possible, please contact Urza. It will be easier for you to contact her since you are a girl. Urza, is that the girl's name? What's the boy's sister's name? Kagura, but don't reveal that you know their names when you make contact. I'm not that stupid. Besides, if you keep asking me whether it's a bother or not, I won't help you. Ultear couldn't help but cast an unpleasant look at Ross, then he left, leaving Ross standing alone at the entrance of the village. Ross was stunned for a moment, blinking, but Ultear had already walked away. Ross didn't care how Ultear approached Urza. He just took care of the 3 meals a day and practiced silently with Laxus. Laxus often went to the mountains and forests to practice fighting with monsters. Ross later found out about the desert offensive, and whenever Ross or Laxus went to town to buy ingredients, Ultear would ask for more sweets. Ross didn't think much about it. There was nothing delicious here, so it was okay to eat some sweets. Laxus wouldn't care about these things. He was just a tool who bought things silently. Looking at Ultear, Urza, and Kagura sitting around the table eating sweets together, Ross was dumbfounded. Should we talk about the charm of sweets? Ultear tricked Urza and Kagura into coming here in more than a week. At first, Urza was surprised that Simon had a sister. She didn't know Simon very well because Simon was quite silent. She had never heard Simon talk about his sister. Kagura had always stayed at home and was well protected by her brother, but Ultear's appearance changed everything. Ross didn't join in, letting them chat on their own and returned to the room. Urza is a year older than Ultear, but Ultear has trained in the Arc of Time, so he actually looks older than Urza, and Kagura is only 6 years old now. Sitting around the table, Ultear looked at Urza and Kagura and said, "Urza, you can learn meditation from me now. Kagura, it's too early, you can come over during the day and I will teach you the writing first. Simon, can we study together?" This is what Urza asked, out of concern for her companion. Meditation can stimulate the body's inherent magic power, such as Urza's dress-up magic and Ultear's ice shape. Of course, magic can also be learned through acquired learning, but it is generally not done so. For most people, quality is more important than quantity. Okay, you can call him over starting tomorrow. Ultear nodded. Having one more person would not have much impact on Ultear, and there was no need to ask Ross's opinion on such matters. Starting tomorrow, prepare 3 more servings of food for dinner. Ultear told Ross during dinner. Okay. Ross nodded. Ultear had no talent for cooking for the time being. Ultear tried several times in the girls' dormitory, and finally Uru strictly forbade Ultear to enter the kitchen. This is what Ulu secretly told Ross before they went out on the trip. Ultear doesn't know yet, but Laxus is also a dependent, and the 3 of them rely on Ross for all their meals. The village chief also knew that Ultear was in contact with Urza and Kagura, but since Ultear was a girl, he didn't care much. However, the village chief knew that they might not be here for any mission. Why were they staying in the house all day doing any stupid mission? Were they trying to deceive children? They stayed in Rosemary Village for nearly 3 months. During this period, Ross explained the situation to Makarov and Uru every month through the remote communication magic crystal, and told them that the 3 of them would not go back for Christmas. Ross did not mention Rob for the time being, and planned to find Rob and tell Makarov, or bring him back directly. Over the past 3 months, the gap between Urza and Simon in magic training has clearly widened. Urza successfully activated the dress-changing magic in his body very early on, the night, but he didn't have any equipment, so he focused on meditation. Simon has not yet activated his magic, and it is possible that Simon himself does not have it. He has always been frustrated because his magic training is far behind Urza. Kagura is slowly learning to read under the enlightenment of Ultear. Ross also successfully got acquainted with Urza and Kagura, and they planned to spend Christmas together. They were not very familiar with Laxus, and they felt that Laxus was elusive, although in fact Laxus just often went out to practice. Ross informed Laxus early on, but it would have been fine if he hadn't informed him. Ross and Laxus had spent Christmas with Makarov in recent years. This was the first time they weren't with the old man. There was no such thing as New Year's Day in Escalent. The biggest and last holiday of the year was Christmas. Adult Urza. Adult Kagura. Chapter 31. By the way, this was the first time that Ross and Ultear spent Christmas together. They met at the beginning of this year. Thinking about this, Ross felt quite sorry for Ultear, as they didn't even spend the first Christmas together after bringing their daughter home. The old man is not worried. Although they are not here, the people in the guild can live together. There may be favoritism, but Makarov really treats the members of the guild as children, even Gildarts. Isn't there a saying? No matter how old a child is, you are still a child in the eyes of your parents. Ross left Laxus in Rosemary Village to guard it and could not let Laxus lead the team. Laxus was a little directionally challenged. He could get out by himself without any problem, and if he couldn't find the way, he could just turn into electric arcs and fly around, but he obviously couldn't lead anyone with him. He took Ultear, Urza, Kagura, and Simon to the nearest town, where they purchased supplies for the next 3 months. This was the first time Urza and the other two had seen a town, and the academy they attended was just in a village. Ross first took them to buy some clothes as Christmas gifts. There wasn't much to choose from in this small town, so it was good enough to have something to buy. Ultear had noticed before that Urza didn't have many thick clothes, and as the weather was getting colder, Ultear gave her clothes. Urza was a little shorter than her, but not by much. After buying clothes, they also went to buy sweets. Urza now already has the shadow of a future sweets lover. Unlike Ultear who only likes chocolate, she likes sweets, but she especially likes cakes and soufflés. She is not very picky about taste for the time being. As for Kagura, Ross has not seen any preference for the time being. Ross bought some gingerbread men for himself to add to the Christmas atmosphere. The ingredients were carried by 4 people. Ross carried a Christmas tree, as well as some ribbons and lights. Although it was simple, the sense of ceremony was evident. Back in the village, Ross picked up some dry, thin wood, which was everywhere on the ground at this time of year, and prepared to build a bonfire. At the door of the house, Ross tied the top of the firewood with a thin rope, then inserted the other end of the wood into the ground, piled a few stones around it to fix it, and then placed the Christmas tree with the base aside. In the room, Laxus was helping them decorate the room. They were not tall enough, so they had to ask Laxus to put the ribbons on the windows and door. Urza and Kagura felt that Laxus was quite friendly while helping them. After building the bonfire, Ross went into the kitchen without caring about how they decorated the room. There were 2 stoves in the kitchen, and Ross started cooking rice on one. Kagura, I want to help. Kagura stood outside the kitchen, with his head tilted to the side and his hands on the side of the door. They didn't let Kagura help when they decorated the room, so Kagura was at a loss in the room. When he saw Ross enter the kitchen, he planned to come in to take a look. The weather was too cold. Ross had asked Laxus to boil water a long time ago. Ross tested the water temperature and found it was not cold. He smiled at Kagura and said, "Okay, Kagura, how about you help me wash the vegetables? Children from poor families have to take care of themselves early." Although Kagura can't cook, she can wash vegetables. She doesn't need Ross to teach her. She nodded. Okay. Ross first marinated the 2 chickens, added various spices, and put the seasonings aside. He planned to wrap them in tin foil and soil and throw them into the campfire to roast. Then he processed the fish. Although the merchant had already processed it once, he still planned to scrape the scales off and wash it. He didn't want to taste the scales while eating, which would be a bad feeling. This kind of fish has no bones. There are many children here, so he specially picked this kind of fish. He just needed to remind them to be careful when eating it. As for the fish, he planned to grill it. He would first marinate the fish with ginger, cooking wine, cumin, salt, etc., and then set the fish aside. I've washed it. Kagura put the vegetables in a basin and brought it over. Thank you, Kagura. Help me hold the fish back and forth, and hold it for a little longer. Ross pointed to the fish placed aside. Actually, it would be okay if he didn't hold it for so long, but Kagura was looking at him eagerly, and Ross couldn't stand it. Heat the oil in the pan first, then stir-fry the onions, minced garlic, bean paste, and chili sauce. There is no hot pot base here, what a pity, Ross thought as he stir-fried. After frying, add water, pour in the side dishes and cook them, then take them out. The base material can be boiled again to reduce the water content. Taking advantage of this time, Ross went out and placed 2 wrapped chickens on the wheats and firewood under the campfire, and set the wheats on fire. Soon the dry firewood was also set on fire, and the house was dyed red. Kagura, give me the fish. Returning to the kitchen, Ross looked at Kagura who was concentrating on holding the fish. The fish was split in half, marinated and fried on both sides until golden brown, then placed in a tin-foil box used to hold the fish, with the base ingredients and side dishes added. When it was time to eat, 2 alcohol lamps were placed underneath to ensure the temperature of the grilled fish and side dishes. This was too heavy, so Ross didn't let Kagura carry it. Kagura stood by the plate eagerly, waiting for his instructions. Ross fried 2 more meat dishes and 2 vegetarian dishes and asked Kagura to take them out first, and then he took out the grilled fish himself. Light 2 alcohol lamps and place the tin foil box containing the grilled fish on the rack. Okay, we can eat first. Ignore the roast chicken for now, just leave it there, open the door and look at the campfire. Simon, Laxus' room is almost ready. Laxus even hung ribbons on the ceiling, giving it a full sense of ceremony. At this moment, Ultear and Urza were decorating the Christmas tree that Ross had casually placed outside. They hung colorful lights on the tree and even inserted a small lighted star on the top. Go wash your hands quickly. Seeing that they didn't respond, Ross shouted again. This time they responded, and Laxus took them to the well outside to fetch water to wash their hands. Kagura, come and help me. Kagura's hands were the only ones who had clean hands at this moment. Ross took Kagura to serve the rice first. When they came back from washing their hands, the meal was already on the table. The table is not big, please squeeze in. Ross and Laxus took up a large area and occupied one side each. Ultear and Urza sat on one side and Kagura and Simon sat on the other. Thank you for your hard work. Ultear and Urza expressed their gratitude to Ross and Kagura for preparing the Christmas dinner. Kagura blushed and lowered her head slightly. You guys too, you've worked hard on the arrangements. Ross was stunned for a moment, then he realized that he hadn't heard these words for a long time. He smiled at Laxus and the others and expressed his gratitude. Ross felt his mood suddenly become better, he was already very happy. Let's make a wish together facing the bonfire. Ross became excited and took the lead in clasping his hands together and closing his eyes. The rest of the people saw this and looked in the direction of the bonfire and closed their eyes as well. What did Urza wish for? Ultear looked at Urza who was standing beside him with a slight smile on his face. I hope we can celebrate Christmas together in the future. Urza's lips curled up slightly, her eyes curved into 2 crescents, and her smile infected everyone present. Ross felt that the phrase smiling like a flower could perfectly describe Urza. Okay. Ultear also smiled and nodded, looking at Urza. Ultear continued while the iron was hot, how about you come with us when we leave? Not just Urza, but Kagura and Simon as well. Where to? Urza was reluctant to leave Rosemary Village. The villagers were very nice to her, but she was also reluctant to leave Ultear. Fairy Tale, our guild, is also our home. Ultear pointed to the guild emblem on the back of his left hand. Home. Urza lowered her head slightly. This was the first time she heard the word home. This word had never existed in her life. Although Simon and Kagura also lost their parents, they were 2 siblings who depended on each other. At least they still had family. Urza, look up. Ross said at the right time, and then Ross pointed at himself and said, if you don't mind, try to be the head of Fairy Tale. I am an example. The president grandfather treats me as his own grandson. Ultear also nodded to Urza. Although Makarov was sometimes a bit frivolous, he was really kind and devoted to the guild members, and she could feel it. I agree with this. As the old man's grandson, my life is not as good as his. Laxus raised his right thumb and pointed at Ross, and chuckled. Very good, I will tell Grandpa when I get back. Ross raised a weird smile. Ahole, you're already so old and still complaining. 3 angry roars appeared on Laxus' forehead. He was going to be taught a lesson by Makarov's little fists. I'm still a child. Ross looked like he deserved a beating. Okay, I want to go. Urza looked at Ross and Laxus who were arguing. Kagura wants to, too. Chapter 32. At the end of February X775, 2 months of peace passed in Rosemary Village. During this period, Ross and Ultear would use the long-distance communication magic crystal to report their safety to Makarov and Uru. Ross also planned to let the 2 future female swordsmen start learning sword skills. Ross bought 2 ordinary magic swords and a wooden sword in the town. The wooden sword was given to Kagura first. It was similar to a straight sword with a slight inner curve. Kagura could try to learn chopping, stabbing, and thrusting first. First, Urza, you have to maintain your sword and squeeze out your magic power to keep the sword in your hand. Once you get used to it, try to fight in real combat. Continue this training and maintain the state for as long as possible. In addition to this, there is daily physical training. Let's start with running. Urza nodded, maintaining the sword wasn't too difficult for her. Kagura is to repeat the movements of stabbing, piercing, slashing, chopping, sweeping, and swiping. The amount can be increased slowly, depending on your own strength. Kagura is only 7 years old and she's already learning this. She should study first. Ultear interrupted Ross who was talking non-stop. After 774 years, everyone has grown 1 year older. Then Kagura should keep the wooden sword for now. Ross thought so too. He and Laxus only started at the age of 9, so they could wait another year or 2. I want to learn. Kagura held the wooden sword in both hands, her eyes shining. She liked this wooden sword very much. Okay, but take care of yourself. Ultear nodded to Kagura helplessly. That night, Ultear was teaching Kagura to read, and Laxus and Ross were meditating with Urza and Simon. Boom! There was a loud noise suddenly coming from outside and lasted for a while. Laxus and Ross woke up, and Ross quickly got up and went out. In the distance, another house was blown up, rocks collapsed, and thick smoke began to billow from another house. Fortunately, there was no one in the 2 houses they destroyed. Ha 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 ha. In front of the house stood a group of wizards with black robes and staffs on their faces, the dark wizards of Tower of Heaven. After staying in Rosemary Village for 5 months, they finally saw them. The leader scolded them, "All right, hurry up, so many laborers have died in the R system recently, and the construction progress has slowed down. Let's quickly capture some laborers and bring them back. Laxus, Ultear, protect them and don't let them out." Ross immediately took over Jesmon and flew over with the 3 sword spirits Adu, Renee, and Paul. Leave him alive. Ross conveyed the message to the sword spirit. The dark magic cult only felt a flash of white and red light, and fell to the ground one after another. "Who are you?" the middle-aged man in a hat who was leading the group asked tremblingly. "You have 1 chance. Take me to the construction site of the R system." "How do you know?" The leader's face was filled with horror. They had been hiding from place to catch people, specifically looking for remote villages to catch people, and they had not been discovered yet. A flash of white light flashed in his eyes, and then he seemed to feel his sight falling downwards. Ross swung his right arm blade, and the leader's body was separated. He looked at the next person and said calmly, "Next. This kind of scum deserves death." Ah! The one who couldn't bear the stimulation started screaming, unable to utter a word. Ross waved his right hand and executed another one. Usse. 5 people were executed in succession. I'll tell you. I'll tell you, the dark magic cult member who was lying on the ground and being pointed at by Ross's right arm blade said hurriedly. Take me to the location. Who is the leader? Chief, Chief. He hesitated, and Ross couldn't stand it anymore, just speak directly. The leader is not a human, but a goat. I don't know his name. He was afraid that Ross would not believe him and think he was lying. Caplico. Ross raised his eyebrows. It seemed that his previous speculation was correct. Now the real Caplico had been devoured by Layla's servant Zaldeo using human slaves. Yes, yes, that seems to be the name. He nodded frantically, his forehead and nose hitting the ground. He was just an ordinary extra and had no right to know Caplico's name. How many towers of heaven have you built in total? The man shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. Ross thought to himself, yeah, I guess each city has its own team, and they don't care about each other. I have to ask Caplico. Ross asked the sword spirit to watch over them first, went back to the room, and got some ropes to tie them up. Laxus had been watching them, but he didn't let Ultear and the others see them. He followed them and pointed at them and said, Are they the ones you're waiting for? Ross nodded. Yes, I plan to ask them to take me to System R. I'll leave this to you. I don't know how many teams are out to arrest people. Laxus nodded to indicate that he understood, then returned to the house, jumped onto the roof and began to guard. The men were tied up and taken to the ship they came from, with Ross. The ship was ready to sail with the help of magic crystals, and Ross asked them to guide the direction. Ross knew they were not lying to him. From a distance he saw the prototype of the Tower of Heaven, as well as many dark magic cult guards. However, these had little effect on Ross, as they were all small fry who could be taken down with one shot. He is not worried about Zaldeo's human slave magic that reduces the magic power of humans. What does your ability to influence humans have to do with me, a Digimon? Apart from this magic, Caplico only has physical skills and the use of human slaves to summon some small fry. If it is the current Caplica, it should not be considered as 7 kin of purgatory. After reaching the shore, Ross threw the group of people ashore and received an absolute zero from Omegaman. Boom! Absolute zero hit the ground, causing the entire island to shake. What happened? Capriccio, who was sitting on the throne built by Jean Laurie, stood up. He felt a strong magical power. He came out of the cave and jumped to the top. Capriccio, wearing sunglasses and a small suit, stared at Omegaman from afar on the coast. Ross bent his knees and flew straight to Caplico, standing in front of him about 10 meters away. Caplico just looked at Ross coming over. It seems that he is quite confident in his own strength. Caplico, you can't escape today. Ross's voice was calm, but unquestionable. Oh? Why should I? Caplico wanted to mock. Capriccio was speechless, his body began to tremble unconsciously, and instantly he was unable to move as if he was sleep paralyzed. Then a chill ran through his body, his heart seemed to be grasped by someone, his throat seemed to be strangled, and he could not breathe. He was forced to kneel on one knee. Fear, murderous intent, trembling, these were the only words Capriccio could think of in his mind. He looked at the demon in front of him, and magic power gradually burst out from his body. The magic power was so strong that it even caused the air to distort. The white cloak was blown up by the soaring magic power. Blocked by the materialized magic, Capriccio could only vaguely see a figure. He struggled to turn his head and saw that not only him, but all the people from the dark magic cult and the magical beasts around him were lying on the ground and trembling. They all felt the heavy pressure emanating from the person in front of them. Chapter 33. Zaldeo was puzzled as to why the armor in front of him was not affected by human subordinate magic and its magic power was still so strong. Human subordinate magic does have an effect on Ross, but unfortunately the difference in power between the two is too great, so the effect is not significant. He is not one of the 7 kin of purgatory in X784 now. Zaldeo, come out of Caplico's body. Zaldeo felt the power of the armored magic in front of him slowly stabilizing. What? His body stopped trembling as he knelt on one knee, but the words he heard terrified him. Zaldeo, one of Layla Heartfilia's servants, inherited the key to Capricorni Caplico from her, but Capricorni has since disappeared from the celestial spirit world. Am I right, Zaldeo? Impossible, how did you know? Were you sent by Lord Hades? Only Hades knew that Zaldeo turned into Caplico. I have nothing to do with Hades, and it's not important. Cancel the contract with Caplico and I can spare your life. It didn't matter if he was spared, since he would die as soon as he came out anyway. This was the curse that had engulfed Caplico when he used human subordinate magic. Zaldeo was struggling. He had just realized from the magic power that the armor in front of him was not affected by him, and he was no match for this kind of magic power. But he did not want to leave this body. He longed for power, and he also wanted to use this body to control humans. Sir, I am a subordinate of Lord Hades. We built this R system for the black magician Zeref. As long as Zeref is awakened, the world will be covered with magic and reborn. With your power, if you join us, you can also become the master of the world. Zaldeo actually doesn't quite understand Hades's reasons. He is only favored by Hades because he holds the Capricorn key and has darkness in his heart. I'm not interested in that. Preshedo is obsessed with fake news and searches everywhere for the so-called key to awaken Zeref. All I can say is that fake news can harm people, and the harm is quite severe. Caplico seemed to be frozen. He just wanted to trick Ross into Hades. Building the Tower of Heaven is actually just an attempt by Lord Hades to awaken Zeref. Its main purpose is to find a genius who practices lost magic. Caplico said tremblingly, lying on the ground. My lord, I can also be your subordinate. I know human subjugation magic and can control humans for your use. Caplico adjusted his breathing, calmed down his mind a little, then knelt on one knee and expressed himself vividly. Shadows engulfed Ross from all sides. Zaldeo decided to try to devour Ross with his human slaves while he was squatting on the ground. It was much better than dying directly. Ross's entire body glowed with white light and he flew into the sky. If you still persist, you can go to hell. Ross in the sky fired a cold air bomb, freezing him, and stretched out the Tyrannosaurus sword in his left hand, which turned into a white light and swept through the ice. The ice was shattered, and Zaldeo turned into a cloud of black smoke and left Caplico's body. As Zaldeo leaves, Caplico falls to the ground. Zaldeo, with an afro and dark circles under his eyes, also appeared on the ground. Sir, please spare my life, spare my life. Zaldeo had a sad face and kept kowtowing on the ground. Take a look at your body first. Zaldeo looked down and saw his body dissipating from his legs. He grabbed his hair with both hands. No. Hades didn't tell you, this is what happens when you use human slaves. You were just pawns from the beginning. As Ross's voice faded, Zaldeo also faded away, and Capricorn's key fell to the ground. Ross then accepted the 3 sword spirits sent by Jesmon and ordered them to kill all the people and monsters of the dark magic cult on the island. It was impossible to ask any questions from these soldiers. I'm sorry. Then Caplico woke up, and he still had Zaldeo's memories. I'm Layla's friend. Your contract with Zaldeo has been terminated. The key is with me. I will return you to her when the time comes. You will then follow her daughter Lucy Heartfilia. Yes. Capriccio knew that the man had not lied to him. He had heard the conversation between the man in front of him and Zaldeo. Moreover, he also made a promise with Layla that when her descendants embark on the path of celestial spirit wizards, Capriccio will return to her. Do you know where other R systems are being built? Ross thought that if he knew, he would quickly notify the council and local guilds to destroy them. I don't know. I was just sent by Hades to find out if there are any geniuses who practice lost magic. Caplico shook his head. Good fellow, we don't know anything. It seems that we can only inform the council and the various guilds to help find it. Ross pinched his chin and thought. Okay, come with me and release those who are locked up. Capriccio is the strongest among the 12 zodiac signs and can stay in the human world for a period of time by his own magic. Yes. Capriccio bowed his head slightly and saluted. He also wanted to atone for his sins. As soon as Ross came in, he saw Grandpa Rob and the laborers. They had shackles on their hands and were a little flustered when they saw Caplico. Rob also saw Ross and helped Ross calm them down. After releasing the imprisoned children, Ross saw some familiar faces here, 3 of the future 6 demons. There were too many people, so he only saw these 3. Grandpa Rob. Ross, why are you here? Rob's hunched body was very excited. He didn't expect to see Ross here again. He thought he would never see the members of Fairy Tale again in this life. We encountered the dark magic cult during our mission. I asked their people to bring me here. They have been defeated. Ross supported Rob and explained to him. Caplico, gather the children to the shore. I will go find the people from the council to take the children away. After Ross finished speaking, he flew into the sky and headed towards the town's council station, revealing his identity as a fairy tale wizard. This town was still too small and there wasn't even a boat. Fortunately, they were able to contact the nearest coastal city council, and after hearing about some of the children who had recently been abducted, they quickly sprang into action, and Ross flew over to join them and headed for the island. Ross had told Capriccio to return to the celestial spirit world once he saw the council's ship appear. Even though it wasn't him who did the evil, it was his body that was used, so it would be better for him not to see it. After picking up all the children on the coast, the captain of the council saluted Ross and said, "Thank you very much for your help. We will help these children find their families. Okay, be careful on the road." The captain nodded and boarded the boat, and the boat set sail back to the town. Rob was waiting on the side with a cane. Rob was now suffering from magic exhaustion and was very weak. That was why he was captured. Rob said that when he went out to visit an old friend and passed by the village, he found that the dark magic cult was attacking the village. He couldn't bear it and took action. Unexpectedly, Capriccio was also there. Under the influence of Capriccio's magic, he was quickly defeated and was also captured. After listening to Rob's explanation, Ross helped Rob get on the boat and walked back to Rosemary Village. "Grandpa Rob, let's go to Rosemary Village to meet up with Laxus and go back to Fairy Tale. Rob's current body is not suitable for flying." "Okay, is Laxus here too?" Rob was a little excited for a moment, thinking of Laxus, whom he liked as much as Makarov. "Yes. The dark magic cult just attacked the village. I didn't know if there were other teams, so I asked Laxus to protect them there," Ross explained to Rob as they walked. Chapter 34. Originally Rob wanted to walk by himself, but now Rob is too weak, so Ross took him for a walk, stopping from time to time. Finally, Ross decided to carry him on his back. Carrying an old man on his back had no effect on Ross. He and Laxus would climb steep cliffs with weights every day when they exercised. "Grandpa Rob." Laxus was sitting on the roof, always paying attention to everything around him. As soon as Ross appeared at the entrance of the village carrying Rob on his back, he noticed him and immediately turned into an arc of electricity and appeared in front of Ross. "Ross, put me down." Rob patted Ross's shoulder and motioned Ross to put him down. "Grandpa Rob, slow down." Ross slowly squatted down, and Laxus supported him and helped Rob off Ross's back. "That's great, Grandpa Rob. Grandpa has been worried about you. He will be very happy to know that you are okay." "Haha, I'm happy to see the pony too." Rob was obviously very happy too. He was no longer out of breath and could even laugh. It might be that after the magic shackles were broken, his magic power began to slowly recover. Let Grandpa Rob have a day off tomorrow. The day after tomorrow we will say goodbye to the village chief and take Urza and the others back to Fairy Tale. Ross and Laxus each supported Rob on one side. Both of them were much taller than Rob, so there was no obstacle for Ross and Laxus to talk. Okay, you go and negotiate. Although Laxus has been staying in Rosemary Village for the past few months, he has not interacted with the people in the village except for practicing. Grandpa Rob. Ultear greeted Rob after returning to the room. Ultear didn't let Urza and Kagura leave today, but they had already gone to bed. I'll be staying in the same room with Grandpa Rob tonight, so I can take care of him. After saying that, Laxus helped Rob into the room. Okay, I'll sleep with Simon. Ross nodded, and Ultear naturally slept with Urza and Kagura. There was no one outside, and Ross told Ultear about his plans so that Ultear could pack his luggage tomorrow. Ross couldn't sleep tonight, so he decided to keep watch to prevent any sudden attack from the black magic cult, and after Ultear went to sleep, he jumped onto the roof, crossed his hands behind his head, and just lay on the roof, deciding to watch and enjoy the night scenery. You're too noisy. Ross turned his head and found Ultear floating beside him. Who else couldn't fly? Laxus probably knew that he was guarding on the roof, but he didn't come up because he wanted to keep an eye on Rob. Ultear also lay down beside him, watching the night sky with him without saying a word. Ross covered Ultear with the clothes, and she fell asleep while lying there. The next day, Ross and Ultear took Urza and the others to see the village chief, Erwin, and revealed their identities as fairy tale wizards. Urza and Kagura are very talented. I want to take them to the guild Fairy Tale. Urza, Kagura, do you want to go? Erwin didn't answer, but asked Urza and Kagura first. Urza and Kagura nodded. Although they were reluctant to leave this place, the fairy tale described by Ultear made them fascinated. Fairy tale, is it famous? Looking at the two people's bright eyes, Erwin confirmed their thoughts, and then looked at Ross and asked. There are not many wizards here, and the reputation of the guild cannot spread here. Do you know about the council and the 10 wizard saints? Erwin nodded. How could the council not know this? There are 2 10 wizard saints in our guild who were evaluated by the council. Ross pointed to 2 with his fingers. I can't agree right away, I need to confirm. Erwin shook his head. He couldn't just hand the child over, even if it would be easy for them to take Urza and the others away by force. Okay, you can send someone to the academy in the village or the council in the nearest town to confirm, and we won't leave until tomorrow. Ross and Ultear said as they stood up and left. Erwin did send 2 people at that. He also explained Ross's name and the style of the guild's emblem to them, and asked them to confirm the identities of Ross and Fairy Tale. One went to the academy and the other went to the town's council to confirm. Village chief, Ross so is indeed a fairy tale wizard, and Fairy Tale also has 2 of the 10 holy wizards. He went to the council to report what he had learned. The information of the council is updated uniformly for all of Ishgar. I also saw the one with golden hair in the file. He is also a wizard of Fairy Tale. Erwin nodded. The information from both sides matched. Those who went to the academy also learned some information, but it was not as detailed as the Council of Review. Erwin asked him to invite Ross over. Village Chief Erwin. Ross came over after receiving the message. Please sit down. Alvin gestured for Ross to sit down first, and Ross knew it was going to work. I've sent people to confirm, and the situation is indeed as you said. Erwin didn't say anything polite and got straight to the point. I know you're telling the truth without confirmation. After all, you're wizards, and we can't stop you from taking them away by force. He sighed and continued, Urza and Kagura are both unfortunate children. They have been without parents since they were young. The people in the village have watched them grow up. In fact, I don't expect them to become powerful wizards. I just hope that they can live a peaceful life. I hope that after they join Fairy Tale, you can take good care of them. Please rest assured, village chief. That's why I want them to join our guild. The guild is not only about strength and tasks. They can also experience what I have experienced in the guild. Ross placed his right hand on his chest and assured Erwin. Okay, take them away. Looking at Ross's eyes, Erwin finally nodded. We'll take them away tomorrow. I'll take them to say goodbye to you before we leave. Ross said, taking out an envelope from his pocket and placing it on the table. By the way, please accept these. So many. Erwin didn't think much about it. When he opened it, he found that the denominations were all 10,000 J. Ross had specially gone to the town to withdraw these. Here is 2 million J. It's not a lot of money. If there are children or elderly people who need help, please use this money. This is too much. I can't take it. Erwin pushed the envelope back. This money is not for you, but for the child. Please accept it. It's a token of our inconvenience for the past 6 months. Besides, we destroyed 2 houses. Thinking of the child, Alvin finally accepted the money. If the child encountered any emergency, the money could also be used as a help. Say goodbye to Erwin and return to the house. Everyone, pack your bags and go home tomorrow. Chapter 35. Simon and Kagura went home to pack their things, but Urza didn't have much luggage at all, except for some new clothes. Rosemary Village was only a memory to her. In the evening, they had dinner together. The table was full, so Ross and Laxus each sat on half of the threshold, occupying the entire threshold. It was nice to eat while looking at the village outside. At night, on the last night in Rosemary Village, Ross called Urza to the door. Urza doesn't have a last name, right? The two of them looked at the starry sky together. Urza shook her head in confusion but didn't feel too sad. Although she sometimes felt confused because she didn't have a last name, Rosemary Village was still quite simple and friendly, otherwise Urza and Kagura wouldn't be alive today. How about I give you a last name? Belzarian. From now on, you'll be Urza Belzarian. Belzarian? What does it mean? The breeze caressed Urza's face, and her bangs blocked her puzzled eyes. Ross explained, this is the name of a wise dragon 400 years ago. This dragon has devoted his life to seeking peaceful development between humans and dragons and has done his best for it. I like it very much. It's also your mother's last name, and it would be very interesting if Irene knew it, Ross added silently in his mind. Irene has maternal love for Urza. Urza has been in Irene's belly for 400 years. Although she once wanted to use additional magic to invade Urza's body because of that scumbag who didn't even have a name and the feeling of losing her humanity, she couldn't do it when she saw Urza's smile. In order to stop this dangerous idea, she also abandoned Urza in Rosemary Village. Xianlong, peace? Okay, then I will be called Urza Belzarian from now on. Although it was strange and he didn't know what the connection was, Urza decided to accept it. It was just a surname, and he could call him anything. Okay, go in and rest. Ross returned to his room. Urza nodded and went inside to find Ultear and Kagura, and would probably tell them her new last name as well. After packing their luggage, they went out to say goodbye to the village chief, and saw from afar that the villagers were already standing at the entrance of the village. The group arrived at the entrance of the village, and Urza and the others said goodbye to the village chief and the villagers. As they set off, the villagers waved and shouted behind them, Simon, Urza, Kagura, if you miss home in the future, welcome back to Rosemary Village. Because Grandpa Rob was there, the group walked a little slower, but fortunately the main mode of transportation was train. Is he really okay? Urza pointed at Laxus who was lying dead beside him. It's okay, you'll be fully recovered once you get off the train. It's just that you're sick of transportation. Ross waved his hand to tell Urza not to worry. I'm finally here. I'll never take public transportation again. Laxus didn't recover from the trip from Magnolia Station to the gate of Magnolia City. His face looked bad. After entering from the city gate, go around Cardia Cathedral and you will find Fairy Tale. The group took their luggage and went directly to the guild to report their safety. This is our guild, Fairy Tale. Standing at the gate, Ross pointed to the plaque on the door that read Fairy Tale. Magnolia's bustling streets and guilds were sights they had never seen before. Okay, come in with me. Then Ross pushed open the door. Bang, bang, bang. When I opened the door, I saw Grey and Lion wrestling with each other. Lidas was actually drawing them fighting. It's fine to beat him, but why take off your clothes? Kagura watched the silver-haired child's clothes fly in front of him. Ross quickly scooped it up, rolled it into a ball and threw it back. Cana was not seen. Ross was probably taken away by Gildarts. Macau and Wakaba were drinking and watching the show. Makarov saw that they did not use magic but did not stop them. Uru was sitting nearby. They had received the news that they would be back today, but they had not seen any newcomers. As soon as Makarov saw Ross and his group, he stopped Lion and Grey with his little fists. Ultear. Uru walked up quickly and hugged Ultear. She hadn't seen Ultear for almost half a year. If it weren't for the long-distance communication magic crystal, she would have searched all over the world for her. I'm back, Ulu. Ultear was relatively calm and patted Ulu on the back. Xiaoma. Rob. For now, let's not talk about the two of them hugging each other and crying and expressing their feelings to each other after a long separation. Hey, there's a newcomer. Macau and Wakaba saw Urza, Simon and Kagura standing nearby and grinned. Simon and Kagura were a little scared. Some people looked like they had evil smiles on their faces and didn't look like good people. Urza took a step forward and protected Simon and Kagura with his right hand. Ultear now left Ulu's embrace and came to Urza's side, pulling Urza's arm down and whispering in his ear, "It's okay, they just like to joke around, they're not bad people." Out of trust in Ultear, Urza slowly let down his guard. You scared the newcomer. A huge fist appeared above their heads, like a sword of Damocles. The two men hugged each other and ran around trying to leave the shadow, but Makarov was one step ahead and knocked them to the ground. Makarov said, "You are in the underground layer, and I am in the atmosphere." Makarov was still unable to calm down, but he couldn't be rude in front of the newcomers, so he got down from the bar and walked in front of Urza and the others. "Hello, I'm President Makarov. You can call me Grandpa or President." Makarov raised his right hand to greet them. Makarov saw that Kagura and Simon were a little nervous, but he admired Urza who was standing in front of his companions. But since Kagura was so young, he could understand that some people in the guild didn't seem normal. Grey and Lion took off their clothes and started fighting after a disagreement. Macau and Wakaba, who smoke, drink and chat all day. "President, I'm Urza Belzarian. I'm Simon Mikazuchi and this is my sister Kagura." Everyone in the guild introduced themselves. "Very good, to welcome the 3 new members, and also to welcome Rob, Ross and Laxus home, let's have a party together." Makarov turned around to face the guild members and raised his hand. "Oh!" As Makarov raised his hand, the guild members cheered together. The decibel level was loud enough to overturn the guild, and the sound lasted for a long time. Some people started throwing wine glasses. "A hole, where are you throwing it? There's still wine in your glass, why are you throwing it away?" "It's okay. I just won a bet. Macau will clean the guild for a month." "Order. You're not doing the mission." Everyone paused for a moment to complain about Nab who was crying and holding his head. "They are welcoming you, but they find excuses to hold a party every day, don't worry." Urza and Kagura were stunned by the people who were partying together. "Are they so popular?" Ross also explained to them. "Are you sure this is a welcome?" Kagura looked at Ross blankly. After the banquet ended in the evening, Simon was temporarily arranged to live in the place rented by Grey and Lion. Lion and Grey had already started working. Some time ago, Makarov couldn't stand Grey and Lion quarreling in the house all day long, which not only affected his rest, but also affected the neighbors. The key point was that he didn't listen, so he threw Grey and Lion out. Laxus followed Makarov back home, but Laxus told Ross that he would be going out on a mission soon. There was a backlog of missions in the guild, and URU had helped to deal with some of them in the past few months. Ross thought that he had to help with some missions as well. It was not a good style to just give up for half a year. Ultear took Urza and Kagura to the girls' dormitory and arranged for them to live next to him and Ultear. Urza and Kagura could live in the same room for the time being so that Urza could take care of Kagura. Ross paid for the rent first, but it probably wouldn't last long as Urza would soon be able to do his missions. Chapter 36. Ross told Makarov about the dark magic cult and the R system at the banquet that day, and asked him to inform the council and the guild presidents as soon as possible and start a search within their own guilds as soon as possible. Makarov contacted the presidents that night and set off for Clover for a meeting the next day. After resting for 2 days, Ross took on several missions in neighboring towns and villages, preparing to complete the route. Laxus set off yesterday, and Ross and Laxus were greeted by Makarov that night when they came back. The two people didn't come back for more than half a year. The old man was like an empty nest old man every day, not doing any tasks. The guild tasks were piled up. He shamelessly asked URU to help deal with some more urgent S-level tasks. He scolded them for almost an hour, and finally let them go lightly because of their face of bringing Rob back. First he went to Harjan to deliver a valuable item, then went to Shirotsam town to deal with the monsters that were causing trouble, and then went to Onibus to be a bodyguard for a theatre troupe. A star theatre troupe came here to perform, and they needed wizards to maintain order. They needed several wizards, but Ross and Jesmon were 4 wizards, and Jesmon seemed to be more dazzling than them. There were always children who wanted to touch him. After clearing out the thieves who were causing chaos in the mountains near the town of Obishina, he also discovered a dark guild stronghold. They were too noisy where Ross was eating, which directly exposed his identity, so Ross followed them and destroyed their hideout, tied them up and threw them directly in front of the council house, hiding his merit and fame. Here we go again. Ross's last stop was Hartfilia's house, and this time he didn't notify them in advance. Please help me inform Mr. Judd that Ross from Fairy Tale is visiting again. The guard quickly picked up the communication tool to report, and then the door was opened. Ross didn't wait for anyone to pick him up, and went straight into the reception room to wait. Halfway there, he saw the butler who was waiting at the door last time. Mr. Ross, Mr. Judd is not at home today. Mrs. Layla is waiting for you in the reception room. The butler bowed slightly to Ross, and Ross responded in the same way, then followed the butler to the reception room. Mr. Ross, long time no see. Layla stood up and welcomed Ross when she saw her. Ms. Layla, long time no see. You can just call me Ross. At Layla's gesture, Ross took a seat and the maid quickly brought up 2 cups of hot tea. Did Mr. Judd go out to work today? Ross asked after taking a sip of hot tea. He went to Crocus on a business trip 2 days ago. Ross understood and nodded. It was not uncommon for a businessman to go on business trips every few days. I wonder if Ms. Layla has found Graham. This question is more important to Ross. Now that Zaldeo is dead, as long as Graham is alive, it doesn't matter if Brandish is taken away again. He can persuade him to rebel in a minute. Even if he can't, he will just do nothing. Not yet. The Hartfilia Consortium has been searching for it for a long time. Layla shook her head with regret. Not only did she miss the Aquarius key, she also missed this sister whom she hadn't seen for a long time. She didn't expect that this sister went directly to the Western continent. It's normal that the Western continent is so big that it hasn't been found yet, but there are still more than 2 years left, so it's okay. Ross then asked another question. What about Zaldeo? Have you investigated him? Unfortunately, we can't find him at all. None of the people Judd sent out to look for Zaldeo found him, and he even posted commissions to several bounty hunter guilds, but still no news. Of course he can't be found. Zaldeo was probably on the Demon Hearts ship before, and he was recently overseas building the R system. And he can only show himself in Caplico's body. I'm here for another thing. Ross took out the Capricorn key from his bag and placed it on the table. Caplico's key. How come you have it? Layla was very familiar with this key. No, it should be said that all celestial spirit wizards knew this. I think it would be better for him to explain this matter. Ross pushed the key in front of Layla and asked her to summon Caplico. Although Layla retired due to illness, it was no problem for her to summon Caplico for a short period of time. Ms. Layla. After Caplico came out, he knelt on one knee in front of Layla. Caplico, what happened? Where's Zaldeo? After Capriccio explained to Layla in detail how Zaldeo used human slave magic to devour him, control humans, and join Grimoire Heart, he returned to the celestial spirit world. Put this key away and give it to Miss Lucy later. I also heard from Caplico about the agreement between you and him. Ross drank tea on the side and waited until Layla digested the whole thing before speaking. Thank you. I don't know how to repay you. Layla is not only kind to her servants, but also to celestial spirit. Her gratitude is for Caplico. Haha, there's a chance. How about Miss Lucy joining our fairy tale when she grows up? We don't even have a celestial spirit mage in our guild yet. Ross was not worried that Lucy would not join fairy tale. As of now, since you joined fairy tale has already gained the reputation of being the #1 guild in the Kingdom of Fiore, but it doesn't hurt to be prepared. If Lucy wants to join the guild, I will tell her. Layla nodded and agreed. Layla just didn't want Lucy to accept the responsibility of the Eclipse Gate, but she agreed with her inheriting the Celestial Spirit Wizard. Okay, then I'll take my leave. Ross then stood up and left. To show respect, Layla also stood up and walked him to the door of the house. Layla was originally going to follow him to the door, but Ross stopped her because Layla's health was not very good. Ross returned to the guild after leaving Heartfilia's house. Grandpa, how was your talk? Ross asked about the R system. The council has issued a notice requiring all guilds to cooperate in the search. Blue Pegasus has also dispatched Christina to search. I heard a few days ago that a guild had already discovered and destroyed one. Christina is the spaceship of Blue Pegasus, which is very expensive. Fairy Tale is either losing money or on the way to losing money. It is even worse after Natsu joined. It is not worthy of this at all. After knowing that they were looking for him, Ross stopped caring about it. If they needed help, they would come to him themselves. Ultear, Urza and the others were not seen in the guild, and Ross guessed that they were probably training in the eastern forest. When I looked over, sure enough, Kagura was following them. Where's Simon? Ross didn't see Simon. Urza stopped practicing sword skills. Simon went on a mission with Grey and Lion. Lion is 1 year older than Grey, and is 10 years old this year. He and Grey will go on the mission together, but Simon is also brought along. Makarov agreed, and it is estimated that it is not a dangerous mission. Finally meeting Ross today, Urza expressed her thoughts over the past few days. I want to go on a mission, and I feel really bad for asking President Makarov and you guys to do it all the time. Ross understood the look in her eyes, which was firm and would not tolerate rejection. Actually, I also want to go on a mission. It's boring to meditate and practice all day long. Ultear, who was meditating nearby, also said. I didn't think I said no. Ross shrugged and spread his hands. I mean, come with us. Ultear took a slow, deep breath and glanced at Ross. What about Kagura? Simon is not here. Ross pointed at Kagura who was immersed in chopping. Just leave it to you. Kagura likes you very much. You seem to have a kind of maternal glow towards the children of the guild. After spending a few days together, Urza and Kagura both like you very much. You is not training with Gray and the others now. Gray and the others have completed their apprenticeship. She has been accompanying her daughter in Magnolia recently. Chapter 37. I'm such a miserable person. I just returned to the guild yesterday and I have to go out again today. And how are you going to complete the quest with so many cakes, Urza? Ross was carrying his bag with a melancholy look on his face. Just put it in the changing room, Urza said seriously. In the dressing space, except for living things, everything else is allowed. But as Urza's armor increases, there may be no place to put anything else. Are you sure you won't summon a cake into your hands and throw it out while fighting? Ross imagined Urza holding a cake in each hand and throwing it at the enemy's face. Oh, and he even had horns on his head. No, I will never throw the cake no matter what. Urza clenched his fists, and then seemed to think of the horrible scene of throwing the cake, and muttered to himself, I can't throw it, I can't throw it, I can't throw it. Urza, don't worry, I can help you change it back if you lose it. Ultear held the crystal ball in his hand. The Arc of Time is truly the best magic. Urza looked at Ultear with envy. Your changing space is also good. I'll leave mine to you as well. Ultear's luggage was also entrusted to Urza. Leave it to me. Urza was excited knowing that her cake was fine. Okay, let's go to Derwent City. They received several missions this time, but the situation in Derwent City was more urgent. Some dark magic cults were causing chaos, attacking the orphanage and kidnapping the children. They had to go there quickly to resolve the issue. These two seem to be terrorists, and they accept all the subjugation missions. With Ross following them, Makarov is not worried and lets them take any missions. You did give Ultear many instructions last night. After all, this was her daughter's first mission, and all the previous ones were traveling. I will watch this mission from the side. I won't take action unless your lives are in danger. I don't want any reward either. You can just divide it among yourselves. Sitting on the train, Ross rested his elbows on the table and looked at the two people sitting opposite him. Okay. Both of them nodded. The first step of the mission is to meet the client. Ultear held the commission in his hand and looked at the address. Urza held the map in his hand. After telling Urza the address, Urza led the way, and Ross followed behind. Urza was not leading the wrong way, and the three of them arrived at the office of the mayor of Derwent City, who was the one who issued this commission. The three of them raised their left hands, with the backs of their hands facing the guards, to identify themselves. Urza's emblem was also printed on the back of her left hand, in red, the same color as her hair. Welcome, all three. I am Warren Williams, the Lord Mayor of Derwent City. Please take a seat. Ultear Milkovich, Urza Belzarian, Ross. The three introduced themselves one after another. Ross didn't talk to the mayor, so Urza and Ultear took the lead. It's like this. Our town has a very developed business. There is a wizard guild locally, but it's not strong enough. Although the council has troops stationed there, they are often powerless in the face of powerful wizards. This time, the dark magic cult caused chaos here, attacked the orphanage outside the city, and took away the children. There has been no news since then. Understood. We'll leave right away. Please give us the address of the orphanage. Urza nodded, her eyes revealing anger. She hated these child traffickers the most. Warren Williams took out a piece of paper from his arms, on which was written the name and address of the orphanage, which had obviously been prepared long ago. Thank you. Ultear took it and stood up with Urza. Angel's Home, Ultear compared the name with the paper. This is it. As soon as the three of them entered, they saw a woman in nun's clothes cleaning. The outer walls of the orphanage were a little charred and some of the walls were cracked. Hello, we are the wizards of Fairy Tale. We are commissioned by the city lord to inquire about the missing children. Ultear and Urza stepped forward to identify themselves. Hello, I'm Sister Elsa here. Elsa asked the three to sit down at the table in the yard. I was not here on the day of the attack. The priest and 2 other nuns were attacked here and were powerless to stop the children from being taken away. They are all recuperating in the hospital now. However, I have learned about the situation from the priest. Please feel free to ask any questions you have. How many children were taken away? Ultear asked first. We had 19 orphans in our orphanage, and they were all taken away. Were they injured when they were taken away? I heard from the priest that no, they just used magic to attack the house to scare the children and scare them out of the house. The priest and the nun were attacked because they tried to stop them. Do the leaders or their members have any characteristics, or are there any special people? There is a person with a scar on his left eye. These questions must have been asked by many people, and Elsa answered them quickly. Which direction did they leave from last? Elsa pointed to the west, where there was only forest. After asking, the 3 of them said goodbye to Elsa. This forest is too big. Ultear and Urza looked at the woods west of the orphanage. The trees were densely packed, with branches, leaves and trunks intertwined, and it was pitch black at a glance. What should we do? Urza looked at the forest with a worried look on his face. Try fishing. Ultear looked at Urza and raised an eyebrow. Since Lord Warren said that the army is still blocking the forest, and looking at the map, there is a mountain at the innermost part of this forest. If there is no exit, the members of the dark magic cult should still be inside. Even if they can escape, they probably can't take so many children away. Speaking of fishing, Urza also understood and decided to follow Ultear's advice and give it a try. The 2 changed into normal clothes, used onions and peppers to make their eyes a little redder, applied some water, and used magic to cover the guild emblem first. Ross didn't follow them yet, but walked through the trees within their sight. This was the advantage of having a lot of trees. If you didn't look up, you wouldn't notice it, and any sound could easily be mistaken for a small animal. Ultear and Urza walked through the forest, looking for footprints of passers-by along the way. It would be even better if there were any children. They didn't know how long they had been walking. In order to make the performance more realistic, they didn't eat anything along the way. With confusion and fear in their eyes, they acted like lost children, always looking for the exit of the forest. They walked from afternoon to night for a full 3 hours, but there was still no sign of the dark magic cult. Ultear even started crying, "I want to find my mother, mother, mother." Her cries became louder and louder. "Tia, we can definitely get out of here." Urza didn't call Ultear's real name, but just acted along, patting Ultear's back gently to comfort her, but Ultear still kept crying. Unable to comfort her, Urza started crying too, and the 2 of them stood there sobbing. "Good boy, just act it out." Chapter 38. The 2 cried for nearly 10 minutes, but still no one showed up. They didn't know if they were competing with the air or if the lurking person was just too cunning. The 2 slowly stopped crying. "Al, we can't cry anymore, let's find a way out quickly." "Okay, Tia, I will definitely take you out." Urza took Ultear's hand and they continued their search. They wandered around in the forest for nearly an hour when they heard a voice. Taking the bait, Ultear tugged on Urza's sleeve, and Urza nodded slightly. "Why are you 2 little girls here?" A man wearing a black hat and a mask slowly walked towards them. We went out to play and got lost from our mother." Ultear rubbed his eyes with both hands and spoke intermittently. "Where were you separated from your mother?" the man asked. "It seems to be called Luca Park. We were chasing the puppy and forgot the way, and the puppy was lost as well." Urza was talking about a park closest to the forest, which she had just seen on the map. "Oh, I'm leaving here and going back to the city. How about I take you back to the park?" The man nodded with an expression as if he saw it. "Really? Ultear dropped his hands, tears streaming down his face. Yes, follow me. The man showed a hearty smile on his face. Thank you uncle. The two of them choked up and thanked the man. Haha, follow closely. Uncle, is this really the direction? Why don't I remember it being the right direction? Urza spoke to the man. Urza knew that this was not the direction they came from. Urza remembered the general route they took. If the man's route was taken in a straight line, it would intersect with the route they came from. Yes, this is a shortcut. It's closer this way. It's getting late, we have to hurry over. If it's too late, your mother will be worried. The man explained to the two in the gentlest tone. I see. Thank you uncle. Urza looked as if he had realized what was going on. We're almost there, don't worry. Yes, we're almost there, almost to our nest. They arrived after passing through the cave. The man pointed at the entrance of the cave. The cave was connected in all directions with several branching roads, and each branching road had its own branching road. There were markings on the roads that only they could understand. Even if someone came to block them, they could still escape from other caves. They also dug some more caves based on the original direction. It was the same as the principle of a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows, they just had more caves. The man lit a torch and walked in front, motioning for Ultear and Urza to follow. Ultear took out a handful of white powder from her pocket and left a little white powder at every fork in the road they passed. This was agreed upon beforehand, and if there was a fork in the road, this would be used as a mark. Ross followed them at a distance, just one finger glowing white, a bit of light magic, to find the powder. Okay, we're here. The man turned around, the light of the torch shining on his face, with a hideous grin on his face, and it was obvious that he was a villain. There are more than a dozen people in the dark magic cult. Ultear and Urza also saw the locked-up children, and after a quick look, Urza thought there were more than 19 of them, and they might have been captured from somewhere else. Why did you bring 2 more? They've been arresting so strictly lately. We can't catch any more. We can hardly get out. A man with a scar on his left eye saw 2 girls following him. They ran away on their own. I went out to check the situation and followed them for 2 or 3 hours. There was no problem. That's good. The scarred man nodded after hearing his explanation. Didn't you say you would take us to find our mother? Where is this place? Ultear asked in a trembling voice, leaning against Urza. Mom? You will never see her again, ha ha ha. The man laughed wildly while holding a torch. Someone had already blocked Ultear and Urza's way behind them to prevent them from escaping, and Scarface took out his key, ready to open the locked cell door. Do it! Ultear and Urza pretended to cry in each other's arms, their eyes met and they nodded slightly. Change clothes. A black one-handed sword appeared in Urza's hand, and he slashed at the man in front of him. The man was caught off guard and knocked down. It's a wizard. A hole. The scarred man attacked Urza and Ultear. Leave it to me. Ultear and Urza stood back to back, and several green crystal balls suddenly appeared beside them. All the crystal balls emitted a beam of light, all the gods shone, and the scarred man was directly defeated. The wizards Urza faced were all using melee weapons, and one was using a sword. Urza chopped, swept, and slashed, easily dealing with the situation and engaging in a melee with several people. A man emerged from the shadows and stabbed Urza in the side with a dagger. Ice make, ice shield. Ultear formed an ice shield with both hands to block Urza's side. The man failed to hit her and retreated into the shadows. Take this move from me. A long-haired man shot out a fireball and a lightning bomb from his staff. It's useless to me. The crystal ball flashed, and the fireball and lightning bomb dissipated directly. Ultear used the arc of time to dissipate the fireball and lightning bomb. Ice make, ice spear. Ultear formed a seal again and shot out an ice spear, hitting the man with the staff. Ultear's ice shape is not limited to animals, plants, or weapons, she can make whatever she wants. In a blink of an eye, only the assassin in the shadows was left. The assassin saw the opportunity and tried to escape, but the shadow was very obvious under the light of the torch. Urza held the sword in one hand and threw it at the shadow, hitting it directly. The man fell from the shadow and lost the ability to fight. Ultear and Urza first tied up a dozen members of the dark magic cult. If we take these members back and torture them, we may be able to find out the location of the Tower of Heaven where they are. The Council and the regular guilds have teamed up to destroy several, but it is unknown how many more remain. Ropes are essential items for traveling and at home, and Urza has a lot of them in her space. She first tied their hands behind their backs and then tied them together. Urza watched over them while Ultear released all the children. None of the children were injured, but they looked a little weak from being captured and hungry for a few days. They captured the children in order to build the R system and see if they had the talent to practice magic, so they couldn't let them get hurt. The children looked a little scared and a little thin. Seeing this, Urza took out sweets from the space and shared them with Ultear. Ultear and Urza waited until the children had finished eating before they prepared to leave. Pa. Ross appeared while clapping, looking like a villain who came out to give away experience. You have the same smile as that villain just now. Ultear said with disdain. Urza also looked at him as a pervert and nodded in agreement. The children were a little panicked at first, but they all breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the conversation between the two. Let's go back. Ultear and Urza comforted the children and showed the fairy tale emblem. Some children recognized the emblem. This time they sped up the process and did not walk slowly. Although the children were a little tired, they wanted to leave quickly and persevered. Urza and Ultear quickly brought the children back to the orphanage. When the children in the orphanage saw the nun, they hugged her and cried loudly. Urza took out a flare and lit it. The city lord quickly received the news and rushed over with the army of the Council of Ministers. They took the children away, and they also decided to move the orphanage into the town as it was too dangerous here and they didn't know when they would be caught again. Thank you so much. This is your reward. Please accept it. Stay for dinner tonight. Warren took out 120 WJ. This reward was actually too little, as it was for 19 children. But when working for the city lord or the council, face was more important. Ultear took it with both hands after the politeness, exchanged a glance with Urza, and nodded in agreement to eat. Ross also ate a meal together, and before the meal, Ultear and Urza split the reward in half. Just like that, Urza and Ultear's first mission was successfully completed. Chapter 39. The three of them left Derwent City the next day. The next destination was to fight bandits. Why were there bandits every day? They must have learned some magic or physical skills but didn't want to make money through regular channels. There might also be some who shouted that it was impossible to find a job. Walking on the path, Ultear silently took out 300,000 J, and Urza also took out 100,000 J and handed it to Ross. It's not a tacit understanding, it was discussed last night. After paying taxes in Magnolia, the remaining money is theirs. Makarov does not take a commission from the mission rewards for minors. Hey? I said I don't want any reward. Ross didn't reach out to take it. He did nothing but stand in the back and breathe in the exhaust gas. I'm returning it to you. I borrowed it from you at Crocus. Ultear was talking about the necklace she bought for you at Crocus and the gift Cana bought. You also gave her money, but returning the money with one's own money is completely different from returning the money with one's own money. Me too, money for 2 magic swords. Urza didn't make any money before, and she still remembers that Ross helped her buy magic swords in the city. Okay, I'll take it. Ross took both payments. There was no need to argue meaninglessly. He probably couldn't win the argument with them. Ross took the money and they smiled at each other. Just go find the client and learn about the bandits, Urza. Okay, I also want to go to the town to see if there is a store that sells magic props. I want to buy or customize magic armor. Speaking of which, Urza's costume changing magic is quite expensive. Otherwise, you have to go fight bandits or dark guilds and look for something suitable among the spoils. The reward for the mission they took this time was meteorite iron, a black metal that is very good for making armor. The bandits they were fighting against were not very strong, and Urza and Ultear teamed up to easily solve them. They just wanted to rob money, gems, and accessories, but not any rare metals, which Urza felt quite regretful about. Ultear and Urza returned to the town center and returned the stolen money, gems, and accessories that were registered to the owners who had reported the loss. As for those that were not reported, they did not hand them in. In this way, in addition to their remuneration, they also received a considerable amount of wealth to enrich their own piggy banks, and it was much more than the remuneration for the mission. Anyone who understands this will understand. Ross had done this before, and he didn't tell them, but he learned it naturally. The magic shop here has a wide variety of armor. Urza invested all her salary and the money she had collected here. When the money was not enough, Ultear helped her out and customized 2 sets of armor, the Heavenly Wheel armor and the Diamond armor, one for attack and one for defense. The armor can be appropriately enlarged or reduced according to the owner's body shape, but it cannot be enlarged indefinitely. Now the 2 magic swords that Ross bought before have been perfectly retired, but they were originally intended for excessive use. After all, each sword is only 50,000 J. Urza particularly likes the armor of heaven. This armor usually only summons 2 swords, but as the magic power increases, more swords can be summoned. Urza couldn't resist the owner's bragging and made the decision directly. The diamond armor has super defensive power. The 2 hand shields combine to form a diamond barrier. In the original work, Urza used this armor to block the magic cluster cannon, Jupiter, which shows how strong the defense is. After staying for a few days and getting the armor, watching Urza put on the diamond armor and hold the shield in front of him, Ross felt a sense of security, which reminded him of a sentence, "Stand behind Braum. Huckleberry Hill. Ice make thorns." Ultear made seals with both hands from above and used a thorn web to restrain the blizzard monster. Heavenly Wheel dizzying sword. Urza, in the Heavenly Wheel armor form, had lightsabers appear behind her. She instantly launched a chain of attacks with multiple swords, shooting at the blizzard monster. The blizzard monster was attacked by the lightsaber, and the lightsaber shattered the ice net, allowing the blizzard monster to break free. It bent its knees and flapped its wings, intending to attack Ultear in the sky above. Ice make infinite blades. The ice magic particles gathered into leaf-like ice blades in Ultear's hands, hitting the blizzard monster on the head, causing the blizzard monster to fall from the air. Heavenly Wheel 3 swords. Urza saw the opportunity and used the sword to draw a triangular trajectory at high speed and hit the blizzard monster in the air. Enough. The target this time is a blizzard monster. It eats magic herbs all year round, and their internal organs have a certain healing effect on injured wizards. The blizzard monster is not particularly strong, but it has thick skin and is relatively resistant to blows. It is also somewhat immune to ice magic. Ultear mostly plays a supporting role. Next, let's defeat the Snow White Dragon and take its scales. Urza used the magic sword to cut through the belly of the blizzard monster and took out its inner lining, and said to Ultear calmly, "You look so scary." Ultear looked at Urza, who was holding the blood-dripping sword in his right hand and the liner in his left. It takes a lot of courage to hold the bleeding bladder so calmly. The snow dragon is also a flying monster similar to the wyvern, covered with hard armor all over its body. Because its body is white, it lives in snow mountains all year round. It is much larger than the blizzard monster. It is a carnivorous monster and can be called a high-end version of the blizzard monster. Its main diet is blizzard monster, snow wolf, and snow mountain walken. The snow dragon was lying on its stomach and sleeping. It was the undisputed overlord of Mount Hakebay, at the top of the food chain, and it could sleep wherever it wanted. Urza and Ultear quietly went around behind it. Ice make, super freezing ice arrow. Ultear consumed a large amount of magic power to create an ice bow, and the ice arrow pierced through the scales of the snow dragon from behind. Heavenly Wheel Circle Sword. Urza, also in the Heavenly Wheel armor form, launched multiple swords in a circle at high speed to attack, and the swords hit the snow-white dragon that wanted to flap its wings and fly. Roar! The snow-white flying dragon suffered a penetrating wound and its wings were also injured. Heavenly Wheel 5-star Sword. Urza flew past the snow-white dragon at high speed, and drew a star-shaped trajectory with the sword at high speed to attack. Future Flash. After Urza flew past, dozens of crystal balls appeared around the snow-white dragon and exploded next to it. After several rounds of attacks, the snow-white dragon could not withstand the attacks and fell down. Okay, mission accomplished, let's go back and hand in the task to the client. Urza used the sword to pry off the scales on the chest under the snow-white dragon's neck. This part of the scales is where the snow-white dragon's hardest scales are located, and it is also the requirement of this mission. After handing the scales over to the client, they were paid. Including the time spent on the journey, they completed 6 tasks in 3 weeks. The meteorite iron was also successfully obtained before coming to Mount Hawk Bi. They were helping a blacksmith to search for a special mineral in the mountains. Urza also mined some herself. In addition to the meteorite iron, Urza also got a sword from the blacksmith, the demon sword Benizakura, which was given to her by the blacksmith. The blacksmith thought that this sword was very suitable for Urza and insisted on giving it to her. In the end, Urza paid some money to buy it. Meteorite iron alone is not suitable for making armor. Urza plans to collect other materials before deciding what attributes of armor to make. Her current goal is to have at least one set of armor of all attributes. Ross did not take any part in these missions. He was just responsible for lookout and cooking. If they were in a town, they would eat in the restaurant. All the tasks were completed by Ultear and Urza on their own. These 2 future strong women have already shown their strong character. Let's go back to the guild. I miss Magnolia's strawberry cake and souffle, Ultear. Urza looked expectant. She had eaten Magnolia's strawberry cake over and over again for the past 3 weeks and still thought it was the most delicious. Ultear nodded in agreement. Shall we continue our quests after a few days' rest? Urza was addicted to quests, and she really liked quests like these that involved defeating bandits and monsters. Okay. It's not that he likes doing missions very much. Ever since traveling with Ross, Ultear prefers to go out and see the scenery outside. Chapter 40. As soon as Ultear and Urza came back, they took Kagura and Uru to go shopping. There are quite a lot of places to visit in Magnolia. After shopping in the commercial street, it is very enjoyable to enjoy the leisure time by feasting on snacks and sweets together in the food court. Cardia Cathedral and Southgate Park are also good places to go. In the food court, Kagura was eating donuts. Uru had brought her here before and she fell in love with them as soon as she tried them. So when she came to the food court again, she stared at them as they passed by. Uru bought her some again. As for Urza and Ultear, they had their own money after completing their missions, so they could buy whatever they wanted to eat without Uru having to worry about them. In the guild, Laxus and Gildarts went out to do quests. Wakaba and Macau were screaming at the weekly Sashera, and Nab was still looking at the quest bar and choosing quests. Ross finds Makarov to find out what's going on. 5R systems have been destroyed, but we don't know exactly how many there are. We may not be able to keep searching like this. Makarov said after taking a sip of beer. Ross also tried to search when he followed Ultear and Urza out this time, but he couldn't go too far and didn't find anything. Most of the R systems were built in sparsely populated areas, and this time they were doing missions near cities and mountains. By the way, Grandpa, when do you plan to promote Laxus to an S-class wizard? Ross felt that Laxus was strong enough. While meditating in Rosemary Village, Ross felt Laxus's enormous magic power. Compared with last year, he had improved greatly. It's almost time, maybe this year or next year. Makarov took a sip of wine first, and then said, I don't want him to do S-level missions so early. Gildarts is enough to handle S-level missions. It would be better if he waited until he was 15 years old and became an adult. A slant is considered an adult at the age of 15, which means he can drink alcohol at the age of 15. The original Cana started drinking at the age of 13, so being able to become a barrel means he is 2 years ahead of others. So you're planning to do it next year? Ross also took a sip of tea. He didn't like alcohol or juice very much, but he liked tea. He could accept black tea, green tea, and oolong tea. That's about right. Makarov pondered and nodded. Laxus, leave the S-rank exam to me. There won't be anyone else who can take it then anyway. Ultear, Urza, and Cana were all too early, Kagura was too young, and the others were completely hopeless. If Laxus is the only one left at that time, I'll leave it to you. Makarov nodded. This was not a big deal for Makarov. Given Makarov's personality, he would only let Laxus participate if he fully acknowledged that he could be promoted to an S-class wizard. In other words, Laxus could easily pass the promotion exam as long as he didn't perform poorly. Unlike other people, he would be given the qualification to participate but not necessarily pass. What is the Council's recent evaluation of Fairy Tail? It's much better now. With Uru becoming one of the 10 saints and Yajima, we don't have to be reminded of him so often. Makarov smiled, took a sip of wine and continued, but I don't care what those people in the council think. Some people are pedantic. The most important thing about magic is freedom. Ha ha ha, you're right. Ross raised his tea to Makarov. I heard that you had a fight with Jose Porla at the last meeting. They heard it while eating on their way back to the guild. There were always people discussing it in the restaurant, and it spread quite widely. Makarov nodded, his mouth crooked with a smile. I win. Ross was not surprised. Jose was still very young, only slightly older than Gildarts, and was originally the goalkeeper of Holy 10. The last time he saw Jose in Clover, he only looked at him from a distance and had no idea of his specific strength. If you want to compare her with Uru, you have to fight her to know. Ross actually doesn't know Uru's true current strength. Since coming to Fairy Tail, Ross has never seen her take action. She often appears in front of Ross as a housewife, with Ultear, Urza, and Kagura, but she often goes to Mount Hawkby to practice, so overall she should have made some progress. Let me talk about 2 things. Ulu brought the 3 girls to the restaurant. Ordering food at this restaurant is quite special in Magnolia, as there is no menu. The ingredients of this restaurant are all placed at the entrance, including various seafood and ready-made food. The cooking methods of the ingredients are all chosen on the spot. Ulu asked the 3 of them to order by themselves. She found a table for 4 and sat down. Then she took out a tissue from her pocket and wiped the table carefully. Ultear and Ulu had been to this restaurant several times and were very familiar with it. They ordered 2 of their favorite dishes, and after asking Kagura and Urza for their opinions, they each ordered 1 dish. Since they were all girls, 4 dishes were enough and there was no need to order too much. The 3 found where Uru was sitting, and had Kagura sit next to Uru, with Urza and Ultear sitting opposite. The 3 little girls have lived together in Rosemary Village for more than half a year. They are very familiar with each other and talk about topics that only little girls can talk about. Ulu listened with her chin in her hand with a smile on her lips. She felt that such days were the best. There was no war, no fighting. She could stay with her daughter and watch her daughter grow up with her friends. She would crush any factors that prevented her and her daughter from living a peaceful life. Kagura is 7 years old this year. Based on her life experience in Rosemary Village, she is very well behaved and can take care of herself. No one needs to worry about her meals. This is Uru's feeling after taking care of Kagura during this time. You felt that Urza had the potential to become a female leader in the future. She always seemed to treat others equally and consider their feelings, which was especially true of Simon. During the time when Ross was out on a mission, Urza would always pat him on the shoulder to encourage him whenever he got frustrated in his training. As her training level improved, she gained authority. Even Wakaba and Macau, who were much older than her, were kept in check by her. Gray was beaten up by Urza even though he didn't wear clothes. Her daughter Ultear is also a very gentle person, but she is a little cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She treats acquaintances and strangers in completely different ways. Ultear and Urza, how do you feel about going out on the mission this time? You were gone for several weeks and I was worried for a while. Ulu's mouth corners raised slightly, revealing a faint smile. You're obviously not worried at all with Ross following you. Ultear curled the corners of his mouth, not sure whether he was angry or amused. I felt very happy when I helped the client complete the mission, and also when I saw the children from the first mission return home. I was very happy. Urza's mind flashed through pictures, all of which were bits and pieces of her and Ultear's experiences over the past few weeks. I want to do the mission, too. Kagura didn't actually know what the mission was. She hadn't even started meditation yet, but she just didn't want to fall behind. It's still early, Kagura. How about waiting until you're as old as Ultear? You smiled and stroked Kagura's hair. When you go out on missions in the future, you still have to pay attention to safety. No matter what, safety is the most important thing. Yet, Kagura didn't quite understand, but nodded along with Ultear and Urza. Chapter 41. Oak Town, located in the northeast of the Kingdom of Fiore, is a city under a historic city. In its center stands the branch of the Wizard Guild Phantom Lord. Aren't we competing with Phantom Lord for his job? Should we say that Fairy Tail's influence is growing? Why did they not commission Phantom Lord, who is so close, but instead commissioned Fairy Tail? Standing at the city gate, Ross frowned and scratched his head. Ultear and Urza shook their heads. Well, we'll know when we meet the client. Let's go in. This mission was designated for Ross, and the reward was at the S level. But after hearing from Makarov that the work was not difficult, Ross brought Ultear and Urza along. At the Duke of Grant's mansion, Ross looked at the mansion, which was no less impressive than Hartfilia Manor. The butler led him around like a thief, and finally he met the Duke of Grant in the reception room. What? The job is just to play with your child for a day? And you're paying 5 million J just for that? Everyone in Ross was shocked. No wonder Makarov smiled so strangely. This was not the way to spend money. The Duke was really rich. Yes, this is your reward, please accept it first. Duke Grant pushed the check for 5 million J in front of Ross. To be honest, the last time I took my son out for a trip, Kevin saw you receiving the armor and fighting monsters from afar. After that, he became fascinated by you and has been collecting all your peripheral figures and magazines. As an S-class wizard, he has been on the weekly magazine several times, but most of the time he was on camera, fighting after receiving the command, and it seemed like a war reporter was filming him from afar. Received Paladin. They dug it out from Makarov. It should be said that the paparazzi and fans everywhere are very powerful. They set up cameras like cannons from a distance and can take pictures everywhere. So I have such a fanatical fan. Ross had nothing to do after completing the mission, so he rushed to Magnolia. Magnolia did have his peripherals and figures, but he didn't think much about it. He had been staying in Rosemary Village for some time and had no sense of reality at all. You are too modest. Your figures and peripherals are very popular among children, even in Oak Town, which is so far away from Magnolia. Duke Grant smiled and continued, maybe it's because of the shape. Children think it's very cool. And the armor you received is completely unseen in other wizards. I see. Ross understood and nodded. Here's the thing. Tomorrow is Kevin's birthday. I hope you can spend the day with him. This is my request as a father. Please leave it to me. The magic of my two companions is equally interesting. Ice-shaping magic can be very gorgeous, and Urza looks heroic in the heavenly wheel armor. By the way, please be careful when you go out. Don't let Kevin find out you're here. I hope to give him the best birthday present tomorrow. The three of them were led out of the mansion by the butler very carefully and cautiously, and they all breathed a sigh of relief when they got out safely. For some reason I feel like a thief. Ultear sighed, and Urza nodded to show that he shared the same feeling. By the way, Mr. Butler, may I ask what flavor of cake Kevin likes, or what kind of food he likes to eat? Lord Kevin is not picky about food, so for cake, it's strawberry cake. Okay, thank you very much. We'll take our leave now. The three said goodbye to the butler, who bowed slightly and gestured for them to go slowly. Shall we go buy ingredients for the cake? Ross looked at the two people following behind him. Can you make it? Ultear had never seen Ross make a cake. No, I don't know how to do it at all. Just ask someone. Ross shook his head and spread his hands. Then you're still going to do it? Is one day enough? There are two options. Buy one or make one yourself. If you fail, you will have a record. After all, we have received so much money from Duke Grant, so we have to take it seriously. Ross raised his right hand and made a 2. That's right. Ultear crossed his arms and nodded. This was a big client. I want to learn how to make strawberry cake, too. Urza raised her hand. She couldn't help herself since she heard the word cake. Okay, let's learn together. Ross didn't plan to include Ultear, as she didn't seem to have that talent. Looking at the mess nearby, Ross quickly determined that Urza didn't have this talent either. Her hands drooped limply, and she staggered towards Ultear who was sitting beside her. I can't do it at all, Ultear. There is still someone guiding him. I guess his talents are all in eating and magic. Ross already had some cooking skills, and even though he had never made a cake before, he was able to make one quite well with someone's guidance. We're still too rushed and it's not very good. Ross took the cake out of the oven. He tried it twice, and the first one was a complete failure. Urza and Ultear had already eaten it. It's really average. Urza held his chin with 2 fingers and stared at the strawberry cake made by Ross. Urza, who often ate strawberry cake, could see that the cake was not very good. I don't want to hear you complain about my cake anyway. A strange look appeared on Ross's face. You failed at the first step. The appearance isn't that great, but the taste is actually okay. Ultear stood on the other side. Ross followed the instructions for the proportions of ingredients and time. Although the appearance was not good, at least it tasted okay. You can just write Happy Birthday Kevin on it. Even if it doesn't look good, it's still a thoughtful gesture. After making the cakes, they stored both cakes in the hotel and went out to the night market. It was their first time in Oaktown and there were so many different kinds of snacks that it was dazzling. Sit in the food court, sit at a street table, and order a few cups of coffee with sweets and snacks. Do you guys think we should go buy some presents? Ross took a sip of coffee. He's your fan. If he wants to buy him a gift, he should buy something related to you, right? Ultear tapped the table with his fingers. Why should I buy a gift for myself? I feel a chill just thinking about it. Urza said suddenly while eating strawberry cake. I feel the same way. Ross also got goosebumps as he thought about it. It's better not to buy it. Just take a few more photos with him tomorrow. Ultear said, looking at the 2 people who were shivering at the thought of something. Anyway, if they are really your crazy fans, they will be happy to see you, right? I see those fans are really like that when they see their idols. That's true, but I didn't expect it to be popular with kids. Ross raised an eyebrow. The armors you received are indeed beautiful. It's no wonder that the children like them. I like them too, but I just can't find the same ones. Urza said. Urza is obsessed with the equipment for changing clothes, and she also likes Ross's ones. It's because you don't do your mission all day. Ultear said unhappily. If Ultear and Urza hadn't brought him out, he really wouldn't have done many missions and would have just practiced every day. Haha, as long as there is enough money to spend. Chapter 42. The next morning, at the Duke of Grant's residence. That's it, Kevin. I'm sorry I can't spend your birthday with you today. Grant and Kevin sat at the dining table. Just now, Grant told his son Kevin that he was urgently summoned by the king and was about to go to Crocus. Kevin, who had short golden hair, lowered his head. Grant was usually busy with official duties, and it was originally agreed that Grant would take a day off to accompany him today. About a minute later, he raised his head again with a smile. Father, please go quickly. The king's business is more important. I'll wait for you to come back and celebrate my birthday. In just 1 minute, 6-year-old Kevin was mentally prepared, thanks to the good education provided by the Duke of Grant and his wife. Kevin, you're right. Your father is in a difficult situation as well, but the king's call cannot be refused. His mother, who was sitting next to him, stroked his hair and comforted him. Well, go quickly, father. Kevin smiled at Duke Grant again. Julie, I'll be leaving first. Kevin, you must listen to your mother. Duke Grant picked up his suit jacket and left his seat. My father hasn't said happy birthday to me yet. After Duke Grant left, Kevin said to his mother Julie with tears in his eyes and a slightly crying voice. Next room. Doesn't Duke Grant feel guilty for lying to such a good kid? This was the common thought of the 3 people who were watching the show silently on the side. Damn it, Duke Grant. What is this? Duke Grant saw the 2 gift boxes on the table. These are 2 cakes, one I made and one I bought. The one I made doesn't look that good, but of course the taste is fine. Both are for Mr. Kevin. Ross pointed at himself. Thank you so much, I think he will be very happy. Okay, please come out with me. Grant seemed unable to bear to see his children sad. Please wait a moment. Ross took over Jesmon and asked the 3 sword spirits to hold the cake he made. Fly from above the child to in front of him. Ross gave orders to the 3 sword spirits. Julie saw a box flying in. Kevin was still with his head down, looking sad, not knowing that something had flown onto his head. Why is there a shadow? Kevin lowered his head. In addition to his own shadow, he found a square shadow, so he raised his head. Sword spirits. Kevin's attention was not on the cake box at all. As the 3 sword spirits representing Jesmon, they were very famous among the various figures of Oaktown, and Kevin recognized them at once. Knock, knock, can we come in? There were 2 knocks on the door, and then a female voice came into Kevin's ears. Please come in. Kevin responded instinctively and then turned his head. After all, he had been attracted by the sword spirit. Father, Mr. Ross. Kevin stood up from his chair, his voice trembling a little. Mr. Ross, is it really you? Ross first asked the 3 sword spirits to put down the cake, and then cancelled the reception. It's me, nice to meet you, Sir Kevin, I'm Ross, and these are my guild partners Ultear, Urza. Ross introduced himself first, and then introduced the other 2. Sister Ultear, Sister Urza, it's our first meeting, thank you for your guidance. Although he was very excited, he greeted Ultear and Urza first. He was polite and courteous. He wore aristocratic clothes that were children's size, and he looked like a noble young master. Sir Kevin, thank you for your guidance. Ultear and Urza returned the greeting. Please just call me Kevin. I'm sorry for lying to you, Kevin. I wanted to give you a surprise. I specially invited your favorite magician to celebrate your birthday. Happy birthday, my child. After everyone greeted each other, Duke Grant also apologized to his son. "Dad, lying is wrong. Isn't that what you taught me?" Kevin said with a stern face. "I'm sorry, I was wrong, that. I apologize to you, Kevin." Duke Grant rubbed his hands and smiled, looking helpless. "Poochie, I'm so happy, Dad. This is the best birthday gift I have ever received." Kevin laughed. He didn't expect that his father actually took it seriously. "Ha ha ha, that's good. Lying is wrong anyway. Excuse me, please interrupt us. Don't let our distinguished guests stand here all the time, both of you." Julie saw that the father and son were about to continue chatting endlessly, so she interrupted them. "I'm very sorry, please take a seat." Duke Grant gestured to the three of them to sit down. "Kevin, I made this cake. I asked the butler about your taste yesterday, and I tried to make it. Please open it and see if you like it." After sitting down, Ross pointed to the cake box in front of Kevin's seat. "The cake doesn't look very good, but the happy birthday to Kevin on top of the cream is nicely done. I like it very much, thank you." Kevin stood up and thanked him solemnly. "Kevin, make a wish." Julie asked Kevin to sit down and lit 6 candles. Kevin obediently closed his eyes and made a wish. "Happy birthday to you, Kevin." When Kevin made his wish and opened his eyes, everyone present and the butler wished Kevin a happy birthday. "Thank you, everyone." After eating the cake, Kevin acted as a tour guide and took Ross and the other two to visit the Duke of Grant's mansion. Kevin took the three of them to visit the study, the flower room, the rockery, etc. In the afternoon, the three of them chatted with Kevin in the study, mostly about the mission content. Kevin asked who they were interested in, and Ross, Ultear and Urza all answered. Kevin also showed great interest in Ultear's arc magic of time. Ultear immediately showed him how black tea could get colder and warmer, and how seeds could take root and sprout and grow into trees. As the sun sets, the sky turns red. "Everyone please step back a little so that the composition looks better." Ross suggested that everyone take a few group photos. Kevin chose the fountain landscape in front of the gate. It was just right with the sunset, and the sun could be seen in the photo. "By the way, Mr. Ed, please set more for continuous shooting." Then Ross lowered his head and said to Ultear and Urza, "Control your expression, it's continuous shooting. Stop talking nonsense." "Got it." Ultear replied unhappily. "Mr. Ed, come over and take pictures with us." Kevin put his hands together at his mouth and shouted to the butler. The Duke of Grant was too busy with work to take care of him, so it was often the butler Ed who took care of him, and the two had a good relationship. But Butler Ed wanted to say it was inappropriate. "Ed, let's shoot together. Kevin is the protagonist today, you have to listen to him." Grant smiled and waved. Ross specifically stood on the far left, Kevin stood in the middle, Ultear and Urza were on the left and right, Grant and Julie were directly behind Kevin, and Ed stood on the far right after setting it up. Ross successively collected Alphamon, Jesmon, Omegamon, Crimson Knightman, etc., all of them controlled their height to about 2 meters. This was something Ross had communicated with Ed long ago and he had already adjusted it. Chapter 43. In the evening, Kevin asked Ross and the other two to stay for dinner. Ross asked Ultear and Urza for their opinions. Ultear and Urza were also very happy. They both liked this very polite child and did not refuse. They had a classy dinner but didn't drink any alcohol. Even Ross wasn't old enough to drink yet. He would have to wait until next year before he could drink. Besides, he had no interest in drinking at all. After the meal, everyone drank tea together with another cake bought by Ross. Duke Grant also prepared one, which was a 3-layer super large one. Fortunately, there were enough people in the Duke's mansion, so Kevin ate a small piece of each of the 2 cakes, and Ed took the rest to share with other people in the mansion. "By the way, Kevin, what wish did you make today?" Ross was very interested in Kevin's wish, and if it was within his ability, Ross planned to help him realize it. Wishes won't come true if you tell them out loud, right? Although Urza has never celebrated a birthday, she has heard of it. I've heard that, too. Ultear nodded. My wish is very simple. I hope that father, mother, and Mr. Ed are in good health, and that Mr. Ross, Sister Ultear, and Sister Urza have everything go smoothly when they complete their missions. Kevin didn't seem to care much about this statement. He said it out loud when he heard Ross ask. Yeah, it's a deal. Ross held out his hand and made a fist. Yeah, it's a deal. Kevin also bumped fists with Ross. Grant and Julie didn't seem surprised, they just smiled and touched his head. This has been his wish every year since he was old enough to understand. He added one more wish after he met Mr. Ross, and another after he met Ultear and Urza today, Julie explained with a smile. So what does Kevin plan to do when he grows up? When I grow up, I want to be someone like my father. Kevin glanced at Grant. Although he liked Ross, his father was the person he admired the most. Kevin, I'm looking forward to seeing this day, and I wish you success soon. Ross raised his teacup and toasted Kevin. Sorry for bothering you today. We will come to see you next time we pass by or come to Oaktown. Kevin, if you go to Magnolia, come to Fairy Tale. I will be responsible for taking you out. The same goes for Duke Grant and Ms. Julie. Ross said goodbye on behalf of the three of them. Be careful on the road, please walk slowly. Duke Grant brought Julie and Kevin to see them off, and Ed was also there. Well, goodbye then. The three said goodbye and turned to leave. Goodbye, Mr. Ross, Sister Ultear, Sister Urza. Kevin shouted, looking at their backs. The three of them didn't look back, but just raised their right hands together to signal. Damn it, how can there be such a well-behaved child? In comparison, what was I doing before? Urza had a resentful look on his face since leaving the Duke of Grant's mansion. It's okay, not only you, but also me. Ross waved his hand. This kind of child is probably one in a million, and he must receive a good family education since childhood. Duke Grant and Ms. Julie have indeed taught him very well. Ultear also agreed, but she was just impressed that Kevin was so well behaved at such a young age, not like Urza. Maybe he's willing to learn too. Such a young child is not easy to raise. Ross had experienced this in his previous life. Most children of this age won't reason with you. But I have no idea when my birthday is. I was happy to see Kevin so happy today, but I felt empty when he left. Urza looked out into the night, his eyes slightly confused. Even though Ultear doesn't celebrate his birthday, at least he knows about it. Comfort him, quick. Ultear signaled Ross with his eyes. I don't know how. I haven't learned this. Ross glared back. Urza. Ross, who had lost the eye battle, was about to say something. No need to comfort me. You two were having a secret conversation with your eyes just now. I saw it. I was just a little touched when I saw Kevin so happy. Urza smiled, and in the night, her smiling eyes and the crescent moon complemented each other beautifully. Besides, you and Ultear did not lie to me. Fairy Tale is really good. Figures flashed through Urza's mind, Ultear, Kagura, and Cana who grew up together, Ross who was very kind to her, you, Makarov, Laxus who often quarreled with Ross, Grey, and Lion who made noises in the guild all day long, Lidas who would draw for herself, Macau and Wakaba who were not very particular but also caring. A smile appeared on Urza's lips. It wasn't a forced smile, and both Ross and Ultear could tell. Sadness and confusion are only temporary. Happiness is the main theme. This is Fairy Tale. Ross pointed one finger toward the sky, making the iconic fairy tale gesture. Ultear and Urza smiled at each other and nodded. The three of them quickly skipped over the topic. By the way, these photos are all very well taken. You all look so beautiful when you smile. Ross flipped through the photos one by one. Mr. Ed is so efficient. Urza also sighed, but what he sighed about was Ed's swiftness. Ed developed the photos that day, picked one photo each and put it in an album, and gave one to Ross, Ultear, and Urza. I've decided, I will learn from Mr. Ed in the future. Urza said with a serious face. The one in this frame is also nice, suitable for placing on the desktop. Ultear was holding a photo that Ross took in human form without receiving the Digimon. Ed printed out this photo separately and put it in a frame, also giving one to each of the three people. No one made any movements, the only thing they had in common was that they were all smiling happily. Mr. Ed is so enthusiastic. Ultear remembered that Ed said he wanted to wash a super large photo and put it in a frame for them to take away. They didn't know how to refuse Mr. Ed's enthusiasm. Fortunately, they were stopped by Duke Grant. It would be difficult for them to carry such a large photo, and they had other tasks to do. Finally, they asked Ed for a backup and they could develop it when they got back. It's still early, why don't we go to Oaktown and buy some food before returning to the hotel? This was Ross' suggestion. You've eaten enough today, why are you still eating? Ultear said I need to manage my body shape. I think it's a good suggestion. Urza also couldn't forget the snacks and desserts he had last night, especially the strawberry cake, which tasted different from Magnolia's. 2-1, let's go. Ross pointed in the direction of the food court. I really lost to you. Ultear stroked her forehead. She was also confused when faced with these two people. Having said that, Ultear was ultimately defeated by Chocolate, completely defeated. Chapter 44. 2 days after Ross and his group left. Damn fairy tale, damn Makarov, they're even reaching out to our phantom ruler. Ross and his two companions did not conceal their whereabouts in Oaktown, and the news that Duke Grant designated Ross from Fairy Tale to complete the task also reached Jose Porla's ears. Duke Grant had no intention of covering it up. He was not aware of the century-old feud between Fairy Tale and Phantom Lord, and he was not afraid even if Jose came to ask him. As a duke, he was in charge of more than just Oaktown. He was in charge of a large area of towns centered on Oaktown. As the Kingdom of Fiore was a monarchy, it could be said that Grant was the king in this area. After Ross and his crew left Oaktown, they successfully completed several missions and returned to the guild, all of which were expeditions. Ross didn't worry too much about it, and found a place to let Ultear and Urza practice. These battles didn't improve Ross much at the moment, and with Ross's strength, he would probably have to go all out only when facing the 10 Saints. Ross met Laxus, who didn't go on a quest after a long time, and asked him to go fishing in the East Forest. Among the boys in the guild, Ross liked Laxus better and they could get along well. Grey and Lion kept shouting that they wanted to challenge themselves, or they were quarreling all day long. Ross didn't have many common topics with them now, and it would be fine when they grew up. Children of this age who still like to make noise are not loved by their parents. You've changed recently and started doing missions. Laxus hasn't met Ross when he came back to hand in or receive missions recently. Every time he asked Makarov, he said he was doing a mission. Laxus found it quite fresh. Being threatened. Ross felt the burning gaze from Ultear, who was teaching Kagura, so he looked away, scratched his cheek and said, "It's mainly because I love my job." Tisk. Laxus sneered. Don't you have any idea of forming a team? Why are you always doing the missions alone? Currently, no one from the Thunder God clan has joined the guild. Ross doesn't know when they joined, nor does he know how they joined. Ross thinks that they might have joined voluntarily because they admired Laxus's strength. Yes, but there is no one in the guild who wants to work together right now. Don't wait, I have to protect them later, except for you. But it's too easy to do the mission with you. Laxus nodded first, then shook his head when he thought of the people in the guild now. Some of them are not bad, but they are still too young. I can't pretend I didn't hear you when you said that, Laxus. Urza, who was practicing nearby, heard it, and Ultear also heard it, but she didn't care about it. Sorry, you and Ultear are not included because you are on a team with Ross. Laxus recognized Urza's strength. When Urza taught Grey and Lion a lesson in the guild for not wearing clothes, he was able to fight two of them easily and happily, although Grey and Lion were currently just a bunch of jerk he could kill with one punch. The Queen perfectly inherited Irene's talent. She awakened magic in X776 and was promoted to an S-class wizard at the age of 15 in X780. Now, she has been practicing for a year later and is slowly catching up with Ultear. Her magic power is not as good as Ultear's, but in terms of attack power alone, she may be stronger than Ultear. I can help if you need any help. Urza nodded proudly after hearing the satisfactory answer and continued to swing the knife in his hand. Laxus raised his hand to indicate he understood. By the way, where did you get your Dragon Slayer crystal? Ross only recently remembered the Dragon Crystal, but he really didn't know anything about its location or properties. I heard from Yvonne that he bought it from a merchant in the Western continent and spent a lot of money on it. Can I still buy it? Are you interested in dragon slaying magic? Laxus was very surprised. Ross had never learned any magic except receiving magic before, and had never shown any interest in his dragon slaying magic. Dragon slaying magic should be very rare, but Ross seemed very calm when he used it for the first time. Ross has no interest in the three major fairy magics, and he is personally more interested in Irene's additions. No, I think you can look for another Dragon Slayer magic crystal. It is said that some people have multiple Dragon Slayer magic crystals in their bodies, which can be used to perform many different types of Dragon Slayer magic. If you can find another Dragon Slayer magic crystal, maybe it would be a good way to improve your strength. Ross was talking about the god Selene. At this time, he was not yet one of the four heavenly kings of Ishgar and was probably still searching for the magic crystal. Of course, it's still a little bit worse without the fairy tale emblem and the BGM. How many? It was extremely painful when I implanted just one before, but what you said is a good suggestion. I'll keep an eye out for it when I go out on a mission. Laxus was shocked to hear that someone had 8 Dragon Slayer crystals in his body, and a drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. I'll keep an eye out for you too. But Ross felt that the hope was slim, otherwise Ishgar wouldn't have so few Dragon Slayers. But it is still a way to become stronger. If he really can't find one, he will have to wait for Natsu and devour each other. Not only that, what about the attribute combination? Wind can help fire. It would be even better if we could find a dragon-slaying magic crystal that complements the lightning attribute. Why do you think so much when you don't normally come into contact with other magic? Sometimes I wonder if there is any way to improve or integrate the properties of my reception, but I have no idea at the moment. Aren't you afraid that I will surpass you by telling me this? Laxus was in a good mood and made a joke. I couldn't ask for more. The stronger you are, the happier I am. If you are stronger than me, you will be the one to hold up the sky if it falls. Ross bared his teeth at Laxus. Hasn't anyone told you that smile of yours is annoying? Laxus turned his head away and looked at the lake. I'm sorry, never. Ross still smiled shamelessly. Good, now we have it. Laxus also smiled. Laxus suddenly said, come to think of it, we haven't had a duel in a while, right? Ross looked up at the sky, blinked, and thought, it seems like it's been a long time. What? Want to try it? Ross just thought about it and it was really a long time ago. Laxus shook his head, not yet. I've heard from the old man about your request to be an examiner for the S-rank exams. Leave it for then. Then it will be next year, right? Makarov had said before that he hoped Laxus would be at least 15 years old before considering letting him take the S-rank exam. Laxus nodded, I've talked to him about it, not just Grandpa, I also feel a little inadequate at the moment, so let's leave it until next year, and have a duel with no regrets. Ross said nothing, but held out his hand, and Laxus bumped his fist with it. Laxus raised his lips and said, "Practice well, don't let me surpass you, otherwise it will be boring to fight you." Ross also smiled fearlessly, "Unfortunately, I have no intention of being surpassed by you." They have a really good relationship. Urza whispered in Ultear's ear. "So can we." Ultear looked at Urza and Kagura. Chapter 45. After Ross had a few days of peace, Ross and his two companions set out on a mission again. Guild missions are generally commissioned in two ways. One is that the client comes to the council, and the council assigns tasks based on strength and proximity. The other is through designation. Ever since the last time Duke Grant designated Ross to accept a task, Ross has inexplicably received more commissioned tasks, but the content of the tasks has been stated in the letter of authorization. It is not like the commission that Duke Grant asked Ross to accompany his son on his birthday, as many people cannot afford it. The Duke Grant's commission is considered to be inflating the market price. It may be because he is afraid that Ross will be troubled by many such designated commissions. There is one advantage to designating Ross. Unlike other members of Fairy Tail, Ross always stays as far away from towns as possible when carrying out expeditions and tries not to cause damage, which is something that many clients like. People who often do quests in Fairy Tail. Now Grey and Lion have become the prototype of the King of Destruction. Macau is also a mess. Gildarts is even more so. Under the leadership of Ross and Ultear, Urza sometimes destroys too much, but generally it is acceptable, and Ultear can recover with the Arc of Time. These are all commissions specifically for Ross. Is it really okay for us to share the rewards with you? Urza asked while pulling her huge suitcase. It's okay. Although I was designated as the one, unless it's a commission like Kevin's, most of the time I'm prepared to let you take action. It's also quite fun to team up. I have no interest in doing the task alone. Ross yawned. The mission this time is very strange. I saw on the letter of commission that it's about a monster in the swamp that looks like a giant crocodile, but there's no need to commission a monster just for a giant crocodile. Ultear didn't participate in their conversation. When he was almost there, he took out the letter of commission to confirm the address and content. As long as the address is correct, just ask the client for the details. I'm the village chief here, and also the client this time. There is a large swamp and forest behind our village. In the past 2 months, many people who went there have disappeared. Some people also said they saw a huge monster, but they saw it from afar and were scared to death. They couldn't describe it clearly, so I specifically asked the guild to seek help. This kind of mission should be assigned to any guild, right? Why did you choose me? The forest and soil in that swamp are very important to the ecology of the surrounding villages. Although it is important to drive away or kill the monsters, we cannot destroy the wetlands and forests. I heard that some members of your team can use time magic, so they can be restored even if they are destroyed. Is this the work of Duke Grant or has Ultear become famous? Ross raised his eyebrows. This place seemed to be under the jurisdiction of Duke Grant. I see. I understand. We will pay attention to it. Ross nodded. Were there any monsters or animals originally living in that swamp? Apart from fish and small animals, there are very small crocodiles, which are about 2 to 3 meters long. There are also some snakes and pythons, but they are very small and pose no threat to humans. The village chief shook his head. The 3 of them came to the swamp behind the village, and Ross flew up into the sky to take a general look. After coming down, Ross said to Ultear and Urza, "It is indeed very large. It is called a swamp, but there are also rivers and forests. It can be called a watershed. That's too big. We can't risk going deeper. There's no way to be sure where it's hidden." Ultear pinched his chin in thought. Ross asked. He was not the one who recorded the conversation. What were the sightings? Urza handed Ross a map with 5 locations marked on it. From the map, it looks like there is indeed less vegetation at these 5 locations. Most of the villagers from the surrounding villages also enter from these locations, so the probability of sightings is relatively high. But according to the map, there are more than 5 places, and they are quite far apart. Ross took a quick look at the map. The most important thing is to lure it out. After all, we can't destroy this place. It shouldn't be a problem to lure it out. The village chief just said that this happened only in the last 2 months. Maybe it's because it doesn't have enough food, so it attacks humans. The village chief also said that the crocodiles and snakes that originally lived here were not big. If it's particularly big, there is indeed a possibility that there is not enough food. First, we need to go back to the village chief and ask for a few larger herbivores, and then borrow a few unused boats. Ross asked the village chief for 3 goats, tied them to the river bank, and the 3 of them each waited at a location. After 2 days of waiting, the giant crocodile finally appeared at the place where Ultear was waiting, which was near the river. Ross and Urza received the fairy tale emblem flare sent by Ultear and immediately flew to Ultear. Ice make ice net. Then use the arc of time to grow shrubs from seeds to limit the giant crocodiles. When Ross arrived, Ultear was trying to restrict the giant crocodile's actions. After eating, the crocodile did not intend to fight and just turned its head to go back. Ross received it as a stubborn beast and jumped in front of it. He first gathered strength in his right hand and punched it on the head, then used both hands to flip it over, preparing to drag it to the shore. Ultear used the ice shape to create an ice chain to tie it up and began to pull. The giant crocodile kept struggling while Ross was dragging it, and Ross was about to turn around and punch it. Black Feather Moon Flash. Urza, wearing the black feather armor, rushed over and ripped open the giant crocodile from above. Okay, it's dead. Ross now had time to look at the giant crocodile. Besides estimating it, it was about 15 to 16 meters long, much longer than the Nakora crocodile Ross knew. Its skull and mandible were very thick, and its back was covered with hard armor with spikes. Ross tried it and found the hardness was not bad. If he attacked it from above, the effect would not be great. It would be most effective to attack its abdomen like Urza did. I'll go get the remaining 2 sheep first, then I'll go inform the village chief. You guys stay here first. After Ross gave his instructions, he accepted the ultimate V-Draman and flew away. Did the village chief say what to do with this crocodile? Urza asked when Ross and the village chief arrived. Why, are you interested in this crocodile? Urza nodded and said, I just tried it with the red Sakura. Its back armor has good defensive power. I was wondering if I could use it to make a lightweight leather armor. I'll go ask the village chief for it. It shouldn't be a problem. If not, I can just buy it. Ross negotiated with the village chief, who also had no good feelings towards the giant crocodile that ate nearby villagers, and allowed Ross to do whatever he wanted with it. The village chief agreed. We can take off the leather armor and keep the bones. The bones will make a nice collection. After the village chief and others left, the 3 of them peeled off the crocodile's skin together. They all turned into ice knives made in the shape of ice, which were quite handy. Finally, Urza took both the leather armor and the skeleton away. Urza planned to keep the skeleton as a collection. She had already rented another room in the girls' dormitory to display her collection. This skeleton would be one of them, but it would still require special treatment. Chapter 46. Ross wanted to complain about Urza carrying a lot of luggage on missions, but Ultear didn't seem to mind and even often entrusted his luggage to Urza. They completed several missions in succession with a lot of luggage and spoils. Urza also collected some metals and minerals suitable for making armor. Although they might not be useful, they were good as collections. Finally, they returned to the guild dragging a cart of loot. Since there were so many loot, Ross and Ultear suggested sending them back to the girls' dormitory first. Urza had originally planned to take them into the guild. Looking at Urza and Ultear who were chatting happily with Granny Hilda, Ross suddenly remembered that Granny Hilda seemed to have had an accident while traveling in a carriage on a rainy day. That incident made Urza very sad. No, it should not be just Urza, but everyone living in the girls' dormitory would be sad. After all, Granny Hilda was very kind to them. Ross was sitting on the stairs, just looking into the distance and waiting. Grandma Hilda would never agree to let boys enter the girls' dormitory. Ultear helped Urza carry the luggage and spoils upstairs. Okay, let's go and eat. Ultear patted Ross, who was in a daze. Ross turned around and found Ultear and Urza standing behind him. Ross had been thinking about Grandma Hilda. The three of them came to the restaurant that Uru had taken Kagura, Urza, and Ultear to eat at last time. Ross had no interest in ordering food, so he let them order and found a seat. Ross took out a tissue from his pocket to wipe the table and asked the waiter for some hot water to rinse the dishes, chopsticks, and knives and forks. Ross is a lot like Uru. After sitting down, Urza teased Ross. Urza just saw Ross wiping the table, and Uru did the same when Urza and the others came out with Uru. Indeed, I always thought he was the same age as Uru, but it's really weird that his hobby is fishing and his favorite drink is tea. Ultear nodded in agreement. Indeed, Uru is always 18 years old like me. Ross nodded, although he was not 18 years old. Both of them were speechless by Ross. Before the food arrived, Ross got straight to the point. Grandma Hilda is very nice to you, right? Although Granny Hilda always says nasty things like telling us not to be wizards anymore, she does care about us residents. Except for Uru, she also nagged us a lot when we went on our first mission. Urza smiled slightly, as if she remembered Granny Hilda's nagging at them. That's right. Even Ulu, Granny Hilda treats her well. Ultear knew Granny Hilda earlier than Urza, and they have known each other for more than a year. He also has a good impression of this granny who has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. I seem to have seen her taking a carriage to other cities to buy things. I was thinking that since she is not a wizard and she is old, would it be a bit dangerous? Ross said to Ultear and Urza, who were lost in their memories. What do you mean? Ultear guessed Ross saw something again. If there are things that you need to leave Magnolia to buy, just ask Grandma Hilda to write a request and ask the girls in the dormitory to buy it for you, or just post it on the bulletin board. Especially in bad weather, you don't have to charge money. Just tell Grandpa. Ross expressed his thoughts, that Magnolia should be left to Grandma Hilda to go by herself, and that it is not a bad thing for the elderly to walk more often. It's a good suggestion, but Granny Hilda is very stubborn and may not listen to you. Urza pursed her lips and pinched her chin. It's up to you guys. Ross gritted his teeth. Laxus is right, this smile really deserves a beating. Ultear could hardly bear to watch it anymore. Be coquettish. I don't think Grandma Hilda can handle it. She likes the girls in the dormitory so much. Call Cana and Kagura, and you can all rush over. The two thought for a moment, then nodded. Uru is often in Magnolia now, so we can ask her to pay more attention to it. Ultear also proposed another idea. Seeing that both of them agreed with his idea, Ross felt relieved and just let them implement it. Ross, can your three sword spirits act independently? During the meal, Urza remembered that Ross Jesmon always had three sword spirits with him. Yeah, what's wrong? Ross answered after finishing chewing the hell seafood ramen in his mouth. I want you three sword spirits to help with special training. I will only be equipped with a single or double sword. This seems to be more effective than practicing on my own. Urza still wears armor now, but Ross feels that she doesn't have the mentality of needing armor to protect her. She seems to really like armor. Most of the money she earns is spent on armor, and the rest is spent on sweets such as strawberries and cheesecake. Those three sword spirits are not weak. It will be uncomfortable to besiege them. Ross agreed with Urza's opinion. Sparring is definitely more useful than cutting the air. It's okay, let's try it first. If you can't handle it, you can start with 2 sword spirits. Urza skipped the option of 1 sword spirit directly. She felt that she could handle 1 sword spirit even if it was fast. No problem. Tell me if you need anything. We are always in the East Forest anyway. I'd like to start this afternoon if that's okay. Urza was too familiar with Ross to think that this was a bother to Ross at all. Are you in such a hurry? That's fine. It's not a bad thing to practice actively. Ross was still quite surprised. They just got back to Magnolia in the morning and just put their luggage away. They hadn't even returned to the guild yet. How long can you maintain this receiving state? Urza asked while eating. If there's no battle, I think I can keep it up as long as I want. Magic power will recover on its own. If he just receives it without using the recovered magic power, it will be more than the magic power he uses to maintain the state. That's good. Urza nodded. Her idea was to practice as much as possible. Her current plan was to fight like this for at least 4 hours a day. Then she clasped her hands together, rested them on her forehead, closed her eyes and said, I'm really sorry to bother you. If your expression was more serious, Ross would believe it. What does the smile on your face mean? But Ross didn't expose her. Ross waved his hand and said, It's okay. I can receive Jesmon's meditation and practice physical skills. They are all good training contents. Letting the sword spirit train with you will not affect me. Ultear looked at the 2 people who were addicted to cultivation and chatting and said, You are so active that I can't fall behind. I have to try to develop more arcs of development time. And what is the material of your metal? I can affect Urza's diamond armor, why can't yours? The Digizoid of time, you can think of it as a kind of active metal. The arc of time may not be able to affect it. After such a long time of confirmation, Ross can basically confirm that the arc of time has no effect on the Digizoid of time. When Ultear and Urza were fighting, the arc of time could affect Urza's armor and cause it to collapse, but it was completely ineffective against Ross. Digital? What a strange name. Active metal, so it has no effect. Ultear pinched his chin. Can we find metals that we have never heard of? Urza has always been interested. I don't think it'll be found in Ishgar. Ross shook his head. What a pity. Urza sighed. She also wanted this kind of armor. Chapter 47. After dinner, the 3 of them went back to the guild to tell Makarov that the mission was completed, and then hurried to the East Forest. Uru was very interested in Urza's special training plan, and brought Cana and Kagura to watch. Looking at Urza in front of him, she has changed into dual swords, her long crimson hair is tied into a ponytail with a green tie, her upper body is only bound with a bandage, and her lower body is wearing red bloomers with yellow flame patterns and a little white flowers, and she is walking barefoot. Then shall I begin? Ross said as he took over Jesmon, with Hodder, Renee and Paul floating on the left and right sides and above his head respectively. You 3 attack her, and control your speed according to her progress. Ross gave the 3 sword spirits instructions. Looking at the 3 sword spirits in front of him, Urza held a knife in each hand, closed his eyes, exhaled, and then opened his eyes. Come on. Superior. Adu, Renee and Paul surrounded Urza, forming a triangle formation. The 3 sword spirits first attacked Urza at a slower speed, each slashing or stabbing Urza left and right. Facing an attack from 3 directions and 2 attacks from 1 direction, it was still too much for Urza now. She used 2 swords to dance tightly and she could still resist at the beginning, but as her physical strength and magic power decreased, she could only barely resist. She couldn't completely resist, and some of them had to be taken with her body. This was the result of her using the pure heart clothes to go into battle lightly. The demon sword Hong Ying and the pure heart clothes abandoned all defenses in pursuit of speed and attack power. Adu used too much force and hit Urza's sword, and the recoil force caused the sword to slip out of Urza's hand. Renee and Paul stopped their attack upon seeing this. Who? Urza stopped and gasped for breath. She had been gritting her teeth and holding on. After catching her breath, she said, "Is it still too much?" "No, it's already very powerful." Yu shook her head and looked at Urza, who had been gritting his teeth and persevering, waving two swords in his hands, not afraid of being injured, with a firm look in his eyes. She felt that she had underestimated Urza before. "Yeah, I don't think I can last longer than you." Ultear agreed with Yu and nodded towards Urza. "Yes, Urza was so powerful just now, I was stunned." The only thought in Cana's mind just now was this trademark 10-year-old, "It's too powerful, what on earth did I practice?" "Thank you, everyone." Urza could tell that everyone was not just trying to comfort her, but really agreed with her. "They are all praising you, so I won't praise you anymore. You can take a break and then continue." "Adieu, Renee, Paul, you just need to communicate with them. If you want to speed up, just tell them. I'm telling you quietly, they were very slow just now." Ross sat cross-legged on a stone and floated in a meditative state. "You are obviously trying to hit me, aren't you?" Urza was speechless. Even without Ross telling her, she knew that the three sword spirits had let up just now. The speed she had seen before was totally incomparable to what they just saw. "Ha ha ha, keep it up. I'm meditating. You guys can do whatever you want." Ross nodded to Yu and Cana, then turned and meditated facing the lake. "Kagura, I want to try it too." Kagura let go of Yu's hand and ran to Urza. "Then how about Kagura try one first?" Urza also planned to take a break, so he stroked Kagura's hair and smiled at her. "Can you lend me your sword?" Kagura liked Urza's sword very much and kept staring at Hongying. "Kagura is going to use a real sword." Urza was a little surprised. She originally thought that Kagura was going to use a wooden sword, which was now pinned on Kagura's right waist. Kagura nodded. Urza looked at her eyes and held Beniza in reverse grip, handing the hilt to Kagura. Urza said to Renee, who was in the middle, "Please, go a little slower." Yu also moved closer, ready to defend himself in case of any emergency. Renee fought Kagura head-on at a speed he had never thought of before. To Renee's surprise, Kagura parried easily and even had time to taunt him, "Too slow." Renee was not provoked and slowly sped up until he reached a speed that was difficult for Urza to defend against and then maintained it. Are all kids nowadays so scary? Yu's body was tense, and she kept paying attention to Kagura's condition, but soon she felt that she saw another Urza, who had never practiced magic and could only rely on physical strength and swordsmanship to support to this point. That's why Ross said they have terrifying talents. Ultear recalled the conversation with Ross at the entrance of Rosemary Village. Urza had felt it before, and when she saw Kagura like this today, she finally understood it. "What on earth have I practiced?" Cana looked at Kagura, who was younger than her, and how she persisted. Even though Renee had been slacking off, he could see that her speed was slightly different from Urza's just now, but she was only 7 years old. Urza looked at the three surprised people and explained to them with a smile, "Kagura has been practicing swordsmanship since he started in Rosemary Village. He has been practicing every day without interruption. This is what I saw in the dormitory." Urza and Kagura lived together. The dormitory was quite spacious and there was enough space for them to swing their swords. Since they were wooden swords, Urza didn't worry about any danger. Urza watched Kagura practice swinging her sword every night. Sometimes, even though she had practiced hard all day, she would often be infected by Kagura and practice with her. "I've made up my mind. I'm going to work hard. I can't embarrass my dad." Cana was also infected by Kagura. Cana ran to Ross's side, sat cross-legged and began to meditate. "I'm going to practice too." Ultear nodded to Yu and went to another direction to practice the arc of time. When Kagura finally couldn't hold on any longer, Renee stopped attacking. Kagura leaned on the ground with her knife, gasping for breath and unable to speak. Urza stepped forward and gently stroked Kagura's back to help her relax. Kagura, I even think you can start meditating now. You looked at Kagura who was relaxing in front of her. I think it's almost there. The foundation is pretty good. Ross agreed with you. Before, Ross might have thought that he should continue to practice his physique and physical skills first, but it seems that Kagura has put in a solid fight. Okay. Kagura hasn't recovered yet, just nodded slightly. She will be like Ross, practicing for half a day and meditating for half a day. I even think she will practice swordsmanship at night. Urza had seen Ross's practice a long time ago. When he was not on a mission, he really practiced all day. Although he sometimes went fishing, she heard from Ross that this was also a way of practice. Ross said that he was practicing to keep calm, but she didn't quite understand. Ulu nodded. As long as he didn't slack off in his magic practice, it didn't matter how he practiced. I'll continue practicing. Urza had rested a long time ago and was ready to continue her special training. Then she smiled at Kagura and said, Kagura, you can go to or you can continue practicing with your sword. Go ahead. Kagura finally decided to continue practicing with her sword and began swinging her wooden sword in the direction of the lake. Hodder, Renee, Paul, let's continue, please. Chapter 48. The year X775 passed by in a flash as they continued to accept missions and practice. Before accepting the mission this time, Ultear specifically checked the time and planned the mission time early. They planned to return to the guild and spend Christmas with Ulu, Kagura and the others. There are still 5 days until Christmas. Let's rest in the guild and wait until after the new year to do the quest. On December 19th, they finally got off at Magnolia station. Well, I also plan to accompany you during this time. Ultear nodded, agreeing to Ross's suggestion. What are your plans for Christmas? Since they had just agreed with Urza at the end of last year that they would spend Christmas together, Ultear asked Ross about his plans. I'm free during the day on Christmas Day, and I plan to spend time with Grandpa at night. I feel bad for not going back last year. Ross was a little embarrassed and scratched his cheek. He had just said last year that they would spend Christmas together in the future. It's okay, we can do it during the day. Even though we can't spend Christmas Eve together, we've spent quite a bit of time together doing missions this year. Urza didn't mind and shook her head with her eyes closed. I have a suggestion. How about we go shopping at Magnolia together on Christmas Day? Ultear put one hand on his waist and raised a finger with the other. Okay, let's call everyone who was in the guild that afternoon. Urza clenched his right hand near his chin, looking excited. Ross, Ultear and Urza went back to the guild to report their safety before sending them back to the girls' dormitory. He also went back to Makarov's house to put away his luggage and the gifts for everyone. Ross activated the long-distance communication magic crystal, intending to contact Laxus, which was also carried in Laxus' backpack. After a while, he finally contacted Laxus. Laxus, what took you so long to get through? I'm still working on a mission. I couldn't take it just now. You're not done yet? When can you come back? It's a pity that I probably won't be able to go back. Why? Laxus opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but finally shook his head. He hesitated for a moment before saying, the mission has not been completed yet. Suddenly, some emergency has delayed me. Even if I complete it, I won't be able to return immediately. Where are you? Do you need help? No, tell the old man I'm sorry. I can't go back. Well, Grandpa will understand. It's a mission after all. I also prepared a gift for you. It's a pity that I can't give it to you on that day. Ross spent a huge sum of 660,000 jewel to buy a brand name coat for Laxus. The two are now about the same height, both close to 1.85 meters, but Laxus is stronger than Ross. Just put it in my room. I've prepared it for you. I'll give it to you when I get back. Don't wait for you to come back. I'm out on a mission. It doesn't matter, we'll see each other sooner or later. Laxus, even though it's not time yet, I want to say in advance, Merry Christmas. Hehe, Merry Christmas, time to do the mission. On the afternoon of the 24th, Ross and Ulu took a group of children to Magnolia and had afternoon tea together. After this year, Ross will be an adult and will no longer be considered a child. Ross also gave out the gifts he had prepared in advance. The gifts he prepared for the girls were all scarves and scarf buckles, but with different styles and prints. They are all relatively young, so after much thought, Ross decided that it was too early to give them scarves or accessories. I bought Ultear an 11x86 twill silk scarf, which has the brand's classic print on one side and eye-catching dots on the other. It can be tied around the neck, hairline, or wrist. I also bought a small light gold rectangular scarf buckle, which cost 60,000 J. The one given to Urza is also a 11x86 silk scarf, and a set of 3 small silver scarf buckles. The scarf buckles in this set are actually more expensive. Kagura got a knife in addition to the scarf. Resentful blade, unafraid of the heaven. Ross and Urza obtained it when they passed by the town where Mermaid Heel was located while on a mission. Urza already has Benizakura, so she really doesn't need this, so the 3 of them immediately decided to give it to Kagura. Even though Kagura no longer has any resentment, it doesn't stop this sword from being so handsome that Ross himself is a little tempted. Ross said the knife had grown into his heart. Ross separated from the others, holding an amber yellow solid wood tea box given by Ultear, which was sewn with calf leather with saddle stitch, and a silver capless fountain pen with a rotating mechanism given by Urza. Because when she was in Rosemary Village, she noticed that Ross seemed to have the habit of writing a diary or journal, but she didn't go to see it specifically, she just saw Ross writing from a distance at night. At the dining table, Ross handed Makarov a rectangular gift box decorated with ribbons. "Grandpa, Merry Christmas, this is my gift to you." "Oh." Makarov took it and opened it. "Red wine, I like it very much." Makarov smiled happily. Ross bought this red wine at a winery in the suburb of Crocus. It is not a limited edition product, but I heard that the quality is good. Ross does not drink red wine and cannot taste it, so it was recommended by Uncle Vero. After a good meal. "I have something to tell you." Makarov sat up straight with a serious look on his face. Ross straightened himself when he saw Makarov's expression. 6 years ago, you sat alone at the guild gate. Then you joined Fairy Tale and moved into my home. You are a hard-working and filial child. I am glad that you joined Fairy Tale and moved into this home. After this year, you will be an adult and it is time for you to move out. Grandpa. Ross had no intention of leaving here at all. Makarov crossed his arms and shook his head. "Listen to me first. I'm not kicking you out. You and Laxus are almost adults. Not to mention that the room is too small for you now. Besides, you should learn to live on your own. I'm going to kick that brat Laxus out when he comes back. But I don't want to leave." In the past 6 years, Ross rarely refused Makarov's proposal or request. "Listen, that room will always be reserved for you. You can come back anytime you want, but you must move out. This is what I ask of my grandson as a grandfather." Ross remained silent, so Makarov smiled and continued, "Grandpa, I also want some private space, so that I can rest quietly when I come back at night." "Okay." Ross nodded helplessly. He knew that Makarov had made up his mind. If the old man got stubborn, there would be no way to persuade him. Today is Christmas, but he is not in a good mood. He has lived in that room for 6 years. Seeing that Ross was not in high spirits, Makarov comforted him, "It's not like we won't see each other again. We can always see each other in the guild. I'm not planning to retire yet." On January 1, X776, Ross and Laxus officially became adults. Chapter 49. January 1st, X776, Sunny. It has been 6 years since I came to Fairy Tale. During these 6 years, I sometimes felt like I was dreaming. But it doesn't matter now. Even if it is a dream, I have been doing it for 6 years, so I should keep doing it. During these 6 years, I was very thankful that I had a good talent. My progress in magic training even surprised my grandfather, and my strength improved significantly. I had never fought against Saint 10, but only against S-class wizards from other guilds. How should I put it? I'm vulnerable. Maybe the requirements of Fairy Tale S level are too high. But I can't slack off in my practice. August and Irene are already insurmountable mountains, not to mention Zeref and Magnolia. I'm still far from that. It changed the course of Ulu, Ultear, and Urza. Ulu lived well, practiced, taught his disciples, and raised his daughter. Ultear did not fall into darkness, and spent the rest of her life atonement for her sins. After that, it was probably the minute of the solar eclipse. That is a course that I absolutely cannot accept. Fortunately, Mavis often emphasized this to Ultear, and even told Ultear that her body shape was fixed due to her use of the unfinished law. Mavis really liked Ultear, and Ultear often went to Tenro Island to find Mavis. But Ultear is the same as Ulu, one is absolutely frozen and the other is the end. How should I put it? She is too considerate of others. I should emphasize it more in the future and remind her more that the members of Fairy Tale must never give up their lives. I should chant sutras to kill her. Urza is also different now. There is nothing wrong with her eyes. She was not captured and taken to Tower of Heaven. She quickly integrated into the guild. Although she wears armor, it is not for protection. She doesn't know anyone like Xiu and Miliana. I don't really want to involve these people. The more people are involved, the harder it is to ensure safety. Quality members are more important than quantity. Maybe they will join other guilds. Urza has indeed not experienced those setbacks now. Instead, she is often injured due to excessive training and has to go to Polypsycha for treatment. The queen is the queen. She has talent and hard work. She is often amazed at her talent during missions and training. Speaking of which, she seems to have the tendency to become a discipline committee member. Grey and Lion are very afraid of her now. Kagura did not have to embark on the journey to find her brother alone, and in the end she only got the news of her brother Simon's death. Even if Kagura had no motivation to find her brother or avenge him, she was still obsessed with swords. She now often joins the special training of the 3 sword spirits, but she is still alone. And Urza said that she practices every night. Maybe she is born to be a swordsman. Laxus doesn't seem to have the idea that I am not Makarov's grandson, I am my own idea. It doesn't matter if he has it, just change it in advance. Maybe it was because there were no peers of the same age in the guild before Laxus. After all, the oldest Urza and Myra were 4 years younger than him, and they only joined in 777 and 778. He was also a dead Tsundere who couldn't speak. Tsundere is not desirable, Laxus. I wonder if there's a way to meet Irene. It would be interesting if she knew Urza's last name was Belzarian. Wait, she won't beat me to death, will she? Just like Laxus, she's a dumb Tsundere. Magnolia still feels invincible. The trip to Tenro Island cannot be stopped. The S-rank exam is necessary. We'll see. I must live here in peace, absolutely. On the 4th day of the new year, Laxus hurried back and learned the news that he was going to be kicked out by the old man, but he was very calm and just nodded in agreement. He also gave Ross the gift he prepared, which was a can of oolong tea. This thing is a rare commodity in Ishgar. Laxus said it was a reward from the client, a businessman who traveled frequently. On the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, they met again. You took Ultear, Urza, Cana and Kagura out for a trip, but Ross didn't go. During this time, he returned to his lying down state. In addition to meditating as usual, he would hang out in Magnolia, which was a way for him to relax after a year of intense practice. In the eastern forest, they began to resume their practice. During lunch, Ross told them the situation. I have to buy a house first, and then we can do the mission. Buying a house? Moving? Why so sudden? Ultear and Urza were surprised to hear that Ross planned to move away from Makarov. After all, Ross had never mentioned this plan. Ross had accepted it by now, since they were all in Magnolia anyway. Grandpa asked me to do that. He said Laxus and I are adults now, and it's time for us to move out and live on our own. Urza, wanna go together? Ultear turned to look at Urza first, and Urza nodded. After getting Urza's opinion, Ultear said, then we'll go with you. Okay, you guys can give me some suggestions when the time comes. Ross nodded. Where do you want to move to? I don't really want to live in the city center. I plan to live near the forest in the east. It would be best if I had some land or a yard so I could grow flowers and vegetables. But I don't know if there are any houses like this. Farming? Your hobby is getting weirder and weirder. Urza was puzzled by Ross's idea of farming. Ultear was no longer surprised by Ross's obviously not young hobbies, and simply said, you can ask the real estate agent about this kind of thing. Then go this afternoon. If you can solve it in one afternoon, it's better to waste time. Ultear and Urza both nodded in agreement. In the afternoon, Ross went to the largest real estate agency in Magnolia and told them his requirements. Fortunately, there were several houses for sale in the East Forest that met Ross's requirements. In the first room, Ultear shook his head. The lighting is not good. The second one was too far from the river and lake. The third room, will this be affected by the Gildarts model? Finally, Ross gathered some opinions and chose a two-story villa with an indoor area of about 200 square meters and a small courtyard. The courtyard was only surrounded by a 1-meter-high wooden fence, which provided almost no protection. But it is still in the city, and the land is not affected by the Gildarts model. However, the price is relatively high. Fortunately, Ross can still afford it. He had saved money from doing S-level missions and so on, and he didn't spend much last year except for gifts and daily expenses. After Ross paid the money and completed the formalities, the house belonged to him. However, he planned to renovate it and change some furniture. He didn't like the original decoration and the furniture. As for the decoration design, he directly found a decorator and told them his requirements and let them handle it. After everything was done, they found a restaurant to eat. Before the food was served, Ross asked, when do you plan to go on the mission? Do you need to keep an eye on the decoration first? Ultear asked Ross. Ross shook his head. No need. I can ask you or Grandpa to help take a look. After hearing Ross's reply, Urza said, we've rested long enough, how about the day after tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? Sure, that's fine with me. Ultear nodded and Ross made an okay gesture. 2 days later, Urza continued to pull her large cart of luggage while Ross and Ultear traveled light and set out on a new mission. Chapter 50. This time they received a mission that basically had no pay. It was Urza who discovered and proposed it. This mission had been posted on the mission board years ago, and the first stop of this mission journey was here. Strelitsia regini, also known as Bird of Paradise, symbolizes freedom, good luck, happiness, and joy, and also implies loyal love. This is an academy, and this mission was issued by the academy teacher. There is no wizard guild in this small town, so the teacher commissioned the task to the council after Christmas. However, the reward was too low, and no wizard took the task for more than 10 days. It was stated at the outset that the task was not particularly difficult, it was just the children's Christmas wish for a magician to teach them. This town is a leisurely and peaceful one. Most of the residents here make a living by farming. The population is not very large. Looking at the town's scenery, the tourism industry does not seem to be well developed. The school is located to the right of the town center and is out of tune with the surrounding buildings. It is actually newly built and much taller than the surrounding buildings. This must be because all the children in the town go to school here. Seeing this kind of building, Ross was surprised that the reward was only 10,000 J. He had never accepted such a low-paying task. The simplest tasks he had done were to deliver valuable items. When they arrived at the college, the children were still in class, so Ross and the other two went straight to the office. The office address was on the letterhead. After the three knocked on the door, Ultear showed the order, and Ross and Urza stretched out their left hands to prove their identities. It was a female teacher in her 30s, with a ponytail, black-framed glasses, and simple clothes. She was a very common type of female teacher. She stood up from her seat and said, "Thank you very much for taking on this task. I have received the news before. Please sit over there." Then she pointed to the coffee table next to the window with her right hand. The female teacher poured a cup of hot water for each of the three people. After sitting down, she raised her black-framed glasses and said, "I'm sorry, there's nothing here except hot water. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jessica Algett, and I'm a teacher working here." The three of them introduced themselves and signaled Jessica to feel free. "In fact, I was surprised that the three of you were willing to take on this mission, because the reward was really not worth it, and we were just planning to give it a try. This school was just built by Mr. Alfred, a wealthy businessman here. He also donated the school's infrastructure. The only problem is that there are no mages. Few mages have become mages, and even if there are some, they have joined guilds and don't have time to teach here. So we can only see if there is a guild willing to take them on." Ross and the other two understood and nodded. She took a sip of water and continued, "Actually, if we explain this problem to Mr. Alfred, he will definitely solve it, but we really don't want to trouble him anymore." Ross had a question, which he had wanted to ask since he saw this school. "I have a question, this place is so luxurious, but the salary is so low." Jessica pursed her lips with a wry smile and said, "We were here before this school was rebuilt. We were recruited by the Kingdom of Fiore. We all grew up in this town. No other teachers were willing to come here. After all, there was only the basic salary and the allowances that should be paid according to the standards of our town, and they were paid by the Kingdom of Fiore. Although the school is well built, not many teachers are willing to come. Moreover, it was only just completed before Christmas, and everyone still has the same impression of the school as before." Then she smiled brightly and said, "Mr. Alfred said that he would build student dormitories and teacher dormitories in the future. If the teacher dormitories are in good condition, I think more people will be willing to come here." Ultear was also a little puzzled. Why did Mr. Alfred spend so much money to build these? Jessica said with a proud look on her face, "Mr. Alfred is a legend here. He grew up in a poor family and received help from his neighbors and school when he was young. He also studied in this school. After he grew up, he started from scratch and gradually became the richest man here. We have also advised him, but Mr. Alfred said that schools should be built well and high, so that children can see higher and farther scenery, have a better vision and better development." Urza turned to Ross and Ultear and nodded. Ross and Ultear knew that she wanted to do it. Jessica first took the three of them on a walk around the school. The school had a cafeteria, a gymnasium, a sports field, and a large classroom similar to an auditorium. Jessica introduced that this classroom could seat 400 people and was used for teaching visits and open classes. This school was very expensive. There were already some children running and exercising on the playground. Some of them were curious when they saw the three people and were whispering to each other. In the teaching building, Ross and the other two watched the teacher giving a lecture from the back door. It was all basic knowledge and some magical knowledge, but the teachers didn't know magic and had no way to show it to the children. "We have a total of 156 children in the entire school, divided into 3 classes. After the tour, we returned to Jessica and other teachers' offices. We've accepted this task. This was a decision they had made long ago. Also, we don't plan to do it for just 1 or 2 days. We plan to do it for a longer period of time. We plan to teach for 2 months. This was a joint decision between Ultear and Urza, and Ross did not object. Will it delay your other tasks? Jessica didn't expect them to teach for so long. 1 or 2 weeks is enough. Ross shook his head to indicate that she didn't need to worry. It's okay, we can solve this problem. Leave these 2 months to us. Urza and Ultear were full of fighting spirit. Jessica smiled, she was very happy. Ross said goodbye to Ultear, Urza and Jessica at the sports field. I'm going to finish the nearby quests first. They're all subjugation quests anyway, so I'll finish them quickly. I'll leave this to you guys. I'll come back as soon as I can after I finish them. Ultear handed the letter of entrustment to Ross, and said with Urza, I'll leave it to you. Ross first glanced at the address and map on the commission letter, accepted it as Ultimate V Draymon, and flew straight to the next mission location. Wizard. A child saw a magic circle emerge on Ross' body and he turned into Ultimate V Draymon. He pointed at Ross who was flying and shouted, and the other children came out to watch. Looks like the kids are done with get out of class, let me introduce you to them. The 3 of them watched Ross fly away, and Jessica turned to Ultear and Urza. Chapter 51. It had been agreed in the office that the basics and magic knowledge would still be taught by the original teachers. Ultear would lead the children to learn meditation in the large classroom, and Urza would teach the children exercise and physical skills so that they would still have time to practice on their own. Jessica introduced Ultear and Urza, as well as Ross who had already flown away, to the children, and told them that they would be the ones teaching the children magic knowledge and meditation over the next period of time. Ultear and Urza received enthusiastic cheers from the children. Ultear performed the ice shape for the children on the playground. Ultear's ice shape was good both in static and dynamic. Urza also changed into armors such as the Skywheel armor and the Black Feather armor, which caused the children to exclaim again and again. Ross completed 6 tasks in 10 days and then set off for school. Ross saw it from above. Urza was leading the children in horse stance and throwing punches. The children followed Urza's movements, full of energy. Ha! 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 The punches were accompanied by the children's cheers. Urza and Ultear both noticed Ross parked above them, but Urza didn't look up and continued with the class. The children were all looking at Urza intently and didn't notice. Ultear, who was meditating under the tree behind the child, stood up and Ross flew over to her and landed softly, not disturbing Urza's class. Ultear asked softly, mission completed? Yes, it's all solved. I have completed all the tasks for this trip. We will teach here for the time being and leave at the agreed time. It would take them 3 to 4 weeks to complete the task at a normal speed by taking the train or walking. Ultear nodded, okay. Ultear and Urza were both assigned, and he didn't know what to teach. His theoretical knowledge might not be as good as Ultear's. This was taught by the first-generation Mavis herself. Ross scratched his head and said, then what should I teach the children? Ultear pursed his lips and thought for a moment before saying, go buy a batch of wooden swords first. Urza will teach them swordplay later, and you can train them physically. Okay, I'll go buy it right away. Ross went to ask Jessica if there was any weapon shop nearby. Weapon shops usually sell wooden swords and knives, which are for beginners to practice and have a large market. Ross didn't expect that there was no weapon shop nearby. It might be because there were no wizards. He flew to the nearest big city, and considering the possible losses and the increase in the number of children, he bought 300 swords, 150 wooden swords and 150 wooden knives. Seeing this large order, the owner gave Ross a discount and asked Ross to leave his address, and he would have the goods delivered for free. Ross then left his school address and flew back by himself. By now Urza had finished his lesson and the kids had returned to the classroom for their basic lessons, leaving Urza and Ultear alone on the playground, practicing on their own. Urza had just learned from Ultear that Ross went to buy a wooden sword. Ross didn't know yet, so he explained to Urza, "I just went to buy a batch of wooden swords and knives, they should arrive in the afternoon." Ross estimated the distance. The store owner had a horse-drawn carriage, and the carriage should be able to arrive in the afternoon. Urza nodded and said, "Okay, I can take them to practice swordplay as well." "What's that big bag you're carrying?" Ultear noticed that Ross was carrying an extra-large bag this time. Ross put the bag down gently. "When I was looking for a weapons store just now, I found that there was nothing delicious in this town. I thought of buying some for you, some bread, sweets, chocolate, strawberry cake, etc. You call this a little?" Ross almost bought out the entire store. "Haha, I bought too much." Ross scratched his head awkwardly. "After all, we don't have it here. If we want to buy it, we have to go to a big city. Although the flight is fast, it's troublesome to go back and forth." Urza didn't care whether it was a lot or not. As someone who always carried a large bag when going out, she was not surprised by the small bag. Instead, she stared at the big bag Ross put on the ground. "Give me the cake quickly. I haven't eaten it for several days." They had brought some with them before they came this time, but there were so many children, so they ate some themselves and shared some with the children, and soon it was all gone. Urza went out to walk around the town and was depressed for several days when she found that there was no cake shop. Ross first took out a small piece of strawberry cake for the anxious Urza, and then handed Ultear a chocolate cake. It was made quite delicately. He came back and controlled the speed. The packaging was also good and it didn't seem to be damaged. "It's too much. Let's share some with the children." Ultear looked at the big bag. "That's my plan too." Ross nodded. At noon in the cafeteria, Ultear and Urza gave the children a wave of sweets. The three of them distributed the sweets to the children, and the children divided into 3 lines and quickly got them. Ross also introduced himself. Some little boys had seen Ross receive the ultimate V-Dragon and were obsessed with it. They pestered Ross to receive it for them to see. Ross kept it a bit mysterious for the kids and told them to take it back the next time Ross taught them. The next day, Ross soon had his first class. "Transform quickly! Transform quickly!" The children who were lined up neatly facing him were all in high spirits. Some children kept shouting. Urza was very dignified in front of the children. He shouted for silence, and the children quieted down one after another. Urza, Ultear and Jessica were responsible for maintaining order, and other teachers were watching from the sidelines. These teachers had heard of Ross's name a long time ago. Ross took a few steps back and took in Jesmon, Omegamon, Crimson Knightman, Alphamon, etc. in succession. Finally, Ross took in all of them except Ecorsamon and Golden Rabbimon. In order to let the children see clearly, he flew above the children and flew around them. Even Urza and Ultear knew for the first time that Ross had so many received armors. After all, Ross only used those few. They also felt a strong sense of oppression from Alphamon. After all, he was 6 meters tall. The children looked at the huge monster above, and heard the sound coming from below. Exclamations like "So handsome! So great! I want it too!" Ross stopped and was surrounded by children. Listening to the children's exclamations and questions, which cotter could withstand such a test, Ross couldn't help but blush. It was the first time for Ultear and Urza to see Ross with such an expression, and they couldn't help but smile. Urza coughed twice, clapped her hands, and then said, "Okay, come back and line up. Class is about to start." "The Queen's Majesty." Ross couldn't help but sigh as he watched the children line up obediently. Ross then took the children to exercise, which was nothing more than running in circles. The older ones put weights on their legs, and they also did horse stance, pull ups, sit UPS, etc., but the exercise methods were different every day. Chapter 52. Jessica's office. 2 months are up, so we have to say goodbye and set off back to the guild. Ross said goodbye to Jessica and other teachers on behalf of the 3 of them. Jessica and the 2 teachers stood up to see them off. Okay, thank you so much for this time. I think the children will always remember this memory. That would make us happy too. Urza and Ultear smiled slightly. Teacher Ultear, Teacher Ross, Teacher Urza, goodbye. I had said goodbye to the children yesterday, and today they all came to the school gate. Keep studying hard, and we'll come back to see you when we have the chance. Urza waved goodbye to them. The 3 gradually disappeared from the children's sight. I've been teaching for almost 2 months, and I'm reluctant to leave. Ultear looked at the sky with some emotion. Me too. This is my first time being a teacher in my life. It's tiring, but I feel quite fulfilled. Urza nodded as she held the suitcase, which was filled with various gifts from the children. Most of them were paintings or handicrafts drawn by the children themselves. Ross didn't expect to take the job for 2 months, but seeing that Ultear and Urza were very motivated, he was motivated. Ultear and Urza seemed to be enjoying it, and they didn't feel tired after teaching for 2 months. Before I leave, I have to thank Mr. Alfred. During this period of time, Alfred provided them with accommodation. Alfred heard from somewhere that the 3 of them were volunteering to teach the children, so he provided them with accommodation. The key was handed over by Jessica. It was a 3-bedroom apartment with a good environment. Ross had already asked Jessica for Alfred's address. Okay. Ultear and Urza nodded. After arriving, Ross couldn't believe that this was the house where the richest man lived. It was just an ordinary bungalow, and judging by the door, it should be a 3-bedroom apartment, similar to the one Mr. Alfred gave them. The 3 of them met Alfred as they wished and expressed their gratitude to him. He was a middle-aged man in his 50s, with a beard and a slicked back hair. His hair was a little grey. He was not tall, but in good health and was a very talkative person. After saying goodbye to Mr. Alfred, they set out on their journey to the train station. They decided to walk to the train station. After all, they hadn't really been around much in the past 2 months. This journey would take far longer than their estimated time, but Ross had explained it to Makaro fusing the communication crystal, so there was no need to worry. On the way back to the mountain road, a figure with long wavy white hair, a thick beard, a black cloak with the symbol of the Alvarez Empire and a white robe appeared in front of Ross, Ultear and Urza on foot. He was holding a magic staff. Urza and Ultear didn't feel anything, but they could feel that Ross, who was standing on both sides of Ross, was frozen, with a serious expression that they had never seen before. This was the first time they saw Ross with such an expression in all the time they had known each other for so long. What's wrong with you, Ross? Urza and Ultear frowned and turned to look at him. Ross exhaled deeply and shook his head. It's okay. August walked slowly forward with his magic wand towards Ross and the other 2. He didn't exude any aura or magic power, and you could even feel kindness on his face. Magic King. The Great Lord of Magic Power, August. These were the only words that popped into Ross's mind just now. Only Ross knew what kind of magic power this seemingly kind and ordinary man possessed. It could even be said that he stood at the top of humanity, on par with Irene who had transformed into a dragon. There are 12 shields to protect the saint, and the 2 walls are the guardians of the saint, and the other 10 people together are just a shield. In the original 12 Shields showdown fairy tale, if August had not met Mavis and committed suicide, Gildarts would not have been able to kill August even if you gave him 100 chances. Fairy tale. August is currently searching Ishgar and the Alvarez Empire for their emperor, his father whom he cannot name, Ziref, and is also looking for any geniuses suitable for practicing magic. Ziref was not in the Alvarez Empire, and he didn't want to stay there and face Larcade Dragneel. Zeref is currently wandering around the world in uninhabited areas, trying his best to avoid contact with humans. There was no particular reason, he just wanted to follow in his father's footsteps. He walked towards Ross and the other two because he felt some good magical powers. He could feel it even without Ross and the other two bursting out. I saw the emblem on the three people's hands fairy tale. It was a guild founded by his mother Mavis. Even though his mother didn't know of his existence and he had never seen his mother, he still knew about this guild founded by his mother Mavis. Ross was mentally prepared by now, and he even had a bold idea. Don't say anything about what's going to happen. Ross took their hands and pulled them behind him. Seeing Ross's serious look, Urza and Ultear didn't ask any more questions, but just nodded vigorously. Ross just watched August approach and stand about 2 meters in front of him. Fairy tale, Ross meets Mr. August. Ross put his left hand on his chest, revealing the guild emblem, and bowed slightly. Do you know me? What's the name of the crimson-haired girl behind you? August's calm expression rarely showed a hint of surprise. August had originally just wanted to meet the members of his mother's guild. There were 2 reasons for his surprise. One was that Ross actually knew his name, and the other was that the crimson-haired girl behind him looked too much like Irene. He had never seen Irene as a child, but he felt that she must be very similar. Urza Belzarian. Ross answered for Urza. Urza frowned slightly and looked at August. Although she was surprised that Ross was so polite and even introduced himself in a fairy tale, and that Ross rarely introduced himself so seriously, and why the old man in front of her asked her name, she obeyed Ross and did not speak. It was also the first time that Ultear saw Ross like this, and he raised an eyebrow. Belzarian, no wonder, the same as me. August didn't say anything, but nodded thoughtfully. Please sit down. August tapped the ground with his magic wand, and a table, 4 chairs and 4 cups of tea appeared beside the road. He pointed his magic wand at the table. Ultear and Urza looked at him with a little surprise. This move was indeed very good. Only Ross looked calm. In his opinion, this should be the ultimate small operation for August. Thank you, Mr. August. Ultear, Urza, and Ross thanked him together. Ross was not afraid at all that August would harm them. It was easy for August to kill these people without spending so much effort. It doesn't look like August has any bad intentions. Chapter 53. How about you tell me about fairy tale? August skipped all the pleasantries and got straight to the point. August also knows magic like the divine ear, it's just a matter of whether he wants to use it or not. It's better to use this kind of magic less often, otherwise it's easy to hear the dark side's thoughts. After all, there are really few people who are consistent in their words and deeds. Life in the guild is plain but happy. We play together, do quests, and practice. Ultear expressed his true thoughts. Well, fairy tale is the best guild in the world. Urza felt the same as Ultear, so she said it in a different way. Ha ha ha, that's good. August made a reaction that surprised Ross. He laughed out loud, leaning on his magic wand with one hand and stroking his beard with the other. My mother would be very happy if she knew this, right? I also want to see my mother's smile. August didn't think too much about it, he just thought that his mother must be very happy that her guild was so good. After all, these children were so young and had such magic. How old are you? August got a satisfactory result and only asked a question about fairy tale. He was quite interested in Ross and the other two at the moment. The magic power in their bodies was very strong at this age. 15 years old, 11 years old, 10 years old. Ross, Urza, and Ultear answered in order of age. 11 years old. He thought of Irene. He was sure that this was Irene's daughter. Irene probably joined Alvarez at this time, but he didn't say anything. Irene never talked about this. Mr. August, I want to make a deal with you. Seeing August's performance, Ross put forward his request at the table for the first time. Oh. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Since the young man knew his name, he must also know his own strength, which was why he acted so humble. He didn't expect that he would dare to take the initiative to talk about making a deal. Ross made his request first. I would like to ask you to help me find a woman in the western continent named Graham, with green hair, who is a celestial spirit mage. What about the conditions? Why should I help you find one? August wanted to see what conditions he could propose. Finding someone in the western continent was not a big deal for him. It would be a big deal to say it out loud, so Ross took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and spoke in the calmest tone. Tenro Island, Mavis. When these two words reached August's ears, his eyes narrowed as sharply as an eagle's. Substantial magic power burst out from his body, and the magic power column shot straight into the sky. Urza and Ultear opened their eyes wide and looked up. They even felt that the light column tore through the sky. August still controlled his magic. He was kind to the children and did not use his magic to coerce Urza and Ultear, but the pressure was on Ross. He didn't want to kill Ross, but he needed an explanation from Ross. Ross withstood the overwhelming pressure and did not feel the murderous intent. August's magic has been taken back. I need an explanation. August's voice was calm but unquestionable. You guys wait here for me. How about we talk somewhere else? Ross stood up and held the shoulders of the two people who were about to stand up, then looked at August. No, we have to follow. Urza and Ultear always listened to Ross, but at this time they couldn't leave Ross alone. There's no danger. He's not going to kill me. We just have something to talk about. You can't listen. Ross held the shoulders of Urza and Ultear, who were facing him, and looked into their eyes. If August wanted to kill him, he would just transform. Can you promise? Ultear and Urza's faces were tense, and their frowns never relaxed. Ross's behavior just now scared them. Yes, I promise. Ross's eyes were sincere and bright. August just watched quietly. Okay, please. Ross turned and looked at August. August said nothing, tapped the ground with his magic wand, and Ross and August disappeared directly in front of Urza and Ultear. Who is that? Why did Ross mention the first generation? Ultear frowned in confusion. High places. I have used shielding magic. Besides, I can now tell whether what you said is a lie. Please start. Mavis, the first president of Fairy Tale, has a huge amount of magic power. Her consciousness has not dissipated after death. No, it should be said that she is now in a state between life and death. The magic power and consciousness together constitute a spirit body. Only Fairy Tale members who have stamped the guild emblem can see her. Go on. August used magic to determine that what Ross said was all true. He was surprised, but this was not the answer he wanted. I know you are Mavis and Ziref's child. Ha ha ha! August laughed for a long time. He didn't know why Ross knew this secret, but he was very happy. Maybe someone finally knew of his existence. Preshedo probably didn't even think he was still alive. August closed his eyes and shed tears in front of Ross, tears of an old man. Ross suspected that August would kill him to silence him. As one of the two pillars of the Empire, how could the Magic King shed tears? Ross remained silent until August opened his eyes. Do you want to meet the first generation? I think with your ability, you should be able to meet him without the guild emblem. He should also know Jacob's magic, so it would be easy and enjoyable to see a ghost without the guild emblem. Ross only took him to meet him, and it was up to August to choose whether to recognize him or not. Ross actually sympathizes with the Magic King. Ziref cannot recognize August. Once he feels pity and love, even August may not be able to withstand the curse of the god Anxur Ramel. But Mavis is different. She is just a spirit. Pity and love are useless at this moment. As long as her consciousness does not merge with the guild's underground body, it will not affect her at all. Otherwise, as soon as Mavis sees the guild members and feels a little love, everyone will be defeated. Okay, but before that, I plan to fulfill my promise to you. August really wanted to see him, even if he couldn't recognize him. He tapped his magic wand again, and the two of them appeared at the table again. Ross. Ultear and Urza stood up and looked around Ross when they saw that Ross had returned safely. Seeing that Ross was fine, he finally patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. I told you it's okay, don't worry. The woman you're talking about is called Graeme, has green hair, and lives in the Western continent, right? August read it quietly before asking Ross. Right. Ross was quite interested in how August found it. In an instant, in the blink of an eye, countless yellow rectangular boxes appeared beside August, as well as a huge map of the Albarez Empire. The data in the yellow box keeps crossing. Ross, Urza, and Ultear looked at the densely packed yellow boxes and their eyes became dizzy. Found it. There was no timer, but Ross estimated it was only about 10 seconds. August then enlarged a picture, which showed a small wooden house with a woman with green hair tied up in a bun sitting in front of the house, and a little girl with the same green hair. Ross twitched his lips. This is too outrageous. That's her. Ross suppressed his shock and nodded. Hold on. August nodded, tapped the ground with his magic wand, and a magic circle emerged under the four people. Chapter 54. Who are you? Graeme was playing with her daughter Brandish when four strangers suddenly appeared in the magic circle in front of her. There were children and old people, their hair colors didn't match, and most importantly, I didn't recognize any of them. 666. Ross didn't know what to say except shouting 6. He just heard stand still and then four people arrived here. Coach. I want to play. No. Learn this. Ultear and Urza also looked at August in shock. Is this still a human being? August looked calm and pretended to be a strong man. No, he didn't need to pretend at all, he was an iron-clad strong man. We are here to see you, Ms. Graeme, on behalf of Ms. Layla Hartfilia. Ross came out to explain. Miss Layla. Graeme's expression changed. She didn't expect Layla to send someone to find her. Let's hurry up, Ross, and think of the address of Hartfilia's house. August thought it was too much trouble to explain it over and over again. Hold that little girl tight. August saw that Brandish was still quite young and thought about her. When Graeme picked up Brandish, August struck him with his staff. 6 people showed up at Hartfilia's house. Who is it? Graeme? Mr. Ross. The maids who were planting flowers in the garden looked at the people who suddenly appeared. There were some familiar faces, including Graeme who used to work here, Ross who had been here twice, and Ultear. The Graeme was dumbfounded. How could the news spread across the continent? She was probably the only one here who knew how far this place was from where she lived. Graeme. The magic circle just now startled Layla who was on the 2nd floor. She opened the window and saw a familiar face. Miss Layla. Graeme's voice came from behind. Several people had been teleported behind Layla. Layla was reading and drinking tea in a study room, not the one in Jude's. She had several study rooms in her house. Layla quickly asked everyone to go to the reception room and sit down. August was not in a hurry now and followed him to the reception room. He probably just didn't want to listen to the explanation twice. Long time no see, Graeme. Ross gestured to Layla to catch up with Graeme first, and Layla didn't hesitate. The 4 of them decided to just ignore each other for a while. Ms. Layla, it's been a long time. Graeme raised her hand and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Is this your child? Layla looked at Brandish who was held in Graeme's arms. His hair color was exactly the same as Graeme's. Yes, her name is Brandish. Graeme opened her mouth, not knowing how to call Brandish, after all, she was just a maid. Brandish had heard Grammy talk about the former hostess and looked curious. Brandish, just call me Aunt Layla. Layla smiled and waved to Brandish enthusiastically. She didn't think of Grammy as a maid at all, but a sister. Brandish shouted at Graham's signal. Go and bring Lucy over. Layla turned and said to the maid behind her, who bowed slightly and said yes. After the pleasantries, get straight to the point. Graham, I need you to bring the Aquarius key here temporarily in X777. Although Layla was looking at so many people, she still needed to say it. After all, without the key, it would cost her life. She has been very anxious since she looked for Graham in X774 and still hasn't found him. In that case, I'll return the Aquarius key to Miss Layla. Graham's attitude towards the Aquarius key has always been to keep it for Layla. Brandish was a little flustered. Although Aquarius was very mean to her, he was her only friend. No, I'm no longer a celestial spirit wizard. I just need to bring him here during that time. Besides, Aquarius can also accompany Brandish. Layla closed her eyes and shook her head. The key of the zodiac was precious, but so was Grammy in her eyes. Mom! Lucy was brought by the maid and threw herself into Layla's arms. This is Aunt Grammy, and this is Brandish. Layla introduced them to Lucy. You two go play together. Layla asked Lucy to take Brandish to play at home. Lucy happily held Brandish's hand. This was her first friend of the same age. Urza, Ultear, how about you two come too? Layla looked at the two of them, because they were about the same age, and she thought her daughter could make more friends. Go ahead. The two looked at Ross for his opinion. Ross nodded, not to get them away, but it didn't matter whether they listened to the eclipse plan or not. Besides, Lucy was indeed quite lonely. Layla was completely open to this sister and was in awe of August. After all, it was teleportation magic, and it was across a continent. She didn't dare to offend such a person. As for Ross, she also regarded him as a friend. Ross gave her the Capricorn key and brought Grammy. Although there was a big age gap between them, she did regard Ross as a friend. The remaining 4 people talked about the Eclipse Gate plan on July 7, X777. August was somewhat interested, after all, he knew who built the Eclipse Gate. He was also surprised to learn from Ross that Ziref was also involved in the plan. An hour passed. Let's use the long-distance communication magic crystal to keep in touch. Layla just sent someone to get a long-distance communication magic crystal. Brandish, goodbye, I will miss you. Layla took Lucy to stand by the fountain. Lucy waved at Brandish. She already knew that they lived in the distant western continent and had to go back first. A magic circle appeared beneath Brandish and Graham, and the two returned to their residence in the western continent. Lucy, goodbye, we will come to see you. Ultear and Urza said goodbye to Lucy. Thank you, Ross, Mr. August. Layla clasped her hands in front of her and bowed slightly. Then we'll take our leave. Ross said goodbye to Layla, looked into August's eyes and nodded. Sirius Island. Mavis was sitting on the tree at this moment, swinging her little feet, with her head slightly raised and her eyes closed, enjoying the sea breeze. Teleportation magic. Mavis tilted her head and looked at a teleportation magic circle that appeared on the coast of Sirius Island. She gently fell from the tree and walked barefoot in that direction. Mother! August's pupils shrank slightly. He really saw his mother, Mavis. She's coming. August had a clear view of Tenro Island, and he stopped Ross who wanted to take action. Ross! Are you here to play with me? Mavis saw Ross waving his hands and running towards them with a smile on his face. Urza and the others did not follow and were left behind by Ross at Harjan Harbor. After all, Ross thought that the fewer people knew about this, the better. First generation. Ross also greeted Mavis. What is this? Mavis looked at August, who was leaning on his magic wand and had amazing magical powers. She knew that the teleportation magic just now was his masterpiece. It looked like Ross was not threatened. Instead, the man's body was shaking, and the staff he was holding was shaking with his hand, as if Ross was threatening him. August cast the shielding magic again, but August looked at Mavis and was speechless. Ross looked at him like this and he still wanted to admit it, otherwise there would be no need to be like this. A combination of shielding and lie detection magic. Mavis blinked and looked left and right at the green semicircle that was shielding around her, but Ross was there too, and out of trust in her guild mates, she didn't panic. August looked at Mavis and cried speechlessly. Ross was helpless. He wasn't here to watch a pantomime, so he sighed. Finally, at Ross's suggestion, Mavis and August were connected. Mavis saw August's birth after her death. Presido abandoned him. August has grown too. As well as August's thoughts about Mavis. Chapter 55. Oh, are you just going to abandon me like this? Ross was kicked through the barrier and fell to the ground. Before being kicked out, Ross looked at the two of them and remembered a line of poetry, holding hands and looking into each other's eyes with tears in their eyes, they were speechless and choked with emotion. Although the relationship between mother and child and family affection cannot be considered applicable, who can say that family affection is not love? These bastards just don't want me to see it. Although the memories were linked, Mavis still asked August to talk about his experience. Nothing else, I just want to listen. August had a very miserable childhood, and he had to struggle hard just to survive. Until he met Ziref, that was called fateful encounter. The motivation that keeps him alive is the desire to be loved. I met my father, and he said that I looked a lot like you when I was a child. You met him again in August. So my father gave me this name, August. My father didn't recognize me, and I thought that was enough. It's enough to stand beside my father. But why am I the only one who is not loved? A child who clearly exists because of love has never been loved since birth. If a child is born out of love but cannot be loved by the one he loves, that means the end of his life. Mavis stood there with tears in her eyes, gently stroking the hair of August who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Although Larcade claims to be Ziref's son, in Ziref's eyes he is just a pawn. Ziref only cares about Natsu and Mavis, and everyone else is no different in his eyes. It's all right, I get it, my boy, August. Mavis gently held August's head and hugged him. Mother. Ross was bored on Sirius Island for so long that he started meditating. After August and Mavis came out, they didn't explain anything, but just asked August to send Ross back to the guild. I'll take you here, and you can walk back on your own. August teleports Ross back to Harjanport to meet Ultear and the others. By the way, this is for you. August pointed his staff at Ross from a distance. Before Ross could react, two beams of light rushed into Ross's mind and completed the transmission instantly. You want to learn ancient script magic and true teleportation magic, don't you? This is a thank you gift. The ancient document was the magic he used to find Graham. It was a true teleportation magic that could travel across the continent, but August only gave Ross the method and asked him to learn it by himself. In addition to searching, the ancient documents also have functions such as reading and transmitting. By the way, if you can, please persuade Irene Belzarian. Ross learned and used ancient document magic to convey information to August, which Urza had no idea about. I understand. I'll try my best, but this is difficult. August responded with the same ancient book magic. Ross is going to blame August, at least he won't be beaten to death by Irene. Reciprocity is the way of life, and everyone will have a bright future. After parting with August, what is his relationship with the first generation? Ultear and Urza's eyes were full of gossip. I can't tell you. People will die, unless the first generation wants to tell you. Ross pursed his lips and shook his head frantically. If he told you this, he would really die. Okay. Ultear nodded helplessly. She treated Mavis as a teacher, so she finally suppressed her gossiping spirit, but she also had some guesses. On the way back, Ross introduced August to Ultear and Urza. It was introduced like this: if he was serious, the 10 great saints of Ishgar combined would not be enough to defeat him. Ross felt that telling the truth would be good for Ultear and Urza, as seeing the true power would broaden their horizons. The town is already in Gildarts mode, and it looks like Gildarts is back, but I don't know if he's in the guild. Standing at the gate of the guild, taking a deep breath of Magnolia's air, Ross pushed open the door. This day was truly wonderful. A piece of clothing flew in front of Ross, and Ross reached out to grab it. Ross knew without even looking that it was not Gray's. Gray, clothes. Cana complained. Gray and Lion were facing each other. Gray took off his clothes for no apparent reason, but at least he left on a pair of shorts. It seemed that Urza's teaching had some effect. What are you doing? Urza walked out from behind Ross with her arms folded. Urza is back. We didn't have a fight. Gray and Lion hugged each other instantly. Very good. Everyone in the guild should love each other. Urza crossed her chest and nodded in satisfaction. Did you really not see that they were arguing just now? Ross had a lot of complaints to complain about. Then Urza looked around and called out the names one by one. Gray, Lion, you two are wreaking havoc in town again. I heard about it on my way back. Vegeta, the guild table isn't for dancing. Don't you still need to practice? Every time I see you, you're dancing. Wakaba, the ash is about to fall. Nab, can I complete the task by staring at the notice board? Litas, the drawing is not bad. Urza changed the subject when she saw Litas drawing her and scolding her. Except for Litas, everyone who was pointed out by Urza lowered their heads one by one. There was nothing they could do about it, the Queen's majesty was too great. Now the only ones in the guild who won't be named by her are Ross, Laxus, Uru, Ultear, and Kagura. Urza cannot beat Laxus now. Urza tried to use the Thunder Emperor armor to fight Laxus, but was quickly defeated. After all, there was an age gap between them, and Laxus's talent was not bad. Makarov and Gildarts sometimes get drunk and act like hooligans, and Urza will give them a lecture. Makarov can only cower and avoid her power. Ross stood aside and watched the show and laughed. It was really fun to see an 11-year-old girl scolding a group of people older than her. Stop laughing. Ultear couldn't stand the way Ross covered his mouth while laughing, so he reached out and patted Ross's arm. Ultear didn't stop him, she always waited until Urza was done with the lecture before taking Urza away. After all, some people in the guild needed a lecture, especially Gray and Lion, who took off their clothes all day. Okay Urza, sit down now since you just got back. Ultear walked over and pulled Urza to sit next to Cana. She just looked around for Uru and Kagura and wondered why they weren't there. I heard from the president that you went to teach the children. Ultear and Urza hadn't come back for 2 months. Cana was a little worried, so she went to ask Makarov. Well, it's very interesting, and the children are very cute. I'll show you the paintings they drew when we get back. If there is such a task in the future, I think Cana can also take it. Urza nodded with a smile. You are also a child, Urza. Ultear stroked his forehead. Don't any of them care about their own age? What mission did Cana and Uncle Gildarts go on? Before they set off, Gildarts also took Cana with him. It was a subjugation mission, but I don't know what happened. Anyway, my dad destroyed a hill with one punch. The Dark Guild and the Warcraft should have been gone too, right? Cana scratched his cheek, looking embarrassed. Cana said I just went there to see the scenery. A row of ellipses appeared above Urza and Ultear's heads. Is there really money to be made this way? Ultear asked a question that had always concerned her, because she often heard from Ross that Gildarts would destroy a mountain at any time during a mission. Probably. A drop of cold sweat flowed down Cana's forehead, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he scratched the side of his face with his index finger. Gildarts accepted S level, SS level, and even 10-year missions, and the remuneration was very high, easily reaching tens of millions J, but Cana was not so sure when she thought of Gildarts' shabby little house. Ultear was extremely grateful that Ross always managed to solve the problem in the smallest possible way. Ross also started chatting with Makarov and Gildarts. He asked the waiter for a cup of black tea, and toasted with them over the tea and wine, chatting about random things. We didn't talk about August, there was no need. Chapter 56. Eastern Forest. Urza, who has been bullied by the Three Sword Spirits, proposes to have a showdown with Ross, leaving the Three Sword Spirits to play aside. Ross agreed and motioned for the Three Sword Spirits to fly aside. Urza held the red cherry in both hands and stepped heavily with her right foot, closing the distance with Ross at an incredibly fast speed and slashing at Ross with all her might. Facing Urza's high-speed slashes, Ross dodged one by one with just his speed and body movements, without any dragging of his feet. Seeing that it had no effect, Urza added some feints to her slashing attacks, and even replaced her sword with another one during the attack, suddenly using both swords to attack Ross. But Ross seemed to have anticipated it and dodged it early. After Urza used his double swords, he used his arm blades to block the attacks he couldn't dodge. During this process, Urza's swords gradually became so fast that they were almost invisible, but Ross still dodged them easily. "No more fighting, I can't touch you at all." Urza jumped back and put away the knife. "It's not that you can't be touched at all, and you just practiced with the Three Sword Spirits. It's already very good to have this speed and physical strength." Ross raised his right arm, and during this time, Ross used the blade of his right arm to block three swords. "Besides, I'm 4 years older than you. It's normal to have a gap." Ross then commented, "The explosive power can be improved. The first knife that rushed over just now was quite powerful. Although I missed, I was fast. I think many people can't avoid that kind of indomitable momentum. In addition, when facing an enemy stronger than you, attacking desperately and risking your life is one method, but retaining your strength, defending instead of attacking, looking for the opponent's flaws and inflicting heavy damage on the opponent at the critical moment is also a method. However, it is still early now, and you can slowly explore the method that suits you." Weights. To improve her explosive power, Urza could only think of weights. As for the offensive method Ross mentioned, it was still too early for her, so she could take it slowly. "That should count. Let Kagura help you with gravity magic." Kagura already knows gravity magic, but the current gravity effect and range have little effect on Ross, but it's different for Urza. "If Kagura can't help you anymore, I have other options." "What is the solution?" Ross didn't say anything, but kept it a secret. "Practice first, and I'll tell you when you can control the gravity of Kagura freely." Urza nodded at that and turned to look for Kagura, who was swinging a knife at the side. "What method?" Ultear was curious. Ross smiled slightly. "The charm of a Force 18 Gale." Ultear didn't quite understand, but she didn't ask for the truth. She thought that with Urza's progress, she would soon find out. After all, Kagura had just learned it, and Urza should be able to adapt quickly. Ross looked at Ultear and said, "You can actually practice around Kagura. Although you are a ranged ability type, you can't let go of your physical strength. If the enemy gets close to you, knowing some body movements and physical skills will also help you. Of course, your focus should still be on meditation." Ultear nodded to indicate that he understood. After a few days, Urza quickly adapted to Kagura's gravity field. It had to wait until Kagura's magic power increased before it could affect Urza again. Urza went to Ross again. "The method is very simple. Use all your strength and rush towards me. Also, I have a suggestion. If you want to hold a knife, tie the knife to your hand." Ross said, taking out a bandage and handing it to Urza. "What's so difficult about rushing towards you?" Urza took the bandage and Ultear tied her hands and the handle of the knife tightly. "You'll soon find out." We have to go the other way. You have the lake at your back. Ross thought that falling into the lake would be more comfortable than falling on the ground. Received, Dynamon. Ross prepared to use Dynamon's wings to create a strong wind to stop Urza. Are you ready? Urza nodded vigorously. Now she had some idea of what Ross was going to do. She held her right hand with her left hand, her body tensed, ready to sprint. Very good, I'll start then. Ross flew up and began flapping his wings vigorously towards Urza. The strong wind caused the water in the lake to shake violently, raising waves. Ross could slap harder, but he had to consider Urza's tolerance. Wind pressure expanded from all around Urza, and the strong wind messed up Urza's crimson hair. Urza closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and took a step with her left foot. She almost fell down. The wind was too strong for her now. Ross saw this and slowed down the frequency of flapping his wings again. Urza first stuck the knife into the ground to steady herself. Feeling that the wind seemed to have weakened, she propped herself up with her right hand and stomped her right foot hard. The ground became cracked by her step. Halfway through the journey, she was blown into the lake by a sudden strong wind in the air, splashing a large amount of water. There is a splash, 0 points. Ross silently scored it in his mind. Everyone started to watch Ross and Urza's training method, because the whirring noise of the wind was too loud. Urza quickly climbed out of the lake and shook her hair, again. Seeing Urza like this, they knew that Urza planned to hold out for a long time, so they dispersed and found other places to practice. Fanning was not a difficult task for Ross, and Urza continued this practice in the afternoon. Throughout the afternoon, Urza kept repeating the actions of falling into the lake and climbing out of the lake. She took the knife back first. Now she couldn't hold it at all. She would have to practice for a long time to build up her explosive power. After training, Urza changed into clean clothes and Ultear handed her a towel to wipe her hair. Ross waited for Urza to finish wiping before saying, "It's making some progress. It's getting closer. I'll just assume that you're praising me." Urza didn't know if moving 0.1 meter forward was considered progress. "Unfortunately, this lake is too deep for you right now. When you are taller, swinging your sword in the lake will be a good way to practice. When you are stronger, you can chop waterfalls. The impact of the waterfall will force you to hold your sword tightly." Urza's eyes lit up when she heard about 2 more good ways of training. Hey, don't overdo it, take care of yourself." Ultear was a little worried about Urza's health. Ross also tried to persuade her, although he wanted Urza to become stronger, he also didn't want her to get hurt. "Yes, Grandpa also often told me not to train you too much." Before, when Urza went to Polyasica to recuperate, Polyasica mentioned it to Makarov, and then Makarov scolded Ross all night long. Ross was so overwhelmed that he kept rubbing his hands and trying to smile all night, and his face was stiff from smiling. Urza smiled and nodded. Falling into the lake was just to drink some water, she wasn't hurt. "I want to practice too." Kagura was also very interested in Urza's training method. "It's too early for you. You should meditate and swing your sword first, and practice with the sword spirit. Wait until you are as old as Sister Urza before practicing these things." Ultear raised his hand and touched Kagura's head. Ultear thinks that if Ross lets Kagura train like this now, he will be beaten by Makarov and then frozen by Uru. Kagura listens to them very much, which is something that Uru and Ultear particularly like about her. Ross and Laxus used to often exercise their bodies by dashing under the waterfall, but this method is no longer effective for them. Ross and Laxus have not trained like this for a long time, and Ross does not intend to let Urza do so either. Chapter 57. Spring goes and autumn comes, and X776 is finally coming to an end. The year has passed very peacefully. No special people have joined the guild, but there are some extras coming and going. However, Ross does not care about these people. In the guild, Makarov stood at the railing on the second floor. I officially announce that the person who will take the S-Class promotion exam this year is, Laxus Dr. Test date, 7 days later. Location, Tenro Island. Examiner, Ross. Exam format, 1 vs 1. The format was what Laxus had agreed upon with Ross a long time ago, a 1 vs 1 real man showdown, without teammates. Oh! The cheers continued for a long time. The guild cheered together, and although Laxus was still quite tsundere, he was generally sociable, and everyone was happy that Laxus had qualified for the S-rank exam. Laxus, congratulations! Cana came over and toasted Laxus, but she drank grape juice. Laxus raised his glass and clinked it with hers. Grey and Lion also congratulated Laxus and issued a battle declaration, but Laxus just chuckled, saying that they were still too early. Laxus, congratulations, I will also be qualified for the S-Class exam soon. This was said by Urza. Urza and Ultear also came to congratulate Laxus. Ultear didn't have any obsession with becoming S-Class, but of course she would not back down if it was her turn. Then I wish you success soon. Laxus nodded to Urza. After everyone in the guild finished congratulating Laxus, Ross, who was sitting next to him, spoke. Congratulations, Laxus. Ross asked the waiter for a beer. Ross made an exception today and decided to have a drink as a congratulations to Laxus. Laxus clinked glasses with Ross and took a sip before shaking his head and saying, "It may not pass yet. I'm the examiner. If I say you can pass, you can pass. No one can stop me. I said it." Ross patted his chest as if he had drunk fake wine. Laxus saw a big fist appear above Ross's head. It was the little fist his grandfather loved. "Don't let me win." Following these words, Ross was knocked over along with his chair. "President, you can teach people a lesson, but you can't destroy public property." Urza on the side couldn't stand it anymore, so she put her hands on her hips and started to scold Makarov. Makarov smiled awkwardly and drank his wine, not daring to look Urza in the eye. In the next 7 days, Laxus disappeared from Ross's sight, and Makarov said that he continued to practice. Ross was also preparing for the battle in the East Forest. Ross had no intention of losing. During these 7 days, Urza practiced with Kagura and did not disturb Ross's training. On the ship, Uru takes Ultear, Urza, Cana and Kagura to visit Tenro Island, but Grey, Lion and others who were planning to come and see are stopped. Laxus said that he would rather die than let them see him fainting in a vehicle. As for Urza and the others, they had already seen it, so Laxus planned to give up. Tenro Island, on the coast, Ross and Laxus set the duel location here. Uru and Makarov protected Urza and the others, watching the duel from a distance. Mavis also sat on the rock. She had a good impression of Laxus, who was very similar to Yuri. The two stood facing each other. The sea breeze was a little strong, blowing up the coat that Laxus was wearing. This coat was given by Ross. Laxus did not wear the sound pot today. As for Ross, he wore a suit and did not have this trouble. "Remember our first duel?" Laxus raised his head and looked at the sky, as if lost in memories. "Of course I remember. It was the night of September 28, X770. We met for the first time. We were this tall then," Ross said while comparing his waist. Laxus lowered his head and closed his eyes to recall what happened that day. "Yes, I fought you the next day and lost miserably. Yvonne told me that Dragon Slayer magic is a very powerful ancient magic, but I still lost miserably. From then on, I decided that I must defeat you." His tone was very calm, and he didn't seem disappointed. Ross could even hear a surging fighting spirit in his calm tone. "He didn't lie to you. Dragon slaying magic is indeed very powerful. This is real magic that can slay dragons." Laxus didn't argue, but nodded. "Well, as my physique grows and my magic power increases, I can appreciate the power of Dragon Slayer magic more and more." Laxus's lips curled up slightly. After that, we practiced together, climbing steep cliffs with weights, exercising under waterfalls, meditating and competing every day, although I never won once, haha. Finally, he shook his head and smiled self-deprecatingly. But the gap between us is getting smaller and smaller. This is the truth, Laxus's talent is indeed very strong. In the first duel, Ross can be said to have basically played Laxus in the palm of his hand. But slowly Laxus began to catch up. Laxus shook his head, losing is losing, even if you lose a little, it's still losing, but I don't think it's shameful to lose to you, but it's shameful to give up defeating you. Very good belief. Ross raised his eyebrows, sensing Laxus's fighting spirit. Ross thought Laxus was about to start, but he suddenly changed the subject. Remember this time last year? When I said I couldn't come back for a while. Ross blinked and nodded, remember, that was the first time we didn't spend Christmas together since we met. Last year, when you told me about other dragon-slaying crystals, I started looking for them. But they seem to be too rare, and I can't find them at all. But I learned another method from somewhere else. Do you know the Sun Village? Ross didn't say anything, but raised his eyebrows. He had guessed it a little. The Village of the Sun, the Eternal Flame. Ultear murmured softly. She was well educated and knew that there was a flame in the Village of the Sun that had been burning for 400 years and never stopped. Laxus continued, you told me before about fusing other attributes. I thought since I can't find the Dragon Slayer crystal, I'll look for other methods. The everlasting flame is great, isn't it? I lived in the Village of the Sun for a while. I helped the villagers of the Sun Village deal with the bounty hunters, and got their consent to lend me some fire. Unfortunately, I had no idea at first. I stayed in the Sun Village for 2 months and tried all kinds of methods, including magic tools and crystals, but I couldn't absorb it. Finally, I tried to absorb it forcefully, but the fire magic kept rejecting me, and it was painful to absorb even a little bit. But when I was absorbing it, I smelled the scent of a fire dragon, or rather, I saw a dragon whose entire body was made of flames. These were the flames left by the fire dragon. I remembered the time when I merged into the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic crystal when I was a child. At that time, I seemed to have no magic power at all, and the magic power in my body was emptied. What was the flame dragon? Ross had some impression of it but forgot the name. Laxus. Makarov's eyes were filled with tears. He already knew how Laxus did it. It was hard for him to imagine what kind of suffering his grandson had gone through. I gave up on absorbing it first, cleared all the lightning magic in my body, and directly inhaled the flames. It was very painful. It hurts just thinking about it now, but I succeeded. As he spoke, Laxus pulled down his coat and threw it aside. His upper body became much bigger, his shirt was torn by his surging body, and his magic power began to surge. Scales began to appear on his upper body and face, golden arcs of electricity and red flames danced around his body, and the powerful lightning and fire pressure caused the space around him to distort. Thunder Dragon Mode. Ross blurted out, but he didn't expect Laxus to bring out the Thunder Dragon first. Thunder Dragon Mode? Nice name. Chapter 58. Looking at Laxus whose momentum was rising, Ross took over Jesmon, and the 3 sword spirits also floated on his left and right sides and above his head. The roar of the Thunder Dragon. Laxus took the lead in the attack. Ross couldn't take it head on. He quickly made a judgment, increased his speed and rose directly into the sky. Laxus' roar followed Ross into the sky, and the energy of the roar made the air seem to vibrate. Go interrupt him, Ross gave the 3 sword spirits an order. The 3 sword spirits left him and charged towards Laxus from 3 directions. Laxus stopped roaring upon seeing this, and electric arcs and flames surged around him. For a moment, the 3 sword spirits were unable to break through the condensed magic power around him. Ross disappeared from the air, his body turning into a white light, and Laxus' heart trembled violently. Lei Yanlong's Beng Chuan. He swung out from his right hand. This was his instinctive reaction. Ross's right arm blade collided with his right fist, and they were evenly matched. Ross also had a tail blade, which he swept towards Laxus' legs. Laxus reacted quickly and used Thunder Dragon's roar on the ground, using the reaction force to push himself into the air and avoid the attack. In the sky, 3 sword spirits appeared beside Laxus and began to attack separately. Electric arcs and flames swirled around Laxus, forming a giant tornado that blocked the 3 sword spirits once again. Laxus's lightning and fire tornado continued to expand and attacked Ross. This move seems to be the flame rotation of the fire dragon. After absorbing the flame, can it also do this? Ross found this move familiar. Ross transformed into Dynamon upon seeing this, and began to fan the golden red tornado formed by Laxus in reverse time, and the wind pressures on both sides collided and cancelled each other out. The far right is Dunas X. Are these 2 bastards planning to tear down Tenro Island? Makarov cursed as he used his magic to block in front of him. Ross and Laxus had already affected Urza and the others. Laxus obviously didn't expect Ross to break this move so quickly. Seeing Ross flying towards him, he materialized the magic power of the Thunder Flame Dragon into a Fang Tian Huaji and threw it at Ross. Ross fired energy bullets from the palms of both hands. Dragon's Roar. Bang! The Dragon's Roar and the Thunder Dragon's halberd collided with each other, and Urza and the others felt a flash of light in front of their eyes. The light was so bright that they could hardly open their eyes. You condensed 10 layers of ice shields in front of them. The light slowly dissipated, and Urza and the others opened their eyes. All they could see were 2 streams of light colliding with each other, one white, the other golden red. They collided and deviated in the air, then circled back and collided with each other again. After colliding for a long time, the 2 fell from the sky. Ross, try this move, the secret of dragon slaying, roaring flame thunder. Laxus condensed the golden red flame thunder in his hand and released it. Ming Yu Yanlei hit Ross. Laxus was sure that the 2 were very close just now and Ross could not dodge. The magic power caused the dust and smoke around him to stir, but Laxus did not believe that Ross would be defeated like this. He first spit out a roar of a thunder dragon, and then condensed a thunder dragon Fang Tianji and threw it out. It took a long time for the dust to dissipate, and Ross's figure slowly appeared. Red? Never seen it. It was the first time Laxus saw Ross's armor. The single spear was stuck upside down in the ground, and the round shield was held in front of the chest. The armor of Crimson Nightman was not damaged, but the round shield was a little charred, and he retreated several meters. Unharmed, how is that possible? This thought popped into Laxus' mind. Ross stood up and explained to Laxus, it looks like you won't be able to break it for the time being. Since ranged attacks were useless, Laxus was not discouraged and opted for close combat as the armor looked cumbersome. The magic power around Laxus surged again, and his arms were wrapped with golden electricity and red flames. Then he said, I was weak when I was young. After I started practicing, I never gave up on strengthening my body. I have always been pursuing the ultimate body and strength. The next moment, a big hole appeared at the foot, centered on Laxus's right foot, and Laxus stepped on it with his right foot, making a big hole. Ross decided to challenge him in a duel of strength and physical skills. Received, Stubbornman. Laxus had already stepped forward and swung out a Thunder Dragon fist with his right fist. The force was so strong that it shook a large area of the air around him. Iron Fist Sanction Ross also swung out with his fiery right fist, and the 2 men punched each other again, a collision of power. The might of the god of fire dispersed Laxus's golden arcs and red flames, and Laxus flew backwards. He grabbed the ground with both hands, steadied his body, and kicked onto the tree behind him. The tree was broken by his kick. He used the reaction force to move forward again, this time at a faster speed. It seemed that he was angered by the fist being knocked away. The 2 began a close combat, punches colliding, legs kicking, Laxus fixed his left foot, and launched a spinning kick with an arc of electricity at Ross's waist, and Ross raised his knee to block it. The fight between the two men became increasingly intense. Ross hit Laxus in the face with his iron fist. Laxus took a few steps back, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and his body was a little unstable. Laxus raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Nice punch. After that, they hurried forward again, and the two exchanged punches and kicks again, showing no mercy. It was a duel of physical skills. Ross didn't have the courage to say that he could definitely beat Laxus. Laxus took on the task like crazy, and was much more skilled in actual combat than Ross. Ross also took a lot of punches, and was hit in the abdomen by Laxus. During the fight between the two sides, Laxus made a turning elbow attack with lightning and fire. Ross bent his arm to block it, then turned his palm over and pulled his elbow down. After the attack was neutralized, Laxus used a shoulder lock and a knee strike. Ross used his right palm to claw Laxus' left elbow and slapped Laxus' knee with his left hand. Laxus took advantage of the situation and bent his right elbow to hit Ross' shoulder from top to bottom. Ross crossed his arms to block the attack. After several rounds of close combat, one of them punched the other in the face, and both of them took a few steps back, keeping a certain distance and continuing to confront each other. Ross was about to end the fight, his right fist gradually grew in power, and he punched towards Laxus with great firepower. Although Laxus was very tired, he had no intention of surrendering. He gathered all his magic power in his right fist, and gradually condensed a dragon claw wrapped in golden electric light and red flames in his right hand, and fought against Ross. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. Urza and the others covered their ears. It was very bright. This was the intuitive feeling of the people watching the battle. They all closed their eyes. When the light faded, they only saw a figure standing above, wearing a white cloak. It was Ross. Everything around them collapsed. Laxus knelt on one knee, one hand on the ground and the other on his knee, breathing heavily, struggling to stand up again. Ross didn't move, just watched him, and if Laxus could still stand up, he would continue to attack. Laxus pounded the ground. It's not strong enough. I want to be stronger. Laxus gritted his teeth and pushed hard, struggling to stand up again. Laxus is already holding on. President, why don't you stop him? You could see that Laxus was not in good condition. As long as he doesn't admit defeat, let him do it. Makarov's eyes turned red, then he closed his eyes and crossed his arms across his chest, but his trembling body betrayed him. I seem to have reached my limit. Laxus said while coughing and coughing up blood, but he spat it out with disdain. Laxus raised his head and smiled. Many people say that I am the old man's grandson and have inherited his talent. Only I know how much effort I have put in to get to where I am today. He seemed to remember something and shook his head again. No, you should know it too. Ross said calmly, are you ready to give in, Laxus? No, I have no such intention at all. You should know that I can only lose standing up. Admitting defeat? Absolutely not. Laxus summoned up the remaining magic power in his body and murmured, not enough, not enough, not enough. The third color of electric light emerged from Laxus, and the three colors of electric light gradually entangled together. Yuri. Mavis recognized Yuri's red thunder power. Father. Makarov didn't expect it either. Yuri Driar's power of red thunder. Is it the red thunder flame dragon? But it seems to have just been activated. Ross was very surprised, but he still stood there, looking at Laxus who also had a shocked expression. One last punch, Ross. Laxus turned into three-color electric light and came in front of Ross at an unprecedented speed. Receive, Skullman. Ross switched to Skullman, intending to take it and try the power of Laxus' punch. If you retreat from this punch, you lose. Bang! A small mushroom cloud appeared where the fist and shield collided. Strong winds blew out from the center of the mushroom cloud, ruffling the hair of Urza and the others who were watching the battle. Ross was knocked back dozens of meters by the force of his punch. The remaining magic power spread out from both sides of the shield and extended towards the distant sea surface, plowing 2 elliptical cracks from both sides of Ross's shield. The sea water was shaken up by the magic power and sprinkled on Ross. Ross took a look and saw a deep dent on the skull beast's shield caused by a punch. Demende! Referee, he's cheating, I want to report it. Ross was full of complaints. Laxus still maintained his punching stance. Ross released the reception, slowly walked closer step by step, and when he was in front of him, he said softly, "Congratulations on your promotion, Laxus." Laxus had already lost consciousness and fell slowly. Ross quickly hugged him. Chapter 59. Ross jumped out of the pit with Laxus. Makarov and Uru led Urza and the others towards Ross and the others. Makarov personally picked up Laxus's coat, put it on him, and choked up. "I'm proud of you, Laxus. You are not some Makarov's grandson. You will always be yourself." Ross propped Laxus up and smiled at Makarov. "Grandpa, do you want to wait until he wakes up and tell him again?" "Not at all." Makarov seemed to feel ashamed to cry in front of the children. He turned away, but his little body twitched in a funny way. Ultear and Urza couldn't help laughing when they saw Makarov like this. "Laxus Driar, I have seen your will, it is very similar to Yuri's." Mavis raised her little hand and gently stroked Laxus' golden hair, her eyes full of nostalgia. Laxus lost consciousness and lowered his head, but Mavis was able to touch it when she raised her hand. "Is this the strength of you and Laxus?" Urza smiled bitterly and shook her head. It seemed that even Laxus didn't use his full strength when fighting her. "When you reach this age, you are not weak either, just believe in yourself." Uru smiled and stroked Urza's crimson hair. Ultear also nodded, agreeing with Ulu's statement. After all, she saw how hard Urza practiced. "Okay, let's go back." Makarov recovered and waved his hand. "I want to go to Magnolia and play too." Mavis raised her little hand, and her feather ears stood up. "It's good that Laxus is unconscious. He won't get dizzy on the vehicle anymore." Ross sat on the deck, looking at Laxus lying beside him. "You fought well today. This is the first time I see you so serious." It was the first time Ultear saw Ross's fighting spirit so high. Ross looked at the sea and said, "Laxus woke me up today. I always say that I can't slack off, but I seem to slack off often. I only rely on my speed and the hardness of my armor to fight. I was completely defeated by Laxus in physical skills. If he had activated the power of red lightning from the beginning today, I think I might have lost. No, if you didn't meditate to increase your magic power and practice physical skills, you would have been caught up with or even surpassed by Laxus long ago." Makarov disagreed with Ross's statement, and his face was rarely serious. "Laxus is pursuing the ultimate body and ultimate strength. You can also pursue other things. The hardness of the armor is not your problem, and the speed is not your problem. It is right to use your own advantages to defeat your opponent." Makarov looked at the people who were listening on the side, and his tone was unusually serious. "Urza, Ultear, Cana, Kagura, listen to me. Extreme strength, extreme speed, extreme magic, extreme skills, are all ways to become stronger, and balance is also a way. Find what suits you, don't doubt, keep going firmly, don't care about what others think, you won't know whether it is right or not until you have walked it. You are still young, so what if you make a mistake, just stand up and walk again." Ultear, Cana, and Urza understood, and shouted yes, with high morale. Kagura didn't quite understand yet, but nodded along with Urza and Ultear, but she would find her own way one day. Makarov was not serious again and tapped Ross on the head with his cane. "Besides, you are only 16 in a few days. What are you not satisfied with? You still have a long way to go. Yes. Ross smiled, relaxed his whole body, and lay directly on the deck, looking at the sky. Laxus opened his eyes, and saw a bright light bulb in the ceiling. Laxus pulled himself up and found himself wrapped in bandages, lying on a hospital bed. Magnolia Hospital. Pain all over the body was the only feeling Laxus had. He felt like his hands were going to break when he tried to stand up just now. He definitely pushed himself to the limit this time. Did I still lose? Laxus looked at his hands, clenched them and opened them again. The door of the ward was opened and Ross walked in. Laxus noticed that Ross also had bandages wrapped around his arms and abdomen, and a large band-aid on his face. You're awake. Here. Ross raised one hand and saw a lunchbox. Can I eat it? Laxus sat on the hospital bed, eating his hospital meal at a small table. While eating, he looked up at Ross and said, I lost. Ross didn't answer him. Laxus asked another question, how long did I sleep? Ross sat aside and held up 2 fingers, 2 days. Grandpa always wanted to stay here with you, but I disagreed and sent him back home. Ross had a wicked smile on his face, and the band-aid on his face looked weird no matter how he looked at it. Grandpa said a few words after you lost consciousness. Do you want to hear them? Laxus shook his head slowly, then closed his eyes and lost himself in memories. I seemed to hear it, but I wasn't sure. Looking at you like this, I think I did hear it. Ross was uncomfortable because he couldn't say it out loud. He tilted his head and said, Tisk. I lost in the end, but it was a great match. Laxus raised his fist and Ross bumped it lightly with his, and they smiled at each other. Grandpa has submitted your information to the council. Next year you will be an S-class wizard. The second floor and S-class missions are officially open to you. Laxus nodded, not taking it seriously. S rank wasn't something worth celebrating, and he would be more happy if he defeated Ross. Is there any way to trigger that red lightning? Hearing Ross's words, he vaguely remembered the punch he threw before he lost consciousness, which contained 3 kinds of magic. What is red lightning? Even Laxus was surprised by the strength of the red lightning. He closed his eyes and clenched his fists. He opened his eyes, smiled bitterly and shook his head, no way, I can't stimulate it. Ross had expected this. That red lightning was the result of Laxus's obsession for the past 6 years, which had been pushed to the limit. If he had not been pushed to the limit or practiced to a certain level, it would have been difficult to trigger it. Ross smiled and said, it's okay, just keep practicing. That punch was great, I really felt it. Laxus clenched his fists and nodded vigorously, well, besides training my body, that lightning is my immediate goal. Wait until I have mastered it completely, then we can fight again. I won't stop moving forward. The 2 agreed again. The door was opened again, and the 2 looked down and saw that it was Makarov. When Makarov saw that Laxus woke up, he couldn't stop crying. Ross stood up and walked out of the ward, leaving the space for Makarov and Laxus. Ross came to the yard, raised his palms, and looked at the sky through his fingers. What a nice day! Chapter 60 January 1st, X777, Light Snow. Laxus successfully advanced to S-class wizard before Christmas. Grandpa and Laxus must have communicated something in the ward that day. I am sure there is no gap between them anymore. Ivan was driven away by his grandfather before, and Laxus didn't say anything, but he was still resentful. I don't know whether his grandfather told Laxus about the shooting star, but that doesn't matter. Speaking of which, I was almost confused by Laxus, but fortunately my grandfather woke me up. As long as I can win, it's fine. However, I still don't have a clear direction on which path to take. Natsu will be here soon, it's still a few months away, I really want to meet that hot-blooded idiot soon, but I refuse the challenge, I just want to fish quietly. The battle between Laxus and Ross on Tenro Island completely ignited Urza's fighting spirit. After meeting August and seeing how powerful her peers were, she did not lose herself. She set Laxus and Ross as her goals and began practicing at the beginning of the new year. Urza does not doubt her talent. On the contrary, she is very confident. Ross, you and Makarov often praise her talent. You seemed to be infected as well, and set off for Mt. Hakobi alone 2 days later. Kagura is now able to take care of herself, and she will follow Ross and the others to the East Forest when they are there. Laxus actually took Cana with him on the mission, which Ross didn't expect. He just didn't know whether they planned to form a team in the future or whether Laxus would take Cana with him temporarily. After all, Laxus' strength was also S level. Cana still learned card magic. She had been using tarot cards before, so she was interested in cards. Ross thinks this kind of magic is pretty good. It has multiple attributes, including fire, thunder, ice, feng shui, single target, AoE, single target control, and sleep and smoke control. It would be nice if he could perform a combo, and he could also pursue powerful firepower. Ross also planned to separate from Ultear and Urza after a while, and let them lead the young people of the guild to train. After all, Levi, Loki and others were not really strong in general. Ultear went to Tenro Island to study with Mavis, so Ross and Urza did not accept the mission and planned to wait for Ultear to come back. Urza still practices with the 3 sword spirits every day. Compared to a year ago, Urza has improved a lot and can hold her own against the 3 sword spirits for a long time. Urza now prefers the demon sword with the pure heart robe the most. Of course, if she fights against a large number of thieves and bandits, she will still prefer the heavenly wheel armor. Kagura would also practice against a single sword spirit when Urza was resting. She could actually also do the same as Urza by letting the sword spirit slow down a bit and then fight against 2 or 3. But after Kagura tried it, she felt it was not suitable for her. Ross also felt it was strange. Kagura had the aura of biting on a target and not letting go. When practicing with the 3 sword spirits, she always ignored the other 2, completely gave up defense, and kept focusing on one of them to attack. In general, Urza's training method was not suitable for her. Finally, Ross let the single sword spirit attack at a faster speed. Kagura could only defend with her current strength, but she seemed to have found a way. The more she practiced, the more excited she became. Ross thought that she should be pursuing the ultimate sword, the ultimate single attack or something like that. She just couldn't express it yet, but she did so in action. Ross didn't know whether this road was good or not, but he was still young, so he just went for it. Ross is trying to walk the path of balance, but the balance he pursues is all-round high-quality development. He doesn't want a short barrel, and he also doesn't want a short barrel. Ross said that as an adult, he wants magic, body, and physical skills. Unfortunately, if Laxus is not there, he really can't find a particularly good opponent in physical skills. Ross's house. Now they have lunch at Ross's house after their morning practice, and sometimes they can cook for themselves if they feel like it. For several days in a row, Urza and Kagura saw Ross holding his chin in deep thought during lunch, and he didn't eat much. After eating, Urza and Kagura cleaned up the dishes and saw that Ross was still absent-minded. Urza couldn't help but ask, "What have you been thinking about during lunch these days?" Hearing Urza's voice, Ross, who was sitting cross-legged on the floor, reacted, raised his head and said, "No, I was thinking about training." Urza sat down across from him. "How about telling us? Kagura hasn't been interested in training since you've been like this." Kagura also sat next to Urza and looked at Ross, without saying anything, but Ross could feel the look in her eyes, which made him speak. Ross scratched his hair. He was almost going bald these days. "I was thinking about how to practice physical skills. The speed is too fast. The 3 sword spirits actually have no effect on my training. Do you know that feeling? As soon as the 3 sword spirits flew over, my body began to move unconsciously. The 3 sword spirits could not keep up with me at all. Even if I forced myself to parry, the left and right arm blades plus the leg blades and tail blades would make it too easy to parry. I couldn't summon the 3 sword spirits alone. After thinking about it, can I only find a way to practice physical skills? Urza rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Kagura closed her eyes, and Ross guessed that she was thinking too. Urza seemed to have thought of something. She sat up straight and raised her head. Are you talking about the taijutsu with bare hands or with weapons? Ross thought for a moment and said, generally speaking, it should be more like a weapon, because the ones I usually use are armed. Urza snapped her fingers. I remember you used a suit of armor with a one-handed sword before at Strelitzia Academy, right? Ross nodded vigorously, yes. Urza must be talking about Arom Amen. Urza turned to look at Kagura and smiled, how about we fight him together? Kagura tilted his head in confusion as to why he suddenly wanted to hit him. Eastern Forest. Urza found a stick and drew a large circle with a radius of 1 meter. Urza tapped her palm with the stick and pointed at the circle, you stand inside this circle. You cannot take off, you cannot use magic, you can only parry with your sword. If you exit this circle or parry, you lose. Ross walked to the inside of the circle, while Urza and Kagura stood outside. Kagura understood now, she had already grasped the fearless with both hands, but did not pull it away, ready to strike. Ross didn't expect Urza to have such an idea. He had been trapped in a misunderstanding before. He felt that Urza and Kagura could not give him any pressure at all, and he never took them into consideration. Ross got into position, looking across at Urza, who was holding 2 swords, and Kagura, who was holding the fearless sword in both hands. He smiled and raised his left hand to wave. Come on, I haven't been this interested in a long time. Chapter 61. Ross felt the pressure for the first time in a long time. The rules were unfair. He couldn't use magic and could only parry. Kagura also activated the gravity field, and his movements were a little slow. Next to him was Urza, who had been training with the double swords and the 3 sword spirits for almost 2 years. The 2 of them chopped faster and faster, and they coordinated with each other. Ross was chopped back step by step. Not only did he leave the circle, but he was also chopped several times. Kagura, you're too ruthless, aren't you? Are you going to hit me on the head? Ross sat on the ground and touched his head. He felt his head buzzing. Kagura's height and arms plus his fearlessness made it possible for him to hit him. Ross originally thought that he couldn't be hit, so he didn't defend himself. Kagura ignored his antics and said calmly, it's just a scabbard. I have armor anyway. Urza stood with her hands on her hips, like a devil coach. Okay, hurry up and get up, let's continue. Hey, sweat more in peacetime and bleed less in battle. Ross jumped up from the ground and encouraged himself. The 3 of them continued their special training. Urza and Kagura seemed to have found some fun in it, and spent the entire afternoon sparring with Ross. During the meal, Urza suggested adding this to the daily training plan. In addition to improving your taijutsu, this can also train the cooperation between me and Kagura. If Ultear's long-range attack is added, I'm going to die, right? Ross asked, asking me to please care about my feelings. Urza slashed with both swords, and Kagura slashed with 1 sword, both with anger in their eyes. Ross couldn't block and fell down. This is what Grey and Lion saw when they passed by the Eastern Forest after completing a mission. They exaggerated and spread rumors in the guild that Ross had PD'd off Urza and Kagura, and that Kagura and Urza were chasing Ross around and hacking him around, and that Ross couldn't beat them. The consensus among the guild became even stronger, never mess with Urza and Kagura. Then the next day, Grey and Lion were chopped, each with a red mark in the middle of their face. Urza and Kagura did it, so to save some face for them, they used a scabbard. Will my nose collapse? Grey touched his nose. Hiss, it hurts. The next day, Lion left a letter and traveled far away. He said he was going to find a way to become stronger. Maybe it was because he lost to Ultear, Urza and Kagura in succession, and felt that his ice form was not powerful enough, so he wanted to go out and find a way to become stronger. In response to this, Ross said that if you don't learn from the many magic books in the underground library, I don't know what you are thinking. Maybe you can even find a copy of Fairy Ball in it. End of March X777, Ultear reappears after having been to Sirius Island for 3 months. She did not receive a warm welcome, but as soon as she arrived at the eastern forest, she saw Changwei. No, Urza and Kagura were beating Ross. In the past 3 months, they practiced against each other every afternoon. Ross could now parry with ease. Urza and Kagura also improved and their cooperation became better and better. This made Ross look forward to the future of a skilled Urza and a skilled Kagura. Ross had noticed Ultear coming just now. Urza and Kagura had their backs turned and didn't notice, but he was too busy fighting to say hello, while Ultear sat on the ground and watched their practice with interest. After the 3 of them finished practicing, Ross raised his left hand and greeted Ultear. The 2 turned their heads when they saw Ross's action. Ultear. The 2 were very happy to see Ultear again after 3 months and ran towards her. Urza, Kagura, long time no see. Ultear responded with a smile. Ross also walked towards the 3 of them. It's been a while since we last met, let's find a place to eat and chat. The 3 of them nodded, and they went shopping at Magnolia together, buying some sweets and drinks, and finally decided to go to Ross's house so they could chat casually. Several people did not sit at the table, but just sat cross-legged on the floor. Tell me, what have you been doing in Sirius Island for the past 3 months? Ross was already very curious. Ultear didn't say anything. She just took her luggage and food and went to Sirius Island. She also said that there was no need to look for her, and she would come back by herself. Ursha shook her head, it's not a special thing, it's just that I feel that my magic power has reached a bottleneck, plus what the president said that day, I am a little concerned. The day when Laxus took the S-rank exam. Urza thought that was what Ultear was talking about. Ultear continued, regarding magic power, my ice shape and time arc belong to the ability system, which is more long range. Unlike you all who are close range, pursuing strength and speed, I thought that increasing magic power would be the most suitable for me. But isn't the total amount of magic power in the human body limited? There must be a limit, right? Urza had learned the theoretical knowledge from Uru and Ultear. Everyone's magic power limit was different, but generally speaking, there was a limit. I am also confused about this. The arc of time has a development about the second source of magic power, but I don't know how to do it, so I went to Tenro Island to find the first generation to practice. Since Laxus was promoted last time, Urza, Kagura and Cana also knew the true identity of the first generation. Did you succeed in your practice? This is what Ross was more concerned about. The second source of magic, once opened, is equivalent to cheating. Some people can develop it independently, but there is no universal method. Ultear smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, the first generation told me that this is not something that can be accomplished in a few months. It may take several years or even decades. Ultear will succeed, I believe. Kagura nodded to Ultear. Well, I won't give up, Kagura. Ultear smiled at Kagura. Now that Ultear is back, we can go on missions, right? Urza started to get excited at the thought of going on missions. Well, how about we set off the day after tomorrow? Ultear had just returned, and he had to go buy some food for the journey tomorrow. I want to go too. Kagura raised his hand and looked at the 3 of them. You decide. Ross let Urza and Ultear decide. Kagura is 9 years old this year, and Ultear also started doing the mission at the age of 9. Besides, Kagura is not weak now. Grey and Lion couldn't beat her even if they fought one-on-one. This was the conclusion Urza and Kagura came to the last time they went after Lion and Grey. Grey and Lion were not fools who would stand there and let them beat them. They resisted strongly, but failed. The shaping magic was suppressed by the gravity field before it reached Kagura. After being approached by Kagura, under the influence of the gravity field, it was no match for Kagura, who often practiced swordsmanship and physical skills. Grey was ridiculed by the guild for several days because of this. After all, he lost to a girl who was 2 years younger than him. Lion escaped the disaster by running away. I agree. I promised Kagura before. Ultear remembered that you seemed to have promised Kagura this. I don't think it's a problem. Urza nodded with a smile. Chapter 62. Urza and Ultear helped Kagura pick an opponent, and there was a protection mission in the guild. To put it simply, someone paid a large sum of money to buy the Baron's head. When he heard that it was the Dark Guild, Shadowthorn, he immediately sought protection from the Light Guild. Shadowthorn, this is a dark guild that specializes in taking assassination missions. It is worth mentioning that Eisenwald is still a formal guild, and Erriger does not seem to be the president yet. But it does not matter. Erriger is just a small fry, with nothing but a magic wind wall, and the magic wind wall has to be arranged in advance. Places in Mandala Town and Kingdom of Fiore are all named after flowers, such as Spa Town Hosanka, Rosemary Village, and even the capital Crocus. Crocus is translated as saffron. Crocus is also known as the capital of flowers. Mandala Town is one of them. Mandala Town is under the management of Baron Silva, and he is the target to be protected this time. Ross used teleportation magic to send the 4 people to Baron Silva's mansion. After all, it was a protection mission, and they couldn't just come in openly. The 4 of them came to Baron Silva's mansion, which was built so well. This is even more luxurious than the Duke of Grant's mansion that Ross, Ultear and Urza visited. The decoration can be described in 4 words: magnificent. This building was clearly out of place with the other buildings in the town. It would be fine if the other buildings were well built, but when Ross and his group approached, they saw mostly 2-story buildings, and their styles and appearance were very ordinary from the outside. Ross hasn't met the Baron yet, but his first impression of him is already not very good. This is too extravagant. They waited in the reception room for a long time before the Baron hurried over. Ross was afraid that he would run out of breath and die after just a few steps. It would be too funny if the mission failed. Fat, too fat. It was the first time Ross had seen someone of this size in all the time he had been here. This guy must be fatter than the Duke or Baron that Natsu and Lucy met on their first mission. As for his name, Ross had long forgotten it as it only appeared once after all. The second impression was that of arrogance. Ross, Ultear, and Urza had always felt very comfortable with Duke Grant, but here they felt like they were being bullied. Silva seemed to have a lot of opinions about the fact that the people from Fairy Tale were all kids, but he was slightly less dissatisfied when Ross revealed his identity as an S-class wizard. Kagura will protect you openly, and we will protect you secretly. Ross introduced Kagura to Silva with his right hand. So small. Silva's voice suddenly became higher. Can it really work? Kagura didn't say anything, her eyes became fierce. She placed the grudge blade, unfearful of the heavens, in her right hand on the table and glared at him. Silva broke out in a cold sweat when Kagura looked at him. He took out a handkerchief from his arms, wiped the sweat off his face, and nodded. Ultear and Urza had no interest in talking to him, so Ross said, "We will do our best to complete the mission we accept." Ross turned to Kagura and said, "Kagura, you follow him for now. We'll hide." "Okay." Kagura nodded, stood up with the knife in his right hand and stood next to Silva. Ross and the other 2 hid in the dark. "Thank you for your hard work, Kagura. I don't even want to say a word to this Baron." Urza clenched her fists. She had been enduring for a long time just now. Ross agreed very much. They had been on so many missions and had seen many dukes and earls. It was rare for a Baron to be so arrogant. This was only the lowest title. If you were a duke, marquis, or earl, it would be almost the same. The mission is important. We can deal with him later. Ultear comforted her. This dark guild was very arrogant. They directly sent a letter to inform the time of the assassination, which would be tomorrow night. They seemed very confident in themselves and were not afraid that the Baron would go to find the regular guild. After following him for more than a day, the three men felt that Silva was a bad guy, arrogant, and wasteful. He seemed not to be afraid of any dissatisfaction from Ross and the other two. Ross felt that he might be used to this and didn't care about others at all. Kagura, who was following beside him, was calmer than the others. He held Bulletin Ju Dai Tian against his chest and closed his eyes. At night, Ultear checked the time. It's almost time, be alert. Kagura stayed beside Silva, while the other three looked in different directions. Here it comes, it's shadow magic. She saw a sneaking shadow in Urza's direction. Ross and Ultear didn't turn around. They didn't know how many people there were, so they just took care of their own side first. Kagura, who was standing beside Silva, opened her eyes, and the blade of resentment responded. She held the fearless blade in her right hand, which was heading in Urza's direction. Only one sword was in her hand, and Urza did not make a move. Damn Baron! A black-haired man with bandages on his face jumped out of the shadows with a dagger in his hand. Bang! He failed and fell to the ground, Kagura's gravity field affecting him. Gravity magic? How is it possible for a little devil like this? He jumped into the shadow again, climbed up the wall from the shadow, then climbed up the ceiling, and fell from the sky. The form of the unfearable Tato. Kagura didn't draw his sword, but slashed at him. Kagura knocked him away with one blow of his sword, and he hit the wall and fainted. Swish at the same time, an arrow flew through the air and shattered the glass, and the glass fell to the ground with a crackling sound. There are archers outside aiming at Baron Silva. Kagura turned around and raised Dai Tian without fear, splitting the arrow into two pieces from top to bottom. I'll go. Urza changed into the black feather armor and ran towards the direction where the arrow came from. Kagura did not approach the unconscious man, but remained by Silva's side. Silva squatted on a chair and shivered. He was worried that there would be another shadow stabbing directly from underground. It wasn't until Urza returned dragging an unconscious archer that Kagura let down his guard. No more, I've asked about this, just these two people. Urza nodded to Kagura. These two people serve as double insurance. It is difficult to guard against them if they jump out from the shadows. There is also an archer to snipe, so even if the assassin fails in one shot, there are still archers to shoot arrows. The two men were not dead, they were just unconscious. Ross tied them up and planned to ask for the address of their guild and destroy it. There was no need to assassinate the guild. What Ross didn't expect was that the way they took the missions was through secret contacts, with no fixed locations. However, they told Ross the locations where the secret contacts often appeared. The two were later taken away by the Council Army, and Kagura's first mission was officially completed. Regarding Silva, Ross sent a letter to Duke Grant, explaining Silva's extravagance and waste, hoping that Duke Grant could check whether he had extorted money from the people. Because Ross felt that this small town did not have the financial resources to support such a baron, but this was all Ross could do. Chapter 63. They didn't have the time to investigate Shadowthorn, so they just informed the Council of the hidden clues and asked them to investigate. After all, they still had a mission to complete. On their train ride to the next town, Ultear and Urza were surprised at how tolerant Kagura was. Urza even said, "If I were with him, I would have chopped him up myself." Kagura shook her head, "Actually I couldn't help it either, so I closed my eyes and pretended not to see." "Good fellow, out of sight, out of mind, right?" Ross complained in his mind. "That's a good idea." Ultear nodded approvingly. Ross gave Kagura a rare compliment and smiled at him. "Kagura, you did a great job this time. The first goal of a protection mission is to protect the person being protected. Nothing else is as important as this. You didn't act rashly this time and stayed by his side, which was completely the right thing to do. Kagura was a little shy after being praised, her face slightly red, she lowered her head slightly, holding the fearless warrior tightly with both hands, and whispered, I didn't think too much, I was just waiting to see if anyone else would attack. Well, no matter how you think about it, what you do is always right, right? Urza. Ross looked at Urza with a teasing look on his face. Once, during a protection mission, Urza directly broke away from the person he was protecting, and then someone tried to assassinate him again. Fortunately, Ross had been in the dark and protected him. Got it. I'll keep it in mind. Urza also remembered it and felt a little annoyed, but that was 2 years ago. Okay, let's not talk about this. We have a subjugation mission next, and it's just the 3 of us and Kagura doing it. Ultear looked at the blush on Urza's cheeks and changed the subject. The one at Casablanca Mountain, right? The order was decided by the 3 of them after discussion. Urza still remembered the second one. Ultear continued, yes, nearly 2 months ago, a group of wizards who rebelled from the regular guilds settled in Casablanca Mountain, collecting tolls from merchants passing by and looting nearby villages. It is said that there are quite a lot of wizards, and they were gathered together after rebelling from several guilds. The council sent out the army, but the army was quickly defeated, so they issued the mission to Magnolia, which is the closest to Casablanca, which is our guild. Judging from the terrain of Casablanca Mountain, it is easy to defend but difficult to attack. There are cliffs behind them. Some of them have earth magicians or earth magic items. They built a wall, and it seems to be repaired very quickly. I heard that the council's army was defeated by them because they could only attack from the front. What about the left and right? Urza asked. Ultear shook his head, there is no information on the left and right sides. According to the information described in the letter of entrustment, it seems difficult to attack the left and right sides. We have to consider our formation. There must be a ranged magician among them. If we attack head-on, the 3 of us will definitely be covered by fire. Urza is the only one among us who has the ability to fly continuously. Urza needs to get airborne to stop the aerial fire. Urza nodded and said, leave it to me. Ultear continued, the wall has a serious impact on the council's army, but it's not a big deal for us. After all, there are only 3 of us. We will see how high the wall is. If we can jump over it, then it won't be a problem. Wall, I can influence the wall. The gravity field should be able to make the wall collapse. Kagura said while holding Bullet and Fearless Daitian. Ultear clenched his right fist and pounded it on his palm. Now that Kagura mentioned that, it just occurred to me that I can also use the Arc of Time to render the wall ineffective. Urza also said, then the wall won't be a problem for us. There are only 3 of us, so let's not think about splitting up to attack. If it's difficult to attack from both sides, Kagura will break through from the front, Urza will block the aerial fire, and I will support you from behind Kagura with the ice shape and the Arc of Time. Urza shook her head and said, I use the armor of the Heavenly Wheel. It has good defense and can construct multiple magic swords. Don't worry about me. Pay more attention to Kagura. She only has one sword, the Unfeared. Ultear also believed that Urza could handle it. They had worked together many times before. However, with Kagura added this time, they had to consider a little more and ensure Kagura's safety. Okay, I'll leave the upper level to you. I'll focus on Kagura. Kagura clenched his fist and looked at the 2 men and said, I will attack with all my strength. Ross leaned back in his chair and listened to their analysis. He didn't plan to get involved unless there was danger, and Ross felt that none of these 3 people needed his participation. Casablanca Mountains. At night, Urza first flew over the left and right sides of Casablanca Mountain, using the black feather armor, which was difficult to detect in the darkness. Back at the inn, Urza shook her head. There are walls and watchtowers on both sides. There are people guarding the area. And there are thorns all over the outside of the walls. Are there many people guarding the watchtower? Can you deal with them without them making any noise? Ultear asked after Urza sat down. There are 5 sentry towers on each side, with 2 people in each tower. Judging from the distance, it's not possible. We can only attack 2 at a time. There are 4 sentry towers in front. If we ignore the mages, the defensive resources invested are almost the same. Ultear looked at the information and pinched his chin in thought. Urza added another piece of information, also, they have sentry towers on the other side of the steep cliff, but there are only 2 of them. It seems that they are also on guard against flying wizards. Ultear estimated the distance between the 4 sentry towers in front of him, 2 sentry towers. Is it the distance between the 1st and 3rd sentry towers or the distance between the 2nd and 4th sentry towers, or somewhere in between? Will we be discovered if we attack one of them at a distance between the 2? Urza pinched her chin and thought about the distance. It should be in the middle. It's hard to say. I feel it should be. There are 2 options now. The first is to follow our previous decision and attack from the front. The second is for Urza to attack a sentry tower from the rear, and Kagura and I to break through from the front. What do you think? Kagura raised his fearless sword. I think the second one is better. I am not worried about the attack from the front. I trust my sword. Ultear can just use ice shape to help me block the upper part. Urza nodded. I agree. If I attack from the rear and cause a disturbance, I might be able to share your frontal firepower. Ultear also agreed with the 2 people's ideas. Then let's do it this way. Tomorrow night, we will attack under the cover of darkness. At the agreed time, Urza will attack from the rear cliff and Kagura and I will attack from the front. Okay. Urza and Kagura nodded at the same time. Chapter 64. Casablanca Mountains. The next night, Ultear estimated the distance between her and Kagura without being discovered by the sentry tower, and agreed with Urza to attack together after the hourglass ran out. She didn't need to say the rest, as she trusted Urza. Urza took the hourglass, changed into the black feather armor and flew away. Ready, Kagura. The hourglass ran out. Kagura and Ultear began to move forward with their heads down, but the people in the sentry tower were too dedicated and still managed to spot them. The alarm bell was sounded, and 3 consecutive shouts were made, enemy attack, enemy attack, enemy attack. At the same time, Urza had already dealt with 2 people in one sentry tower, but another sentry tower still discovered it and also sounded the alarm and started shouting about enemy attack. Change clothes skywheel armor. The skywheel armor is more suitable for dealing with these people. Urza flew 2 magic swords to another sentry tower and killed 2 sentries again. At this moment, some wizards have gathered around Urza, and some are launching long-range attacks. Urza raised her right hand, and a dozen magic swords appeared in a circle behind her. Heavenly Wheel Sword of Cycles. The sword flew past her and stabbed the group of wizards. Smoke and dust rose up, and only 3 or 4 people were left standing. Urza used the Heavenly Wheel 5-star sword and flew directly towards the few people who were still fanning the air in front of them, and slashed with her 2-handed sword in succession, killing several of them. But soon more people came from both sides. She looked into the distance and saw that the war had already started there. Front. After Kagura and Ultear were discovered, they no longer kept their bodies down. Kagura took a step and instantly sped up. She was not afraid of Dai Tian and slashed continuously, cutting off the heavy magic attacking her. Ultear continued to build an ice shield behind her to block her above and on both sides. The 2 of them passed through the heavy firepower and reached the wall. Unfeared, strong form. Kagura activates the gravity field and swings Unfeared, knocking down a section of the wall with just the sheath. Follow me. Kagura said, and jumped in through the gap, and Ultear followed her and jumped in as well. Glory of all gods! After coming in, Ultear no longer needed to cover, and the Arc of Time was activated. A dozen crystal balls appeared instantly, and light emanated from the crystal balls. Kagura also stepped forward to meet those armed wizards. Bullet and Fearless Daitian slashed continuously, and the sword energy was vibrating. The weapons of those armed wizards were either broken by Bullet and Fearless Daitian or their hands were shaking, and the weapons fell to the ground. The two men continued to move towards the center of their camp. At this time, Urza had already killed his way to the middle of the camp. The eldest was an Earth-type ranged magician. He launched a series of ranged attacks, but was cut off by Urza after he changed into the pure heart clothes. Then, Urza got close to him and killed him instantly with one sword. When the boss fell, Kagura and Ultear rushed over. It seems you are faster, Urza. Ultear entered the hall holding the crystal ball and Kagura. It's closer to the back, it's been dealt with. Urza said it truthfully without any pride. Ross flashed in with teleportation magic, the outer wall collapsed. Did he run out of magic to maintain it? Tie him up and ask questions later. Urza tied him up. Ross sat on a chair in the hall and said, I'll watch here first. Go and tie up the living ones. The three of them nodded and went out to clean up the mess. This earth magician seemed to be in good physical condition and woke up quite quickly. Who are you anyway? At this age, how can you have such magical powers? The earth magician felt like he was living in a dog's stomach. He was in his 30s and was killed in seconds. Fairy tale. Ross turned his left hand back to him and showed him the guild emblem. Now it's my turn to ask you, how did you build that wall? Ross was quite interested in this. He had long been fed up with the small fence around his house, but he was just too lazy to do anything about it. It's a kind of magic I learned. It has limitations. The caster cannot leave the center. It's so rubbish. Ross was speechless. There was no point in learning this. Why don't you just be a regular wizard? And with your strength, why do you want to be a bandit? He lowered his head and smiled bitterly, saying, I'm not strong enough and often fail in missions. This is the only way I can make money quickly. We know we are not strong enough, so we take precautions very seriously. This was not a lie. They did a really good job on defense, as evidenced by the fact that the Senate army could not break in. They relied on the walls to pour fire from top to bottom. If someone did not have strong defense or was extremely fast, they would be killed by the fire. Ross asked another question that concerned him more, how did you get together? Because the information said that these were wizards from several regular guilds. Normally when we drink together, everyone will complain about their misfortunes. That day, everyone drank too much, so they went up the Casablanca mountain and started robbing. Once they tasted the sweetness, they couldn't stop. Ross nodded. Unfortunately, robbery is wrong. Tell the rest to the council. To put it bluntly, they are frustrated and drunk, and then they realize that they have done something wrong. Since they will be sentenced anyway, they choose to continue making mistakes. While they were chatting, the three men had already tied up the living bandits and brought them back to the hall. The three men sent these people to the Council of Casablanca. There were still people on duty in the Council of Casablanca late at night. They completed the task from the guards and received a reward of 4 million J. Since the leader was defeated by Urza, she took 1.6 million J and Ultear and Kagura each took 1.2 million J. The group rested in the inn that night. After washing up, they sat around the table. Ultear said, the next mission is Blue Iris Village. A group of wild boars attacked the village and destroyed the crops. The leader of the wild boars is relatively large and has thick skin and flesh. There is nothing special to be careful about, just don't destroy the houses and crops. Isn't this size more than just big? Ross looked at Urza and Kagura who were struggling, while Ultear was dealing with a group of wild boars. Ross felt that this wild boar was bigger than an African elephant and more than twice as tall as Urza. Ross estimated that it was over 5 meters tall. Its 2 fangs could even block Urza's demon sword Benizakura. Its body was covered with mud and black bristles, forming a hard protective layer. Kagura's fearless sword could only do limited damage to it. Kagura, activate the gravity field with all your strength. Ross looked at the 2 people who were in a tough fight and gave a reminder. For such a large monster, the effect of the gravity field is far beyond imagination. As the Boar King was preparing to launch a charge, Kagura's gravity field suddenly expanded and its effect increased dramatically. The Boar King was unable to support his own weight and fell to the ground sideways. Urza saw the opportunity and stepped forward, and the demon sword Benizakura slashed across the Wild Boar King's belly. In fact, under the influence of gravity, the Wild Boar King's internal organs had already had problems, and Urza only accelerated its death. Urza was going to cut off the 2 tusks of the Wild Boar King as a trophy, but she didn't like the skeleton. Ultear also dealt with the wild boars and came to their side. When Urza cuts his fangs, Ross turned to Kagura and said, in the future, when dealing with large and heavy monsters or opponents, gravity fields will be more useful. As long as their magic power is not beyond the norm or they are immune to your force field, generally speaking, the bigger the monster, the better the effect. Okay. Kagura nodded. Chapter 65. They did not stay in Blue Iris Village for long. The scenery and accommodation were very average, far inferior to the scenery seen from the top of Casablanca Mountain. Besides, the mission time did not wait for anyone. Their next mission location gradually moved away from Magnolia and closer to the northeast of the Kingdom of Fiore. It's also an unremarkable crusade mission. It's just a dark guild with pretty good strength. The president is an S-class wizard from a regular guild. He uses reception magic and reception of wild beasts. It seems to be similar to Elfman. I heard that he couldn't stand the rules of a regular guild, so he directly rebelled. Many people also followed him because of his good strength and formed this dark guild, Beast of Evil. Because the nearby guild couldn't handle it, it was assigned to Fairy Tail. Laxus and Gildarts were not there, so only Ross could take it, so Makarov gave this task to Ross. Violet Town. According to the location given by the council, the Dark Guild is in the forest outside the city. The forest is not very big, but we are not sure how many people there are. Currently, we only have information about the president and some members. You can take a look. Ultear said as he pushed 2 copies of the information in front of Urza and Kagura respectively. Ross watched from the side, but he only planned to look at the information of this S-class wizard. Tob Brain, 29 years old. Former S-class wizard of the regular guild, received magic, wyvern, giant bear, saber-toothed tiger, black feather arrow eagle. The strongest enemy was the wyvern. The enemy giant bear defeated the wyvern alone, so it was rated as S level. He was quite good at choosing. They were either able to fly, had strength or were comprehensive. Ross probably had some others, but they weren't very strong so they weren't recorded in the profile. Ross has fought a wyvern before. Its characteristics are that it has hard scales and is green all over. It can fly but not very fast and cannot use magic. It relies entirely on its sharp teeth, claws and headbutts. Ross fought the wyvern 2 or 3 years ago. He used the stubborn beast. The wyvern had tried to knock him away, but was smashed into the ground by his fire god punch, and then beaten to death by him punch by punch. It was a very tragic death. The current Ultear probably can't do him much harm. Urza and Kagura should be able to cause damage with swords and knives, provided that the dreadnought is unsheathed. However, the wyvern is very heavy, and if the Kagura gravity field is fully activated, the wyvern may not be able to fly steadily. They also started to discuss. The key point was that there were other members, so it would be relatively simple to just fight 3 against 1. The feathers of the black feathered arrow eagle can be fired at a very fast speed, so you have to be careful. Although Ultear has never seen a black feathered arrow eagle, he has seen it in a book and there is an introduction to it. Urza said, giant bear might not be a big deal. They usually aren't very fast, so just dodge. Smilodon and wyvern might be harder to fight. They often practiced sparring and practiced their body movements. If they couldn't dodge giant bear's attacks, they could just forget about it and not have to fight. Ross pointed to the information and reminded, be careful with the wyvern, its scales are very hard and it has a certain degree of magic resistance. You may need to stay away from Ultear. It may be better to assist and control from the side. I have never seen a saber-toothed tiger, so I can't say for sure. Ross then said to Kagura, Kagura, when it is necessary to deal with the wyvern, you can pull it away. Before you fight, shrink the gravity field. When it approaches you, fully activate the gravity field. They both nodded to indicate that they understood. Ultear looked at Urza and Kagura and asked, attack from 3 directions or all at once? It's just the forest this time. Let's go together. And judging from the information, their defenses are not very strict. Urza just looked at the information. This group of dark guilds basically didn't have any defenses. Maybe they were quite confident in their president. S-class wizards are not uncommon these days. Kagura nodded, agreeing with Urza's statement, and then said, let's go together, we can take care of each other. The gravity field will not be turned on until I arrive at Top Brain. This was the decision Kagura made after listening to Ross' words. Okay. Then you guys lead the way as usual, and I'll provide support from the rear. I'll try not to take action. Your close-range attacks should make less noise, so you can avoid being besieged to the greatest extent. We'll attack tomorrow morning. Ultear made the decision immediately. Early morning. As soon as daybreak came, the 4 of them arrived outside the forest. Ross walked at the end, while Urza and Kagura led the way with swords in hand. Then they were stunned, they thought it would be a big camp or something, but the information didn't mention it at all. The base of the evil beast is a villa. Looking at the villa, Ross estimated that there shouldn't be many people, probably about a dozen or so. In this way, they would no longer have to clear the way or have support from the rear, so they changed their minds and broke through one by one. Go ahead. The 3 of them exchanged glances and quietly walked around the villa, touching the wall. They each chose a room. There were 4 bedrooms on the first floor, sleeping 13 people. The room with the most people accommodated 4 people. Ross didn't expect them to be so crowded. If they lived on the second floor like this, there would be more than 20 people. The 3 of them attacked at the same time, breaking the glass and entering the first floor. The members of the Dark Guild were awakened. Urza was the fastest, and the 4 swords of the Heavenly Wheel armor had already slashed through them. They fainted before they could react. Ice make lancers. Ultear formed seals with his hands and shot out multiple ice spears from his hands, knocking them back against the wall. Kagura didn't draw his sword, but slashed at the heads of the 3 members as they got up. But the other members had already woken up and got up and left the villa. Some jumped out directly from the second floor, saw Ross, and without saying a word, they took out guns and swords and attacked Ross. Others used magic wands to summon lightning and fireballs to greet Ross. Why bother? Can't you just treat me as a spectator? Ross took over Jesmon and let the 3 sword spirits deal with these people. Top Brain. Ross looked at the man on the second floor who was about to jump down. He looked at the one-sided situation below, took the wyvern, and prepared to fly away. Kagura had already fought his way up to the second floor from the first. He was not afraid of Dai Tianxiang's form and used a cross-slash to cut the wings of the wyvern. Ultear, Urza, get out of the villa. Kagura looked at the wyvern that landed outside the villa. Urza heard Kagura's command, jumped out of the window, and quickly went around to Kagura's side. Kagura also jumped down from the second floor. The fearless and strong form chopped down from above. Top Brain reacted, received the black feathered arrow eagle and flew away from the spot, preparing to escape. Kagura's gravity field was fully activated, and the speed of the black feathered arrow hawk was affected. Urza, who had changed into the heavenly wheel armor, also arrived. Skywheel 3 swords, Urza accelerated past the black feathered arrow hawk and slashed out 3 times in a flash. The black feathered eagle received by Top Brain fired feathered arrows to block Urza's attack, and also stopped Kagura, who was about to jump up and prepare to slash again. Ultear had just gone up to the second floor, waiting for an opportunity to use the Arc of Time to grow the seeds and trap him. Top Brain failed to knock the tree away with his black feathered arrow hawk, so he switched to Giant Bear and used his claws to break the tree. The gravity field has a severe impact on him. This bear is too heavy, attack! Kagura shouted. Then he used the fearless flying form again to chop at the giant bear. The heavenly wheel, the sword of chaos, the god's shine. The 3 of them attacked together. It's not dead yet, keep attacking. Urza and Ultear first saw the figure of the wyvern from above. When the smoke and dust cleared, Top Brain took over the wyvern at the last moment and protected his body, and finally he was not defeated. Skywheel 5-star sword. Unafraid of Daitian, slashing type. Ice make blade leaf, Ultear gave up the long-range attack, and all 3 of them started close combat. Top Brain held on for this round, and the 3 men attacked again. Top Brain finally couldn't hold on any longer, lost consciousness, and released the reception. Chapter 66. The mission to defeat the Dark Guild had the highest reward, and because Ross also contributed, they insisted that Ross take the money, with each of the 4 of them taking a quarter. Previously, Ross had to take action on more difficult missions, but now Ross felt that they no longer needed him to follow them, unless they encountered 9 demon gates and or grimoire heart. Although they cannot accept S-level missions now, the one against the Dark Guild can be considered the easiest S-level mission, because Top Brain can barely be considered an S-level goalkeeper, and although the wyvern is weak, not everyone can defeat it. Top Brain was able to defeat the wyvern alone, which clearly showed that he had some strength. His speed of reception was also quite fast that day, and he was able to quickly switch to the wyvern to protect himself under such a fast attack, which was considered a good talent. It is estimated that 3 people cannot beat Top Brain in a one-on-one fight now. Ross was unable to take part in the next few missions, as they were all relatively easy, involving groups of thieves and bandits. Urza and Ultear intentionally held back to give Kagura some experience. After completing the mission, the group planned to return to Magnolia. They had gone there once before returning to Magnolia after completing their mission last year. Urza had been thinking about it all the time, and she excitedly suggested on the train, how about going to Spa Town Hosenka to soak in the hot springs before the weather gets too hot? I can. I really want to relax. Ultear crossed his arms and nodded slightly. The one that you took us to before. Kagura didn't know if this was what Urza and the others were talking about. At the beginning of last year, you took them out for a trip and they also went to a hot spring. However, Kagura didn't remember the name, but she remembered the hot spring village. When talking about tourism near Magnolia, you can't avoid Spa Town Hosenka. Yes, that's it. Urza looked excited and nodded vigorously. Okay. Kagura responded softly. The 4 got off at Magnolia Station and walked towards Spa Town Hosenka. After crossing the arch bridge, they booked 2 hot spring pools with ease. Ross separated from the other 3. They booked a larger one, while Ross booked a smaller one for himself. There was no need to waste money. Ross didn't expect that they would finish bathing earlier than him. When Ross arrived, they were having a pillow fight, and as soon as Ross opened the door, he was hit by the pillow. It was probably Urza who threw it. The pillow could be thrown with the speed and power of a shot put. You are amazing. Ross then joined in the pillow fight, taking the pillows they threw at him and throwing them back at them at a faster speed, but he still held back a little. Wow, this is actually a pretty good way to exercise. Ross didn't expect that throwing a pillow could make them sweat. They felt very uncomfortable after sweating, so they went to the shower room to wash off. The four of them slept in one room, but Ross was on one side and the other three were on the other. The voice on the other end was a little quiet, but Ross still heard it. "I won't go on missions with you next year." Ross said this while lying on the bed. In the darkness of the night, Ultear, Urza, and Kagura froze for a moment and sat up when they heard this. "Why?" Ultear and Urza frowned. Kagura also frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. "Since we haven't slept yet, how about we chat?" Ross pointed to the door. The three of them were stunned for a moment, then nodded. Urza, Kagura, Ultear, and Ross sat in a row by the door, staring at the moon hanging high in the sky. "Ultear, Urza, your strength is already very good. You can team up or do missions separately. Your strength is more than enough for most missions. Kagura is also very strong, but he doesn't have much experience in doing missions. I can't really provide you with much help. I was particularly touched when I saw the three of you joining forces to defeat Top Brain," Ross said while looking into the distance. Ultear understood a little, shook his head and said, "Actually not, every time we dare to do something like subjugating monsters or dark guilds, it is because we know that you are always watching from behind. We never have to worry about danger behind us, right, Urza?" Kagura had only completed a few missions, and Ultear probably didn't think she would have that many feelings, so he didn't ask her. Urza smiled and nodded vigorously. "Well, for our first mission, if we didn't know you were following us, I don't think we would dare to pretend to be lost in the forest. You didn't take part in that mission, but you were always there." Kagura turned her head and looked into Ross' eyes. "When Ultear made the plan, I think he actually took you into consideration." In the night, his eyes were serious and bright. Ross tilted his head. Kagura rarely spoke such a long speech, he wanted to hear what Kagura had to say. Kagura frowned slightly, and after considering her words, she said, "During these missions, when we needed to attack, Ultear always told us to lead the way, and she would provide support from behind. But I think she should have considered that you were behind her, and that you could protect us even if she couldn't react. She should have considered this." Ultear was stunned for a moment, then she smiled and touched Kagura's head. She didn't expect Kagura to have guessed it right. Then she continued Kagura's words and said, "Kagura is absolutely right. I never asked you to do anything, but you were always there. You always acted like you didn't want to care about anything, but I know you were always paying attention." Urza smiled as well, remembering how Ross had appeared clapping after they defeated the dark magic cult during their first mission, and even though Ultear said that Ross smiled like a villain when he appeared, Urza still felt safe. "Not so soon, until next year. I am very happy to work with you. Your talent and hard work are beyond my imagination. You progress too fast. I always pay attention to you, but most of the time there is no room for you to perform. You're a good trainer, aren't you? You can say that Kagura and I were completely brought up by you." Urza's eyes were filled with memories, and she touched Kagura who was sitting in the middle. She remembered the sparring with the three sword spirits, the time when she was blown into the lake by the wind, and the time when she and Kagura sparred with Ross. Their progress was all due to Ross. "Kagura wants to help you." Kagura looked back at the fearless person placed in front of the pillow, then turned his head back. Ross tried to hide the smile on his face but failed. He could only look up at the night sky, feeling a little moved by them. "After next year, you will do missions on your own, and Kagura will follow you. When you two become S-class wizards, we will take Kagura with us to do missions together, SS-class missions, or even 10-year missions. How do you think? It shouldn't be difficult for you to become an S-class wizard, right?" Ross looked at Urza and Ultear with a teasing look on his face. Ultear used to think that S-level was dispensable, but that is no longer the case. Urza had always wanted to be S-rank, and this was not a requirement for her at all. Ross estimated that Makarov would become more and more strict about the S-rank requirements after seeing the strength of Ross and Laxus. Ultear and Urza looked at Ross and nodded solemnly, and the two agreed. Ross went on to say, as fairy tales fame grows, more and more new people will join. New people need someone to lead them. I won't lead every new person. If those young girls don't have much ability, you may need to lead them. Including Kagura, you will be seniors by then, and I hope you can also support them and help them grow. Good. Chapter 67. Everyone looked at the night sky together in silence for a long time. Ultear blinked and said, I think we all met in X774, right? It's just that Ross and I met at the beginning of the year, and Urza and Kagura met at the end of the year. Urza nodded thoughtfully, her tone full of emotion, and continued, we have been together since we met, in Rosemary Village, training and on missions. It's been 3 years without me noticing. Ross also felt that time passed very quickly. During these 3 years, they could be said to have been inseparable. Ross, remember the first time we met? Urza suddenly turned to look at Ross with a smile on his face. Do you mean the entrance to Rosemary Village or the first time Ultear brought you to where we lived? Ross looked a little strange. Why did Urza suddenly ask this? The first time he and Ultear just watched them walk by but didn't say hello. That time at the entrance of Rosemary Village. Urza paused, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly, you were looking at me that time, right? Ultear knew about this, and she noticed it at the time, and it was hard not to notice Urza's crimson hair. Kagura heard Urza's words and looked at Ross as well. Oops, I've been discovered. How embarrassing. This was Ross' inner thought as he looked into Urza's eyes. He didn't know how to answer for a long time. He reached out and scratched his forehead. Fortunately, he looked at Urza's hair and finally had an excuse. Ross leaned back on the tatami with both hands, turned his head away from Urza's eyes, and just stared at the moon. Your hair is crimson, which is rare. I saw it from a distance. Urza showed an expression of not being surprised and did the same thing as Ross. Good answer, I agree. Before Ross could say anything else, she continued with a hint of teasing on her face, also, you and Ultear went to Rosemary Village because of me and Kagura, right? Urza never mentioned these things. When she was in Rosemary Village, it was Ultear who first contacted Urza. She figured it out later, but she still didn't understand some issues. Why do you say that? Ross's mouth twitched slightly, because Urza was right. I guessed it from your actions. Ross just looked her in the eyes, waiting for her to explain. Urza spoke slowly, as if she was recalling or organizing her words. At first I also heard from the village chief that you were here to do a mission, but Ultear soon came to contact me and Simon, and then Kagura. Then you took the 3 of us to the house where you lived and started teaching us meditation and cultivation. During the 6 months in Rosemary, you never left except to buy things. You and Laxus were always guarding there alone, which was not consistent with the behavior of completing a mission. After you came back, I didn't see you hand in any mission orders. In addition, the dark magic cult later attacked the village. Of course, I only figured it out recently. Kagura listened to Urza's words and felt that they made some sense, but she hadn't thought about it at all. Urza, Ross looked embarrassed. He really couldn't think of any good reason for a moment. Urza didn't let him continue, smiling and shaking her head. I know, the reason is not important, I can feel what is more important, otherwise why would I leave Rosemary Village? Ever since you spent Christmas with us, taught us to meditate, bought us sweets and magic swords, I thought that even if you were lying to me, it didn't matter, at least I was really happy during that time. Later, he took us on missions and practiced with us. I am very glad that we have been living happily together. Even though the practice is really tiring, I can persist. There are still some questions I haven't figured out, but I'm not going to think about them anymore. You will tell me when you want to. Right. Urza tilted her head and looked at him. Ross nodded solemnly. In fact, it was only about Irene, that is, Belle's Arian. Urza, I didn't realize you thought so much. Ultear had a strange expression when she saw that the two had finally finished their conversation. Urza had never told her these words. Urza looked at Ultear with disdain. I only thought about it later and found you weird, okay? There are more than just a few kids in Rosemary Village, so you approached me and Kagura, isn't that weird? Ultear ignored Urza's disdain and looked down at Kagura and said, what about Kagura? Do you find it weird? Kagura hugged her knees with her hands and rested her chin on them, her eyes revealing memories. I just feel very happy that I don't have to stay at home alone. I met you, Ross-san. These 3 years are the happiest time of my life. Ultear got a very satisfactory answer, showing a soft smile, gently hugged Kagura, closed his eyes, and leaned his head against Kagura's head. I just said that we have known each other for 3 years, right? There will be more 3 years in the future, there is much more than 3 years between us. Last night, the 4 of them chatted all night long. Later on, they didn't talk about the mission anymore, but about the future, travel, and the like. Since they were all magicians with good physical fitness, they were all excited about the chat and were still energetic in the morning. On the way back to the guild, the 4 of them walked quietly. Although it was quiet, it was not awkward. It was the same when they were practicing. I suddenly thought of a question. If you hadn't been promoted to S-class wizards, Grandpa wouldn't have let you take S-class missions. Ross suddenly patted his head while walking. Makarov would not agree to an S-level mission without an S-level leader, and there is really no shortage of S-level wizards now. There is really no one except you. That is to say, if we want to do an S-level mission, we still have to go with you or Laxus, right? Ultear stopped, and the other 3 also stopped when they saw this. Yes. Ross scratched his head awkwardly. Then why were we so dull at the beginning last night? Urza patted Ross's arm. That's not the case. We can't always take S-level missions. To become S-level, you have to take on missions yourself. Ultear shook his head. Ross had already said last night that to become S-level, you have to take on missions yourself in the last few months of the year. The guild was still noisy as always, but Grey wasn't there. Ross sat at the bar and said to Makarov, who was sitting at the bar, Grandpa, they are quite powerful now. The 3 of them teamed up to defeat Top Brain. It's the commission you gave me to defeat the Dark Guild. Hey? You didn't take action. Makarov was sobered up by the fright. Ross nodded with a look of expectedness, not at all. I just dealt with a few people who attacked me. That Top Brain was dealt with by the 3 of them working together. Makarov glanced at the 3 people chatting with Cana. He had previously thought that Top Brain was dealt with by Ross. Makarov had a new understanding of their strength. Chapter 68. The house Ross bought had been renovated a long time ago. He had been practicing or doing tasks before and had no time to take care of the yard. This time he came back, he planned to buy some plants and decorate the wooden fence. When the 4 of them were chatting the night before, Ross mentioned that they had agreed to go to the flower and bird market together to do some shopping today. Ross's yard is quite big, but he doesn't plan to plant trees. From the floor-to-ceiling window, Ross saw the 3 of them talking and laughing at home. They seemed to be in a good mood and had been chatting since they came together. Urza had her crimson hair tied into a pigtail, and was wearing a white shirt and an off-white knee-length skirt. Kagura and Ultear had long hair draped over their shoulders. Kagura had a white ribbon on her head and held the scepter in her right hand, while Ultear had a silk scarf given by Ross on her right hand. It seems like you are in a good mood. Ross walked out of the room and leaned against the door. Ultear smiled and nodded. Although cultivation is good, it is also boring to practice all the time. The flower and bird market you mentioned is a good place to go. We have never been there before. Urza and Kagura nodded as well. they were more exposed to knives and swords than flowers, but it was nice to check it out once in a while. Growing flowers can calm your mind, relieve stress, and enrich your life. It is a very good way to improve the quality of life. Ross raised a finger and spoke convincingly. Come to think of it, there's a large open space around the girls' dormitory. We could try planting something there. Ultear thought that the area around the girls' dormitory was quite spacious. There was nothing else in that area except the girls' dormitory, a few trees and some grass. Good suggestion. Urza raised his head slightly, tapped his palms, and looked excited, obviously already immersed in his imagination. Let's go without further ado. Ross had looked at the map last night and roughly knew the way. He pointed in the direction of the flower and bird market. Okay. The three nodded. Ross led the way, a body length ahead, and the three of them walked side by side behind Ross, looking at the street from time to time. Come to think of it, we haven't even finished our tour of Magnolia, have we? We've never been here before. Urza looked at the unfamiliar streets. Magnolia is actually quite big, and the places they often go to in the city are the Guild, the Cathedral, Southgate Park, the food court and the shopping street. Me too. Even though I joined the Guild a few months earlier than you, we went to similar places. Ultear pinched his chin and nodded. Haha, me too, actually. Laxus and I have lived here for so long, and we haven't finished shopping yet. Ross heard their conversation, walked a few quick steps, turned around and said. Don't even think about it. You two are crazy about practicing. No, I think Laxus is even crazier than you. Ultear complained. Especially when they were in Rosemary Village, Laxus practiced all day long. But after thinking about it, she could understand it. Having a role model and a goal around is a good motivation. Laxus can be said to be chasing Ross, and Ross just doesn't want to be overtaken by Laxus. We went out to play in the evening and you all went straight to the food court. Kagura said seriously, and his words were accurate. Ross and Urza both looked embarrassed, and looked at each other, trying to pass the blame on. It's hard for me to refute this point. Ultear stood up with one hand on his waist and took the blame. Ross didn't take it seriously at first, but later realized that with the amount of exercise he was doing, it was impossible for him to gain weight, so he just had to eat. Among the people present, only Kagura had the right to speak on this point, except that she liked eating donuts a little bit at the beginning. As she grew up, she no longer cared much about sweets. What she liked most now was to be fearless. The knife rarely left her hand and she would put it directly on her thigh when eating. Flower and Bird Market. There is an archway in the Flower and Bird Market, and the words Flower and Bird Market on top are carved in wood. From a distance, the whole street is filled with vendors, on both sides. Most of the items sold at the entrance are plants. Various kinds of plants come into view, giving a feeling of a riot of color. Ross's knowledge of plants is limited to the more common ones, but it doesn't matter, just pick the ones that look good. Ross soon had his first target, an ivy-like plant that he planned to hang on a wooden fence. They were not interested in ivy Ultear. They planned to look for some pretty flowers along the way and pick some to plant around the girls' dormitory. Ross was attracted by a row of red and stopped. Ultear and the others also stopped when they saw it. The vendor saw Ross stop and was very interested in this, so he introduced it to him. This is a red maple tree seedling. It's not very red now, but it will be redder when it matures. No, it's already very popular. Ross thought to himself that he was attracted to the red color. Ross had just been thinking about not wanting to plant trees, but now he was slapped in the face. Is this difficult to grow? Ross was very interested, but he had never planted a tree before. Where do you plan to plant it? My own yard is just beyond the forest east of Magnolia. Ross pointed in the direction of the forest east of Magnolia. That's not difficult. It's not difficult to grow. Just make sure it gets enough sunlight and moisture. Magnolia's climate is actually very suitable for the growth of red maple trees, and the best time to plant red maple trees is from early March to late April. Ross knew he couldn't refuse, and since it was still planting time, he picked 4 trees and planned to plant them in a row. "Can you please pack these 4 trees for me and deliver them to my door?" Ross didn't want to continue walking around carrying these saplings. Teleporting magic to a tree is too tedious, he doesn't want to do it. The vendor said that he just needed to pay more, so Ross paid the money and gave him the address and asked him to deliver it that afternoon. Ross picked out a few more flowers, and the vendor told him they were not difficult to grow. This time, Ultear followed him and bought some. Urza chose a shrub that was already in bloom. The flowers were quite large and red. The vendor said it was a spring flowering species and was not difficult to grow, but it did require pruning. Kagura didn't seem to be very interested in these things. She just followed them without lingering on any plants for too long. When they walked, Kagura followed. The 3 of them were walking when they realized that Kagura was missing. When they turned around, they saw Kagura squatting in front of a stall. "This stall sells kittens." Kagura was squatting in front of a cage. Inside the cage was a long-haired orange cat. It didn't look very big, but its fur was quite long. Kagura squatted and kept looking at the orange cat, which kept licking its fur. The vendor didn't stop Kagura from looking. It wouldn't kill him anyway. But Kagura didn't say anything, so he didn't say anything either. "Do you like it, Kagura?" The 3 of them squatted beside Kagura, and Ultear tilted his head and asked. "Yeah," Kagura nodded, his eyes never leaving the kitten. Urza smiled and said, "Buy it if you like it." Speaking of which, Cana is the only one with a puppy in our girls' dormitory, so a few kittens wouldn't be bad, right, Ultear? "Yeah, I think this cat is pretty good looking too." Ultear nodded. Seeing that they were willing to buy, the vendor explained to them that the cat had been licking its fur and ignored Kagura. "This cat is almost 3 months old and it's still not friendly. It's okay. Just take it home and take good care of it." "I want it." Kagura didn't care whether it was friendly or not. She just felt that the cat was very pleasing to her eyes and she just liked it. Kagura bought it herself, 40,000 J. The vendor also gave her some common items. There weren't many things, so Ross helped carry them away. Kagura held the cat herself, without a cage. The cat looked unfriendly, but it didn't move around when held. Chapter 69. Because they were bringing the cat with them, they decided not to go out to a restaurant for dinner. Ross took them to buy some ingredients and planned to cook when they got home. This cat is surprisingly not afraid of strangers. When the group went to the market to buy food, people were coming and going. The orange cat stayed quietly in Kagura's arms, watching the passers-by coming and going, and seemed very calm about Ultear and Urza's caressing. Ross took them home first, and then followed them back to the girls' dormitory at night to deliver the cat food, litter boxes, and other things. They also left the address of the plants they bought at Ross's house. They didn't buy many, but they just didn't want to hold them all the time while shopping. Urza was about to buy all the flowers from the vendor, but Ross told them not to buy too many at once, as they were not sure if they would grow well. They could buy more if they found the flowers looked good. With Ross's intervention, Urza ended up buying 12 pots. Ross and Ultear each bought 10 pots of white flowers. Ross planned to plant them in front of the French windows, and Ultear planned to plant them on the steps in front of the girls' dormitory so that they could be seen even from below. Ross was cooking in the kitchen. Ultear, Urza, and Kagura sat cross-legged on the floor, surrounding the orange cat, watching it eat cat food. Kagura stroked the cat's fur, and as she stroked the cat, she even let go of her fearlessness. "Have you thought of a name?" Ross asked Kagura while eating. "Orange." They had already made the decision when Ross was cooking. They had thought of many names and finally decided to call it Orange. Ross nodded. It seemed that they named it based on its fur color. It's a good name. Call it more often. If it responds, reward it. It should remember its name soon. Okay. Kagura stroked Orange's fur and nodded. We will not go out this afternoon until the vendors deliver our groceries. We will stay at home and meditate or do other things. Although Ross said so, he thought that they would all be around Orange in the afternoon. Not only Kagura, but Ultear and Urza also liked this little orange cat. Ross also thought that this orange cat was very good looking, with neat lines on its body, and its face gave Ross a delicate and handsome look. They didn't practice in the afternoon. Ultear sat on the sofa and read a book. She often read books about travels and experiences on the continent, and she always brought them with her when she went out on missions. Urza and Kagura were playing with the cat. Ross also made himself a cup of oolong tea for the first time in a long time, and went out fishing with the teacup and fishing rod. Not surprisingly, the Air Force. Ross didn't catch a single fish until Urza came over and told him that the vendor had delivered the tree seeds and flowers. If Ross had not seen fish when he swam in the lake before, he would have suspected that there were no fish in the lake at all. 4 trees are enough for your yard. Just plant them near the gate, at a certain distance. Use 3 wooden sticks to fix each tree. This is a relatively tall red maple tree, so it needs to be fixed. The vendor knew that Ross had no knowledge of planting trees, so he enthusiastically explained it to Ross when he delivered the tree to him. The vendor pointed out 4 points to Ross, told him the size and depth of the dig, and then left. Urza conjured up 4 shovels and 4 hard hats, causing Ross to wonder what was in Urza's changing space. There were exactly 4 of Ross's group, and they decided to each start digging at a certain spot. Orange stayed in the room and didn't run around. He just stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and watched them dig. Now the red maple sapling is only slightly taller than the wooden fence, but Ross heard from the vendor that if the soil is good and it is planted well, it can be more than 10 meters tall. Ultear could interfere, but Ross preferred to watch the trees grow. After planting, Ultear and the others helped to wrap the ivy around the wooden fence. Ross bought a lot of ivy, more than enough to wrap around the fence, and Ross hung some of the extra ivy indoors. Then loosen the soil in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and plant the flowers. Ross clapped his hands and said, "It's done. I'll go to the girls' dormitory tomorrow to help you plant it." After all, they can't let them help them in vain. Ultear and Urza are a big project. I guess they will have to make 2 trips today and tomorrow. After all, there are only a few of them. After dinner in the evening, several people sat cross-legged in the yard to meditate. They had played all day and could not miss the meditation class. At about 9 o'clock, Ross stood up and had to take them back to the girls' dormitory. If it was too late, Grandma Hilda would be worried. Normally they would tell us in advance if they were going out at night, but today they didn't. Kagura put the sword on her waist, holding the cat in one hand and carrying something in the other. Ross was holding 4 potted plants, Urza and Ultear carried 2 each, and Ross helped deliver them to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. He also met Cana, who was coming back from a walk with her dog and some unknown extras in the girls' dormitory. The puppy recognized Ross and the others, wagged its tail at them, and barked a few times. Cana's puppy is the kind that never grows up. It has been this size since Ross first saw it, and it still looks the same after 5 years. Ross feels that Orange will be bigger than this dog when he grows up. After all, Orange is usually pressed down on the Kong. Cana looked at the people holding potted plants and Kagura holding a cat and was very curious. She didn't expect that these crazy practitioners would actually buy these things. There are more than these. There are more than a dozen pots at my house. I will bring them back tomorrow. Ross explained to Cana. Then I'll help you move it tomorrow. I have nothing to do anyway, Cana said. Okay, let's ask Laxus to help with the move tomorrow and forget about him. Ross looked at Cana and remembered that Laxus should have returned as well, but they had only been back for 2 days and had not seen Laxus yet. What's the name of this cat? Is it a female or a male? Cana asked, looking at the orange cat in Kagura's arms. Orange, she-cat. Kagura's answer was as brief as always, and Cana was used to it. Hello Orange, this is Zioxu. Cana bent down, picked up the puppy, grabbed one of Zioxu's paws and waved it. Orange was curious about the creature that appeared and tried to scratch it with his claws, but he didn't extend his claws. Cana was very excited when she saw that Orange didn't show any stress reaction. That's great. It would be great if we could live in peace. I was always worried that Zioxu would be lonely when I was out on a mission. Although Granny Hilda feeds her, there's no one to play with her. Okay, you guys go in and chat. It's getting late, so go in and get some rest. Grandma Hilda was in the room watching them chatting. Ross placed the potted plant at the door of the dormitory, and Ultear and Urza followed suit. No one would steal it anyway, and it would be fine to leave it there overnight. Okay, I'll be going back then. Ross waved goodbye to them. When Ross went back, he took a detour to the house that Laxus bought to meet Laxus. When he returned to the guild yesterday, he didn't see Laxus and Cana, and thought they didn't come back. Why weren't you in the guild yesterday? I went out to practice. Laxus replied while leaning against the door. Come over to my place tomorrow morning and help me move the potted plants to the girls' dormitory. Okay. Laxus nodded. Then I'm leaving. See you tomorrow. Chapter 70. July 4th, X777. Heartfilia. Ross stood alone at the gate, and the door slowly opened. Ross came to visit Jude today. Ross also saw someone he hadn't seen for a long time, August. August brought Graham with him, and Brandish was left by him in the palace of the Albaraz Empire. The last time August saw Brandish, he thought she had great talent, so he decided to teach her magic. He also knew about the solar eclipse plan on July 7th, so he sent Grammy here. Mr. August, long time no see. Ross felt that August looked much better. Long time no see. August nodded amiably. Ross, please sit down. Jude stood up and motioned for Ross to sit down. Layla also greeted him. After some pleasantries, Ross got to the point of today's visit. Mr. Jude, I would like to ask if the keys and contractors of the Zodiac have been collected. Ross looked at Jude and asked. Yes, they have all been found. Jude nodded quickly. In fact, Jude is also very fortunate. Without August and Ross, it would be really difficult to find Grameen. That's good. Ross just needed to make sure all the keys were collected. He didn't intend to interfere with other matters. The Zodiac key and the like were of no use to him. After getting a definite answer, Ross had lunch at the invitation of Jude and Layla, and then he said goodbye. Should we take Wendy away in advance? The only thing Ross could be sure of was that Wendy would fly to the vicinity of Nirvana's village. After all, the inn of the demon cat that Robin later transformed into was nearby, and it should not be difficult to find it with Jesmon and the three sword spirits. If it doesn't work, just stay and wait. Makarov should run into Natsu on his way back from a regular meeting, so Ross won't have to worry about it. As he was thinking about this, Ross flew back to his home in Magnolia. The red maple trees have grown a lot taller in the past few months. The more Ross looked at these trees, the more he liked them. He did not let Ultear interfere. He thought it was a pleasure to watch the trees grow slowly. Let's go and bring Wendy back. Although Robin is nice to Wendy, he is just a spirit after all. Robin Lu also has a spiritual existence similar to Mavis because of his powerful magic consciousness. After Ross made his decision, he went to the East Forest. Ultear and the others were still training here. The four of them had just returned from a mission a few days ago. Ross took on a few S-level missions this time and took them to practice. At least he didn't have to just stand by and watch. Urza and Kagura can continue sparring for the next 2 days. I need to go out for a while. Since I have decided to find Wendy, I have to tell them. Need help? Ultear felt strange that Ross came back and left. No, there's no need to fight. You can think of it as the same as I went to visit Mr. Judd today. I should be back soon. Ross waved his hand, signaling the three not to worry. On the evening of July 6, X777. August did not participate in the opening of the Eclipse Gate, as he left earlier. Graham followed him back and returned the Aquarius key to Layla. After all, Brandish didn't want to learn celestial spirit magic and went to learn other magic with August. Ross had been waiting near the palace since early morning. When Natsu and the other four passed through the Eclipse Gate, they turned into streams of light and dispersed. Ross found the highest point and received Jesmon, who had been waiting there since early morning. Ross was not sure when the Eclipse Gate would open, so he waited here early. Is it a lunar eclipse? What a disgusting moon it is! Crocus, the moon in the sky was different than usual, and the citizens walking on the street noticed it and talked about it. Palace of Lanterns, Merucleus. Layla Heartfilia collected all 12 keys and opened the Eclipse Gate. The difference was that this time she did not have to sacrifice her own vitality to open the Eclipse Gate. Thomas, who had just boasted in front of Layla that the door was impossible to open, pointed at the door with his hands shaking. The Eclipse Gate is open. The gate that our royal family has passed down from generation to generation is actually open. King Thomas E. Fiore, wearing a cloak, was shocked and even broke out in a cold sweat. It took Layla a lot of magic power to open the Eclipse Gate. She was gasping for breath while propping up her legs. Someone came out of the door. Thomas E. Fiore pointed at the Eclipse Gate, and a figure with a ponytail and a cloak slowly walked out of the Eclipse Gate. Where is this? What year is it now? Anna Heartfilia walked out of the door and asked Layla. It's X777. Although Layla was very tired, she still answered Anna. After 400 years, we succeeded. Where are the children? There are 5 other children who came here with me. Anna looked around anxiously in the underground palace, but did not see Natsu and the others. I don't know if it was 5 children, but when the door was opened, 5 beams of light flew out. Look, they pierced through the ceiling. Thomas E. Fiore said with a serious face, pointing to the 5 holes that appeared above. Anna looked up along his hand, her face filled with shock and unable to speak. Arcadeos, look, there are 5 shooting stars. Princess Emerald E. Fiore, who was still a little girl at the time, and Arcadeos were on the platform at this time. This is really strange. Don't most meteors shoot upwards? And there are 5 colors. Arcadeos felt very strange as he looked at the 5 streams of light. Wait a minute, I have no idea what you are talking about. Thomas E. Fiore looked at the family letter left by the 2 people 400 years ago, with a confused look on his face. So you are from 400 years ago. Thomas E. Fiore didn't know until Anna finished explaining that the Eclipse Gate can only be opened in an era full of magic power, and its function is to travel through time. Okay, now it's my job. Layla, just live happily with your family. Miss Anna, what are you going to do now? Asked Thomas E. Fiore. Everything has to be done step by step. The first thing we have to do is to find the 5 missing children. Anna held up a finger. Natsu and Gajeel were fine, but Wendy, Sting, and Rogue were still too young, so she had to find them as soon as possible. Outside the palace, Anna is saying goodbye to Layla. Until I can tell you everything. Anna turned around and said. Yeah, everything has to be kept secret, right? I understand. Layla smiled and nodded to the ancestor. Before Anna came out, Ross had already spotted 5 streams of light breaking through the palace wall, in 5 different colors, and Ross followed the blue one. It turns out that we are not far from Nirvana. Ross followed the blue light all the way here. The place where Wendy fell was about a few hundred kilometers away from the Wayside forest. Wendy fell in the woods, and when Ross found her, she was still sleeping soundly. She has short blue hair, wears a white short-sleeved shirt with a yellow collar, blue shorts and a pair of little red boots, and is sleeping soundly. Ross spread out the sleeping bag in his backpack, gently lifted up Wendy and put her in the sleeping bag. It was okay not to cover her with a quilt in this weather in July, so Ross found a thin blanket to help Wendy cover herself with. Wendy was sleeping so soundly that she didn't wake up even when Ross picked her up and covered her with a blanket. They built a fire. Ross had felt it when he came here just now. There were no particularly strong beings in this forest, so there was no need to keep watch. Even if there were, he would be able to react. He just leaned against a tree and fell asleep. Chapter 71. Where is this? Wendy opened her sleepy eyes. The scene she saw when she woke up was completely different from before. She was sleeping in a bag she had never seen before, with a thin blanket covering her body. There was a man leaning against a tree next to her, and he was sleeping. Are you awake? Ross woke up when he heard a noise nearby. Who are you? Where's Grandini? Wendy sat up from the sleeping bag, didn't sense Grandini's breath, and looked around. Ross raised the corners of his mouth slightly with a gentle smile and explained to Wendy, My name is Ross. I saw you sleeping here alone last night. As for the Grandini you mentioned, I didn't see it. You were alone last night. I'm Wendy Mabel, and Grandini is not a human, but a dragon. Wendy introduced herself and closed her eyes and shook her head. No, I didn't see any dragon. Ross frowned and shook his head. I'm going to find Grandini. Wendy frowned slightly and her voice trembled. She had never left Grandini's side. Let me help you look for it. Ross knew he would never find it, but Wendy wouldn't believe it if he didn't let her look for it. Grandini, Grandini, Wendy kept shouting in the jungle. Ross followed her for a day. Her voice became softer and softer. Not only was she thirsty, she was also getting more and more scared. How about I help you find it? But you have to eat first. Ross sighed as he looked at Wendy, who refused to eat or drink water all day. Really? Wendy's eyes were wet. She had wanted to cry for a long time, but there was a man beside her, so she wiped her eyes with her little hands. Eat first, I'll take you to look for it. Ross took out food and drinks from his backpack and handed them to Wendy. Yeah. Wendy took the food, sat on the rock and started to eat it. She hadn't eaten for almost a day and was already hungry, but she was anxious to find Grandini. Cough cough, Wendy choked because she ate too quickly. Ross unscrewed the cap of the drink bottle and handed it to her, patting her back with his other hand. Eat slowly. Ross also ate something. Not only Wendy didn't eat, but he didn't eat either, but he was fine. Is Grandini a dragon? But we haven't seen a dragon in a long time. After eating, Ross told Wendy to take a break and look for it later. He planned to take this opportunity to chat with Wendy. Well, Grandini is a dragon, and Grandia is very big, but very gentle. Wendy spread her arms wide and even stood on tiptoe to open them wider. Then it will be easier to find. Ross pointed his finger upwards to the sky. Ross took over Dunasmon, and it became a little bigger, with his palm just big enough for Wendy to sit on it. Wendy, come on up, let's fly up and find it. Ross squatted down and placed his right palm on the ground. Wendy looked up at the white armor with wings and felt it was very novel. After a day of using it, she was no longer afraid of Ross and sat on it. Wendy, hold on tight. Ross flapped his wings and prepared to take off. Wendy heard his words and wrapped her arms around one of Dunasmon's paws. It was not the first time that Wendy had been taken flying. Grandini had often taken her flying before. She was not afraid. She just looked around in the sky to see if she saw Grandini and shouted from time to time. However, the sky was too empty and she could not shout far. Ross flew her around and into the night, and now it was too late to see anything clearly. It's too late today. Let's continue looking tomorrow. Ross put Wendy down, released the reception and said. Yeah. Wendy nodded. At this moment, she completely trusted Ross. After all, Ross had followed her all day and took her flying for several hours. If he wanted to hurt her, he would have done it long ago. Ross brought several days' worth of food with him. He knew Wendy wouldn't give up until she looked for her for a few days. Ross had already made preparations and prepared a sleeping bag for her. The two of them shared the food and started eating. Ross took Wendy flying for 6 or 7 days in a row, flying in all directions, but he didn't fly very fast, so that Wendy could see him slowly. However, even so, he still took Wendy across several countries. What Ross didn't know was that Grandini had been spying on him for days, and seeing that he had no ill will towards Wendy, she stopped communicating with him. On the 7th day, Ross planned to fly back to Magnolia. Wendy became more and more lost these days because she couldn't find Grandini. Wendy, I have an idea. Ross felt it was about time to tell Wendy. Wendy sat by the fire with her legs hugged, just looking at the fire, thinking about Grandini. Suddenly she heard Ross's voice and turned to look at him. Join our guild and become a famous wizard. Maybe Grandini will hear your name and come to you himself. Guild? What's that? When Wendy heard Grandini's name, her eyes regained some spirit. Wizards gather together to complete missions. Powerful wizards will become famous. I am one of them. Ross stretched his left hand to the fire, and the firelight illuminated the fairy tale emblem on the back of Ross's left hand. This is our guild's emblem. Everyone who joins the guild will be stamped with this emblem. Fairy tale is very famous. Go in this direction, through a forest, there is a town called Magnolia. Our guild is there. Ross pointed in the direction of Magnolia. Guild? Fairy tale. Wendy tilted her head, her eyes revealing confusion. She had never heard of any guild or fairy tale. Well, how about joining our guild? Ross smiled gently at Wendy. Won't you abandon me? Wendy had nowhere to go now. She had been following Ross these days, holding Ross's hands with both of hers. Well, how about joining our guild and we slowly look for Grandini? Okay. Wendy squinted her eyes and smiled and nodded. It was already evening, and Ross planned to take Wendy to the guild tomorrow, so he took Wendy back to his home first. The lights are on. Haven't Ultear and the others returned to the girls' dormitory yet? It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Ross saw lights in his house from afar. Ultear and the others had the key to Ross's house. Ultear had placed a lot of books there, and Urza even had some weapons with Ross. Ross landed in the yard and put Wendy down. Kagura was practicing swordsmanship in the yard. Urza and Ultear came out immediately when they saw Ross coming back. Disappearing for several days in a row, and this is what you said about not having to worry. Ultear looked at Ross, a little angry, and his tone was a little unfriendly. Who is she? Urza and Kagura were relieved to see Ross come back, and looked at Wendy who was standing beside them hugging Ross's legs. There is no doubt that this is an old plot about Ross's daughters. First, they have been with Ross in the past few years. Second, Wendy doesn't look like she is only 1 or 2 years old, and she has blue hair. She doesn't look like Ross at all. Ross slowly squatted down and gently touched Wendy's head to ease her nervousness. Wendy Mabel, 5 years old, got separated from her mother, Grandini. I accompanied her to look for her for 7 days, but couldn't find her, so I brought her back. Wendy, say hello to everyone. I'm Wendy. Wendy was still a little afraid, her voice trembling. Ultear had been a little angry when he spoke to Ross just now, and she was scared. Ultear bent down and her voice became gentle. She guessed that she might have scared her just now. Hello Wendy, I'm Ultear. You can call me Sister Ultear. She felt very sorry that Kagura had always refused to call her sister, but she didn't expect that a younger one would come. Urza and Kagura also greeted Wendy, and Kagura introduced Orange to Wendy. Meow. Young Wendy. Wendy Mabel. Chapter 72. Ross led the four of them into the living room and poured a glass of water for himself and Wendy. Have you been waiting for me here these past few nights? Ross had just seen clothes drying in the yard. Ultear leaned on the sofa and said, well, the three of us started sleeping here 3 days ago. We have already said hello to Grandma Hilda. Ulu is still practicing in Hawkby Mountain. That's good. Let's sleep here for now tonight and take Wendy to the guild tomorrow. It's still early to go to bed. Ultear and the others still have to ask Ross what he has been doing these days, and then ask about Wendy's situation. Ross certainly couldn't say in front of Wendy that he went specifically to find Wendy. He just said that he met Wendy on the way to the Wayside Forest, and then after learning about Wendy's situation, he followed her to look for her for a few days, and when he couldn't find her, he decided to bring her back. Ultear thought Ross must be hiding something, but didn't expose him. She knew that it wouldn't be that difficult for Ross to find someone using ancient writing magic, especially if it was limited to a certain area, so it was strange that Ross was looking for him so deliberately. They were also planning to help Wendy put up a missing person notice, but after Wendy had spent a lot of time persuading them, they learned from her that Tianlong Grandini was not a human being, but a real dragon. Ultear and Urza both found it very strange. Dragons had disappeared for more than 400 years. Apart from the Black Dragon in Revelation and the legendary Dragon King Festival, no one had heard of any dragons. At Wendy's age, there shouldn't be any news about such a huge creature as a dragon. They made several guesses but none of them seemed reasonable. The best way to deal with difficulties is to avoid them. After they couldn't figure it out, they decided not to think about it anymore and wait until they really encountered a dragon. Since they have decided to let Wendy join the guild, Ultear also planned to start teaching Wendy writing and meditation. Unexpectedly, Wendy said that she had learned writing and already knew magic, but her description was not very clear. Sometimes she said it was healing, sometimes detoxification, and sometimes dragon-slaying magic. But actually, Wendy doesn't know much. All she knows is related to her sky dragon-slaying magic. She doesn't know common sense or most words. Finally, Ross helped them summarize. What Wendy said should be the Sky Dragon Slayer magic. It should be what she said her mother, the Sky Dragon Grandini, taught her. Sky Dragon slaying magic, isn't this ancient magic? Ultear was very shocked when he heard about Sky Dragon slaying magic. This magic had really been lost in Ishgar for a long time, because the Black Dragon Agnologia was killing madly, and Irene was not interested in teaching it. After all, there was no place to learn how to transform into a dragon except with the dragon-slaying magic crystal. Not only that, but healing magic as well. Does that mean Wendy's ability is healing? Healing magic is extremely rare. Urza has only seen Polypsycha's real healing magic and has only heard of Blue Pegasus's Scent of the Night, which can only stop pain and provide relief, and is far from a true cure. No, Dragon Slayer magic is magic that fights dragons. Healing should only be one aspect of it. Ultear let Wendy demonstrate it. Currently, Wendy can only do Troy, Strength of Steel Arms, Galloping Wind, Strength of Armor and Healing Magic, which correspond to additional balance, attack power, speed, and defense respectively. Wendy doesn't know how to use Tianlong's Roar and Hook. Isn't it worthy of being an ancient magic? In the yard, Ultear looked at Urza whose speed had increased. Although it wasn't much, considering Wendy's age and magic power, and Urza's own speed being very fast, such an improvement was already very good. Even if he couldn't attack, he would at least be a super assistant in the future. Seeing this, Ultear can basically guess that Ross went out this time just for Wendy. This is a big killer. She glanced at Ross with an expression that said, "I see through you," which made Ross very embarrassed. He scratched his nose to hide his expression. "It's too late tonight. Let's take Wendy to buy it tomorrow." Ultear looked at the time. It was already 11 o'clock. They had been chatting until now without realizing it. The day after Ross took Wendy to fly to find Grandini, he took Wendy to the town to buy 2 sets of clothes. Wendy only had this set of clothes from 400 years ago. It was very hot in the summer and it was uncomfortable not to change clothes. But considering that they were outside and he hadn't bought some daily necessities, he still had to buy them all when he returned to Magnolia. Wendy was already a little sleepy. It was not easy for a 5-year-old to hold on until now, and she was not as energetic as Natsu. I asked Ultear and Urza to take Wendy to take a bath, but I didn't expect that there was a problem when assigning rooms. Wendy, how about sleeping with Ultear or Urza? Ross said, patting Wendy's head. No, I want to sleep with you. Wendy's voice became much louder, and she held Ross's arms tightly with both hands. Ross had been with her these days. After persuading her for more than 10 minutes, Wendy still didn't agree. Wendy was only 5 years old, and children of this age are quite stubborn. You should stay with her first. You've been with her these past few days, so it's normal that she can't leave you. Ultear looked at Wendy and she was reminded of herself as a child and when she had just returned to URU. At that time, she hoped that URU would always be in her sight. Ultear let Kagura sleep with Wendy. She thought Kagura had been a younger sister for so long, it would be nice to let her experience what it was like to be an older sister. She slept in the same room with Urza. Ross' room. Then you go to sleep first, I'll stay here with you. Wendy lay on her left side, Kagura lay next to Wendy. Wendy lay on her side, holding Ross's hands with both hands and said, "You can't leave." "Okay, go to sleep." Ross reached out his other hand and touched Wendy's head. Wendy was actually quite sleepy and soon fell asleep. Ross slowly pulled his hand out. Kagura was still asleep, and when she heard Ross getting up, she opened her eyes and tilted her head. Ross saw it, pointed to the living room, and mouthed to Kagura, "I'm going to the living room, you keep an eye on her." Kagura nodded slightly to indicate that she understood. Ross really wanted to give Kagura a thumbs up. Although she was young, he didn't need to worry about her. Wendy sleeps well. Ross woke up in the middle of the night a few nights ago to check on her, but Wendy didn't kick off the quilt. He asked Kagura to keep an eye on her just to be on the safe side. Ross slowly left the room and carefully closed the door behind him. Ross found a blanket in another room and brought it to the living room, then lay on the sofa. If Wendy came out to look for him, she would see him immediately. He didn't go to bed so early, so he just looked at the ceiling and thought. Don't worry about the roaring hook or something like that, he can ask Natsu to teach him later, the principles should be the same, and he can just wait until she is proficient in the Dragon Slayer technique before going to look for Polypsycat. Chapter 73. Early in the morning, Wendy woke up very early, and the sunlight outside shone on the bed. Ross didn't draw the curtains last night. It's not as brightly lit here as in the towns at night, so he could sleep without drawing the curtains. Wendy got up and rubbed her eyes with her little hands. She didn't see Ross in her sight and felt a little flustered. He's outside. Kagura also woke up, and woke up earlier than Wendy, but she didn't get up because she was afraid of waking Wendy up. She just lay there with her eyes closed. When Wendy got up, she got up too. Wendy breathed a sigh of relief, but she still got out of bed and opened the door. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Ross lying on the sofa, sleeping with his hands covering his eyes. Wendy patted her chest with her little hands and relaxed her body. After Grandini's inexplicable disappearance, she was also afraid that Ross would be gone when she woke up. "Come and brush your teeth first." Kagura patted Wendy's shoulder and said to her softly. Then he took her to the bathroom in Ross's room and taught her how to brush her teeth and wash her face. "You sit there first." Kagura took Wendy, who had just finished washing, out of the bathroom and pointed to the living room. Wendy sat quietly on the floor, just looking at Ross. Kagura tiptoed into the kitchen. She planned to make some sandwiches and fried eggs. Kagura made breakfast these days and they ate outside at noon and dinner. After all, those two sisters are both kitchen killers and dark food makers, but Urza is a little better than Ultear, she can cut but not cook. Asland has a good talent for technology and also has a bread machine. Kagura only needs to cut some side dishes and fry eggs. Ross could vaguely hear the sound of frying eggs and a knife cutting on a chopping board. He didn't go to bed until almost 1 o'clock last night and had been thinking about something. He opened his eyes and was sure that there was someone in the kitchen. Ross doesn't have a bad temper when he wakes up, and doesn't like to sleep in. He sits up as soon as he gets up. The first thing he sees is Kagura frying eggs in the kitchen, and then Wendy sitting on the floor looking at him. He glances at the other room with the door closed, and is sure that the two haven't gotten up yet. Who is the older sister, you two? I looked at the time and it was only 7 o'clock. Good morning, Wendy. Ross waved and greeted Wendy. Good morning, Ross-san. Wendy stood up and nodded. I'll go help. You sit for a while. Ross asked Wendy to sit on the sofa and pointed to the kitchen. Wendy nodded. After all, the living room could directly see the kitchen. Kagura, how can I help you? Ross went to the kitchen and watched Kagura frying eggs. Kagura had just heard the conversation between Ross and Wendy, and was not startled by the voice coming from behind her. The bread hasn't been toasted or spread with sauce yet. Kagura had already cut the side dishes. Okay, leave this to me. Ross washed his hands first and started to bake bread. While baking, he looked at the jams. There were strawberry jam, blueberry jam, and salad dressing. He didn't have these at home. They should have been bought by Kagura and the others in the past few days. After Ross toasted the bread and spread the sauce on it, Kagura asked Ross to wash up quickly and then left it to her. Ross first went to Ultear's room and knocked on the door a few times to make sure they were awake, then ran to wash up. After careful consideration last night, Ross decided to let Wendy live in the girls' dormitory. Girls are much easier to take care of than he is. There are also Ulu and Hilda as house mothers. The only problem is to persuade Wendy. Ross didn't mention it during the meal. He planned to take Wendy to buy daily necessities first and then bring it up after he got her into the club. Otherwise, Wendy wouldn't be able to have a peaceful breakfast just by persuading her. Everyone went out at 9 o'clock, and Ross took them straight to the largest supermarket. They didn't need quilts and pillows because the girls' dormitory had them all, so they just had to buy some toothbrushes, clothes, hangers, and the like. Ultear and Urza bought some snacks, and of course they didn't forget Wendy. They asked her about her taste, tried some, and bought her what she liked. There weren't many things, and Ross planned to take Wendy to join the club first. This is our guild. Ross pointed to the wooden sign of Fairy Tale. The guild was very quiet. Many people, rarely seen, had gone on quests. Laxus and Cana were not there, and Grey was not there either. They were probably all on quests. Lion hadn't come back for a long time since he left the letter. Yo! Wakaba and Macau were smoking and drinking, and they greeted each other when they heard the door open. As expected of you, Wakaba, Macau, still sitting at the bar drinking. Nab is still looking at the bulletin board. Where's Grandpa? Ross looked at Makarov and saw that he was not sitting at the bar, so he asked Macau. The president is attending the regular exchange meeting of guild leaders. He should be back in a while. Oh, so your membership will have to be postponed for a few days. Although Ross and Makarov's relationship allowed him to arrange for Wendy to join the club, he was not the president after all, so it would be better to notify Makarov first and then let her join. Joining? Oh? There's a child again. Macau and Wakaba thought it was strange at first, but then they saw Wendy coming over with Ultear and the others. Put out the cigarette first. We have a child. Seeing Wendy leaning next to him, Wendy's nose was too sensitive. He himself didn't like the smell of cigarettes, so it must be worse in Wendy's nose. Ross reminded the two people who were already stunned. After all, Wendy was so cute and small at this moment. Oh, oh, oh. Macau and Wakaba looked at Wendy and nodded blankly, then immediately did as she asked. Ross briefly introduced Wendy to everyone in the guild, but didn't mention whether she was a dragon or not or dragon-slaying magic. He would explain it to Natsu when he came later. Kawi. The people in the guild gathered around Wendy and kept looking at her, all with expressions as if they were looking at a cute baby. Wendy was a little shy, so she took a step back and hid behind Ross, grabbing Ross's pants with her hands, leaving only half of her face exposed. I didn't expect Grandpa to go to the regular exchange meeting. Ultear and Urza hadn't come to the guild in the past few days. They were both practicing in the East Forest and didn't know about the Ross family. Then let's wait for Grandpa to come back and then let Wendy join the club. She should stay at my place for a few days. After making the decision, Ross took them to buy some food and then returned to his own home. It was not convenient to leave Wendy here alone, so Ultear and the others decided to stay. Ross planned to resume his practice today. He had been flying around with Wendy for the past few days and only had time to meditate at night. Ross received the Aromaman and continued to compete with Urza and Kagura in swordsmanship, taijutsu, and body movements in the circle. Ultear began to teach Wendy modern characters. Considering that Wendy already knew magic, Ultear also started meditation with Wendy. 7 days later. Clang clang clang. Ross held his sword and kept parrying against Urza and Kagura who were swinging their swords. Compared to the beginning, Ross had made great progress. In the past, he couldn't hold out for long before he was forced out of the circle. After all, he was restricted by gravity magic. Moreover, Ross felt that Kagura's gravity field had become much stronger. He was quite satisfied with this level of progress. Now they are torturing Ross, and later the three sword spirits will torturing Urza and Kagura. Ross feels it is not a loss. Chapter 74. On the other side of the forest east of Magnolia, Makarov was walking in the Magnolia forest with a cherry-pink-haired child wearing a white checkered scarf. The child was still very noisy and asked all sorts of questions, but Makarov answered them patiently. Makarov was very happy on this trip. Ross had brought back so many talented children, and he finally brought back one. Or use the ancient magic, dragon-slaying magic. He had to show off in front of Ross, so he took a detour to the eastern forest. They walked all the way after getting off the train at Magnolia Station, and they didn't have to go through the forest in the east. Ross had been out for a few days and hadn't been to the guild. He wasn't on a quest, and Ultear and the others were still there, so Makarov planned to take a detour to the place where Ross often practiced and his home to see if Ross had returned. If he had, he would show off to Ross. Makarov planned to go to the place where Ross often practiced first. If there was anything, as long as he was still in Magnolia, it would be most likely to be found here. This was the consensus in the guild. Wow, so cool! Natsu walked through the forest and saw a suit of white armor sitting cross-legged on a floating stone with his back to him. He could only see the back, but that didn't stop him from thinking it looked very handsome and cool. So fast! Natsu quickly turned his eyes away, and the sound of swords clashing reached his ears. The two girls with knives on the left side of the white armor were fighting with three unknown flying objects that were on fire. The fighting was so fast that he could only see the afterimages. What a familiar smell! Natsu sniffed twice. He smelled the scent of Wendy who was meditating on the right side of the white armor. The smell was very familiar, but he couldn't remember it. Hearing Natsu's voice, Ultear and Wendy stopped meditating, Urza and Kagura stopped sparring with the three sword spirits, Ross changed from sitting cross-legged to flying, turned around and saw Makarov, and released the reception. As expected, if I want to find you, just come here. Makarov squinted his eyes and smiled. He was so proud to see the children training so hard. A few people greeted Makarov. At this time, Natsu had already run to Wendy, sniffing left and right, and jumping around Wendy. It's so familiar, but I can't remember where it is. Natsu scratched his cherry-colored hair with both hands. He felt that Wendy's smell was very familiar, but he couldn't remember it at all. Ultear would have taken action long ago if it weren't for the fact that Natsu came with Makarov. So familiar. This is Wendy. Wendy also feels that Natsu's smell is very familiar, so she is not afraid even if Natsu approaches her so rudely. This is Natsu, Natsu Dragneel. Can you guess what magic he uses? Makarov said with a smile, and all the wrinkles on his face were revealed. Dragon-slaying magic. Ultear pinched his chin and pondered before answering with a questioning tone. A killer kill. How is it possible? How is it possible? Why did you guess it so quickly? Makarov seemed to be frozen in disbelief, his jaw unable to close. He was almost going crazy, and originally wanted to show off in front of others, saying that he had brought back a genius and wanted to show off in front of Ross and the others, but he was simply stunned by Ultear. Ultear guessed it based on Natsu and Wendy's reactions. Wendy was a very shy girl. From the interactions over the past few days, Ultear concluded that she always stayed close to Ross in the guild and didn't like to interact with others. But Natsu was so close to her just now, and she was not afraid, so she tried to guess, but she didn't expect to guess it right. But she thought that Dragon Slayer might have the same smell, because Wendy said that Dragon Slayer had a very sensitive nose. In fact, Wendy and Natsu had been taught together by Anna before, but after they passed through the Eclipse Gate, they lost their memory and some of their memories were confused, so they felt familiar with each other. Ultear touched Wendy's head. This kid's name is Wendy, and she uses Sky Dragon Slayer magic. After Wendy was introduced by Ultear, Makarov and Natsu kept staring at her, her face turned red, she lowered her head slightly, and her hands were still clutching her clothes. Nanny! Makarov and Natsu grabbed their faces and shouted together. Natsu was more excited to suddenly meet Dragon Slayer, while Makarov was shocked that Dragon Slayer had been lost for so long, but two of them appeared at once. I'm Natsu, and I use the Fire Dragon Slayer magic. Flames appeared in Natsu's right hand and he introduced himself to Wendy. Wendy nodded in response, and mustered up the courage to say, I'm Wendy. Your armor is so cool, can you teach me? Natsu quickly gave up thinking about why Wendy looked so familiar with it. His brain was not capable of thinking about these things other than fighting. You should just learn dragon-slaying magic. Dragon-slaying magic is very powerful and you can't practice it. Ross crossed his arms and shook his head. Ah, what a pity. Natsu dropped his hands and lowered his head with a frustrated look on his face. But soon he stepped forward with one foot, clenched his right hand and looked determined to fight. You are very strong, right? Let's fight it out. How about another day? Let's solve your and Wendy's membership problem today. Ross also wanted to fight with Natsu. Even though he would be beaten badly, he wanted to learn Natsu's passion for fighting. How do I put it? I'm excited. Natsu nodded in agreement when he didn't refuse. In that case, let's go to my house first to find out the situation. Ross saw Makarov's condition and knew that he had a lot of questions in his mind, so he might as well explain them to him first and solve the issue of Wendy joining the organization at the same time. So it's all July 7th, X777. Makarov said, sitting on the sofa with his arms folded and nodding. Ross told Natsu the time he met Wendy, and Natsu knew it himself and told it out. The couple then learned that Igneel and Grandini, who raised them, disappeared at the same time on July 7th, X777. So are there really dragons? Ultear pinched her chin and frowned slightly. In fact, she already believed it a little bit at this moment. She still had doubts, but two people appeared and used dragon-killing magic, claiming that they were raised by dragons, and the dragons disappeared at exactly the same time. Such a coincidence was unlikely. Of course, I was raised by Igneel. Natsu stood up, clenched his right fist, and placed his left hand on his biceps, with a proud look on his face. Why this time, and why didn't we have any news about the dragon before? Makarov still didn't understand. In fact, it's not just him. No one present except Ross can understand it. It would be weird if only this kind of information can be guessed. If it's there, it will appear eventually. Just ask when you see it. Ross interrupted Makarov's thoughts. If he continued thinking like this, he could sit for the whole afternoon. I want Wendy to join our guild and arrange for her to live in the girls' dormitory. I will pay for her rent until she can complete the missions. Ross had already communicated with Wendy and let her live in the girls' dormitory. Ultear and the others had taken her to see it. After spending a few days together, Wendy liked Ultear and the others very much. After some hesitation, she finally agreed. Ross had paid Kagura and Urza's rent in the beginning, but after Urza and the others started working, it was Urza who paid it. Of course, I brought Natsu back because I wanted him to join the guild, so let's go together now. Makarov quickly jumped off the sofa and nodded. The group marched towards the guild in a mighty procession, with Makarov and Natsu walking in front, and Ross, Ultear and the others following behind. Chapter 75. Walk through the town streets and arrive in front of the guild building. Wow! It's so big, is this the Wizards Guild? Natsu looked at the guild building with excitement. This is fairy tale. Makarov, who was leaning on a smiling cane, put one hand on his waist and smiled. Fairy tale? Natsu asked in doubt, he thought the name was strange. Well, do fairies have tails? But originally no one knew whether they really did exist or not. That is why it is an eternal mystery and an eternal adventure. It has such a meaning. Makarov said this famous fairy tale discussion with a smile. I don't understand it, but it sounds awesome. Natsu said excitedly. This was the first time that Ross and the others heard Makarov say this. He didn't ask when he came, and Ultear and Urza didn't seem to be very interested in the name. Push open the door of the guild. Gray was sitting at the gate wearing only shorts. Wakaba and Macau were still drinking and there was no sign of Cana. Ross quietly stood in front of Urza. Ross had just signaled Urza to keep quiet. Natsu and Gray made eye contact as they entered the room. What's going on, kid? You look so fierce. Gray crossed his legs and looked at Natsu, feeling like quarreling for some reason. Oh, wanna fight? Natsu replied with his hands on his hips. Macau and Wakaba heard their conversation and turned around, holding their glasses and watching them, fanning the flames. Fight, fight! Gray, clothes! Ultear reminded. Gray jumped up from the chair, only to find that he was only in his shorts again. What? Turns out you're a pervert. Natsu crossed his hands behind his head with a look of disdain on his face. Who are you calling a pervert? Hanging eyes. I'm talking about you, kid with droopy eyes. The two of them started to perform facial expressions with their heads together, and then they started fighting. Ross saw them fighting and quietly stepped aside. This feeling. Gray got goosebumps all over his body as he was doing it. Are you giving up? Drop your eyes. Natsu looked at Gray as he relaxed and put on a mocking expression. Urza flashed to the two of them and gave each of them a slap. Gray didn't dare to resist. He forced a smile on his face and said in a trembling voice, Urza. Urza. Natsu looked excited, and swung the fire dragon's iron fist at Urza. Urza didn't use the sword, but knocked Natsu and Gray against the wall with one punch each. Really, you're such an impulsive kid. Urza turned around and sighed. You beat him up against the wall and made a big hole in it, so you don't have the right to say that. Ross was very upset. Why also me? Gray, who was implicated, sat on the ground and waved his hands in protest. No fighting, got it? Urza narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice. Yes. Gray sat on the ground and raised one hand. So strong, so terrifying. Natsu felt that Urza was very strong when he saw Urza fighting the sword spirit just now, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. Yet, Gray agreed upon hearing Natsu's comment, and the two smiled knowingly before snorting and turning their heads away. Listen, since we are in the fairy tale group, we are all companions, and this is also our common home. Home is not a place for fighting, understand? Urza said in a gentler voice after considering his words. Ross had told her in Rosemary Village to treat this place as home, and she did so, and she wanted to tell Natsu the same thing today. Wakaba, Macau, that's not how you add fuel to the fire. President, you can't just stand there and watch them fight with your eyes narrowed in a smile. Urza crossed his arms and glanced at everyone. After teaching Gray and Natsu a lesson, he decided to teach Makarov and the others a lesson. Yes, sorry. Urza and the others didn't dare to provoke her because she was in the discipline committee state, so they raised their hands and saluted. Ha ha ha. Ross laughed aside. Ultear reached out and patted him. She finally understood why Ross asked Urza to be quiet just now. It was his bad taste again. Ross didn't dare to do anything when his spell was interrupted, and he abruptly changed the subject. Leave their admission to the guild to me, Ross said and went to get the guild emblem. Natsu is tattooed on the right shoulder, in red. Wendy is also tattooed on the shoulder, in blue. Now that you've joined the guild, you can fight me, right? Natsu forgot the pain after his wound healed. He had just been taught a lesson by Urza. He clenched his right fist and flames appeared on his left palm, thinking of challenging Ross. How about tomorrow? You can come to the East Forest to find me tomorrow, right where we are practicing today. Ross raised his right hand and gave a thumbs up. Idiot, do you know who you are challenging? An S-class wizard, one of the strongest in the guild. Gray crossed his arms and looked at the idiot. He did not understand the train of thought of this hot-blooded idiot at all. It's fun only when you force yourself to challenge someone, isn't it? Natsu looked as if this was a normal thing. I lost to you. Gray smiled bitterly, shook his head and turned away. Oh. Ross actually agreed to the challenge, that's rare. Wakaba and Macau were quite surprised. Gray and Lion had challenged Ross before and were rejected. After realizing the gap between them, Gray temporarily gave up the idea. Is Ross-san very powerful? Wendy just heard Gray say something about S-class wizards, the strongest, but she didn't quite understand. She looked up and asked Ultear who was standing next to her. Yeah, that's impressive. Ultear squatted down and said with a smile. How powerful is it? Wendy tilted her head. Maybe I can fight Grandini for a while. Ultear thought of many ways to answer the question. She definitely didn't know the concepts of the 10 holy mages and the 10 holy S-class mages. Only dragons should be the ones that Wendy understands best. As for whether she could beat him, it was just a guess. She learned from her mother Uru that although the two had never fought, Uru felt that Ross should be stronger than herself. At least Uru felt that she could not break the defense of his armor, especially the red one and the one that took Laxus' last punch. Wow! Wendy understood after hearing Ultear's explanation. It was indeed amazing. In her eyes, Grandini was the strongest. Ross listened calmly, thinking, I didn't expect Ultear to be more boastful than me. Grandini, don't remember this, or you'll come out and fight with me later. I don't know if the Tyrannosaurus sword has any effect. My passive skill makes everyone look like a dragon. As Ross thought about it, his thoughts began to wander. Natsu had no place to live, so Makarov asked Ross to take Natsu in for a few days while he helped Natsu find a house. Natsu was old enough to do some simple tasks, so there was no need to worry that he would not be able to pay the rent. Ross thought about it and agreed. If he went to live with Gray, they would have to tear down someone else's house. They would then have to complete many tasks to compensate him. Anyway, Wendy and the others were going to move back to the girls' dormitory today, so they had to take their belongings with them. At night, Ross first sent Wendy and the others to the girls' dormitory. What Ross didn't expect was that Kagura actually said that he wanted to sleep with Wendy. Since the beginning of this year, Kagura and Urza have been living in separate rooms. Wendy agreed, since she had been sleeping with Kagura these days anyway. Ross then returned to the guild and took Natsu home.